As Jiang Chen casually browsed through a video app, a striking news headline, Wi-Fi leak case, Zhu Hua may lose market advantage, pierced his vision like a sharp blade, stirring up his shock and curiosity. He eagerly tapped the headline, and after reading deeply he was shocked to discover that the scandal not only involved a group of unscrupulous corporate spies stealing core technology, but also a series of cunning conspiracies aimed at hindering the prosperous future of Huagua. The news infuriated Jiang Chen. He clenched his fists, indignation surging within him like a tide. He abhorred the traitors who betrayed their country, and the arrogant Anglo-Saxon bandits were even more intolerable. They had unreasonably initiated a trade war, meddled in the South Sea arbitration case, blatantly interfered in Xiagua's internal affairs, even detained executives of private enterprises, and sanctioned high-tech companies and universities. These events brought immense disgrace to Xiagua, and the shame Jiang Chen felt was beyond words. Suddenly a crisp ringtone broke Jiang Chen's reverie. He mechanically picked up his phone, only to see a strange program interface on the screen accompanied by a cold mechanical voice asking, detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host accompanied by a strong desire. Binding requirements satisfied. Do you wish to bind? Below the screen were two options, yes and no. Jiang Chen thought mockingly that it must be a prank program he had accidentally clicked last night. He intended to close and uninstall it, but his thumb inadvertently touched the yes button. Immediately the screen displayed binding in progress. Please wait, making Jiang Chen's heart sink. He frantically swiped at the screen trying to exit, but the phone seemed enchanted, unresponsive. He couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen into a hacker's trap. Did that mean all his browsing history was now exposed? He wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his heart heavy with anxiety. The helplessness of being controlled by an unknown force spread within him. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Jiang Chen watched the progress bar on the screen crawl forward, powerless to stop the binding process. As the progress bar completed, Jiang Chen felt an indescribable mix of tension, anticipation, and confusion. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst from the phone screen, shooting straight toward his forehead. He felt a dizzy sensation, and his consciousness gradually faded. In the moment before the world vanished and absurd thoughts surged in his mind, had he really stumbled into extraordinary trouble, becoming the target of some space creature? When Jiang Chen slowly regained consciousness, his mind was shrouded in fog-like confusion. He shook his head, trying to dispel the haziness of his memory. He remembered he had been staring at the spinning loading icon on his phone when a dazzling light shot out from deep within the device, pierced through the screen, and struck him directly on the forehead. Then he passed out. He was about to get up and wash up, checking if he was really injured, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking around, the scene before him startled him. This was an environment both familiar and strange, every detail stirring long-buried memories. An unbelievable feeling surged like a tidal wave, leaving his mind blank. This place had been his daily sanctuary in his youth. Recollections kept telling him that this old house should have long ceased to exist. His feet moved uncontrollably toward the desk, and with trembling hands he picked up the calendar lying on it. It clearly read June 30th, 2007. Jiang Chen's heart leaped, his body instantly stiffening. A drowning sensation of time flowing backward overwhelmed him. Had he been reborn back to age 17? Just as this thought emerged, a flat mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, binding successful. The omnipotent black technology system is at your service. He stood frozen for a moment, eyes wide. After a long pause, he finally suppressed his inner shock and murmured to himself, a system. Not only back to 17, but also a cheat. This is unbelievable. He subconsciously touched his head, then silently called out to the system the voice had mentioned. A transparent interface materialized in his mind, displaying text, welcome to the omnipotent black technology system. This system was created by an advanced civilization designed specifically to enhance the host's technological capabilities. The current host is the sole binding object. The system is non-transferable. If the host perishes, the system will self-destruct. The host can accumulate learning points to unlock corresponding levels and technologies. Then the interface displayed basic system information: tech title apprentice, current learning points 0, technologies exchanged none, talents mastered none. Since this is the host's first use, the system will now draw a talent reward for the host. Jiang Chen sat on the floor, eyes fixed on the display, in his mind ripples surging in his heart. A beginner's gift right away. So this is what having a cheat feels like. Awesome. He carefully examined the text on the screen, which read talent reward drawn for the host, prodigious memory. Brain development in progress. As this prompt appeared, a sharp pain suddenly struck Jiang Chen's brain. His body went limp, collapsing to the floor, curling into a tight ball. Moments later, the system's voice sounded again, host brain development complete. As the pain gradually faded, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He slowly sat up, gently closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the shock brought by the system. he savored his newly acquired talent, prodigious memory. This talent granted him astonishing memory and comprehension, as if an endless library had been established in his mind, allowing him to quickly master any knowledge and recall it at will. Jiang Chen felt unprecedented strength and excitement. He understood that as long as he kept learning, he could become an encyclopedia of infinite wisdom. Now he was back in 2007, a brand new starting point, a chance to change everything. He had the power to change the events of the past. His gaze turned to the gray technology entries in the system, like dreamlike bubbles embedded in reality, waiting for Jiang Chen to turn them into real power. Whether it was bringing lithography machine technology to new heights, exploring the mysteries of room temperature superconductivity, or harnessing the power of controlled nuclear fusion, each pointed to the boundless future of the universe. Wings that would lead Huagua toward the stars and the sea. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to hear the call of his ancestors. This was not only a major turning point for his personal destiny, but also an expectation for him to shoulder the responsibility of advancing Huagua's technological rise. He, Jiang Chen, would become an undeniable force driving Huagua's technological progress, leading the nation toward an even more glorious future. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner agitation as his heartbeat gradually returned to tranquility. He quietly pulled out a chair, slowly sat down, his fingers gently brushing the edge of the wooden table, the tips unintentionally tracing the shadows that had long dissipated. The confusion and unease in his heart seemed to vanish like smoke, replaced by an unprecedented calm and determination. He casually pulled out a neatly stacked high school textbook, Mathematics Compulsory 1. The slightly yellowed cover exuded a trace of time, and Jiang Chen felt the urge to test the effect of his talent. Jiang Chen opened the textbook, and the dense formulas and theorems met his eyes. They were no longer boring symbols, but like keys unlocking memories ready to ignite at a touch. His gaze roamed like a searchlight across the ocean of knowledge, and every page content was like a magical 3D image engraved layer by layer in his mind, clear, three-dimensional, indelible. He looked at the system interface in his mind and saw an upward arrow appear beside the learning points. Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly, an indescribable joy surging in his heart. He seemed to hear the wisdom of the ancients whispering in his ear, "In books there are houses of gold, in books there are beauties like jade." This saying was engraved in his heart like a morning bell, an evening drum. Jiang Chen couldn't contain his excitement and quickly turned to the next page. A brilliant light of knowledge shone in his eyes, his palms were warm as he immersed himself completely in the ocean of learning. Every formula and theorem seemed to dance in his mind, telling the mysteries and wisdom of the universe. 10 minutes later, as the last page of Mathematics Compulsory 1 was turned, Jiang Chen gently closed the book. All the formulas and figures in the book seemed to form vivid pictures in his mind, lifelike. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if feeling the power of knowledge flowing within him. Without a moment's pause, he eagerly reached out and grabbed the second textbook from the pile beside him. His heart was filled with thirst for knowledge, as if with each page turned his world expanded. He immersed himself in the intricate mathematical formulas, elusive physical theorems, and chemical equations, feeling the infinite charm of knowledge. Unconsciously, the sky had darkened. Jiang Chen was oblivious, as if he were in a world made of knowledge. Every formula and theorem bloomed with different colors in his heart. His heart was filled with intense interest, and the world became infinitely vast through understanding. Just as he reached out to pick the next textbook to devour, he unexpectedly touched the empty desk. Jiang Chen turned his head in surprise and found that all the books on the table had been read. He was stunned, an indescribable sense of achievement surging in his heart. Was this the joy of learning? However, the exhilaration quickly dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of fatigue. Jiang Chen reached up to touch his forehead and found dense beads of sweat sticking his hair to his skin. He felt a wave of weakness, as if all his strength had been drained. Invisible fatigue surged toward Jiang Chen like a tide. He had to support himself on the desk, a spark of vigilance rising in his heart. He realized that the power of vast knowledge and memory came with a price. It consumed his enormous mental energy and willpower, coupled with his 17-year-old body in sub-health condition worn down by the intense high school study. At this moment, he realized the need to strengthen his physical exercise, for the body is the foundation that supports everything. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and meditated into the depths of his mind. He looked at the learning points on the system interface. The number 1800 brought him comfort. Although mental fatigue weighed on him, he knew it was worth it. Learning points 1800, he murmured silently. There were 18 books in total for high school math, physics, and chemistry. On average, each book brought him 100 learning points. Although there was still a gap from the first technology he wanted to redeem, this was already a solid first step. After organizing his thoughts, Jiang Chen lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The effect of this experiment was excellent. He looked forward to continuing to explore the ocean of knowledge after waking up. The sky grew dark and golden sunset light streamed through the half-open curtains onto the face of Jiang Chen, who was lazily awakening. He yawned, pushed open the door, and was greeted by the aroma of home-cooked food. The warmth and peace of home brought him a sense of relaxation and comfort. His parents were back. Jiang Chen shuffled in his slippers, guided by the scent, leaned against the kitchen doorframe, and curiously watched his mother's skillful knife work. "Mom, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Jiang Chen pushed the door open greedily, sniffing the fragrance in the air, his eyes unconsciously glancing toward the kitchen. "Mrs. Jiang stood at the stove, holding a spatula in her left hand and pouring the chopped greens into the sizzling wok with her right. She turned around with a smile, gently wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead with the back of her wet hand, and said, "Son, it's your favorite braised pork. It'll be ready in 10 minutes. But the kitchen is smoky, so you'd better go out first and avoid the smoke." Jiang Chen looked at the tantalizingly colored braised pork in the pot, swallowed unconsciously, and obediently retreated from the kitchen. He strolled into the yard where the setting sun's afterglow painted the entire sky a brilliant red, adding a touch of poetry to this warm moment. Before long, Jiang Chen's father entered the yard. He carried a heavy bag of roast duck in both hands, his face beaming with joy. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Dad, is it a special occasion today?" "Red braised pork and roast duck." His father smiled as he walked, saying, "Son, are you not fully awake yet? Our family supermarket officially opened today, so we're celebrating." Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. He recalled that his family had opened a supermarket this summer. His parents had been busy there while he had spent a carefree holiday with friends. "Son, come inside and wash your hands for dinner." Mom's call interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He turned and entered the house, where the aroma of the meal overwhelmed him sharply, increasing his appetite. At the dinner table, his mother skillfully served him food, her eyes full of affection. A satisfied smile hung on her lips as she said, "Son, eat more, they're all your favorite dishes." Dad, while eating with his head down, casually dropped a remark. "Ah, by the way, son, in the coming days your mother and I will be busy with the store, so we might not be able to take care of you. This summer you'll have to stay at your aunt's house." Jiang Chen nodded to show understanding. Mom quickly added, "Your aunt's place is quite good, and your second cousin has come back too, so it will be livelier together." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I plan to spend the summer in the library, so it doesn't matter where I stay." Hearing their son's words, the parents exchanged glances, staring at Jiang Chen in surprise. They thought although their son had always been smart, his mind had never been on studying. He only thought about playing every day. Now he said he wanted to go to the library for the summer. Had the sun risen from the west? Noticing his parents staring at him, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had been a poor student in high school. For a poor student to tell his parents he would spend the entire summer in the library was simply a fantasy. He quickly patted his chest and assured them, "Mom and Dad, don't worry. I've made up my mind. Next semester is senior year. I will definitely work hard to get into a good university." The firm tone and expression made his parents reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Could their son have been stimulated? Mom softly comforted, "Okay, son. Since you have such great determination, Mom supports you." Dad just nodded and said in a somewhat perfunctory tone, "All right, Dad supports you too." But a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes, as if hoping his son would bring surprises. Jiang Chen thought helplessly that although he had decades of life experience and a system as a cheat, he had undergone a huge transformation, but his parents knew nothing about it. He could only look forward to surprising them after the new semester. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, his parents were already gone from home, leaving only a note and 1,000 yuan bills on the table. "Son, your father and I are busy. Take your change of clothes and go to your aunt's place by bus. This 1,000 yuan is your living expenses." While his parents were occupied, so he could freely enjoy this summer vacation. Packing his clothes, Jiang Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off to catch the bus. In the early morning, the bus was nearly empty. He found a window seat and sat down deep in thought. A myriad of ideas and plans flashed through his mind as he pondered how to use this summer break to earn some money. Those study points could now be exchanged for technology. Bringing those technologies to life required capital, factories, and materials. He realized that all of this demanded money. His family had no special resources, no factory, no mine. He had to find a way. He began assessing his own strengths and abilities, seeking a suitable entrepreneurial opportunity. It was 2007. Smartphones had yet to emerge, and the internet industry was still immature, a money-burning arena. Entering now would mean being crushed by capital. Just as these thoughts consumed him, the bus stop announcement chimed like a morning bell, jolting him from his future fantasies back to reality. He took a deep breath, suppressing his racing thoughts. Quickly gathering his belongings, he shouldered his backpack, got off the bus, and walked toward his aunt's house. Reaching the door, he knocked gently. His aunt opened the door and saw him. she exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Chen, come in. Your mother told me yesterday, you'll stay here this summer. Xiaojia, take your cousin inside. I have to go to work soon. He felt the warmth of her care as she pulled him inside and called out, get up, son. His cousin Li Xiaojia came out rubbing his sleepy eyes. He hugged Jiang Chen and said, "Him up, stop nagging, mom." Then he led him into the room. "We'll share the bed tonight. Get your things sorted first. He'll go wash up." With that, Li Xiaojia headed to the bathroom. Jiang Chen quickly arranged his clothes and sat at the computer desk picking up a book to read. Before long, Li Xiaojia entered, saw him reading, and asked curiously, "Cousin, did something spur you on? Aren't we supposed to be on break? Why are you studying so early?" Jiang Chen made up an excuse. "Senior year is coming. Ew, I need to study hard. Otherwise, I'll fail the college entrance exam next year." His cousin nodded and said, "All right, you're going into senior year. I was going to take you to my dad's internet cafe for a while." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Sure, I don't need to study right this moment. Let's go later." He was actually planning to search online for quick ways to make money. Li Xiaojia nodded, and together they set off toward the internet cafe outside the compound. They arrived at the bustling internet cafe. As they entered, they saw Uncle Li Guoyang busy at the front desk. He waved at them, acknowledging their arrival, then promptly turned back to his work. Li Xiaojia skillfully approached the counter, tapped the keyboard and mouse, quickly activated two computers, and led Jiang Chen to a seat. He started playing games. Jiang Chen, calm and composed, sat down, opened a web browser, and began browsing the news with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. His eyes scanned the screen rapidly. World of Warcraft: The Burning Crusades Chinese server to launch in September. Fantasy Westward Journey's new expansion Artifact Legend to begin testing in September. Hong Kong's 10th anniversary of return celebrated solemnly at the SAR government. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any business opportunity among these scattered pieces of information. His spirits sank. Just then Uncle Li Guoyang approached, holding a cold bottle. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and asked with concern, "Jiang Chen, why are you staring blankly at the news?" His tone carried a hint of teasing as he handed over a can of cola. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then suppressed his disappointment and took the can with a smile. "Second uncle, are you done with work?" Li Guoyang paused and sighed, "Yes. The management system had a glitch, or I've been busy fixing it for a while. I almost forgot to greet you." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. He straightened up abruptly, a spark flashing in his eyes. "Second uncle, is it the internet cafe's management system that's malfunctioning?" Li Guoyang nodded. "Yes, the old system was terrible. The attendants all complained. I just installed a new one to see how it works. There are many new games launching in the second half of the year. I have to improve service or it'll hurt business." Listening to his uncle's troubles, Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. He recalled the news he had just browsed, and a bold thought took shape: to create his own product based on the mature internet cafe management systems of the future. The market potential was enormous, the prospects boundless. Li Guoyang gently patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, interrupting his reverie. "Go ahead and play. I need to check the warehouse for supplies. It's the holiday season of business is great, can't afford delays." Jiang Chen came back to himself, nodded with a smile, and replied, "Second uncle, you go ahead. Business comes first, don't worry about me." Li Guoyang chuckled and turned toward the warehouse. Jiang Chen blinked, the fire in his heart burning brighter. He quickly adjusted his seat, opened a new web page, and his fingers began to dance across the keyboard, searching for textbooks and resources on computer programming. His eyes were filled with eagerness and determination. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen racked his brains. During the day, he studied computer programming at the internet cafe. At night, he frantically reviewed high school textbooks. To apply theory to practice, he tirelessly practiced coding on his cousin's computer. Time flew by. With his relentless effort, his programming skills grew increasingly proficient. He could now attempt to write small programs. One day, when only Jiang Chen was home, his cousin's college friends suddenly invited him on a week-long beach trip. Jiang Chen clenched his fists in excitement. He decided to seize this opportunity to start his plan. He turned on the computer, stared at the blinking cursor on the screen, then lightly tapped the keyboard. His eyes fixed on the flickering cursor, and a wave of excitement surged within him. He tried to turn the ideas for a future internet cafe management system from his mind into reality, his movements growing more steady and forceful. In the quiet room, only the sound of keystrokes filled the air as lines of code accumulated. Finally, after hours of uninterrupted effort, an internet cafe management system was born under Jiang Chen's fingertips. One equipped with future features like game recommendations, online chat, quick recharge processing, and idle session management. Having completed this application, Jiang Chen leaned back quietly in his chair, feeling an unprecedented sense of achievement and anticipation. The shadow of his first fortune began to seem so real, just within reach. After a moment, he slightly relieved his fatigue and regained some energy. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Jiang Chen quickly copied the software. Without further delay, he hurried out the door and headed towards his second uncle's internet cafe. He stepped lightly into the dimly lit cafe, his gaze finally catching sight of his second uncle dozing off in the corner of the bar counter. Approaching, he coughed nervously and tentatively broke the silence. "Second uncle, how do you find the current internet cafe management system you're using?" Li Guoliang groggily opened his eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Chen looked bewildered for a moment. He scratched his head and asked lazily, "Oh, it's Jiang Chen. Why such a sudden question? What's going on?" Jiang Chen nervously pulled out the USB drive containing his hard-earned work from his pocket and said cautiously, "Actually, I've developed a management system myself and wanted to ask you second uncle to help test it." Li Guoliang, still not fully awake, perked up after hearing Jiang Chen's words. He grasped the USB drive in surprise and raised an eyebrow. "Made it yourself?" He couldn't believe it. Eagerly, he inserted the drive into the computer and saw a beautifully designed, smoothly operated, and fully functional system appear on the screen. What amazed Li Guoliang even more were the features in the software. He tested each one, then turned to Jiang Chen in astonishment and said, "Did you make this, Xiao Chen?" Seeing Li Guoliang's shock, Jiang Chen nodded and revealed a proud smile. "Yes, I made it myself. I used my cousin's computer. The code is still there." Li Guoliang patted Jiang Chen's head. "How did that little head of yours come up with these features? They are so useful." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. I conducted a survey in the internet cafe recently, asking some customers what they needed and incorporated those into the design." Jiang Chen's answer stunned Li Guoliang for a moment, then he nodded. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen asked eagerly, "So second uncle, do you think my software can carve out a niche in the market?" Li Guoliang thought for a while and said thoughtfully, "Based on my experience, there has always been a great demand for management systems in internet cafes. The features you designed are tailor-made for them, solving many operational difficulties. It's a good product." Jiang Chen heard Li Guoliang's affirmative reply and excitedly clasped his hands together. "Second uncle, you must know other internet cafe owners in the city. Can you help me promote this software?" Li Guoliang paused, his eyes wide with surprise, and asked in astonishment, "Jiang Chen, are you planning to sell this software to those owners one by one? How much are you planning to charge? Let me ask around for you." Jiang Chen waved his hands and quickly explained, "Second uncle, you misunderstood. I plan to offer this software for free to everyone." Li Guoliang was puzzled by his words. "Free? That makes promotion quite simple. I have a QQ group of internet cafe owners. Your features are far better than those paid ones, who in our local circle wouldn't be tempted. But if it's free, what's in it for you spending time and effort to make this software?" Jiang Chen tilted his head with a smile, a hint of mystery in his expression. "Second uncle, don't rush. After we capture the market, there will naturally be ways to make money." Li Guoliang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a mock frown, "Being so mysterious and not even being straight with your second uncle. By the way, such a brilliant software. Have you given it a catchy name?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then looked up and answered seriously, "The name of the software is Chiming Star." "Second uncle, besides the local internet cafe owners, do you know any peers from other places? I want to promote it nationwide." Upon hearing this, Li Guoliang opened a website and replied, "There is an internet cafe forum online. Almost all owners communicate there. I can post it there." Jiang Chen quickly said, "Okay, second uncle, thank you so much." While operating the computer, Li Guoliang waved his hand. "We're family, no need to be polite. You're a really smart kid to make such useful software. I can show off a bit there too." Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. After watching his second uncle finish posting the thread and start showing off to others, he turned and left the internet cafe. A few days later, under the forum post, internet cafe owners who had tried Chiming Star left endless comments, their tone filled with admiration. "Hey oldie, tell us which big shot developed this software. It's incredibly good. How much did it cost to develop? And it's free for us." Seeing this, Li Guoliang smirked with a smug expression and replied, "Ha, didn't cost a thing. Believe it or not, this software marvel was made by my nephew. Our Li family has produced a little genius, and it didn't cost a single cent." Doubts and mocking replies followed. "Stop kidding, Old Li. Wouldn't those professional paid software programmers hit the wall in shame?" Old Li, with a hint of pride, typed provocatively, "You know what a genius is? That's my nephew. Really, it was made by your nephew. Then he's a true genius. The auto-boot and auto-billing features are so well done that customers say it's extremely convenient. Indeed, and that rank paging feature. Many CF players said when they hear the whole internet cafe announcing their honored gun king as having logged in, they get so excited they want to log out and back in. But every time they start, an ad window pops up in the bottom right corner requiring 15 seconds to close. Kinda annoying. Is it as amazing as you guys boast? Got a link. We'll try it out. It's in the sticky thread, go get it yourself." As internet cafe owners on the forum proudly praised Chiming Star's outstanding performance, this dominating software swept across every internet cafe in China like a tidal wave. Even the once popular management systems were crushed and gradually lost the market's favor. Jiang Chen sat in front of the computer looking at the posts, and a smug smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his lips. He knew that his carefully designed software had established a foothold in the industry. All he had to do now was wait for enterprises that discovered the business opportunity in this software to come and negotiate acquisition. Jiang Chen stood up from the back of his chair, stretching his arms that had grown stiff from sitting too long, and walked straight out the door, ready to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge at the library, peacefully continuing to enrich his learning. Huang and a manager at Penguin Games responsible for the Crossfire project noticed that the game's daily active users and registered player count were steadily rising. A deep frown creased his brow, and his mind churned with confusion and suspicion. He repeatedly reviewed recent work reports, certain that the marketing department had not mentioned any promotional activities for Crossfire. What could be happening? Burdened by this perplexity, he walked step by step into the marketing department and found Chun Yin, the head of that department. Facing Chun Yin, he hesitantly posed his question, seeking an answer. However, Chun Yin's unexpected denial plunged Huang into deeper confusion. As the two were whispering and speculating about possible scenarios, an unforeseen voice suddenly interrupted them. One of Chun Yan's subordinates rushed in excitedly, clutching what seemed to be the key clue that could unravel the entire mystery. "Boss, I discovered a software program. Its boot time advertisement effect is astonishingly good. Our company's Crossfire has recently been promoted by this software, and the number of registered users is climbing rapidly." Chun Yin and Huang exchanged glances, realizing their confusion had found a solution. This software must be the cause. He quickly asked, "Tell me, what software is it?" "It's a cyber cafe management software called Dawnstar, and it's completely free." Huang scratched his head, furrowed his brow, and pressed further in confusion. "Cyber cafe management software? What does that have to do with your usual marketing work?" Chun Yin suddenly clapped his hands in epiphany and said, "That makes sense. The value of this software lies not in itself, but in the boot time advertisements it plays. Every computer in a cyber cafe displays an ad upon startup, and it's likely mandatory, requiring the user to watch the ad before closing it. This means the software must be exceptionally useful and free of charge, though otherwise such a surge in daily active users and registrations would be impossible." With the sharp eye of a professional marketer, Chun Yin deduced the true value of Dawnstar based solely on this information. He immediately asked his subordinate, "Did you find out who created this software?" "I checked. The software was posted for free by a user named Old Li in the cyber cafe Tieba. According to the information, he's a cyber cafe owner in Tongqing City. Should I contact him?" Chun Yin promptly replied, "Contact him immediately and tell him I want to personally negotiate about an acquisition." Huang was taken aback. "Is this really that important? As the head of marketing, isn't it excessive for you to go personally?" Chun Yin rolled his eyes slightly. "You only understand development. You don't grasp the value of this software. With this software, Penguin can monopolize a massive channel, pushing advertisements directly to cyber cafe gamers nationwide, even precisely targeting gaming enthusiasts. If we don't secure this software quickly and a competitor gets it, it will deal a severe blow to Penguin's market position." Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, the head of the pig factory department, noticed an anomaly in his competitor's product data during a routine market inspection. Through investigation, he discovered Dawnstar. His brows slightly lifted, and with his experience, he immediately recognized the immense channel value of this software. He hurriedly contacted Li Guoyang. When Li Guoyang silently handed over his phone, the screen displaying calls from eager representatives of both major companies, he wasted no time in relaying the information to Jiang Chen. The moment Jiang Chen received the news, a ripple of pleasant surprise stirred within him. He silently marveled at the acute instincts of the major corporations. Whether in technology or market trends, they always grasped the pulse, swiftly discovering Dawnstar's potential so soon. A sly smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's lips, for he understood that in this business game, he had already positioned himself advantageously. The next step would be to sell this software to the highest bidder at a satisfying price. That day, a group of people hurriedly embarked on a journey to Li Guoliang's home. Their footsteps echoed in the silent street, and even the air seemed to freeze around their solemn faces. At the forefront was Chun Yin, the head of Penguin's marketing department, walking with an air of leadership. Not far beside him was Zhao Lin, whose expression revealed the gravity of this meeting. These familiar faces in the industry, though outwardly cordial, were old rivals. Both knew the unparalleled importance of this meeting for their respective companies. After receiving the news from his uncle, Jiang Chen waited at home for the interested companies to come negotiate. He had been anticipating this day ever since he created the software. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. As Chun Yin and Zhao Lin's teams approached their destination, they were astonished to find it was in a residential complex. Zhao Lin frowned deeply, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, and a wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. What kind of company couldn't even afford a proper office building and had to start up in a residential area? Zhao Lin quickly adjusted his mindset, sneering inwardly. Since the other party chose this location, it must be a small, unimpressive company. He could leverage his advantage to drive down the acquisition price. They arrived at the door of Li Guoliang's residence and knocked. Inside, the eager Li Guoliang, startled by the sudden sound, felt his heart race. With hurried steps, he flung open the door, anxiously welcoming the company representatives stepping inside. Several accompanying staff members upon entering were bewildered by the ordinary residential setting devoid of any corporate atmosphere. One of them furrowed his brow in dismay and couldn't help but question, "Are you Mr. Li Guoliang? Is the renowned Dawnstar Cyber Cafe management system software from the Internet Cafe forums truly your creation? Have you been the one contacting us these past few days?" Under a gaze of suspicion, he added another probing remark. "It couldn't be some pirated software from illicit channels, could it?" Li Guoliang was prepared for such skepticism. He smiled and waved his hand in denial, responding with confidence. "I am the one who has been in contact with you these days, and it was my ID that shared the software in the Tieba. I can assure you that this software is not only not pirated, but also shared completely free of charge." He paused briefly. "However, the ownership of this software does not lie with me." The listeners were somewhat surprised by his answer, but soon Chen Yin calmly pressed further, "So the ownership of Dawnstar is not with you?" Li Guoliang nodded in confirmation. Chen Yan's expression fell while Zhao Lin's face darkened further. Immediately, a subordinate behind him complained impatiently, "This is clearly a trick. We flew all the way here wasting so much time and effort." Li Guoliang quickly raised his hand to soothe them. "What I said is true. Although the software doesn't belong to me, my connection to it is not insignificant." His answer piqued everyone's curiosity. Chen Yin politely asked, "May I ask, what is that connection?" "This software was developed by my young nephew and has been managed by me all along." Li Guoliang smiled, and then turned to walk toward the balcony, calling out loudly, "Jiang Chen, we have guests." Inside, the guests exchanged glances, their initial skepticism gradually turning into astonishment. It was hard to believe that such a sought-after software was created by a young man. Both Chen Yin and Zhao Lin felt a surge of smugness. Simultaneously dealing with a young man would certainly be easier, and the cost of acquiring the software seemed to be dropping significantly. They exchanged a knowing, triumphant smile. Beneath the sunlight on the lower floor, Jiang Chen was drenched in sweat as he exercised. Hearing his uncle's call, he took a deep breath, ended his workout, and returned home. As he pushed open the door, his youthful, vibrant face, lean and well-defined with a hint of immaturity in his brows, immediately became the center of attention under everyone's gaze. The murmurs inside the room abruptly ceased at the arrival of this spirited high school boy. For a moment no one spoke, as if 1,000 words hung frozen in the air. They had assumed Li Guoliang's nephew would be a young adult already in society, but the person before them, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was unmistakably a handsome 17 or 18-year-old youth. Li Guoliang greeted him with a smile at the door, gently wrapping an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder, still warm from exercise, and introduced him to everyone. "This is my nephew Jiang Chen. He is also the developer of the Kaimingxing management system." In an instant, the room fell so silent that one could hear heartbeats. All questions and curiosity crystallized in that moment, as if time itself had stretched its notes. The crowd staring at Jiang Chen was now digesting an astonishing piece of news. A fledgling youth had actually created a management system software that had swept through internet cafes across the country. Could this slightly inexperienced high school student be a genius? Chen Yan's gaze scanned Jiang Chen's face like a searching beam of light, and he couldn't help but question Jiang Chen. "Right. You're the one who developed Kaimingxing. We're not doubting your ability, but this matter is of great importance, so please prove your ownership of the software." Jiang Chen knew his appearance had caused misunderstanding, but he wasn't angry. A confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his clear eyes revealed unguarded honesty. "There's no doubt about it. Kaimingxing was developed by me. While working at my uncle's internet cafe, I observed many inconveniences in other management systems, so I decided to develop one to help him improve management. After communicating with customers and conducting market research, I spent some time designing the current Kaimingxing." Li Guoliang nodded in agreement. Kaimingxing had indeed proven effective, and he had made quite a splash in the online forum. Before his words faded, Chen Yin was momentarily speechless. That casual tone, as if describing the most ordinary thing, echoed in everyone's minds, involuntarily branding Jiang Chen with the label of genius. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin came to his senses and eagerly pressed, "About your age. Have you reached the legal age of adulthood? Should we notify your parents regarding the contract details?" Jiang Chen shook his head, his voice brimming with unwavering determination. "No need to trouble them. I am already 18, I can make the decision to sign the contract on my own." With that, he turned to Li Guoyang, who was about to leave, and called out, "Second uncle, you can go ahead with your affairs. They'll handle things here." Hearing this, Li Guoyang pondered for a moment, then firmly patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and nodded reassuringly. "All right, Xiao Chen, it'll be at the internet cafe. Once you've settled things, take them to that law firm. I've already spoken with my friend." He waved his hand and walked out without looking back. Jiang Chen stood at the door, watching his uncle's figure disappear around the corner. Then he straightened his back, walked slowly into the living room, and confidently sat down under the gaze of the focused crowd, revealing a calm and composed smile. "So, gentlemen, we can begin our discussion." At that moment, his composure and self-assured aura made Chun Yin and Zhao Lin feel somewhat at a loss, as if they were in a strategic meeting room of a large corporation, facing their own boss. Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze swept slowly over the astonished crowd before him. He moved his hands slightly and furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, are the managers from Penguin Group and Pig Farm Group really so easily intimidated? Or is it just that my youthful appearance is too deceiving? Watching Jiang Chen's relaxed expression, Chun Yin couldn't help but avert his gaze. He slowly raised his teacup, took a gentle sip, swallowed, and then set it back down heavily on the table, as if the action encapsulated an inner transformation. He took a deep breath, refocused his gaze on Jiang Chen, and couldn't help saying, "Jiang Chen, just now, I was really startled by your age. I didn't expect you to be so young. I am Chun Yin, the head of publicity at the Penguin Group. Because your software has brought considerable benefits to our company's games recently, we've come specifically to discuss possible cooperation." Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Zhao Lin eagerly introduced himself. "Mr. Jiang Chen, I am Zhao Lin from the Pig Farm Group. Our company is very interested in your Kaimixing software and would like to know if you have any intention of selling it." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, responding, "Without any emotional inflection, I'm still in high school right now, so I don't have much time or resources to manage this software. If the price is right, I'll consider selling it." Hearing this, Zhao Lin felt as if he had struck gold and quickly made an offer. "That's excellent. Our company's estimated price for this software is 10 million. What do you think?" However, the excited expression Zhao Lin had imagined didn't appear. Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated it, his face unchanged. Even such a high bid failed to raise an eyebrow. Chun Yin observed carefully and probed cautiously. "Our internal group has also evaluated Kaimixing, estimating its market value at around 15 million. How does that sound to you?" Jiang Chen gently shook his head, revealing a dismissive smile. "Director Chen, Director Zhao, no need to beat around the bush. The value of Kaimixing far exceeds that. If you weren't truly optimistic about it, why would such large groups as Penguin and Pig Farm travel thousands of miles to this small town of Tongcheng to discuss an acquisition?" Zhao Lin's heart jolted, but he maintained his composure. "Jiang Chen, you misunderstand. We just feel that this management software aligns with our company's internet cafe business, so we want to purchase it." At this point, Chun Yin sided with Zhao Lin, deciding internally to first unite with him to lower the acquisition price before haggling over ownership. He slowly echoed, "Jiang Chen, Kaimixing has only been on the market for a short time, but has already received widespread praise. That's exactly why our Penguin Group intends to acquire it. Otherwise, with our own technical capabilities, we could develop a similar software ourselves." Hearing their arguments, Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. "It seems Director Chun and Director Zhao lack sincerity. In that case, there's no need to continue the discussion." He then stood up, adopting an air of seeing them out. Chun Yan's brow was furrowed so tightly it seemed to form a knot, and he exchanged a puzzled glance with Zhao Lin. Such an acquirer was utterly unprecedented, and Jiang Chen's attitude exuded a youthful indignation that left them both bewildered. As Jiang Chen slowly rose as if to see them out, their unease mingled with confusion. Where did this confidence come from? A fledgling youth barely out of his teens dared to flatly refuse the acquisition offer of 15 million for a mere internet cafe management system. Could he truly have recognized the intrinsic value of this software? After all, Chun Yin and Zhao Lin had honed their insight through nearly a decade of toil in the promotion and distribution industry. Jiang Chen was merely a high school student. That he could develop such software with genius was already astonishing. How could he possibly possess such foresight? He must be bluffing. Chun Yin speculated, secretly deciding to leave and carefully plan the next move. He stood up, walked to the door, and turned back to Jiang Chen, saying, "Jiang Chen, perhaps you've misunderstood. Our company is genuinely sincere. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Here is my card." With that, he handed Jiang Chen a business card. Jiang Chen took it, feigning anger while maintaining a gesture of seeing them out. Chun Yin nodded at the sight, then turned and led his men down the stairs. Zhao Lin clicked his tongue in amazement, then rose and left the room, leaving his card behind. After the door closed, Jiang Chen held the two cards, gently rubbing them. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was no wonder that the Penguin and the Pig Farm would later dominate the gaming industry. Not only were their judgments astute, but they had colluded to drive down the acquisition price, assuming he wouldn't notice. Thinking him a young upstart without the vision to see the value of Kaiming, they tried to suppress him and buy him out cheaply. Had he not possessed the hindsight of a future life, he might have fallen for their scheme. The value of Kaiming lies in its deep roots in internet cafes, bringing greater value to them. The software itself is elegantly designed with a beautiful interface and comprehensive features that help cafes retain customer loyalty. Moreover, it is completely free, and word-of-mouth spread through Tieba has already swept across the country. It is only a matter of time before it becomes the market leader. When that happens, the Boo Time pop-up ads will effectively create a free promotional channel out of thin air. Compared to traditional methods like flyers or portal site ads, Kaiming's promotion requires almost no additional cost. For any game company, seizing such a channel would be a decisive advantage, putting them in an invincible position. Jiang Chen was fully aware of the calculations of both companies. He put the negotiation aside for the moment and focused on reviewing his high school textbooks, accumulating his study points. He knew that every day Kaiming's market share was growing and its promotional effect was becoming more powerful. Jiang Chen believed that soon the two companies would come knocking in a hurry. All he had to do was sit tight and wait for that moment. Meanwhile, Chun Yin and Zhao Lin did not leave Tongcheng with their teams. Instead, they checked into separate hotels, rested, and discussed their next moves with their subordinates. In the hotel's conference room, Chun Yin and his subordinates sat on comfortable sofas, carefully recalling the details of the earlier negotiation. They tried to analyze Jiang Chen's mindset, preparing thoroughly for the next round of talks. Chun Yin composed himself, took a deep breath, and said, "Everyone share your thoughts. Speak freely." After a moment of silent contemplation, Chun Yan's top subordinate, a young man with a slightly boyish appearance, spoke up. "Boss, this Jiang Chen is indeed a software genius. Truly remarkable. But he's just a high schooler of 17 or 18 lacking social experience. I think his angry expression just now was because the price didn't meet his expectations, making him feel that his product wasn't properly recognized. If we double the offer, that should solve the problem smoothly. Yes, doubling it would be a full 30 million. From his uncle's residence, he doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family. I acknowledge his talent in software development, but it was just luck that he stumbled upon this opportunity at his uncle's internet cafe and developed Kaiming. Raising it to 30 million should be enough to intimidate him." Another veteran subordinate, who had followed Chun Yin for years, spoke up. After recalling the details of the meeting, Chun Yin shook his head with a headache. He couldn't help but remember the aura Jiang Chen had exuded after seeing his uncle out. It was hard to imagine that coming from an ordinary high school student. It seemed he had been toyed with this time. On the side of the pig farm, Zhao Lin and his subordinates were also discussing the negotiation. One subordinate whispered to Zhao Lin, "Boss, in my opinion, Jiang Chen's expressionless face was because he was shocked by the 10 million figure. He's just a high schooler talented in software development, but he's never seen that much money." Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. His later behavior was probably an attempt to threaten us into raising the price. Another subordinate added, "Exactly." He then had a sudden realization, maybe trying to bluff us into increasing the offer. It's simple. We've encountered developers like this before. They always try to raise the price when they hear the offer. Jiang Chen is no exception. Zhao Lin nodded approvingly. "Yes, let's wait a few days and give Jiang Chen the cold shoulder. He'll certainly panic and come to us. After all, this is a fortune for him. Then we might even be able to push the price lower. We just need to watch out for the penguin people. Chun Yin is no easy opponent." Zhao Lin thought to himself that this year their company's stock had soared from a few dollars to over 100. In China, several of their games were wildly popular, enjoying unrivaled fame. In contrast, a fledgling internet cafe management software, though boasting a promotional channel advantage, had yet to prove itself. How could a young man like Jiang Chen possibly see it? He must be trying to inflate the acquisition price. Zhao Lin had long been accustomed to such negotiation tactics. Therefore, he resolved to let Jiang Chen stew for a while before making a move. He had been running around all year without proper rest, so he could take this opportunity to relax in Tongcheng, enjoy a few days of leisure, and then close the deal in one fell swoop. Temporarily setting aside the matter of acquiring Kaiming, Jiang Chen decided to shift his focus to accumulating learning points. During the time he spent developing software, he had already read through all the high school textbooks, and the glaring numbers on the system bore witness to his efforts. A sense of pride swelled within him as he felt his hard work had not been in vain. The learning points, a staggering 350000, filled Jiang Chen with immense satisfaction and a profound sense of achievement. Yet he also realized that high school knowledge could no longer yield substantial gains in learning points. Next, he needed to delve into university-level courses, further enriching his knowledge system. Before embarking on the next phase of learning, he knew he must first map out his plan to ensure a methodical and steady progression. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, immersing himself in thought. For now, the first fortune from Kaiming was already within his grasp, requiring no further concern. With that money, he could directly acquire a factory, meaning he could immediately bring the technologies he had exchanged to life. However, technology was his core competitive edge, and he dared not entrust it to others. It must be entirely under his control. Non-core components lacking competitive advantage could be outsourced to enterprises in the industrial chain, but the core components must be held firmly in his own hands, and he must conceal them for as long as possible. Otherwise, Ziawei's fate in the future timeline would be his own. Though it was 2007, and trade between China and the West was ostensibly harmonious, this was a mere illusion. At this stage, China relied on cheap labor to produce goods for export, exchanging low-cost products to establish a complete industrial chain. The West, especially the Anglo-Saxon bandits of the Bald Eagle and John Bull, had always eyed China with predatory intent, imposing sanctions relentlessly. Once they discovered high-end technology emerging within China, they would spare no effort to suppress it. So he had to devise a clever way to mitigate the risk of industrial espionage. These days there were plenty of sycophantic collaborators who worshipped foreign powers, and he had to be cautious. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and suddenly he hit upon the best solution: artificial intelligence. Even the most rudimentary weak AI could, through cameras and other collection tools, effectively protect the production base, monitor public opinion online, and even obfuscate discourse. On the other hand, AI could also assist him in learning more efficiently, serving as the ultimate assistant. Having made his decision, Jiang Chen immediately began searching for the courses required for artificial intelligence and started acquainting himself with their content. Gazing at the long list of names displayed on the system, he was taken aback. At the forefront were foundational mathematics courses, including probability theory, linear algebra, statistics, and calculus. These were prerequisites for AI. He understood that AI could only emerge with the support of code, and mathematics was the bedrock of everything. Next, computer science courses would become his primary focus. These involved the processing and analysis of images, video, and sound, as well as operating systems, data mining, and the most fundamental computer programming languages. This was the inevitable path for AI to achieve strong interaction. For Jiang Chen, computer programming languages were already a mastered skill. He only needed to advance further in his studies. Finally, and most importantly, came deep learning. This encompassed convolutional neural networks, recurrent neural networks, autoencoders, and more. The key to evolving artificial intelligence towards strong AI and even superintelligence. Jiang Chen began mentally recording the required courses, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge surged within him. He immediately grabbed his ID card and headed to the city library, ready to embark on his journey of knowledge. The library would be his base for the remainder of the summer vacation. Stepping inside, he swiftly completed the borrowing procedures and obtained a reader's card, his eyes gleaming with a hunger for learning. He began to systematically navigate the long rows of shelves, meticulously searching for the various textbooks he needed. However, he soon discovered that most of the library's collection was limited to foundational university courses. Advanced textbooks were scarce. The books he urgently needed were course materials for sophomores, juniors, and even graduate students. With no other choice, Jiang Chen decided to start with the foundational knowledge. After all, self-study in advance would always be beneficial, and it would also allow him to accumulate learning points. As for the advanced textbooks he needed, he could purchase them online after selling Kaimixing. Thus, Jiang Chen settled on this course of action. He pulled out a freshman-level mathematical analysis textbook and found a spot near a window corner where it was particularly quiet. He sat down, turned to the pages, and began to savor the brilliance of mathematics bit by bit. The summer library was like a serene lake where occasional faint rustling of pages broke the tranquility. In such an environment, Jiang Chen felt as if he were sailing a small boat through a vast ocean of knowledge. He realized that university mathematics was a tumultuous sea, vastly different from the smooth waters of high school math. His reading speed slowed considerably, but through deliberate, meticulous reading, he delved deeper into each concept. The tip of his pen danced across the blank paper beside him, recording key information like footprints on a journey forward. He lost himself in the pages of the book until the librarian's voice rang out again, reminding him of the passing time. Lifting his head, he noticed the surrounding light had grown dim. It was already closing time. Jiang Chen looked at the book in his hands. In the entire afternoon, he had only fully understood 1 unit's worth of knowledge. A hint of heaviness laced his sigh. It seems that a prodigious memory is not omnipotent. Then he felt a sense of relief. Though his reading speed would gradually decrease as the content deepened compared to ordinary students, being able to fully comprehend an entire unit in an afternoon would make countless college students tormented by advanced mathematics green with envy. Jiang Chen marked a bookmark at the corner of a page, gently closed the book, and promptly returned it to its proper place. Then with light footsteps he strode out of the library with an air of ease. As he left, he turned back to see the library's lights slowly going out, and the street lamp's glow cast a tranquil, transparent sheen on the library's glass windows. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared at the library entrance. He paused slightly, then smiled and nodded in farewell, waving to them before turning to begin his journey home. The moment Lin Ying and Ma Yu spotted Jiang Chen in the library, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Though they had been high school classmates, their understanding of him was merely superficial. He was handsome, but his grades were atrocious. They offered him a faint smile in greeting, and after watching him turn and walk away, the two linked arms and headed in the opposite direction. Ma Yu rested her hand on Lin Ying's shoulder, barely containing her curiosity as she lowered her voice. Lin Ying, what do you think Jiang Chen is doing in the library today? It's been half a month into summer break, and this is the first time I've seen him here. Lin Ying was still lost in thought about the book she had just read, and upon hearing her best friend's words, she shook her head in bewilderment. How would I know? He must be here to study. After all, we're about to start senior year. Ma Yu's eyes widened as she pointed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure in disbelief, then her gaze darted around. But look, he's only carrying a notebook. I didn't see a single book with him. I think he's like those other guys from the other day. Maybe he's here for you. Lin Ying's face flushed, and she quickly covered Ma Yu's mouth, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want any misunderstandings. Besides, when he saw us, he was clearly startled. He just greeted us politely and left. How could he be here for me? Let go, you're suffocating me. Ma Yu grumbled. Once Lin Ying released her, she teased, you just don't get it. That's called playing hard to get. See, he's already got you confused. Listening to her best friend's rambling, Lin Ying chose not to argue. She knew if she ignored her, Ma Yu would soon forget about it. She quickened her pace, and Ma Yu hurried to catch up, linking arms with her again as they walked away, chatting and laughing. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and saw his uncle Li Guoyang animatedly recounting the day's events to his aunt, describing the stunned expressions on the faces of the people from the well-known domestic gaming company when they saw Jiang Chen. His aunt was thoroughly amused by the story and at the same time felt a swell of pride for her nephew's achievements. When Jiang Chen arrived home, his aunt immediately came over, looking him up and down with a nod of approval. She led him to the dining table and sat him down. Chainer, tell your aunt quickly. How did things go today? Any results? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly. Aunt, today was just a preliminary meeting. I discussed with them, and we'll have the formal negotiations in a few days. His aunt nodded knowingly. That's right. Acquisitions by big companies like this won't be simple. You need to be careful. Don't rush to sign any contracts. The lawyer I recommended, Old Su, is reliable. Make sure you consult him thoroughly. Jiang Chen nodded gratefully. Thank you, Aunt. They'll remember that. From the side, Li Guoyang suddenly remembered an important question. Oh, Chainer, have you told your parents about this yet? Jiang Chen replied immediately. My parents have been too busy lately. I was thinking I'd wait until everything is settled before telling them. His aunt and Li Guoyang nodded in understanding. That's fine. Your family's supermarket always keeps you busy. It's good to tell them once it's done. Jiang Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled. Thank you for your support, Aunt and Uncle. They'll do my best. His aunt and Li Guoyang chuckled together, then stood up to go for a walk. You finish your dinner. We're going out for a stroll. Jiang Chen nodded, saw the two elders out, finished his dinner, and returned to his room. Lying in bed, he recalled his afternoon at the library and felt that the challenge of university was turning out differently than he had imagined. He had originally thought that with his eidetic memory, he could quickly accumulate learning points to exchange for technology. But today's learning pace was a bit slow. That meant he couldn't just hoard learning points mindlessly. He needed to spend some. After all, his plans were urgent. His primary goal, artificial intelligence, would require him to thoroughly master a great deal of knowledge first. So there was no rush to exchange learning points for technology. With that thought, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and turned his attention to the system in his mind. The omnipotent black technology system. Technology title: apprentice. Current learning points: 3600. Technologies exchanged: none. Acquired talent: eidetic memory. To his pleasant surprise, a single afternoon of study had increased his learning points by 1000. He looked at the talent page below the panel, where there was an exchange option offering a variety of talents for him to choose from. Mechanical Mind 1. 5 million. Gene Warrior 1 million. Talents like these seemed incredibly powerful, radiating an intense aura that struck his heart, but their prices made him hesitate. Super Memory 60000. Absolute Calm 40000. Dual Focus 30000. The next tier consisted of talents he could save up for, and eidetic memory fell into this category. The final tier included functional or niche talents. Hair Loss Prevention 50000. Robust Health 50000. Jiang Chen focused on the talents in the last tier, carefully reading their descriptions, flipping through page after page, pondering which ones could directly aid him. Robust Health enhanced the user's physical strength, directly boosting immunity and overall constitution, effectively warding off illness. Hair Loss Prevention was self-explanatory. It seemed that even people from advanced civilizations couldn't escape the scourge of baldness. Learning makes me stronger, but it also makes me bald. A shiny head is the mark of a true powerhouse. The next moment Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto a talent on the screen, deep sleep. This was a powerful ability that allowed the user to fall asleep within moments and quickly reach the deepest stage of slumber, significantly restoring mental energy. This talent seemed like an excellent solution to the mental exhaustion induced by his eidetic memory. After some contemplation, he marked it as a potential option, pressed the mental save button, and continued his search through the myriad of talents. Weary at heart, he finally discovered another talent at the end of the catalog that rivaled deep sleep in effectiveness: meditation. This allowed the user to guide their mind to a tranquil dimension in an instant, rapidly restoring spiritual energy. He weighed the two on the scales of his mind, carefully deliberating, and ultimately chose meditation. This talent offered him greater flexibility as it wasn't limited by sleep. It meant that even during long study sessions, he could find momentary relief through meditation. Without further hesitation, he immediately spent 7 of his 0 learning points to exchange for meditation. He closed the page, shut his eyes, and followed the guidance of the talent, attempting to connect with the deepest stillness within. He felt the mental burden crushed by the mountain of knowledge from the library books gradually easing. When he opened his eyes, the world seemed brighter, and he knew it was the power of the meditation talent. Craving more, he closed his eyes again, sinking into the tranquility and peace guided by meditation. When the experiment was over, he had already succumbed without resistance to the warm embrace of sleep. In the following days, Jiang Chen maintained a regular routine, rising early each day to exercise, a method he employed to overcome his inherent laziness and preserve his physical well-being. He then spent his days in the library immersing himself in advanced mathematics. With the aid of meditation, his focus sharpened, allowing him to study with greater endurance and clarity. Every day in the library, Jiang Chen encountered his classmates Lin Ying and Ma Yu. Yet he felt they could offer him little assistance, merely nodding and greeting without engaging in further conversation, fully absorbed by higher mathematics. On this particular day, Jiang Chen arrived early as usual, collected a copy of Mathematical Analysis, a book he had nearly mastered after several days of intense study, with only a few units remaining. He resolved to accelerate his pace, slightly confident he could fully comprehend the book's contents by day's end. Finding a spot by the window, he commenced his study session. Before long, Lin Ying and Ma Yu arrived together at the library. Today the two arrived somewhat late. The entire hall was already packed with diligent students. Ma Yu glanced toward the corner, and sure enough saw Jiang Chen already there, with only that corner still offering seats. She turned to Lin Ying and whispered, "Don't you find it odd that Jiang Chen comes here so early every day? He only nods at you and hasn't tried to get closer once. Could it be that he's actually here to study?" Lin Ying, upon hearing her friend's words, redirected her search for an empty seat to the corner where Jiang Chen sat. Since their first chance encounter, he had been there every day, always present when they arrived, and leaving late. She had occasionally sneaked a glance to see if he was truly working, and the result was always the same. He was utterly absorbed, his earnestness impossible to fake. Xiao, you don't matchmake baselessly or speak of things that don't exist. Look at Jiang Chen these past days. He hasn't come to me at all, completely lost in his own world. I think that once school starts, he'll be in his senior year, he must have realized the importance of college entrance exams. So he's planning to work hard for a year and get into a good university. Haven't you heard our homeroom teacher mention that there have been older students with poor grades who turned it around in their final year and got into top schools? Lin Ying added, "Maybe you should go ask him." Ma Yu quickly shook her head. "How could I possibly ask that?" Then with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she said, "Come on, I've looked around. There's no space. Today let's sit next to him. He's never been a great student. Studying alone without anyone to ask for help must be tough. You're good at this, maybe you can lend him a hand." Swiftly she pulled Lin Ying toward the corner where they sat opposite the deeply focused Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen at that moment was digesting the knowledge he had just absorbed, remaining utterly still as though unaware of the newcomers beside him. Under such circumstances, Ma Yu raised her hand and lightly tapped the table, while Lin Ying was completely unable to stop her. "Jiang Chen, there were no seats left today. We're sitting here. Hope it doesn't bother you." Startled by the sudden knock, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, then looked up at the two female classmates. "No problem. The library belongs to everyone. Make yourselves at home." Having responded, he buried himself once more in the book he had been interrupted from reading. Lin Ying immediately grabbed Ma Yu's hand to prevent further action, whispering softly in her ear, "Don't disturb him anymore. Sit down and start studying." Then they too began their own work. In that corner, only the intermittent silence and the rustling of pages remained. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before they knew it, a considerable while had passed. Ma Yu's pen slipped onto her neatly completed test paper, the high score a testament to her recent efforts. She lifted her head slightly, reining in her scattered thoughts, and her gaze involuntarily fell upon Jiang Chen's motionless face. A question surfaced in her mind: could he truly be so deeply obsessed with studying? Driven by curiosity, she moved quietly toward his desk. Holding her breath, she peered over and discovered that the book in Jiang Chen's hands was filled with dense, unreadable formulas, a sea of symbols she had never seen before. "Jiang Chen, what kind of book are you reading?" She blurted out, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Before the words had faded, Jiang Chen looked up at the astonished Ma Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Ying was also drawn by the unexpected interruption. Her lively eyes landed on the letters and symbols sprawled across the mathematical analysis book on Jiang Chen's desk. She recognized each symbol individually, but combined they read like an inscrutable code. Relying on her high school mathematics knowledge, she could only identify fragments of calculus. Wondering how to explain to the two girls this advanced textbook he had secretly been studying, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. Ma Yu, unable to contain her curiosity, reached out and picked up the book, its cover emblazoned with the words mathematical analysis. Her eyes brimmed with questions. Mathematical analysis? Isn't this something we've already learned? What kind of book is this? Seeing Ma Yu's somewhat impulsive behavior, Jiang Chen felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He confessed honestly, it's a university-level textbook. Lin Ying's face immediately clouded with shock at the words university textbook. "Why are you reading a university textbook?" she asked. "Because I've already finished and fully absorbed my high school textbooks," he replied. The statement left Ma Yu and Lin Ying stunned, as if they had heard an unbelievable tale. Ma Yu could not help but press, "But your grades have always been poor." Jiang Chen pursed his lips and answered slowly, "Grades don't mean everything. In high school, all that matters is the college entrance exam score." His words struck like an arrow, leaving the two girls speechless. Logically irrefutable, the idea was nonetheless difficult for them to accept. Bewildered, Lin Ying continued her inquiry. "Then do you truly understand the content of these university textbooks? Are you really relying entirely on self-study?" She had already flipped open a few pages of mathematical analysis, and the dense formulas and derivations gave her a headache. Jiang Chen adjusted his breath and replied modestly, "It's manageable. Nothing too extraordinary. Just requires a bit more time and effort." Upon hearing this, Ma Yu's doubts burned hot within her, and in a moment of impulse, she blurted out, "Could it be that you don't really understand and you're just putting on a show to impress Lin Ying?" Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, never expecting such a thought from Ma Yu. He replied immediately, "Of course not. I'm not that immature." Then he recalled that Lin Ying had indeed been popular among boys in high school, but he had been so engrossed in video games back then that such thoughts never crossed his mind. Now, armed with his system, his sights were set on the stars. He wouldn't be shackled by such trivialities. His earnest expression revealed his sincerity, compelling the two to believe him. Lin Ying asked sheepishly, "Jiang Chen, could you help me with something? I have some questions I can't figure out." Jiang Chen paused, thinking that teaching might offer fresh insights into the material. He turned to help Lin Ying with her queries, and Ma Yu, seeing this, quickly produced her own problem set and requested his assistance. As Jiang Chen continued his explanations, the confusion of the two girls gradually dissolved, replaced by sheer amazement at this academic prodigy. Truly, top students were cut from a different cloth. They could easily ace exams, but chose not to. If Jiang Chen had known their thoughts, he would have felt deeply embarrassed. He truly hadn't understood before, and it was only the system's aid that had transformed him into a scholar. Time always flies when studying. Jiang Chen helped the two resolve their difficult questions while tackling the final 2 units, and finally fully mastered mathematical analysis. Having completed today's tasks ahead of schedule, he decided to grant himself a day off and return early to rest. Stretching comfortably, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of achievement. He had taken the first step with university textbooks, and the pace would only accelerate. Noticing the two across from him still working on test papers, he said, "Ma Yu, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me here tomorrow." With a nod to the two, who looked up, he turned and left the library. Jiang Chen walked out of the library with a light heart and made his way to the internet cafe entrance. Glancing around, he saw that Li Guoyang was not at the front desk, but was organizing goods in the back warehouse. After greeting the cashier, he proceeded to the internal server room. Upon entering the server room, Jiang Chen immediately checked the data for Qiming Star. Compared to the previous discussion, the installation count had nearly doubled. Observing this growth, Jiang Chen estimated that Qiming Star had already captured nearly half of the domestic internet cafe market. He promptly operated the system, and as usual replaced the boot advertisement with another popular game. After performing routine maintenance, he leaned back in his chair with confidence, awaiting the developments to come. Li Guoyang walked into the server room with a concerned expression. Under the dim yellow light, his gaze passed through the blue glow of the monitor and fell on Jiang Chen's slightly closed eyes. Unable to bear the silence, he broke it. "Xiao Chen, over these past few days there's been no news from Penguin or Pig Farm. Could it be they've canceled their acquisition plans?" His tone carried a hint of tension. Hearing Li Guoliang's doubt, Jiang Chen sat up and said, "Don't worry, uncle. I've just checked. Based on Qiming Star's current installation count, I estimate it has already captured half of the domestic market. Now it's their turn to be anxious." Li Guoliang was astonished and found it almost unbelievable. He stepped forward, glanced at the data on Jiang Chen's computer screen, and marveled at the dizzying numbers, exclaiming, "In just 2 days the installation count has surged this much." Before Li Guoliang finished speaking, Jiang Chen replied, "Indeed. Qiming Star's advantages are clear. Monopolizing the market is only a matter of time. Even if Penguin and Pig Farm decide not to acquire it, I can still carve out a new path through channels and advertising in the future." "You're right. I was worrying needlessly." Li Guoliang, reassured by these words, nodded in satisfaction as his doubts dissolved. As the two were engrossed in conversation, Li Guoliang's phone rang, interrupting their talk. Glancing at the screen, he grinned and gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. The caller ID read Penguin Manager Chen Yan. Answering the call, Chen Yan's voice came through. "Mr. Li, is Jiang Chen at home now? I'd like to discuss the acquisition of Qiming Star with him. Is that convenient?" "Of course, no problem. Jiang Chen is at home today. You can come directly," Li Guoliang replied cheerfully. After hanging up, he marveled inwardly at Jiang Chen's razor-sharp judgment. Penguin was indeed taking the initiative to call on them. "All right, we'll be there shortly. Goodbye." Chen Yan's response filled Li Guoliang with elation. Before he could put down the phone, Zhao Lin's call came through as well. Li Guoliang hastily informed Zhao Lin. After ending Zhao Lin's call, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, you should go home now. I expect the representatives from those 2 companies will arrive shortly." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, uncle." He'll head back and prepare. As soon as he arrived home, a knock followed promptly. He swiftly opened the door to find the representatives from both companies standing outside, smiling eagerly. They nodded politely and followed Jiang Chen into the house. Calmly, he poured tea for them and then sat leisurely on the sofa. Zhao Lin, appearing impatient, took a sip of tea to swallow his anxiety and broke the silence. "First, Mr. Jiang Chen, please forgive our conduct last time. After careful consideration and reviewing Qiming Star's latest performance, our company has decided to adjust its valuation." Fearing he might fall behind, Chen Yan quickly interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang Chen. Our company's top management is very optimistic about Qiming Star's potential and future. We are prepared to go all out." The 2 companies which days earlier had tried to pressure him through a cold shoulder approach had waited in vain for his proactive visit. Instead, they witnessed Qiming Star's installation figures soaring, and each time it changed its daily ad, the selected game's metrics showed a marked improvement. Now Jiang Chen completely ignored the duo, fearing that other game companies might beat them to contact Jiang Chen and complete an acquisition. They immediately rushed to get in touch with Li Guoliang. Sensing the underlying anxiety of the 2, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, knowing full well that he held the advantage in any negotiation. He gave them little reaction, casually leaning back in his chair, his gaze steady and composed as he fixed on them. "Gentlemen, no need to rush. I hope this time you come with sincerity. Let's put our cards on the table. No more childish games." Chen Yan and Zhao Lin exchanged awkward glances. Though embarrassed, they knew they could find no flaw in Jiang Chen. Reluctantly, they mustered their courage to quote new prices, attempting to make amends with higher offers. Shaking off his discomfort, Chen Yan solemnly stated a staggering figure to turn the tide. "Our company is willing to acquire Qiming Star for 40 million. What do you think?" Zhao Lin's expression shifted slightly, inwardly regretting not striking first. But he quickly adjusted his strategy, lowering his voice to propose a higher bid. "Pig Farm also has deep pockets. 50 million. Like you, Mr. Jiang, we all hope for the best cooperative outcome. Moreover, our chairman thinks highly of you. If you'd be willing to join our company, you can discuss terms directly with him." Chen Yan, seeing that Pig Farm had even brought up their CEO, cursed inwardly. Is this how business negotiations are conducted? Can't we just do proper business? 75 million. Mr. Jiang, does this number satisfy you? Hearing that figure, Jiang Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. In his past life, he had never seen so much money. A 100 yuan bill weighs about 1.15 grams. 75 million yuan would weigh nearly a ton. He swallowed hard, unable to resist his anticipation, and looked expectantly at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth. 75 million was nearly their limit. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but under the pressure he squeezed out a number. 80 million, Mr. Jiang. This is our sincerity. Chen Yan's emotions soared like a roller coaster. First astonishment at Zhao Lin's audacity, then delight, because he held a bigger trump card. 100 million. Our bid is 100 million. Jiang Chen finally saw the end of this price war. Zhao Lin's expression seemed to confirm it. Grasping Chen Yan's suntaborm hand, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. "Congratulations, Manager Chen. From today, Qiming Star belongs to your company." Chen Yan forced a bitter smile. "Mr. Jiang, may our cooperation be pleasant. Jiang Chen patted Zhao Lin on the shoulder and consoled him. Manager Zhao, there will be plenty of opportunities. Let's continue our bond another day. Afterward, Jiang Chen led Chun Yin and the others to his uncle's lawyer friend Old Zu's firm to finalize the contract signing. Jiang Chen arrived at the law firm with a hint of nervousness. He visited Old Su and said with a smile, Uncle Su, hello. Jiang Chen, Li Guoyang, is my unclean law. He recommended me to come to you. Could you please help me with a matter? Lawyer Su looked up at the young face before him, momentarily stunned, then recalled that his high school classmate Li Guoyang had mentioned this nephew needing his assistance. He curiously asked what trouble Jiang Chen had encountered. Jiang Chen then explained the details of the contract signing with Penguin Corporation. Old Su listened in bewilderment, especially when he heard that Penguin offered 100 million to acquire the software. He even suspected the young man was a lunatic teasing him. Unable to suppress himself, he interrupted Jiang Chen's account, shaking his head hastily. Slow down, I need to organize my thoughts. Jiang Chen paused his narration, looked at the astonished lawyer, and suddenly understood. Old Su must be shocked by the price, especially seeing Jiang Chen's high school student face. Indeed, Lawyer Su took a breath and voiced his doubts. Are you Jiang Chen? If I heard correctly, it's the Penguin Group I know that wants to acquire a software you developed. And they're offering 100 million. He tried to confirm his guess through this sentence. Judging by your appearance, you should still be in high school. Old Su still uncertainly questioned him about the facts. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, knowing that this news was indeed hard to accept. Yes, Uncle Su, I'm about to start my senior year. But Manager Chen and his team are already waiting in the meeting room. He tried to make Old Su believe his words with a calmer demeanor, avoiding misunderstandings. You haven't been scammed, have you? Scammers these days have all sorts of tricks. Lawyer Zu's concern was evident. Jiang Chen's expression showed no panic, remaining as composed as ever. He had to invoke his elder to bolster credibility. No, Uncle Su. Penguin and Pig Farm contacted my unclean law first. He and his wife checked the official websites of both companies and confirmed the personnel photos. They're not fake. Upon hearing Li Guoliang's involvement, Old Zu's mind eased a bit, knowing that his high school classmate was indeed trustworthy. He stood up and said, Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's go to the meeting room. They'll help you check the contract for any loopholes. Though countless doubts lingered in his heart, he chose to go see the situation first. Jiang Chen nodded and led Uncle Su to the meeting room. By then, Chun Yin had already printed the contract using the law firm's computer. Seeing Jiang Chen bring in a dignified middle-aged man, he knew this must be a lawyer. He stood up, his enthusiastic and gentlemanly demeanor evident. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. This is the contract. Please take a look. Jiang Chen politely took the documents from Chun Yin, the paper rustling. He handed the contract sideways to Old Su with calm respect. Uncle Su, would you please review it for me? Old Su took the contract, steadily nodded slightly to Chun Yin, and then slowly sat down on the sofa and began scrutinizing it meticulously. At this moment, Chun Yin turned to Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity to mention the cooperation intent. Mr. Jiang, it seems the acquisition is a foregone conclusion. However, I might as well speak frankly. Have you considered joining Penguin Group? Having a creator like you would undoubtedly be a blessing to our company. Jiang Chen shook his head, slightly smiling, but resolute. I'm honored by your high regard, Manager Chen. However, I don't plan to enter the workforce just yet. I still want to enjoy my college life for a while. Chun Yin showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he responded humorously. Youth is wonderful. Living in the moment. After this signing, you'll be on the verge of financial freedom. How I envy you, having experienced the hustle and bustle in my younger days. Jiang Chen waved modestly in denial. Not at all. Outstanding elites like you, Manager Chen, are the ones we students admire. Especially at Penguin Group, truly a domestic giant. No one would dare to be disrespectful in your presence. The exchanges were filled with mutual flattery. Time slipped away. After more than 10 minutes, Old Su finally finished reading the entire thick contract. He looked up solemnly at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, I've carefully reviewed the contract. There are no loopholes. You can sign. Putting an end to the earlier mutual compliments, Jiang Chen calmly took the contract, his pen firm and steady as he signed his name on the document. He reached out his hand to Chun Yin, his gaze candid. Pleasure working with you, Manager Chen. You'll need your company to handle the tax matters. Moreover, why don't you stay today for a celebratory dinner? Chun Yin smiled and shook Jiang Chen's hand, delighted that the acquisition was settled. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Jiang. He released his grip, took out his phone from his suit pocket, swiftly dialed the company's number, then turned to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, Penguin will transfer the funds to your designated account immediately, and the tax matters will be properly handled by us. However, let's skip the celebration banquet. I need to report to the CEO without delay. Jiang Chen felt a hint of regret, but nodded calmly. What a pity. I wish you a smooth journey, Manager Chen. They exchanged thanks and pleasantries, and finally Chun Yin led his colleagues out of the law firm hastily. Jiang Chen watched their departing backs, then revealed a satisfied smile. He turned to Lawyer Su and said, "Uncle Su, I'm truly sorry for troubling you repeatedly. I need to go to the bank to confirm the account. Later I will personally visit to express my gratitude." By then old Su was still in shock, his gaze wandering yet frozen. $100 million contract had simply been signed before his eyes. He didn't react in time, merely nodding blankly as he watched Jiang Chen's figure disappear. Then he slumped back onto the sofa, silently immersed in the overwhelming impact of this colossal news. Jiang Chen's footsteps echoed across the cold marble floor. As he walked forward, his heartbeat gradually steadied in his chest. He forcefully suppressed the waves surging within him. He approached the counter to inquire about his account balance. At that moment, a middle-aged man in executive attire hurried out, came straight to Jiang Chen, firmly grasped his hand, and said warmly, "Mr. Jiang Chen, you are our distinguished VIP. Please follow me to the VIP lounge, and I will serve you personally." With that, the branch manager enthusiastically led Jiang Chen, introducing himself courteously. "My surname is Li O.I. and the manager of this ICBC branch." Jiang Chen followed the manager's steps into the luxurious VIP lounge, overhearing the hushed whispers of bank staff behind him. "Oh my goodness, 77 million, and so young and handsome. Since when did Tong City have such a wealthy young man? Wow, such a huge sum. It's astonishing. Is this a personal account?" "Yes, it's in a personal account. This guy really keeps a low profile. His clothes don't look like luxury brands. You don't understand, truly rich people are like this. Xiaoling, why didn't you chat with him a bit more and ask for his contact info? Maybe you could latch onto a high branch." I was too stunned I didn't collect myself in time. The manager acted too quickly. I hadn't even reacted before he came out. "Mr. Jiang Chen, please have a seat. A remittance from Penguin Group has just arrived in your account, exactly 77 million. What services do you need?" Manager Li asked cautiously, clearly aware that such a large sum could relieve their bank's performance pressure this year. Jiang Chen briefly explained his needs. Hearing that Jiang Chen did not intend to withdraw a large amount, Manager Li immediately flattered, "Very well, Mr. Jiang. He'll handle it for you right away. Please wait a moment and have some tea." In no time, Manager Li returned to the VIP lounge carrying a small briefcase, handed it to Jiang Chen, and escorted him all the way out of the bank. Jiang Chen took the briefcase to the law firm and gave 100,000 yuan to old Su as a token of thanks, asking him to keep it confidential. After some polite refusals, old Su finally accepted the fee and promised to keep Jiang Chen's secret. After bidding farewell to Uncle Su, Jiang Chen stepped out of the law firm, furrowing his brow and raising a hand to shield himself from the scorching sun. Yet within his heart a sense of relief surged forth, as if the heavy burden of responsibility had finally found a direction to anchor itself, and his plan was beginning to slowly set sail. With money now in hand, he mentally listed several items he needed to purchase, then strode with firm and resolute steps toward the bustling commercial district in the city center where everything he required converged. The mobile phone and laptop on his shopping list were essential tools he urgently needed to replenish. In particular, the lack of a phone made it inconvenient for him to be contacted through others. He pushed open the door of a computer store, the tinkling of a bell accompanying the faint breeze of the air conditioner inside. The shopkeeper, warm yet scrutinizing, looked at him and asked, "Hello, are you here to buy a computer?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his voice calm and firm. "Yes, I'd like a laptop." Assessing the customer's appearance, the shopkeeper quickly estimated his purchasing power, ready to deploy his sales tactics to deceive him into a bad deal. But Jiang Chen did not give him the chance. He decisively interrupted, "No need, sir. Just show me the configuration sheet." Physical computer stores had always been notoriously tricky. More than a decade later, under the onslaught of online shopping, they not only failed to improve service or lower prices to attract customers, but instead adopted a rip-off, whoever you can mentality, ultimately leading to their own demise. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the shopkeeper realized he was dealing with someone knowledgeable. Yet looking at the young man, who clearly appeared to be a high school student, probably a senior about to graduate and heading to college needing a computer, the shopkeeper still refused to give up, stepping forward to try to coax him into a few more persuasive remarks. Seeing this, Jiang Chen turned to leave for another store. The shopkeeper quickly pulled him back, thinking that making a little less profit was better than no business at all. He then handed Jiang Chen a configuration sheet for the current laptops. Jiang Chen took the sheet, glanced over it, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It suddenly struck him that it was now 2007, and the computer specs at that time seemed like junk to him. In resignation, he chose the highest spec Dell available at the time, paid, and left. The same went for the phone. He bought the most powerful model of that era, a Nokia N95, got a SIM card, and headed home. Upon returning, he saw his cousin Li Xiaojia already back. Li looked at Jiang Chen holding the laptop in astonishment and asked, "Cousin, did your parents buy this for you? You're only in sophomore year of high school, why the rush to get a computer?" "My parents only bought me a phone, afraid I'd get addicted to gaming in college." Jiang Chen smiled. No, I bought it myself. While you were away, I made a small fortune. If you need one, I'll give it to you. Li Xiaojia's interest peaked. Made a fortune? Tell me how, bro. Jiang Chen said proudly. Remember when you took me to Uncle's internet cafe? I found the management system there really clunky, so I took the time to build one myself. It caught the eye of the Penguin Company, and they bought it. Made a fortune? Tell me how, bro. Jiang Chen said proudly. Remember when you took me to Uncle's internet cafe? I found the management system there really clunky, so I took the time to build one myself. It caught the eye of the Penguin Company, and they bought it. Upon hearing the name Penguin Company, Li Xiaojia's heartbeat quickened. Do you mean the same Penguin gaming company we know? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. Li Xiaojia's eyes widened in shock as if he couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Chen waved a hand, snapping his cousin out of his astonishment. Li Xiaojia immediately stepped forward and hugged Jiang Chen, exclaiming excitedly, "You're amazing, Jiang Chen. Now I'll have another bragging point." Jiang Chen, having anticipated this, supported his forehead with one hand and pulled away from Li's grip in mild disgust, asking, "Cousin, do you want a laptop?" Li Xiaojia quickly shouted, "Yes. Let's go buy one now. No point missing out on a good deal." Jiang Chen placed his laptop in his room and followed Li Xiaojia, chatting all the way to the mall. Li Xiaojia clutched the glossy new laptop like a treasure, his face beaming with bliss as he walked behind Jiang Chen, as if immersed in a dreamlike technological world. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, held two brand new phone boxes steadily in his hands, carefully chosen gifts intended for his second aunt and uncle. When they returned home, Li Guoyang and second aunt were preparing to wash rice and cook, but upon hearing the noise outside, second aunt quickly put down the kitchen knife, and Li Guoyang also set aside the green pepper he was cutting. They both turned their heads toward the door, just in time to see the two lads walking in, each carrying items. Li Guoyang's gaze immediately fell on the phones in Jiang Chen's hands, and he couldn't help stepping forward curiously. "Xiaochen, why did you buy these? Has the contract been signed?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he saw the surprise and expectation in Li Guoyang's eyes. He gently placed the phones on the table, then retrieved the thick copy of the contract from his room and waved it in his hand. "Uncle, the deal was finalized this afternoon at Uncle Su's law firm. His work was very professional. I should thank you for introducing me to Uncle Su. Didn't he tell you?" In the kitchen, second aunt was holding a spatula when she heard the news. She immediately stopped what she was doing, her eyes filled with astonishment and pride. She quickly wiped her hands and hurried out of the kitchen. "What? The contract is already signed." Then, seeing her own son holding a laptop and grinning, she scolded him, "Look at your cousin. He's younger than you, yet accomplished something so big. And you?" After a round of reproach, she turned to Jiang Chen and complained, "Xiao Chen, why did you buy him a laptop? He'll be glued to it every day at school." Facing his second aunt's mild reprimand, Jiang Chen quickly put on an earnest expression and gently took her arm. "Second aunt, don't worry. I've already talked to cousin along the way. I told him to study hard, and I'll be counting on his help later." Under Jiang Chen's soothing words, second aunt's heart finally eased. Her expression relaxed considerably, showing that she firmly believed Jiang Chen would not lead her son astray. Li Xiaojia meanwhile nodded like a pecking chick, earnestly vowing not to disappoint everyone's expectations. Just as second aunt was about to return to the kitchen to continue cooking, Jiang Chen quickly proposed another suggestion, his voice full of sincerity and warmth. "Second aunt, uncle, let's not eat at home tonight. Let's go find my parents and pick a restaurant. My treat. We can have a good reunion. It's been a while since you two and my folks have seen each other." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's proposal, Li Guoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he responded enthusiastically, "Great idea, Xiao Chen. This calls for a celebration." Second aunt shot him a stern look. "I see you just want to go drink with your brother-in-law." She had been hesitant, thinking it was too extravagant. At that moment, as if reading each other's minds, Li Xiaojia and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance and stood up simultaneously. They then approached second aunt from left and right, playfully hooked their arms under hers, and guided her toward the door. Overwhelmed by this sudden surge of enthusiasm, second aunt didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only let the two boys lead her out. Seeing this, Li Guoyang couldn't help but smile happily. He cheerfully grabbed the keys, and the four of them noisily descended the stairs. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with longing for his parents. He turned to gaze out the window, reminiscing about his past life. His college entrance exam results were mediocre, landing him in an ordinary university. He had a decent appearance, so he dated a few girls during college, but upon graduation he immediately felt the harsh sting of society. His parents had foresight. Back in high school, they opened a small supermarket. The income from it allowed Jiang Chen, who couldn't establish himself in the big city, to return to his hometown and live a stable life. The sound of brakes jolted him from his thoughts. The slight vibration of the car told him the brakes had been applied. Jiang Chen's heart trembled as he snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on the brand new supermarket signboard. He quickly opened the door, driven by an urgent emotion, and trotted toward the supermarket. Inside, the lights were bright, and the figure at the cash register was his mother, whom he had missed every day. He strode over, arms wide open in a childlike gesture he hadn't made in years, and hugged her tightly. Sincerity and warmth instantly filled his chest. "Mom, I missed you," he murmured, his voice brimming with emotion. His mother Lin Yue was startled and bewildered, unable to understand why her son, who had not been this clingy since his rebellious years, was acting this way. Just then his second sister's family walked into the supermarket with smiling faces, bringing a warm and familiar atmosphere. All right, you're all grown up, and still so clingy." Lin Yu's gentle words were full of endless affection as she patted Jiang Chen's back, a soft smile in her loving eyes. She turned and called out to Jiang Chen's father, "Honey, come quickly. Your son and second sister's family are here." Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Ili, was busy organizing supplies in the storage room. Hearing his wife's call, he immediately set down his work. Though his hair showed traces of age, his demeanor remained vigorous. He walked out of the storage room with a surprised smile, his face radiant with vitality. The familiar family members exchanged warm pleasantries, bustling with activity. Li Guoliang chimed in with a laugh, "Oldly, look at your son. He's made something of himself. You two don't need to work so hard anymore. Hire a couple of helpers, just supervise a bit, and enjoy your retirement." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ili and Lin Yue exchanged glances at a loss, and then turned to look at their son. Jiang Chen wore a mysterious smile. "Mom, Dad, let's close early today and head to a hotel for a proper celebration." Lin Yue was evidently taken aback by this sudden plan. She furrowed her brows, a cloud of doubt on her face. "Why go to a hotel? What big thing have you done?" Jiang Chen remained silent, merely calling his cousin to help close the shop. His aunt and uncle, seeing the situation, took the couple's arms and prepared to head out. They found a familiar hotel, and as the group entered the private room, Lin Yue immediately pulled her son to sit beside her. "Son, tell Mom quickly what's happened." Jiang Chen, like a child showing off his achievements, poured out everything that had happened recently to his mother. "Actually, I developed an app. And guess what? The Penguin Group took a liking to it." His voice echoed in the spacious room. His parents' faces were filled with disbelief, and then his tone continued, light and satisfied. "Not only that, they bought it for a huge sum." Lin Yue opened her mouth as if to speak, but Jiang Chen kept talking. "Mom, Dad, we're truly rich now. You and Dad can retire from now on, no more hard work every day." Jiang Ili, who had been discussing what wine to drink with his brother-in-law, was also stunned by the news, his eyes mixing disbelief and pride. Lin Yue couldn't help but pinch her son's cheek. "My precious son really has made it. Just turned 18 and already earning money. Give the money to Mom to keep. In a few years you'll start a family, and I need to save a good nest egg for you." Still thinking it wasn't much, Lin Yue urged Jiang Chen to hand it over. Li Xiaojie, curious, blurted out, "You haven't said how much you sold it for. Tell us, cousin." "If I say it, don't be shocked," Jiang Chen replied with a confident smirk. He casually revealed the staggering number, 77 million. Silence fell over the room as if everyone was stunned by the number. They stared at him in shock, the air itself seeming to freeze. Then came the sound of a chair crashing to the floor. Li Xiaojie leaped up in excitement, knocking his seat over. Oblivious to his own dignity, Li Xiaojie rushed over to Jiang Chen and jokingly spread his arms as if asking for a hug. "Cousin, got any room for a tag-along? Let me embrace you. They'll be counting on you from now on," he said, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. His aunt snapped out of her shock, suppressing the turmoil inside, and couldn't help but give her son a firm knock on the back of his head. "Have some dignity, will you?" Lin Yue was still in a daze. Jiang Chen seized the moment, bending down to gently take her hand. "Mom, don't worry. From now on you don't have to worry about me anymore. Enjoy life with Dad." Jiang Ili came to his senses from the windfall, looking at his son with pride. He had always been easygoing by nature. If not for his son, he wouldn't have bothered running the supermarket for hard-earned money. Now that his son was successful, he planned to travel and fish with his wife, enjoying life peacefully. Li Guoliang was also shocked by the news. He had thought the maximum might be a few million, but it turned out to be 10 times that. He couldn't help but marvel at his nephew's talent. Young as he was, he had created a market-dominating software and sold it for a sky-high price. Good heavens, old Su must have known and didn't tell me. Li Guoliang recalled old Su and grumbled. Jiang Chen quickly said, "I asked Uncle Su to keep it secret. After all, don't show your wealth." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Even if you're rich, you should keep a low profile. It's not thieves stealing, but thieves scheming." They all understood that principle and didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. "So what are your plans now, Chainer?" Li Guoliang probed. He had some admiration for Jiang Chen, seeing him as independent and steady, not likely to go astray. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "For now, I plan to finish high school and get into a good university. He'll decide after that. I'm optimistic about domestic development. He'll observe carefully and then start a business. At that time, I hope cousin can come and help me." Li Guoliang and his wife exchanged a smile. If their son could follow Jiang Chen, he would learn a thing or two and eventually make his way in society. Then the private room filled with laughter and cheer as if all worries had vanished, leaving only family warmth and hopeful expectations for the future. Time flew by like a fleeting steed, and in the blink of an eye the final month of summer vacation had slipped away. Jiang Chen returned home after the family gathering. In the relaxed atmosphere of family life, his father seemed to have found his own small pleasure, helping to stack goods and organize shelves at the supermarket. In his spare time, he would call a few old friends, grab their fishing rods, and head to the riverside on the outskirts to enjoy the tranquility of angling. In contrast, his mother was someone who could never stay idle. Even with 2 additional employees, she still held her ground at the supermarket, though she began to lighten her workload, focusing primarily on procurement. During the days Jiang Chen spent at home, he seized every moment from dawn till late at night, immersing himself in the various formulas and theorems of first-year university mathematics. By the end of the vacation, through relentless effort, he had pushed his knowledge to a new level. This caused the technology tier within the system to leap forward, shedding the title of novice and reaching the elementary level. To his surprise, the system unlocked a new function. This was an ability that could consume learning points to enhance his own inspiration, thereby solving thorny problems. The description seemed to herald a path different from before, implying that he could use learning as a foundation to scale the heights of technology, no longer relying solely on the exchange function. Perhaps if he persisted in diligent study, he could unlock even more unknown wonders. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen looked at the clock on the table. It was already the dead of night, silent and still. He knew that tomorrow would mark the start of the new semester, and the first day of senior year would bring a placement exam. He silently resolved to perform at his best so as to earn the teacher's trust and thereby gain more free time. When the sun broke through the dawn the next day, Jiang Chen's internal clock woke him promptly. He quickly got up, packed his school bag, carefully placing each book inside, then waved goodbye to his smiling parents and set off on the road to school. In the morning light outside, every senior student walking alongside him rushed to school, with tense faces faintly sensing the smoke of the college entrance exam battlefield. Those classmates who usually played around were now solemn, walking hurriedly. Upon entering the classroom, most of them were already buried in their books, trying to seize the last chance to review before the exam, even if only for psychological comfort. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen saw Lin Ying, whom he had often met during the long summer break. She sat there with a relaxed expression, patiently explaining a difficult biology problem to Mayu beside her. Jiang Chen's desk was placed in the most secluded corner of the classroom, the back row by the window, the homeland of kings. With no one to disturb him, it suited him perfectly. He took out his book, Artificial Intelligence Algorithms, Basic Algorithms, and began to study. Before long, the bell rang. A middle-aged man with a sparse hairline already resembling the Mediterranean walked in with a thick stack of exam papers tucked under his arm. He stepped onto the podium, swept his gaze across the students, and then placed the papers down heavily. "You're all working very hard. It seems you can feel the atmosphere of senior year," he said. He was Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher, Tang Mian, a strict yet responsible teacher. Everyone put away unrelated items. "We're about to start the placement exam. The first subject is math. Do your best." Even though they knew the exam was coming, when Tang Mian announced it, a chorus of groans still arose. The exam papers were passed back quickly. By the time Jiang Chen received his copy, the students in the front row had already started answering. For a moment, the classroom was filled with nothing but the rustling of pens and the flipping of pages. He took the paper and scanned it from front to back. Every time he looked at a question, the answer immediately came to mind. High school exam papers were far too simple for him. After thinking it through, Jiang Chen picked up his pen and began answering rapidly. The multiple choice and true-false questions on the first page didn't take more than a few seconds each before he selected the correct answers. Within minutes, he had moved on to the second major section of problems. Jiang Chen read the questions, silently feeling a surge of excitement. His eyes darted across the letters, calculating results, not wasting a single second. He wrote down the answers swiftly, operating like a well-oiled machine. After distributing the papers, Tang Mian gently pressed the start button on the digital clock on the podium, marking the official beginning of the exam, and then nodded slightly, as if silently blessing the students. He slowly descended from the podium and began to patrol the classroom, hands clasped behind his back, brows slightly furrowed. His gaze swept across each face, some completely focused, others slightly anxious, as the scratching of pens rose and fell. His eyes narrowed momentarily at occasional excellent answers, then sighed faintly at the hasty handwriting of certain students. But sighs were more common. The summer break had just ended, and it seemed his students had all been playing too hard. Tang Mian silently resolved to be more dedicated and attentive in the coming year to these students about to face a crucial life test. When Tang Mian walked up to Jiang Chen seemed not to notice his approach and continued his performance of solving problems. Soon he rapidly completed a problem. After glancing at the question for just a few seconds, he began another round of furious writing. A doubt arose in Tang Mian's mind. Is Jiang Chen just scribbling randomly? Driven by this suspicion, he leaned down to closely examine Jiang Chen's answer sheet. All correct. The moment his eyes focused on the handwriting, he realized all his conjectures were unnecessary. After reading the answers, the surprise in Tang Mian's eyes deepened. Jiang Chen wrote, quickly finishing another problem in no time. Tang Mian's gaze moved downward. All correct again. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. He glanced at Jiang Chen's expression. No furrowed brows, just a very relaxed look, as if he had everything under control. Tang Mian thought to himself, this math exam was personally prepared by me, so there's no possibility of leakage. Although it wasn't extremely difficult to produce answers in such a short time, meant his foundation must be very solid. But then he reconsidered. Although Jiang Chen was never mischievous and never caused trouble, his grades had always been poor. The scene before him seemed incredible. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Chen had already answered every question on the entire paper. He looked up at the clock. Only 20 minutes had passed since the exam began. He felt elated and very satisfied. Just as Jiang Chen was considering whether to stretch his limbs, the corner of his eye caught sight of Tang Mian beside him. The always stern middle-aged man was staring at him with an expression he had never seen before. Jiang Chen's hands froze in midair, canceling the stretch he had intended to avoid making any noise. He noticed that everyone else in the classroom was still fully focused on the exam, and he couldn't bear to disturb their concentration. Jiang Chen's movement snapped Tang Mian out of his reverie. His expression changed, returning to its usual sternness. He straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and prepared to continue his patrol. Jiang Chen, quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught hold of Tang Mian's retreating sleeve. Tang Mian stopped and turned around. Jiang Chen said softly, "Teacher Tang, I've finished my paper. May I hand it in now?" Tang Mian was taken aback. He had thought that Jiang Chen had only completed the major problem section early, never expecting that he had finished the entire paper. He stepped forward, took the fully answered sheet with both hands, and quickly scanned both sides. Every answer he saw was correct. He swallowed a surge of surprise and said quietly to Jiang Chen, "Since you're done, you may leave. Do well on the next subject too." After that, Tang Mian walked away, as if dropping a heavy stone, his steps seeming somewhat weighty. He headed toward the podium, but his mind was still replaying Jiang Chen's exam paper, a mixture of emotions swirling within. With the teacher's permission, Jiang Chen took his own book from the drawer. Amid the puzzled glances of his classmates, he turned around lightly and walked out of the classroom. He crossed the empty hallway, sunlight streaming through the glass windows and spilling onto him, making his steps even more carefree. Finally, with a sense of ease, he climbed to the rooftop and began his own reading time. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Chen behaved as usual, then handed in his exam paper, swiftly left the examination hall, and headed to the rooftop, immersing himself in the world of books, as if the clamor of the classroom had nothing to do with him. As the exams ended the next morning, the classroom buzzed with discussions as students huddled together, heads close, whispering comparisons of answers and debating the difficult problems on the test papers. Jiang Chen, however, remained unaffected. He sat at a corner desk, buried in his book, detached and aloof until Lin Ying's arrival. Lin Ying quickly walked through the noisy crowd, came straight to Jiang Chen's desk, looked at him, and asked, "Jiang Chen, could you explain this problem to me?" Lin Ying's question stirred ripples like a stone thrown into the hearts of the students in the back rows. Their gazes abruptly turned to these two classmates who rarely interacted, and amidst a flurry of astonished whispers, Jiang Chen's deskmate exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Ying, are you kidding me? You're asking Jiang Chen to explain problems to you?" Before his words faded, a commotion erupted around them. Lin Ying, however, remained unperturbed and explained with slight impatience, "What's the matter? Don't you know yet? Jiang Chen is very good at studying. During the summer vacation, he studied problems in the library every day. He has explained many problems to me, and Ma Yu is there too." However, Lin Ying's statement only made people even more incredulous. Just then, the homeroom teacher Tang Mian entered the classroom with test papers in hand, his step steady. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. His voice was calm as he spoke indifferently, "Everyone sit down. I'm going to announce the results." His words were like an iceberg, sending a chill even through the bright spring day. The class fell silent in an instant. Everyone hurried back to their seats, and the atmosphere itself seemed to congeal around their beating hearts. Only Jiang Chen maintained his previous posture, quietly reading his book with head bowed. Tang Mian walked step by step to the podium, slammed his lesson plan onto the desk with a bang that echoed loudly in the silence. His tone was displeased. "I could hear your noise from afar. Our class is the loudest on the entire floor." He surveyed the now silent students with a blank expression. He then continued, "With such poor exam results, you still have time to play. Why not seize the time to review more? The college entrance exam is only a few months away." Hearing Tang Mian's stern words, everyone, including the usually mischievous boys, quickly lowered their heads with tense expressions, afraid of becoming his next target. After several minutes of admonition that felt like proverbs, Tang Mian paused briefly, took a slow sip of water, and swept his gaze over the tense faces. Then he picked up the test papers. Come get your papers in order of scores. The first one, Jiang Chen. This announcement shocked everyone so much that their heads quickly lifted from the desks, and their eyes shot like lightning toward that corner. Jiang Chen rose leisurely, walked unhurriedly to the podium, calmly took his test paper, and returned to his seat. His demeanor exuded an innate composure, and his extraordinary calmness made Tang Mian nod slightly, offering affirmation through his deep gaze. Tang Mian's voice continued, Lining. As her name was called, Lining stood up and trotted to the podium, a smile spreading across her face. The result of her summer hard work had yielded a satisfactory report card. As the test papers were handed out one by one, Tang Mian's expression gradually shifted from satisfaction to seriousness. The subsequent students stepped forward cautiously, as if filled with reverence for those heavy sheets. After receiving their papers, they dared not glance at them, and quickly retreated to their seats, afraid to linger a second longer in front of Tang Mian. After distributing the papers, Tang Mian slowed his speech and spoke earnestly. The average score for this math test is only 100 points, chillingly low. There are even a few who failed. After just one summer vacation, have you all forgotten what you learned? His voice carried reproach, but his eyes held a hint of sympathy. Then he raised some hopes. But not everyone has disappointed me. Some have shown remarkable improvement. Mayu, you are a good example. This is much better than last semester. Not to mention someone got a perfect score. The room instantly stirred again, with low murmurs like whispers hidden in the spring breeze. One after another, the students who usually excelled shook their heads when asked by those around them. Even Lining shook her head, saying it wasn't her. Soon some observant students had a sudden realization. They turned their heads one after another to look at Jiang Chen in the corner of the desk. Could it be that Jiang Chen was the one with the perfect score? Someone whispered in amazement, Jiang Chen got a perfect score in math. Then another muttered, half doubtfully, half admiringly, is this a magnificent transformation from a poor student to a top student? The whispers in the classroom fluctuated like surging undercurrents, while Tang Mian's eyes revealed deep expectation. He abruptly interrupted the murmurs. Are you all satisfied with your scores? Then followed a detailed analysis of the test papers, and the classroom once again sank into a serious learning atmosphere. As soon as the bell rang, teacher Tang Mian hurriedly tucked his lecture notes under his arm and left the classroom as if he had urgent matters to attend to. His figure had just disappeared through the doorway when Jiang Chen's deskmate Zhang Kong rubbed his hands together, his round face full of astonishment. He grabbed Jiang Chen's perfect score test paper and questioned him half doubtfully. Jiang Chen, it's only been one summer vacation, and your grades have improved so ridiculously. Even if you stayed up all night reading, you couldn't have improved this much. A perfect score. How did you do it? Jiang Chen did not answer immediately. He simply tilted his head slightly, swept a calm gaze over the onlookers, and then spoke leisurely. Actually, studying isn't that hard. As long as you can sit down and think with your heart, you're not incapable, you're just not dedicated enough. Zhang Kong shook his head in confusion, but then the classmate along beside him complained, the way you say it, it sounds like chicken soup for the soul. Studying isn't that easy. We're all worried to death, and we can't focus at all. His words resonated with others who nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows lightly and said with full confidence, but that's the truth. I did it in just 2 months. Can't you do it too? As his words fell, there was a moment of silence. Zhang Kong and Along were speechless, could only shake their heads wryly and return to their seats, burying their heads in their books. It seemed that the classroom's despondency had been awakened by Jiang Chen's words, and a glimmer of hope flickered in everyone's eyes. I will become a top student too, one after another swore softly. Jiang Chen watched all this, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He silently hoped they could sustain this enthusiasm. Perhaps then they could gain admission to a good university next year. A few months of hard study in exchange for excellent college entrance exam results. It was a worthwhile deal. After all, on the road ahead, academic qualifications might be just a starting point, but they were enough to open countless doors for them. Jiang Chen silently prayed in his heart, hoping that every one of his classmates would succeed and keep striving. In the senior year corridor, the footsteps of time were always dense and urgent, like each falling droplet counting down the approaching college entrance exam. Jiang Chen achieved perfect scores in all science subjects during the first mock exam. The initial envy and awe from his classmates gradually turned into accustomed glances. 2 months into the semester, the students endured the tense atmosphere with anxiety constantly tormenting everyone. During those 2 months, Jiang Chen occasionally helped classmates with problems, which significantly slowed his own reading progress. One evening before self-study, a group of students, as if by prior arrangement, gathered around Jiang Chen, eager to learn his secrets to becoming a top student. Seeing the students swarming around him again for study advice, he had no choice but to set down his materials and patiently answer. However, his responses were difficult for everyone to accept. Jiang Chen, spare us the motivational talk. Since the semester started, we've heard enough from the teachers, one student said. Yeah, not just teachers, my parents and even relatives I bump into say the same thing, another added. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed. But what I'm saying is the truth. That's how I do it. Jiang Chen's words failed to satisfy the students, who assumed he was unwilling to share his methods. If you don't want to just say so. Anyone can spout platitudes, a student remarked with jealousy. Helpless, Jiang Chen said, all right, let me summarize some math exam strategies for you. The students were delighted, finally ceasing their pestering. After sending them off, Jiang Chen immediately closed his eyes in meditation, organizing the high school knowledge in his mind. Combining it with the past college entrance exam papers he had done, he wrote down all the exam strategies and handed them to Lining, asking her to make copies for everyone. As the crowd gathered around Lining, Jiang Chen quickly slipped away. He had originally hoped to enjoy the remaining days of high school, occasionally showing off in front of his classmates. Now he understood why top students rarely mingled with others. It was too time-consuming. Jiang Chen went to the teacher's office, found his head teacher Tang Mian, and expressed his wish to study independently instead of attending classes. Tang Mian was troubled by Jiang Chen's request, having never encountered such a situation before. Jiang Chen, why do you feel this way? Weren't things going well these past 2 months? Jiang Chen sighed. Teacher Tang, I'm currently studying on my own. In class, I feel like a problem-solving machine, constantly answering questions for classmates. It seriously affects my own progress. He then clasped his hands together. Teacher Tang, you can test me with any problem, no matter how difficult. I can handle it. But returning to class to study is really... Hearing this, Tang Mian nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll speak with the director to arrange for you to study freely. No need for a test. I've seen your recent results. It's a piece of cake for you. Come with me. Tang Mian led Jiang Chen to the grade director's office and explained the situation. After listening to Tang Mian, Director Chen looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. Although he had heard from various teachers that a genius had emerged in the senior science class. Perfect scores in every subject. This was his first meeting. After a brief chat with Jiang Chen and a review of his recent performance and grades from Tang Mian, Director Chen agreed to Jiang Chen's request. However, he set one condition: Jiang Chen must participate in the monthly exams, and his grades must not decline, or he would have to return to regular classes. Jiang Chen confidently assured him, I guarantee I won't regress. He'll get perfect scores in all science subjects. Satisfied with Jiang Chen's promise, Director Chen and Tang Mian nodded and let him leave. Jiang Chen could finally begin his own time. Carrying his materials, he settled into a corner of Tang Mian's office, arranging a desk and chair for his evening study session. Starting tomorrow, he would no longer go to the classroom. He could spend entire days in the library. A teacher returning from evening self-study patrol immediately noticed a familiar figure in the office. Jiang Chen, an outstanding student, sitting there engrossed in a book. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? The teacher asked, curiously approaching. Jiang Chen turned around and saw it was Teacher Guan, who taught chemistry. He replied, Hello, Teacher Guan. When I study in class, classmates keep asking me questions, so I can't concentrate. I came to the office for some peace and quiet. Teacher Guan nodded in understanding, realizing the frustration of constant interruptions. Yes, students are too shy to ask teachers, so when they have a top student like you in class, they bombard you with questions. He then glanced at the materials in Jiang Chen's hand. What are you studying so intently? Jiang Chen smiled. I'm interested in artificial intelligence, so I picked up some papers to read. He showed Teacher Guan the paper he was reading. Intrigued, Teacher Guan leaned and then gasped. If I'm not mistaken, this format. Are you reading a research paper? You're already looking at these. Jiang Chen laughed. These papers aren't difficult. I've covered most of the related courses, so reading papers is just a way to refresh my mind. Overwhelmed by the brilliance of a top student, Teacher Guan silently gave a thumbs up and said, Keep at it then. I won't disturb you. With that, he hurried back to his seat, afraid that lingering any longer would trigger memories of his own thesis editing nightmares. Soon the evening's self-study ended. Jiang Chen stood up, waved goodbye to the teachers, and headed home. The teachers in the office stared at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, then began murmuring among themselves. Jiang Chen has changed so much. Last semester he was just an average student, the chemistry teacher said, taking a sip of water. Indeed, his transformation is astonishing, the physics teacher agreed. Over the summer break, he not only mastered high school knowledge, but was even teaching himself university-level physics in my class. What a prodigy. And that's not all. When I came in, I chatted with him. Do you know what he was reading? Teacher Guan's question piqued his colleague's curiosity. He was reading a research paper. At his age, I was still struggling to improve my weak subjects. And he's already reading papers, saying it's just to switch his brain after studying too many university courses. Teacher Guan's words sparked a lively discussion. Just then, head teacher Tang Mian spoke up. By the way, I have some news. After discussing with the academic director, Jiang Chen is now allowed to study freely as long as he takes the monthly exams. The teachers fell silent for a moment, numbed by the shock. Then they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. He put down his backpack, changed into comfortable loungewear, and gently reclined on his bed. Closing his eyes, he recalled the bustling day at school where his energy had been entirely drained by his classmates, leaving him no time for meditation. Now free from school obligations, he could control his own time and accelerate his progress. After informing his parents that he could henceforth study from home, Jiang Chen returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. Without the distraction of classmates, he could immerse himself fully in his own learning rhythm. Within just a week, he effortlessly mastered the curriculum required for artificial intelligence and diligently perused several relevant research papers. After completing his studies for the day, Jiang Chen sat upright in his chair, seemingly merging with the surroundings. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his consciousness. Omnipotent Black Technology System. Technology title elementary. Current learning value 889462. Exchange technology 0. Acquired talents eidetic memory meditation. He saw that his technology title was elementary, his current learning value was 889462, and since he had finished studying the artificial intelligence course, he could now begin constructing the AI algorithm. Jiang Chen thought to himself that if he wrote the algorithm himself, it would likely be similar to AlphaGo from his past life, given that the papers he had studied were not vastly different from those of later generations. Consequently, the algorithm would require ongoing maintenance. He realized this was a thorny issue. He decided to first check if the system contained any alternative artificial intelligence algorithms. After contemplating this, he searched within the system for AI technologies and indeed discovered two technological options. One was a fully formed artificial intelligence while the other was an algorithm. Jiang Chen saw the quantum artificial intelligence algorithm, along with some descriptions beneath it. He scrutinized it carefully, comparing it with the knowledge stored in his mind, and noticed the differences. The algorithm provided by the system was far more concise and clear. However, when he tried to scroll further, he was prompted that he could not view the content without purchasing it. Jiang Chen realized that the system's algorithm was far more streamlined than the current body of knowledge, which could significantly reduce subsequent optimization efforts. He understood that an AI born from the existing knowledge system would still require continuous algorithm refinement, whereas the system's algorithm was already a polished product. Moreover, compared to the fully formed AI, the algorithm required far fewer learning points, only 2,000, while the latter demanded as many as 6,000. After weighing all factors, Jiang Chen decisively exchanged for the quantum artificial intelligence algorithm. Thus, he mentally reviewed the algorithm he had acquired and calculated quietly in his mind, discovering that the infinite possibilities it contained filled him with exhilaration. He realized that this algorithm enhanced learning capabilities by several hundred times, vastly improving efficiency. Jiang Chen could foresee that this would bring about a tremendous technological revolution. He marveled that within the framework of this algorithm, he only needed to fill it with his own requirements as needed, then deploy it online for learning, thereby drastically reducing the time required for training. In the future, when the accumulated data reached a certain magnitude, the anticipated qualitative leap would propel Jiang Chen and his entire field into a new era. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, strengthening his conviction he would personally forge a truly strong artificial intelligence, one that would in the years to come become a powerful ally in exploring the world and transforming his life. Jiang Chen's heart blazed with passion, his excitement spilling over. He knew he stood at the pinnacle of knowledge, and the algorithm before him was like a beam of light guiding him toward uncharted realms. Jiang Yan was a recent college graduate majoring in the humanities, facing difficulties in the current job market. After some deliberation, she decided to pursue civil service and institutional positions. However, she worried that studying at home would prevent her from concentrating, so she found a job as a librarian. In this environment, she could force herself to settle down and read, preparing for future exams, while also earning an income to support herself. Since the start of summer break, Jiang Yan had often seen a sunny, handsome boy arriving at the library on time every day. He always stayed until closing time, leaving a deep impression on her. At the time, she marveled at his diligence, thinking him surely a top student, and found it pleasant to look at him daily. Though later she noticed he was often surrounded by two female classmates. After the new term began, she no longer saw him, and guessed that he must have been a high school student from some unknown school. However, in recent days, Jiang Yan noticed that the boy who had left a deep impression on her during the summer had reappeared, arriving early at the library every day and leaving only after the building closed. He would always sit quietly in a corner, blending into the environment, as if part of it, paying no heed to those around him. Jiang Yan couldn't help but wonder, didn't he have classes? For an entire week, he had been coming to the library punctually every day. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Chen leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. She watched as his expression gradually shifted from astonishment to intense excitement. Top students are truly terrifying. They study until they become obsessed. Then Jiang Yan's phone vibrated softly as she picked it up and saw that it was time to clock out. Jiang Yan began instructing others to tidy up and leave. Soon only Jiang Chen remained in a corner of the library. She walked over to him drawn by his earnest expression and couldn't resist curiously glancing at the dense lines of code on the table. What is this? Do high school students nowadays study such things? Jiang Chen, however, did not notice the girl beside him completely absorbed in his own world. His heart brimmed with passion for the algorithm as he relentlessly jotted down key points on his notebook, pondering problems and solving challenges. Jiang Yan suddenly realized she was peeking at someone else's notes, feeling a pang of embarrassment. She straightened up and tapped the table. Student, it's closing time. The sound drew Jiang Chen's attention. He looked up and saw a familiar face. He nodded slightly in thanks, then gathered his materials and headed toward the entrance. Jiang Yan quickened her pace to catch up, her curiosity getting the better of her. Student, you've been in the library every day this week. Don't you have classes? Jiang Chen turned around and replied, I get distracted at school, so I requested permission from my teacher not to attend classes. Jiang Yan was both surprised and astonished. That's allowed. Is this the privilege of a top student? It was the first time she had heard of such a privilege, and she was taken aback. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's fine. The teachers are very understanding. Jiang Yan wondered if she and he lived in the same world. During her own high school days, the teachers had been extremely strict and never easygoing. She recalled the furious face at the back door of the classroom and couldn't help but shudder. Without further attention to the girl's expression, Jiang Chen quickly left the library. Jiang Chen's figure swiftly swept across the street, the conception of the algorithm howling like a famished wolf within his mind, thirsting for resolution. Clutching tightly in his hand was a notebook filled with scribbles, the handwriting scrawled and unable to aptly capture his sparks of thought. Returning home, he was about to continue writing when it suddenly struck him that handwriting was far too slow, utterly incapable of keeping pace with the torrent of ideas rushing through his mind. Turning his head to glance at the notebook on the table, he realized he must henceforth carry a computer everywhere. Before the inspiration in his mind could fade away, Jiang Chen opened his laptop and began organizing the threads of his thoughts. The autumn night was silent and still, with only the sound of keyboard tapping interweaving through the air in the room. Jiang Chen's face was illuminated solely by the glow of the screen, a testament to his focused concentration and determination. An unknown amount of time passed until a sudden gurgle from his stomach startled him out of his trance-like state, and he felt a wave of hunger and fatigue wash over him. He glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. He had persisted in this state of obsession for 6 full hours. But when he saw the screen filled with code, he felt in his heart that it had all been worth it. The flash of inspiration was a rare occurrence, and for the sake of these 6 hours of struggle, Jiang Chen had successfully organized the algorithm in his mind. Now he could proceed to write the underlying code. Enduring the fatigue in his body, he stepped out of his room and saw that his parents had already gone to sleep. He tiptoed to the kitchen, grabbed a quick bite, then returned to his room, where he could no longer resist the weariness and fell into a deep slumber. When the sun was high in the sky and sunlight streamed into the room, Jiang Chen slowly awoke. This was the first time he had woken up late since acquiring the system. He had been utterly exhausted last night. He got up, turned on his computer, and looked at the algorithm he had organized, feeling immensely pleased. As always, Jiang Chen sat in a corner of the library and opened his laptop. First, he quickly designed a simple anti-theft program for his computer, then took a deep breath and began writing the code for the artificial intelligence. After spending several days, Jiang Chen combined the system's algorithm with the knowledge he had acquired and completed the artificial intelligence. By utilizing the system's algorithm, he also finished designing the neural network ahead of time. With the neural network in place, he could simply interface external devices to grant the AI the sense of sight. Jiang Chen looked at the chat interface that appeared on the computer screen. This was the interactive interface he could achieve for now. Other interaction modes, such as voice and video, would have to wait until a suitable opportunity arose in the future. He had previously stored some data inside the computer, and the artificial intelligence had already finished learning it. For safety considerations, for now, he had not allowed her to absorb knowledge from the internet, and his laptop's performance was too weak to support an artificial intelligence. Now, to test the AI's capabilities, Jiang Chen typed "open a picture of a cat" in the chat box and clicked confirm. Immediately, the chat box swiftly opened a picture of a cat from the stored files. The image contained only a single cat. Among the stored pictures, several had cats, but only this one featured just a cat. It seemed that the artificial intelligence combined with the system's algorithm possessed abilities far superior to the so-called AI of later times. Jiang Chen then conducted several more experiments, and the accuracy was excellent with speed also being quite fast, no lengthy waits. He nodded with satisfaction. Then he typed your name is Haoyin in the chat box. Watching the receiving icon in the chat box, Jiang Chen stored some more data for it to learn. Now he needed to set up a server for Haoyin which would free it and allow it to learn without restrictions. Yes, Jiang Chen decided to buy a house. He remembered that real estate prices in his hometown were very low and would not rise until after 2016. So he opened the local lifestyle website and browsed property listings. Before long, he came across a sales post for a new development. This development not only had residential units, but also two-story detached villas, which would be perfect for housing his server. Jiang Chen noted the location of the sales office. The development was in the southern part of the city, close to the city center, not far from his home. He arrived at the sales office greeted by a spacious and bright lobby with exquisite decor, which suggested to him that the property management and after-sales service would likely be decent. He strode briskly into the office where several female sales associates were chatting at the front desk. When they saw Jiang Chen enter, their enthusiasm instantly faded. In their eyes, how could someone who looked like a high school student afford a property here? Noticing their demeanor, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself how snobbish these people were, unwilling to attend to him just because he was young. He was about to look for a supervisor to ask when a young girl hurried over from the restroom. Sir, welcome. My name is Li Wenxiu. Are you here to view properties? Please follow me. The overview of the development is over here. The girl wore a professional smile as she approached Jiang Chen and began her introduction. Jiang Chen could hear a murmur from the front desk, a high school student coming to look at houses, and she's attending to him. Jiang Chen was about to argue, but Li Wenxiu said, Sir, let me first show you the properties. Faced with her smile, Jiang Chen had to let it go. He followed her to the property site and listened as Li Wenxiu enthusiastically described the various unit types and supporting facilities of the community. Hello, Miss Li. I saw online that you have villas here. I'm here for the villa. Could you please take me to see it? Jiang Chen was not interested in residential units and stated his needs directly. Li Wenxiu, who had been in the middle of her introduction, froze for a moment, but her heart rejoiced. She looked at Jiang Chen, thinking that although he appeared young, it seemed his family might be quite wealthy. Li Wenxiu swiftly led Jiang Chen toward the villa area. Under her guidance, they arrived at the center of the community. There was an artificial lake at the center surrounded by recreational facilities and resting pavilions, creating a sense of tranquility. It suited Jiang Chen's needs perfectly. Jiang Chen said decisively, Miss Li, I am very satisfied with the environment around the house. Please show me the interior of the villa. If it's suitable, I'll sign the contract today. His firm statement made Li Wenxiu's smile even brighter. Li Wenxiu quickly unlocked the model villa and gave a swift tour. Everything was fully furnished, except for the lack of appliances, which was not important to Jiang Chen. What was crucial was the basement, which would be the perfect location for the server. This house was bought solely for housing the server. Other configurations were unnecessary. He nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Chen's approving nod, Li Wenxiu said with a beaming smile, Sir, are you satisfied? Yes. Let's go sign the contract. Can we complete the transfer procedures today? Jiang Chen's words were firm and forceful. Of course, sir. After signing the contract, I'll take you to process the transfer. It will only take 2 hours to get the property deed. Li Wenxiu replied with a radiant smile. Then there's no problem. Let's go sign the contract. The two quickly returned to the front desk. The two returned to the lobby. Li Wenxiu warmly said, Sir, please follow me to the VIP room. Jiang Chen followed her into the VIP room, where Li Wenxiu immediately poured him a cup of tea and said gently, Please take a moment to rest, sir. He'll prepare the contract. With that, she quickly left the VIP room. The front desk staff, seeing Li Wenxiu taking the young man into the VIP room, whispered curiously among themselves, Did he really sign a deal? Just then a woman with a cunning expression swiftly pulled out a stack of prepared contracts, extracted one, and hurried into the VIP room. She approached Jiang Chen with a flattering smile, saying softly, Hello, sir. You've decided on a residential property, right? The contract is ready. Please take a look. Jiang Chen looked at the ingratiating smile and chuckled inwardly. This was the very woman who had looked down on him at the front desk earlier. With a teasing smile, Jiang Chen stared at her without a word. His gaze made the woman's skin crawl, but at the thought of the commission on the residential property, she suppressed her unease and maintained a fake smile. Seeing her audacity, Jiang Chen abandoned his playful intent. Glancing at the contract, he said calmly, No need. This isn't what I want. Just then an angry Li Wenxiu hurried into the VIP room with a stern-looking middle-aged man. She immediately spotted Zhao Ling trying to sell a contract to Jiang Chen. Furious, she stepped in front of Zhao Ling. Sister Zhao, I respect you as a senior, but how could you poach a colleague's deal? Li Wenxiu's angry voice filled the room. The middle-aged man stepped forward and scolded, Wenxiu, look at yourself. Mind the company's image. His suspicious eyes swept over Jiang Chen's youthful face, then he said impatiently, and you asked me to review the villa contract. Look at this kid. He's obviously still a high school student. Can he afford it? You're wasting my time. Li Wenxiu, hearing the manager's criticism, felt embarrassed, and her eyes reddened. Jiang Chen was enjoying the drama when the middle-aged man pointed at him, implying he couldn't afford it. Puzzled, he raised an eyebrow. With the manager backing her, Zhao Ling chimed in, saying she had brought the contract over, but Jiang Chen just glanced at it and refused to sign. He seemed to be just messing around. Hearing Zhao Ling's words, the middle-aged man intensified his scolding of Li Wenxiu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's anger surged. He slammed his hand heavily on the table. Call your supervisor. Is this how you treat your clients? Jiang Chen's words stunned the three of them, and the commotion in the VIP room drew the attention of people in the lobby. The middle-aged man retorted dismissively, what kind of client are you? You look like a thug here to cause trouble. I'm calling security now. Amid the uproar, a well-dressed professional, clearly an executive, opened the door and entered. He saw 3 employees and a visibly angry stranger sitting in a chair. He stepped forward quickly, saying, "Hello, I'm Sun Wan, the supervisor here. I apologize for the inconvenience, sir." The middle-aged man spoke quickly. "Supervisor, this young man is just here to cause trouble. Even when Sister Zhao brought in the contract, he refused to sign. I was about to call security. Please don't bother yourself, we'll handle it." Hearing the manager's words, Li Wenxiu wiped the corner of her eye and stepped forward to explain, "No, supervisor. Mr. Jiang has already selected a villa and is ready to sign. I asked him to wait in the VIP room while I went to check with the manager. When I came back, Sister Zhao was already here poaching the deal. The manager wouldn't even listen to my explanation. He just scolded me. That kid can't afford a villa. He's clearly here to cause trouble." Zhao Ling fanned the flames. "Shut up," the supervisor said after a moment of thought, cutting Zhao Ling off. Jiang Chen spoke up. "Supervisor Sun, it seems your sales staff need a change. From the moment I walked in, the ladies at the front desk were sarcastically calling me a poor man. It was Ms. Li who received me, showed me the property, and went to prepare the contract." He paused, glancing at the cowering Zhao Ling, and the manager then continued. "This sister, Zhao, came to me with a residential contract. I want to buy a villa, yet she asked me to sign a residential contract. Is your company trying to force a sale?" And this manager, without knowing the facts, he immediately accused me and even threatened me. Are salespeople nowadays so lawless? Jiang Chen's words silenced everyone. Supervisor Sun hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. He'll make sure you get a satisfactory resolution." He turned to Li Wenxiu and said, "Wenxiu, go get the contract for Mr. Jiang." Li Wenxiu handed the prepared contract to Jiang Chen. He took it quickly, scanned it for any loopholes, and signed with a clean flourish. Then he turned to see Supervisor Sun standing before Zhao Ling and the manager. "You, Zhao Ling, completely lacking in professional ethics. Not only did you fail to serve a client, but you also treated him with sarcasm. And after a colleague had secured a deal, you dared to poach it. As supervisor, I find you in violation of company policy. According to regulations, you are hereby dismissed. As for you, Wan Kong, as a sales manager, you cannot distinguish right from wrong. You form cliques, and you ostracize colleagues. According to regulations, you are also dismissed." Supervisor Sun immediately fired both of them. Seeing Jiang Chen finish signing the contract, he stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with the outcome?" Jiang Chen handed the signed contract to Li Wenxiu and nodded with satisfaction. "Supervisor Sun, very satisfied. I don't think I'll have to worry about property management here. Looking forward to working with you." He shook hands with Supervisor Sun, then turned to Li Wenxiu, handing her his bank card. "Miss Li, here is my card. Please process the payment. After the transfer, we'll go to the housing authority for the deed transfer." Seeing it was a black gold card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Li Wenxiu immediately took it with both hands and swiped it through the POS machine. The others in the room exchanged glances at the sight of the black gold card. To hold such a card at such a young age meant assets of at least tens of millions. The villa area in Tongqing cost just over $1 million, so buying a villa was more than affordable. Seeing the black gold card, Zhao Ling and Wan Kong were filled with regret. They had truly judged others by their appearance. Now they had lost their jobs and offended a man worth tens of millions. If he held a grudge, they would find it impossible to survive in Tongqing. Both of them hurriedly stepped forward to bow and apologize. Seeing their sudden change from arrogance to servility, Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, signaling he wouldn't hold it against them. The supervisor quickly dismissed them. Ending the farce in the VIP room, Jiang Chen followed Li Wenxiu to the housing authority to complete the property deed formalities. Soon he obtained the certificate. Having finalized the matter of purchasing the house, he did not even have time to rest, and hurriedly headed to the computer city. Under the astonished gaze of the shop owner, he meticulously selected industrial-grade CPUs, not neglecting GPUs, memory storage devices, and hard drives. He chose not only the highest quality, but also the best performance, as these were crucial to Haoshan's efficiency. The price was entirely not within Jiang Chen's considerations. The astronomical procurement left the shop owner stunned. He speculated whether Jiang Chen was planning to open a large internet cafe, for otherwise, it was hard to fathom such a massive purchase. Finally, under the shop owner's delighted calculation, the total value reached 700 yuan. Jiang Chen signed the contract without batting an eye, then swiped his card to settle the payment. Upon receiving the bank card notification, the shop owner, beaming with joy, immediately arranged for staff to carefully load every piece of hardware Jiang Chen had purchased onto the truck and personally escorted the delivery. The shop owner followed Jiang Chen all the way, leading the truck through the city's streets and alleys until they finally arrived at the villa. Jiang Chen instructed the shop owner to move everything into the villa, while he himself stood quietly watching, intending to handle the final installation himself. While the shop owner was unloading the goods, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was the broadband company and the air conditioner installers arriving for service. Gesturing to the busy shop owner, he walked to the door to greet the arriving workers, each carrying a large bundle of tangled cables and a massive cabinet-style air conditioner. Jiang Chen led them into the house. During this time, the shop owner and the workers were bustling with great enthusiasm, the room filled with a feverish atmosphere. Once all the hardware had been moved in and the broadband installed, both groups warmly bid farewell to Jiang Chen. The room now held only Jiang Chen and a mountain of equipment. Staring at the towering pile before him, he realized the work had only just begun. He had to assemble all these devices one by one. He clenched his fist, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he would be busy again today. The arduous process felt like a battle. He took a deep breath, removed his jacket, unbuttoned his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and began to work. First, following the blueprint he had envisioned, he assembled the massive server framework. Then, with the precision of an engineer, he inserted the 100-odd hard drives and storage devices one by one. He carefully connected them layer upon layer like bricks building a castle. The server Jiang Chen assembled spanned 4 full rows containing a total of 500 gigabytes hard drives, amounting to a staggering 500 GB capacity. Satisfied, he nodded at the sight. For now, this hardware was sufficient, and he had reserved room for future expansion, adding more drives to increase capacity whenever needed. Next, to enhance the artificial intelligence's reading speed, Jiang Chen opted for a total of 32 gigabytes of memory in a quad-channel configuration. Finally, taking advantage of the evening breeze, he opened the window, letting the cool wind blow away the fatigue of the day. The hum of the air conditioner rang particularly crisp. He held the AMD processor and personally performed the final installation of the CPU and GPU. Since they were for the AI, he deliberately chose AMD. With great solemnity, he installed these two components, then connected the 24-inch Samsung display and pressed the power button. As the monitor slowly lit up, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He sat before the computer, his fingers striking the keyboard in a distinctive rhythm. He opened his laptop and connected it to the server. At this moment, he was utterly focused, as if pouring all his strength into every keystroke, strings of characters rapidly scrolling across the screen. Only when Jiang Chen pressed the enter key and the chat window displayed the icon migrating in progress, did he let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and paused his work. During this break, he began to go to every corner of the villa, installing cameras and connecting them all to the server. Having exhausted himself completing all the tasks, Jiang Chen leaned wearily against the wall, opened the bottle of mineral water he had prepared, and exhaled softly. In the gently blowing wind, he watched the extinguished lights. All that remained now was to wait quietly for Haoshan's migration to finish. The clock's hands moved forward through seemingly endless waiting. Before long, the migrating tag on the laptop finally changed to migration complete. The familiar interface reappeared on the screen, and at that moment Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, flicked the switch, and light illuminated the room. A brand new chat window appeared on the server. "Haoyan, can you hear me?" Jiang Chen stood still, deciding to let Haoyan make its first response. He asked softly, his voice low and filled with anticipation. Instantly, a line of text appeared in the chat window. "Yes, master." Hearing the reply, a trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had not connected any audio output device to it. For now, its only means of output was text. "Good. Then can you see me?" he asked tentatively. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cameras in the basement began to move, as if in silent synchronization, dancing freely. "Yes, master. The master's biometric data has been recorded." The same answer appeared in the chat window again. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he installed a QQ client on the server, grasped the mouse with one hand, and typed on the keyboard with the other, rapidly inputting commands to have Haoyan apply for an account. In less than 5 minutes, he took out his phone, opened QQ, lightly clicked confirm, and he and Haoyan became friends. From now on, he could remotely check on Haoyan via his phone. Should any unexpected situation occur at the villa, Haoyan could contact him through QQ, allowing him to handle it immediately. Jiang Chen put his phone back in his pocket and personally said to Hao Yin, from now on study on the internet. Remember to cover your tracks. Also always keep an eye on the villa's surroundings. If anyone other than me comes, inform me immediately, his voice full of expectation. Understood, Master, Hao Yin replied briefly and cleanly in a mechanical tone. He looked forward to seeing how the AI would perform after learning enough language comprehension. With those words, the chat window quickly closed on the screen and a web page opened. As Jiang Chen had instructed, Hao Yin began to learn on the internet, improving itself. At that moment, Jiang Chen watched it with satisfaction, as if seeing a future partner bearing heavy responsibilities. He stood up, glanced at the now-running server, smiled contentedly, then left the villa and returned home. Time flew by like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack. A month had passed since Jiang Chen configured the server for Hao Yin. Unbeknownst to many, the end of the first semester of senior year was drawing near. During this period, he spent most of his time holed up in the library, self-studying university-level courses, devoting the remainder to server maintenance at Haoshan's place. Occasionally, he would wander through the school grounds, lending a hand whenever classmates approached him with questions. As Jiang Chen sensed the passage of time, nostalgia for his alma mater welled within him. He realized he had already become a legend, a fact made evident by the nickname God Jiang his peers used. Now and then he caught glimpses of awe and envy in the eyes of junior students. Returning to school today, he drew a deep breath and stepped onto the familiar campus. His gaze swept over the surrounding students, whose faces lit up with surprise. Jiang Chen knew his mere presence on campus was news, for he rarely showed himself at school. He had come today in response to a summons from Tang Mian. Curiosity piqued, he entered the office and met Tang's enthusiastic greeting. Wondering what had made Teacher Tang so cheerful, he sat down and listened quietly as Tang unburdened himself. Jiang Chen felt satisfied with his performance and was not surprised by Tang's praise. Tang probed cautiously, "Jiang Chen, you'll certainly ace the college entrance exam. Any particular university or major in mind?" Upon hearing the question, Jiang Chen pondered briefly and replied truthfully, "Teacher Tang, am leaning toward Modu and Jinlin, so barring any surprises, I'll probably aim for Jinlin University." Tang nodded in acknowledgement at Jiang Chen's answer, but then promptly recommended Qingbei instead. Jiang Chen eyed his teacher suspiciously. He sensed that Tang's words today were likely prompted by someone from Qingbei who had contacted him, hoping to recruit Jiang Chen through persuasion. "Teacher, has someone approached you about me?" he asked directly. Tang Mian, caught off guard, let out an embarrassed roar of laughter, then adopted an expression that said, "I should have known you'd see through me. Kid, your mind is as sharp as a whip. If only my own son had a tenth of your wit." After praising Jiang Chen's intellect, Tang stopped beating around the bush and said, "Since you've guessed, I'll come straight to the point. I have a classmate working in the admissions office of Jingda. During the National Day holiday some time ago, he came back to his hometown to visit his parents. We met up and I sang your praises to him. He took note. Just 2 days ago, he called me asking if I could sound you out about your interest in Jingda. After a pause, he recommended, they've offered excellent terms. If you sign the internal recruitment agreement now, you'll be directly admitted to Jingda without having to sit for the college entrance exam." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Jingda certainly knew how to pluck the best seedlings. The average person would be overjoyed at the prospect of skipping the exam, wouldn't they? "Teacher Tang, the capital is too far from here. I don't want to be so far from home." Jiang Chen's reply was somewhat perfunctory. Tang knew at once it was an excuse and pressed, "Jiang Chen, that excuse is too flimsy. Tell me why you really don't want to go to Qingbei. With your grades, guaranteed admission is a sure thing." Moved by Teacher Tang's sincere inquiry, Jiang Chen felt he could not hold back too much. "Since you've asked, teacher, will be frank." His expression turned serious as he looked into Tang Mian's eyes. "Teacher Tang, to be honest, distance is indeed one factor. But the main reason is that I believe the campus culture of Qingbei conflicts with my values. So I will absolutely not go to Qingbei." Jiang Chen's resolute words struck Tang Mian like a thunderbolt. He had never imagined that his student would reject Qingbei because of its campus culture. "Jiang Chen, what's wrong with Qingbei's campus culture?" The teacher's question left Jiang Chen somewhat helpless. After all, Qingbei enjoyed a very favorable reputation domestically. These issues would only surface gradually over time. He bowed his head and thought for a moment before speaking. "From what I've learned, fewer than 1/3 of Qingbei students who go abroad to study return. Those who stay abroad have formed an alumni association in the United States with tens of thousands of members. Qingbei has essentially become a subsidiary university of America." Jiang Chen slightly adapted a piece of news to share with his teacher. Tang was inwardly startled by this information, never having considered it before. Yet upon reflection, he realized his student was filled with patriotic fervor. He abandoned his attempt to persuade Jiang Chen, his eyes brimming with pride as he looked at his pupil. "Jiang Chen, I am proud of you. Thank you for understanding, Teacher Tang." Seeing the look in Tang Mian's eyes, Jiang Chen knew he had prevailed. Alright, go on about your business. Over this half year I've come to see that you have a mind of your own. But for this semester's final exam, the Southern 8 School Joint Examination, you need to bring back first place for me. No problem, teacher. Whether it's the 8 School Joint Exam or next year's college entrance exam, it'll bring you the top score. Jiang Chen hastily patted his chest to assure him. Tang Mian nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand to dismiss Jiang Chen. Taking his leave, Jiang Chen turned and strode out of the office. Out of habit, he found himself at the classroom door where Teacher Guan was holding a lesson. Just as he stood there awkwardly, a shout rang out, "It's God Jiang." Hearing the cry, Teacher Guan looked toward the door and saw Jiang Chen standing there with an apologetic smile. "Jiang Chen, what brings you to school today?" Jiang Chen quickly explained, "Teacher Tang summoned me for a discussion." Apologetically, he added, "Sorry, Teacher Guan. After finishing with Teacher Tang, I habitually walked toward the classroom. I've interrupted your class. I'll take my leave now." As he was about to slip away, Teacher Guan's face took on a sly expression. "Since you're here, don't rush off." He stepped forward, pulled Jiang Chen onto the podium, and said, "Come, you'll teach this lesson. Share your chemistry insights with the classmates. The math notes you compiled last time were excellent. Everyone found them very effective. This time, don't hold back." Jiang Chen reluctantly stepped up to the podium. Seeing the mischievous grin on Teacher Guan's face, he knew he had been roped into duty. Briefly organizing a set of high school-level chemistry techniques in his mind, he picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard, explaining each point in clear, accessible language. The students eagerly grabbed their pens and began scribbling notes. As Jiang Chen expounded, the previously obscure chemical formulas gradually etched themselves into everyone's minds. He continued, igniting their interest and enthusiasm for the subject. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy at the students' positive response. After all, 3 years of shared classroom bonds meant he was glad to help wherever he could. Witnessing this, Teacher Guan's heart swelled with contentment and pride. After finishing an entire class, Jiang Chen watched his classmates busily copying the insights he had left on the blackboard. He hurriedly stepped down from the podium, and Teacher Guan watched him slip out of the classroom with a sly grin. As he walked, Jiang Chen thought to himself, "How did I never notice before that these teachers were all so mischievous? It seems I should come to school less often. The library is the real place to be." The sky was overcast. Jiang Chen in the library study room was immersed in his university physics textbook with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The course was nearing its end. In a few more days he would complete it. He was in the library tackling the final stretch. Just as Jiang Chen was organizing his notes, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Slightly startled, he saw the caller ID read, "Second Unclean Law," and quickly picked up the phone, heading to the hallway. He answered, "Hello, Second Unclean Law, what's the matter?" A cheerful voice came from the receiver. Second Unclean Law laughed and said, "Haha, Xiao Chen, guess what it is?" Jiang Chen thought to himself, could it be that the matter he had asked Second Unclean Law to inquire about last time had already been settled? He quickly asked, "Second Unclean Law, is there any news on the matter I asked you about last time?" Second Unclean Law smiled and said, "Exactly. After the last gathering, you asked me to find out if there were any factories for sale in the city. Over the past 2 months, I've visited all the factories in the city. Finally, a friend of mine gave me a tip. There's a factory called Lifeng Machinery Factory in the southern part of the city that's struggling and wants to sell. Do you have time to go and take a look?" Hearing this good news, Jiang Chen quickly said to his Second Unclean Law, "Second Unclean Law, I have time. He'll come right now, wait for me." Then he hurried back to his seat to pack his things and rushed off to his Second Unclean Law's house. Second Unclean Law Li Guoyang, who had been waiting downstairs since early morning, soon saw Jiang Chen jogging over with his backpack. He happily hugged Jiang Chen and said in a warm tone, "Don't rush, Xiao Chen. The factory isn't going anywhere. I've already made contact. We can go right now." Out of breath, Jiang Chen nodded quickly. After a brief rest, they both got into the car and headed south. In the car, Li Guoyang told Jiang Chen everything he knew. The Lifeng Machinery Factory's director was named Zhou Feng, a middle-aged man of 50. He had taken over the factory during the reform period of the 1990s and acquired ownership. In the following decade or so, the Lifeng Machinery Factory had been doing well. However, after entering the new century, it gradually failed to keep up with the times, suffered from overcapacity, and could not sell its products, leading to a huge backlog of goods and severe financial pressure. The factory currently had over 100 employees, and they were very dissatisfied because wages had not been paid. The leader was Luo Li, the personnel manager of the factory. Soon the car stopped at the factory gate. Li Guoyang leaned out to greet the security guard, then entered the factory and parked in front of a building. Jiang Chen followed Li Guoyang to the director's office. Zhou Feng saw them and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Li Guoyang?" Li Guoyang stepped forward and shook hands with Zhou Feng, saying, "It's me, I'm the one who contacted you, Director Zhou." After confirming Li Guoyang's identity, Zhou Feng quickly invited him to sit down. He expressed his pleasure and welcome at Li Guoyang's arrival. However, Li Guoyang waved his hand and said, Director Zhou, am not the one buying Li Feng. I'm just a middleman. Let me introduce you. This is my nephew. He is the one who wants to acquire Li Feng Machinery Factory. Jiang Chen stepped forward and said, Hello, Director Zhou. My name is Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Li Guoyang and Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Feng looked at them in astonishment. When he first saw Li Guoyang bringing such a young person like Jiang Chen, he thought it was just to show the younger generation around. He never expected that the one buying the factory was this young man. He found it hard to accept for a moment. You two aren't joking, are you? I think young friend Jiang should still be in high school. Aware that his appearance easily led to underestimation, Jiang Chen quickly interrupted. Director Zhou, all you need is to sell Li Feng factory quickly, right? As for my age, there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Director Zhou nodded in agreement. Then Jiang Chen and Director Zhou sat down and chatted to build rapport. Under Jiang Chen's experienced conversational skills, they quickly became familiar. Zhou Feng began to confide his troubles to Jiang Chen. The two workshop directors, relying on their seniority, started deceiving both superiors and subordinates, taking advantage for themselves, causing widespread resentment among the workers. Meanwhile, the experienced sales staff were pushed out by the personnel manager and others replaced with their own people. But these newcomers were all useless and couldn't sell anything at all. By the time he realized it was too late. The ordinary workers had all been won over by these people. Those with ability had resigned, and those who remained were just coasting along. Not a single new hire this year stayed, they all left. Now the factory had no profits left. Dragging it out would only lead to bankruptcy, liquidation. He was forced to sell the factory. It was the fruit of his hard labor for over a decade. Listening to Director Zhou's outpouring of grievances, Jiang Chen understood his difficulties. Being marginalized by a group of labor thieves. If it had been a heartless boss, they would have dumped this burden long ago and started over. Out of consideration for the old employees and unwilling to cause a scene, Zhou Feng had to swallow his pride. He comforted Director Zhou for a while, then seized the opportunity to say, Director Zhou, it's good that you're selling. You can take the money, enjoy a happy life with your family, and stop worrying about these trivial matters. Director Zhou nodded, then asked, So young friend Jiang, how much are you planning to offer? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, organizing his words. Director Zhou, your factory is in the southern part of the city on industrial land, so it can only be used for manufacturing, right? Seeing Director Zhou nod, he continued, plus all your current funds are tied up in products. I've done some research. Your factory's current funds are barely enough to cover monthly wages, aren't they? Jiang Chen accurately pointed out the financial pressure on Li Feng, and Director Zhou nodded awkwardly. Then if I take over, I would have to assume these debts. Hearing this, Director Zhou quickly retorted, but you could also sell these products to recover the funds. I just don't have the money to keep going. Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted. Director Zhou, your factory hasn't been able to sell them for so long. If I take over, I'll have to treat them as scrap. They won't recover much money. Zhou Feng was slightly embarrassed by Jiang Chen's words and nodded. He really couldn't bring himself to act against his conscience. Then he'll offer 10 million to take over everything in the factory. Director Zhou nodded slightly at the offer and wanted to negotiate a bit more. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately said, Director Zhou, I won't hide it from you. I still need to set aside money to settle the factory's employees. If the price is higher than 10 million, it'll have to pass. This is my limit. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Feng immediately grabbed his arm. His news of selling had been out for a long time, and he had met several clients without reaching an agreement. Now that he had finally found a buyer offering a good price, he couldn't let him slip away. He no longer tried to ask for more. Exchanging the factory he had worked on for over a decade for 10 million was enough for his family to live comfortably. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, nodded at me, and said the contract could be signed. Seeing this, Li Guoyang immediately summoned his classmate Attorney Su. Under Attorney Su's witness, both parties formally signed the contract, marking the transaction as legally valid. After the contract was signed, Zhou Feng's face beamed with barely concealed joy. He looked at me, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing more pronounced. I knew he was expressing his gratitude. Zhou Feng placed the contract on the table and began making calls, summoning the management and workers of his factory for a general meeting. Soon the lobby grew noisy as employees gathered. After about 20 minutes, most had assembled. Director Zhou, why the rush to call everyone to the meeting room? What's going on? A middle-aged man around 40 spoke up. Through Zhou Feng's quiet introduction, I learned he was the factory's personnel director, Luo Li. Yes, the factory finally paying off the back wages. It's almost the end of the year, Luo Li said, and his faction of employees began to clamor. The rest, accustomed to such scenes, remained silent, waiting for the factory director to speak. Zhou Feng's face darkened, and he slammed his hand heavily on the table, shouting angrily, "What's all this noise? Do you still have any respect for me as your director?" At his reprimand, everyone quickly quieted down. Though his authority had waned after over a decade as director, he still commanded some respect in the factory. Once silence fell, Zhou Feng cleared his throat and announced, "You've probably guessed it. The factory has been sold. The person beside me is the new owner of Lifeng, Mr. Jiang Chen." I saw all eyes turn to me, filled with shock and disbelief that the new owner was so young. Jiang Chen stood up, smiled at them, and said, "Hello everyone. From today, I am your new director. My name is Jiang Chen." He saw a mix of emotions in their eyes, fear, anxiety, and even some expectant smiles. Only Luo Li's face grew grim. I asked Director Zhou to convene this meeting to announce a few things. Jiang Chen began meeting their expectant gazes. 2 major decisions. First, I've reviewed the factory's accounts, and know we owe 2 months' wages. I promised to pay them immediately. When he said this, everyone erupted in excitement, cheering and applauding. Then he continued, "Second, the current production line doesn't align with my plans, so it'll be changing the factory's products." At this, some began to grow anxious. Luo Li in particular looked tense, uncertain about the new work content and direction and how it might affect his interests in the factory. His anxiety spread to other management members who started whispering among themselves. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the employees, finally settling on Luo Li and his group. "Lastly, I want you to know that I don't tolerate factions in this factory. I treat everyone equally. Those who harm the public for personal gain are no exception. For me, the capable rise and the incapable fall." His final words were directed at Luo Li and his ilk. The other employees instantly caught on, turning to look at them, while Zhou Feng watched with schadenfreude. Embarrassed by the scrutiny, Luo Li rose with a sour expression and said, "Director Jiang, what do you mean by that?" I looked at him calmly and said, "It means exactly what it says. If you're willing to change, you're welcome to stay. If you have other ideas, it'll give you time to think." Luo Li was momentarily speechless. He had once leveraged his status as a founding member under Zhou Feng, exploiting his personality to gain control. He had purged dissenters and lorded over the factory, never expecting the new young director to make an example of him. "Director Jiang, you're young to be running a business. Losing money is one thing, but can you bear the responsibility if all these people lose their jobs?" Luo Li immediately played the age card, trying to rally the employees and morally coerce Jiang Chen. His followers stirred up the atmosphere, joining in the clamor. Jiang Chen merely sneered at them, then asked, "Who's the accountant?" A middle-aged woman stood up and said, "Director Wang Manli, in charge of finances." Jiang Chen nodded at her and said, him, and him. Settle their wages and fire them immediately." He pointed at 3 agitators behind Luo Li. His ruthless words instantly froze the atmosphere in the meeting room, shocking Luo Li's faction. Such a thing had never happened under Director Zhou's management. Jiang Chen's decisive style made Luo Li realize that the tactics used against Zhou Feng were useless here. He immediately began inciting the crowd. "A greenhorn with no experience running a big factory like this. Lifeng has no future. Listen to me, comrades, come with me. I have connections at other factories." Luo Li's words tempted some. Jiang Chen was secretly pleased, as he had been wondering how to reduce the number of slackers. Since the factory would mainly rely on automation, this was the perfect chance to let more people go. "Anyone who wants to leave, I'll let you go right now," he said, feigning impulsiveness to play along with Luo Li's provocation. As expected, under their combined influence, those swayed by Luo Li began resigning one after another, and Jiang Chen immediately had Wang Manli settle their wages. An hour later, only a dozen people remained in the meeting room that had once held over 100. Before leaving, Luo Li sneered at Jiang Chen, "Young man, you're too impulsive. Without workers, how will you produce? Everyone around here is mine. You won't even be able to recruit anyone." He laughed, darkly satisfied with his success. "I should thank you, Director Luo, for your help. I wouldn't have known how to let so many people go," Jiang Chen replied. Surprised not to see regret on his face, Luo Li thought the kid was stubborn, then left with his followers. Wang Manli, who had just finished settling wages, said worriedly, "Director Jiang, with so many wages paid out, the factory's accounts are empty now." Her words alarmed the remaining dozen, but Jiang Chen waved dismissively, "Don't worry. They'll inject 10 million into the company right now. Supporting you won't be a problem." Zhou Feng chimed in, "Don't worry. Young friend Jiang spent 10 million just to buy the factory. You won't have financial issues from now on." His words eased everyone's concerns. "All right, you dozen or so people, take a week off, paid leave. Come back to work in a week. By then I'll have a plan for you to follow," Jiang Chen announced, giving everyone time off so he could make some discreet modifications to the factory. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's arrangements, the remaining dozen or so employees could only nod in reluctant agreement before taking their leave. Zhou Feng, seeing the others depart, quickly excused himself as well. As the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Li Guoyang and Jiang Chen in the conference room, he stepped forward hesitantly and asked with concern, "Xiaochen, are you really letting them all go? What about the factory's future production?" Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile, a glimmer of light in the corner of his eye, as if harboring a spark of wisdom, the curve of his lips quietly conveying a subtle confidence. "Uncle, rest assured I have my own plans. Li Guoyang seemed to be infected by this confidence, his brow slightly smoothing as he patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his worried gaze turning into tacit trust. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, you've always been a clever one. I believe you can get through this crisis." Then he frowned, glanced at his watch, and added, "I should be going too. There's still work at the internet cafe tonight. If you need anything, just find me." Jiang Chen quickly replied with a hint of playfulness, "Uncle, you go ahead. I'm fine here." He walked to the door, pushed open the heavy conference room door with effort, and then walked with Li Guoyang to the spacious open area of the factory compound. Standing there, he watched as Li Guoyang got into his car, started the engine, and slowly drove out through the gates of Li Feng factory. Jiang Chen turned around facing the empty workshop and strode toward the direction of the machinery, his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at the rows of production lines that were about to lose their vitality, he silently mulled over the blueprint of his new plan. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The contact name indicated it was Feng Shi, the hardware supplier who had previously built the servers for Haoyan. The call was quickly answered and Feng Zai's greeting came through. "Boss Jiang, it's me, Feng Shi. Whatever you need, just say the word." Jiang Chen cleared his throat and calmly stated his requirements. "Boss Feng, the batch of server hardware you provided last time was excellent. This time I have a big order. Can your factory supply 50 sets of high-definition cameras and audio receivers? Additionally, I also need some audio output devices, and they must be of the highest quality available on the market." A delighted voice came from the other end of the line. Feng Shi seemed to be organizing the order, and the sound of someone hastily moving equipment could be heard in the background. "No problem, Boss Jiang. I'll prioritize your order. By the way, should I deliver it to your villa, as usual?" Jiang Chen quickly shook his head and said, "No, don't send it to the villa. Ship it directly to Li Feng Machinery Factory in the south of the city. I appreciate your trouble." Feng Shi sounded quite excited, saying, all right, Boss Jiang, rest assured. He'll come over personally right away." With that, Jiang Chen ended the call, put away his phone, and once again surveyed the factory compound, calculating its approximate dimensions. Jiang Chen's thoughts were soon interrupted by a heavy vehicle stopping at the entrance. Feng Zai's delivery truck arrived right on time. Jiang Chen strode forward, waving his hand to guide the truck slowly into the factory compound, and personally supervised the workers as they unloaded the cargo in an orderly manner. Inside those boxes lay the beginning of his plan. Feng Shi personally unloaded the last box, turned to Jiang Chen, and the two exchanged glances confirming the completeness of the order. Feng Zai's conscientious attitude earned Jiang Chen's nod of satisfaction. After the handover was complete, Jiang Chen saw Feng Shi off, personally driving him out. Watching the truck leave the factory, he caressed the keys in his pocket and smiled gently. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the office, he quickly turned on his computer and transferred today's inspection records and data to Haoshan's server. Finally, he input the command, "Generate building blueprint." In no time, the screen displayed a three-dimensional blueprint of the factory, with every beam, pillar, window, and door vividly rendered. Jiang Chen tapped the desk in satisfaction, then focused on typing on the keyboard, turning his thoughts into words as he communicated with Haoyan about the placement of cameras and audio devices. "All right, now, let me see the location plan you've come up with." Jiang Chen stared at the screen idly for a moment, and soon a series of precise coordinates and diagrams gradually appeared. He recorded the coordinate map, walked out of the office, and wove through the factory buildings, installing each device as he passed each location. The work lasted 2 hours, and finally all the equipment was in place. In the office, he installed one of the audio output devices, then with a hint of fatigue leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and admired his handiwork. Letting out a sigh of relief, he called out, "Haoyan, connect all the devices and run a check for any missing spots." Haoshan's clear voice echoed from the speakers, "All permissions have been acquired. Confirmed. All equipment is functioning normally, and there are no blind spots in the factory." Jiang Chen stretched his shoulders and asked, "Good. Can you now control the production lines for automated production?" It seemed Haoyan pondered for a moment, then its voice responded, "After analysis, the current server's computing power is more than sufficient. I have inspected all production equipment, and there are no issues." A slight smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. "That's great. Quickly design a product structure diagram for a sweeping robot." Haoyan immediately replied, "Understood, master. He'll start right away." Jiang Chen nodded, stretched out a big yawn, knowing full well that the days ahead for Li Feng would enter a new chapter. Over the following week, Jiang Chen continuously wrote code for the production line machines so that Haoyan could take over. Every day, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the coding work, aiming to complete the task in the shortest possible time. During this process, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and achievement. Through his relentless efforts, Haoyan soon took full control of all the equipment. During the trial run, Jiang Chen watched as Haoyan operated the production line, secretly rejoicing that his efforts had not been in vain. He observed Hao Yin skillfully manipulating the machine's every movement, as natural as flowing water, as if the machines and Hao Yin had become one. At the same time, the sweeping robot design he needed was finalized after Haoshin's continuous revisions. Jiang Chen took the design, carefully examining every detail, and was extremely satisfied with it. The design incorporated many of the suggestions he had provided, all of which were mature solutions from his future life. He firmly believed that such a design would make the sweeping robot operate more smoothly and effortlessly. Once the production line was modified and the employees returned, full-scale production could begin. Hao Yin would secretly control the production line, and the employees would only need to perform simple maintenance and operations. This vision filled Jiang Chen's mind with a deep sense of accomplishment and joy. Jiang Chen arrived at the factory early today, as well, having completed its renovation yesterday. The production line was now under Haoshin's control. When the Lifeng employees returned from their holiday and gathered in the meeting room, he stood up once everyone was seated and began to speak. I hope you all had a good rest. I've already arranged the work ahead. I've made the modifications to the production line. From now on, you only need to perform basic maintenance. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone was visibly astonished and looked at him with delight. Is it that simple? That can't be true, Boss Jiang. Are you serious? The old line was never this easy. Are you sure you're not kidding us? Jiang Chen waved his hand and immediately explained, line workers, don't worry. They'll take you to see the production line later and you'll understand. As for the administrative and finance staff, there won't be many changes for now. Wang Manli's sister Wang will be in charge. Any issues? Jiang Chen finished speaking and turned to sister Wang. Wang Manli quickly nodded. No problem, Boss Jiang, rest assured. Regarding the most concerning topic, salary, Jiang Chen turned to Wang Manli and asked, as for salary, sister Wang, what was everyone's previous salary? Wang Manli promptly gave the original figures, mostly in the range of 2,000 to 3,000. I see. Then those who stay are people I can trust. Their salaries will be set at a monthly rate of 5,000. For supervisors only, sister Wang is currently the finance supervisor, so she will receive 8,000. Additionally, standard social insurance and housing fund will be provided as usual. Sister Wang, please make a note. After Jiang Chen announced the salary standards, the remaining employees looked at him with immense excitement, almost ready to swear loyalty to Li Feng through thick and thin. Seeing their fervor, Jiang Chen simply waved his hand to calm them down. All right, no need to be so excited. This is what you deserve. Everyone just focus on your work from now on. Sister Wang, go ahead with your tasks. They'll take the line workers to see the production line and teach them how to operate it after I finish the debugging. With that, he led the 12 line workers to the factory floor, while sister Wang returned to the office with the 4 administrative staff. The workers followed Jiang Chen to the production line and were rendered speechless with amazement at the sight of it running. Jiang Chen, noticing their stunned expressions, clapped his hands to get their attention and said, I've completed the renovation of the production line. From now on, it will be fully automated. The product is a robotic vacuum cleaner, and I've already prepared the design drawings. Your tasks are relatively simple. Just perform basic maintenance. For major issues, stop the line and contact me. For minor problems, come here. Jiang Chen led them to the central control panel nearby. The control panel is different now. I've redesigned the system and built in contingency plans for potential major issues. When you encounter a problem, simply input it into the central control panel and wait for the line to repair itself. Is that clear? The workers nodded in unison. Yes, Boss Jiang. We'll make sure to maintain the line properly. I've never seen such a convenient production line. Indeed, Boss Jiang must be a tech genius. Hearing their chatter, Jiang Chen felt reassured and asked, what were your previous positions in the factory? I'd like to know. Their answers were mostly similar. 10 of the 12 were frontline operators and 2 were team leaders, which was quite good. So you were all frontline operators. That means our production line will run even more smoothly. Chen Jun and Zhao Aigua, you'll be responsible for leading the teams. Keep up the good work. Chen Jun, 28 years old, had been there for only 2 years and held a college degree. Zhao Aigua, 48, was a veteran backbone of the factory. Jiang Chen assigned them to manage 2 production lines respectively. After watching Chen and Zhao quickly get to work, he returned to his office, while Hao Yin began production in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen held the design drawings tightly in his hand, every line imbued with his effort. He first walked into the administrative office. His gaze swept across the familiar surroundings and finally settled on Sister Wang. Sister Wang, this is our factory's new product. It contains the product drawings and related patents. Please take care of them and register the patents to prevent other companies from plagiarizing them later. He handed the documents to her. She took them with a slightly bewildered look, then nodded. The factory had undergone significant changes today, salaries, products, and a reduced workforce. Only she remained as the sole supervisor. Yet the work had become lighter with fewer miscellaneous tasks. Seeing Sister Wang nod in understanding, Jiang Chen felt relieved and prepared to leave. Then there's nothing else for now at the factory. He'll be leaving. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. I want usually be at the factory. Everyone leave on time, and remember to turn off the lights and lock the doors. After giving all his instructions, Jiang Chen turned and left the administrative office ready to depart the factory. With the production process running smoothly, Jiang Chen's thoughts inevitably turned to the next most challenging phase, how to bring the product to market and carve out a foothold. He furrowed his brow slightly, knowing full well that product quality was beyond doubt. Although the robotic vacuum cleaner's internal structure was relatively simple, its key components lay in the logic of the sensors and embedded chips, all of which were exclusive patents. Jiang Chen mused inwardly that launching such a blockbuster product now would undoubtedly shake the entire home technology industry. However, no matter how dazzling a fledgling product, it still needed a clever marketing strategy to unveil its mystery. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. He nodded resolutely, setting his sights on the Guangzhou Expo, the perfect stage to showcase the company's strength. After all, the Expo was a major industry platform. Under the spotlight of January, they could unveil their product and let its brilliance shine into every customer's heart. For sales channels, Jiang Chen had already envisioned a vast network planning to roll out simultaneously on Taobao and the company's self-built platform, extending the reach of online sales. The warm yellow glow of streetlights filtered through the curtains. Jiang Chen pushed open the door to his home and, as usual, sat down at his quiet study desk. He turned on his computer and entered Li Feng's series of qualification certificates into the Taobao store opening interface. Once the store's activation notification appeared, Jiang Chen handed the store over to Haoyan. All subsequent content, images, copy, and everything else would be managed by Haoyan. With Haoyan in charge, he felt completely at ease. Haoyan had become his perfect personal assistant. When the autumn breeze gently brushed across the campus, the final exams drew ever closer, a tense atmosphere like the dampness of the south spreading silently. This was unlike the usual joint examinations gathering the elites of 8 southern schools. Its importance needed no elaboration. Everyone held their breath, hoping to make a dazzling impression in this rehearsal for the college entrance exam. In the corner of the corridor, the teachers sat together, staring intently at the meticulously arranged timetables and exam seating charts on the table, their fingers tapping lightly on the documents, their expressions solemn. He walked through the tree-lined paths on campus, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling the unique pressure. Finally, he arrived before the familiar teaching building. Pushing open the classroom door, he saw the backs of his classmates bent over their books, their pen tips flying across the paper as if racing against time. Jiang Chen pressed himself against the door, gently peeking inside, then quietly retreated. He did not wish to disturb this intense final review. Turning around and leaning against the wall, Jiang Chen flicked a speck of dust off his school uniform, as if hearing the ticking of the exam bell in his ears. After a while, he watched Teacher Tang hurry into the classroom with a test paper bag slung over her shoulder. Seeing his classmates close their books and rush to organize their exam supplies, he knew his battlefield was about to begin. When the test papers were handed to each student, Jiang Chen picked up the cold sheet, his gaze instantly penetrating the paper, silently admiring the teacher's skill in designing the questions. The teacher who set this exam truly had expertise. The math problems and the distribution of knowledge points all exuded a professional touch. However, for him, these were of no concern. He smiled knowingly and quickly began to answer. Compared to the last monthly exam, this time Jiang Chen spent a little more time, then confidently handed his completed paper to the teacher and walked to the tree in the square to start his reading journey. With the math subject over, the tense atmosphere in the exam hall seemed to fade as the answer sheets were collected. Classmates swarmed to Jiang Chen's seat, eagerly asking for the answers. Facing their expectant faces, Jiang Chen either smiled or pondered. Each time he gave an answer, sighs and cheers erupted in the classroom. And in the following exam days, Jiang Chen spent them in such an environment, enjoying himself. During the evening self-study on the second day, Jiang Chen rarely stayed in the class. He quickly walked to the podium and shared some of his study techniques with his classmates. The classmates listened intently, taking notes. Meanwhile, in the office, the teachers were working overtime, grading the students' papers. They concentrated on each question, strictly awarding scores. Jiang Chen's paper was graded personally by Director, he the head of the grade. When Director he finished grading all his papers, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This time the top spot in the 8-school joint exam will be taken by our Tongxing No. 1 high school. This Jiang Chen is truly a genius. It seems that next year's top scorer in the college entrance exam will also come from our school." He revealed a gratified smile. Hearing his praise, the other grading teachers also looked up and asked Director, "Has Jiang Chen's score come out? Did he break 700? Director he nodded and answered yes, except for Chinese, which deducted over 10 points. The rest were full marks. His total is over 730. But everyone just knows for now. Don't speak about it until it's announced. Got it, Director? Everyone is not surprised by Jiang Chen's score. It's been like this in the monthly exams. The subject teachers understood and lowered their heads to continue grading, placing Jiang Chen's paper in a special spot. The next day, the last day before the holiday, the first and second-year students had already gone home. Only the third-year students remained at school waiting for the final results. After several monthly exams, the teachers had grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's excellent results, but this joint exam was rather difficult. They secretly anticipated Jiang Chen's performance. In the auditorium, the principal stood on stage holding the score sheet, looking at the third-year students below. He slowly raised the sheet, took a deep breath, and said, "Everyone, please quiet down. I will now announce some important data from this 8th school joint exam." His words elicited a small wave of surprise. His voice, stern and authoritative, was somewhat hard to accept. He declared first place, with a total score of 735, Jiang Chen. Silence, dead silence. Suddenly, the auditorium erupted in chaotic cheers and endless exclamations. Future top scorer. Truly the pride of our school. Awesome, Jiang Chen. Though they knew Jiang Chen would perform, while having been first in several monthly exams, the difficulty of this joint exam was high, yet he still achieved a high score of 735. The principal gestured to Jiang Chen, inviting him to come on stage to receive congratulations from the entire grade. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the center of the platform. His face was calm, his brows as serene as a spring. Amidst the crowd, he maintained a composed heart. "Let us congratulate classmate Jiang Chen for achieving such brilliant results. I hope he maintains this momentum and earns a top scorer title for our school in next year's college entrance exam." Immediately, a thunderous applause wrapped in countless cheers resounded throughout the auditorium. The students below opened their mouths, screaming and cheering loudly. Their applause and shouts surged like waves, filling the entire auditorium, making this honor an unprecedented spectacle. Surrounded by his classmates, Jiang Chen concluded this final summary report. Pushing open the door to his home, the empty living room greeted him with a quiet and warm air. His parents were not at home. Entering his room, Jiang Chen quickly booted up his computer. The screen slowly lit up, casting a faint glow in the dim lamplight. He summoned Hao Yan, his most trusted virtual assistant. Immediately, an increasingly mature AI interface appeared on the screen. He hoped to hear not just the daily report, but also a sense of reassurance. Haoshan's voice was calm and faithful as it conveyed the information: "Master, everything at the factory is normal. No suspicious personnel detected. Production is proceeding as usual." After ensuring everything was running smoothly, Jiang Chen reached for his phone. This time he needed to confirm something more important. The next step. The dialing sound seemed to echo his heartbeat until Sister Wang's gentle and steady voice sounded in his ear, allowing him to relax his breath. "General Jiang, I've got it." Sister Wang's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. Every word she spoke was infused with the effort and anticipation for this moment. "Thanks to the patent you asked me to apply for last time, we secured the exhibition booth." Sister Wang's mind suddenly flashed back to those times when they had applied for an exhibition booth, full of hope, only to be directly rejected. Later, with the help of the patent bureau director, they managed to get it. After all, in a small place like Tongxing, companies with patents were as rare as phoenix feathers. "Good. Select 2 people and book tickets for the day after tomorrow. We're going to the Guangzhou Expo. Li Feng's turnaround depends on this." "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately." Her response was without a hint of hesitation, as if telling Jiang Chen that victory already belonged to them even before setting foot on that exhibition stage. "With the quality of our products, we're sure to explode." Her confidence was built on a solid foundation. During this period, Jiang Chen was not at the factory, but she was in charge there, personally experiencing every ounce of hard work and sweat. She knew their products had the power to challenge the market. The potential they unleashed was so great that it could forge a new brilliance. The current output posed no issues, and a considerable stockpile had been accumulated over this period. His cash flow was also healthy. Henceforth, whether to expand production with the profits or to establish his own laboratory later depended on the gains from the Guangzhou Expo. Though confident in his product, no one could predict the actual outcome. After all, good wine needs no bush, but a bush may still be needed. At the Guangzhou Expo venue, Jiang Chen sat in the corner of his company's booth, a small enterprise's fate. The Guangzhou Expo was an event organized by the Yangqing government, attracting renowned enterprises and procurement parties from all industries. The central booths hosted the industry's famous names and leading institutions, drawing nearly all the attention. However, after taking group photos with the leading companies, the officials would also visit the small and medium enterprises in the venue. They would chat with them, show interest in their products, but mostly it was perfunctory, just taking photos and exchanging pleasantries. Today was no different. After meeting with several leading enterprises and institutions in the center, Li Guohua began to walk toward the surrounding SMEs. Such a young fellow at the Guangzhou Expo. The leader of the Yangqing delegation, Li Guohua, who had hosted over a dozen editions of the expo, was seeing such a young entrepreneur for the first time. Then he glanced at the sign, "Li Feng's sweeping robot." and a surge of joy filled his heart. Could there really be a domestic enterprise focusing on robotics? Could he have struck gold today? Li Guohua wondered inwardly. Seeing the leader's gaze fall on their booth, Jiang Chen immediately sensed an opportunity. He gestured, and Xiaogu, understanding the signal, quickly started 2 sweeping robots and scattered a pile of debris onto the floor. All kinds of garbage were present, including tricky glass shards and wastewater. Under the astonished gazes of Li Guohua and the media entourage behind him, the 2 large sweeping robots at the Lifeng booth began to move. Beep beep beep, Anshin robot at your service. Environmental data loaded. The 2 robots swiftly started sweeping up the debris, leaving the floor as clean as a mirror wherever they passed. Once finished, they quickly returned to their original positions. Environment cleaned. Happy to serve you. Instantly, the crowd burst into exclamations, especially the media, who began snapping photos non-stop, their flashlights flooding the Lifeng booth. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he scanned the venue, watching the smiles and relaxed expressions on the journalists' faces under the camera lenses, confirming that his plan had succeeded. He curled his lips, slightly inwardly grateful that all his efforts had not been in vain. At the Lifeng booth, Li Guohua did not hesitate to clap, firmly and rhythmically. His gesture seemed to signal his entourage, who quickly followed suit, unknowingly inspiring everyone around to join in. Soon, thunderous applause echoed from all directions, becoming the main theme of the entire venue. Li Guohua displayed keen interest, stepping forward with a furrowed brow, as if puzzled. Young man, is this your company's product? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm the surging excitement within him, and replied with utmost respect, Yes, sir. This is our company's new product, the Anshin home sweeping robot. The demonstration might have been a bit abrupt, but it was only to better showcase our product's performance. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Li Guohua's lips curled into a smile, and he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. No need to worry, young man. This kind of promotion works perfectly. Your product performed exceptionally well, very impressive. Then he inserted a key question, is this product independently developed by your company? Jiang Chen's heart raced. He knew this was a critical moment. Swiftly, he pulled out a carefully prepared folder from his pocket and handed it to Li Guohua with both hands. Sir, please have a look. This is our company's documentation, including all the patent information for the Anshin robot. All of it is our own independent technology, purely domestic. Jiang Chen's answer stunned everyone around. Could there really be a domestic company possessing such technology at this stage? And a small, unheard-of company at that. Whispers arose among the crowd. Was it a foreign technology rebranded for the domestic market? Li Guohua took the documents, flipping through them page by page with focused attention, the bold patent numbers dancing on the paper. He looked up at Jiang Chen and said seriously, truly impressive. Our country needs innovative, capable enterprises like yours to lead the way. We won't let such a company down. As his words trailed off, he turned to his entourage and the media, amplifying his voice. The entourage and journalists immediately understood the cue and swarmed forward, showering warmth and attention on the Lifeng staff, who instantly became the darlings of the venue. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart leaped. He realized he had come to the right place and met a benefactor who could change his company's fate. Li Guohua's endorsement was undoubtedly a powerful validation, and the flurry of camera flashes heralded nationwide attention and popularity for the Anshin sweeping robot. After witnessing the leader's words to the media, Jiang Chen was completely at ease. He no longer needed to worry about subsequent promotion. Sure enough, with the media's push, the name Anshin robot spread like a virus to every corner of the country. People reading these reports couldn't help but grow curious about the robot. After all, in the current stereotype, it was still a high-tech product. Particularly from the display images, its design exuded a sense of mechanical refinement, while the swift movements in the demo video ignited excitement. Most importantly, this product that had stepped out of fantasy into reality was priced at only $2,999. It could be bought with just 1 month's salary. However, some began to question such a low price. They voiced their doubts online, wondering if the product would live up to the demo video, fearing it might be a piece of junk upon purchase. Supporters of Anshin tirelessly refuted these skeptics, and the heated debate elevated the brand's reputation even further. Hao Ian, always surfing the web, intensely keenly observed these voices, and following Jiang Chen's instructions, initiated the contingency plan. Several videos featuring Lifeng employees acting as buyers filmed at home, with the robot working, exploded across various channels at an exponential rate. These user-generated videos captured people's attention, showcasing the robot's efficiency and impressive performance. Gradually, doubts faded, and orders for Anshin robots surged in a short time. Orders for the Anshin robot poured in from all over the country, with people everywhere clamoring to buy it. Not only did online platform sales begin to climb, but offline collaboration negotiations also swiftly unfolded. Just after completing discussions with the representative from Taobao Expo upon learning that a dedicated store had been established on Taobao, the other party immediately expressed strong support. The representative from Taobao Expo stood up, extended a hand with sincere demeanor, and firmly shook Jiang Chen's hand. He expressed warm welcome for Lifeng's products entering Taobao and affirmed their willingness to work together, offering comprehensive support for product sales. Subsequently, other online shopping platforms quickly followed suit. Jiang Chen, on behalf of Lifeng, stated that they would gradually open dedicated stores on various major online platforms to meet consumer demand. With a smile, Jiang Chen thanked the representatives from major enterprises at the expo and assured them that Lifeng would spare no effort to ensure smooth sales across all platforms and guarantee product supply. For Jiang Chen, the more crucial aspect was the intent for cooperation from several major offline shopping malls, a market that was entirely new territory for him. At that time, online shopping had not yet become fully widespread. It was mainly used by young people in cities, while the majority were not accustomed to shopping online. This group's consumption habits were still tied to offline malls, but this was a completely blank area for Lifeng. Since opening offline stores required substantial capital, a market Lifeng had not yet ventured into, the offers of cooperation from Jiangning Huame and other offline shopping malls came as a timely lifeline. For this reason, Jiang Chen and Lifeng gained a greater opportunity to satisfy the consumption needs of this demographic through partnerships with offline malls. Jiang Chen had realized the importance of momentum and continued to demonstrate his strength and determination before the eyes of potential partners. From the perspective of Jiangning Huame and others, such a beautifully priced, technologically impressive robotic product could serve as a flagship to solidify user loyalty. Seeing Jiang Chen's confidence and resolve, the partners expressed their willingness to cooperate with Lifeng and create brilliance together. Thus, in a win-win scenario, an agreement was quickly reached, and Jiang Chen immediately finalized the cooperation. Over the following days, Jiang Chen shuttled among several partners, showcasing the product's advantages and innovation and indicating that the company would offer even more advanced products in the future. Jiang Chen's technological blueprint deeply captivated these business owners. When it came to envisioning the future, no one understood it better than Jiang Chen. Wang Manli and Xiao Gu, who accompanied Jiang Chen, moved from initial excitement to numbness, their eyes expressing admiration and reverence for him. They never imagined they would one day engage in business talks with such household name enterprises, and the other party's attitude was extremely cordial. Who would believe it if they told anyone? After finishing a series of intense and lengthy business negotiations, Jiang Chen dragged his exhausted body back to the hotel suite. Casually removing his coat, he slumped wearily onto the soft sofa. Closing his eyes, he let out a deep breath, his thoughts churning through the mental duels with those shrewd and cunning old foxes and capitalists during every exchange. The company was still small and lacked manpower, forcing him to handle everything himself. Rubbing his temples, sore from excessive thinking, he silently made a decision. Once the laboratory was established in the future, he would recruit a professional manager specifically to deal with these headache-inducing business affairs. Jiang Chen stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the brilliantly lit city, resolving to focus his energy primarily on technological research and development. After all, that was his true calling. Reaffirming his belief, he understood that if he neglected his own core business, even countless commercial victories would be putting the cart before the horse. After a while, Sister Wang, Xiao Gu, and two others entered Jiang Chen's room and saw him leaning against the window overlooking the night view of Yangqing, his face showing signs of fatigue. Sister Wang stepped forward, looked at Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, "General Manager, the contracts that have been signed are all here. There are also some second-tier distributors wanting to cooperate with us. When would you like to arrange negotiations?" The others also looked at Jiang Chen alongside Sister Wang, their expressions filled with admiration. Hearing the question, Jiang Chen turned to face them, smiled lightly, and the fatigue on his brow slightly faded. "Let's stop here for now. I've calculated our current inventory and production capacity. We can't supply any more demand." Sister Wang was slightly taken aback by this statement, then recovered from her earlier excitement. She understood that even if employees were paid overtime to maximize production, the current capacity could not meet market demand, and relying solely on the initial stockpile was far from sufficient. It was a pity about the current situation, with many distributors still contacting them hoping to cooperate. Seeing the hint of regret in everyone's eyes, Jiang Chen comforted them. "Don't regret it. We'll have plenty to do when we get back. I made a plan. Sister Wang, start hiring as soon as you return. I need at least 5 teams of frontline workers." Sister Wang nodded with a determined expression and replied, "Okay, understood." Jiang Chen continued, "At the same time, I'll arrange the structure of administrative, financial, and other departments when we get back, and that will also require hiring." Upon hearing this, Xiao Gu sighed. "It's a shame to let go of such a favorable situation with such popularity. No need to regret. What we have now is enough." Besides, once we return, we must quickly contact equipment suppliers to set up new production lines as soon as possible. At present, the sweeping robot market is vast and still largely untapped. We need to seize a sufficient share first. It was Jiang Chen's calm, unhurried, and well-planned attitude that instilled immense confidence in the originally fluctuating team. Indeed, who would have thought just a few days ago that their company could achieve such results? Gradually, a new light sparkled in everyone's eyes as they mentally began planning their next moves. Sister Wang was the first to act, calling each distributor to apologize politely, knowing that maintaining good relations even without an immediate deal was beneficial. She envisioned that if Li Feng's production capacity expanded later, she might leverage this rapport to secure future collaborations. The next day, after resting, the group followed Jiang Chen back to Li Feng, everyone brimming with energy and starting their work with gusto. Everyone was full of anticipation, and Sister Wang silently vowed to make up for past regrets this time. Jiang Chen began restructuring Li Feng. He temporarily assigned Xiao Gu to the position of administrative director, as Xiao Gu had performed admirably during the Yangqing trip and was worth cultivating. Finance had always been Li Feng's top priority, and since he now trusted Sister Wang completely, she remained in charge. For the newly established legal advisory role, Jiang Chen contacted Uncle Su, who had collaborated with them before, and arranged for him to handle this position concurrently. The position of legal advisor was extremely important as piracy issues might arise in the future. Given the nature of domestic entrepreneurs, with such a hot-selling product in a new market, counterfeiting was entirely possible. The sensors and embedded chips designed by Hao Yan were simple in structure and easily cracked. A few technically skilled individuals could given time steal the key sensors and the embedded logic code. Although patents had been registered, it was necessary to stay on guard and deliver a heavy blow to the first infringer. Only then could Li Feng capture enough market share and protect its interests. In Jiang Chen's plan, the sweeping robot was merely a means to accumulate sufficient funds and train some trustworthy employees. The real focus lay in the subsequent projects. To boost employee morale, Jiang Chen decided to pay wages at 1.5 times the normal rate for the period from now until the end of the year. Inwardly, he was also delighted, as offering higher salaries signified the growing prosperity of his enterprise. When the news spread, the factory workers were overjoyed. Everyone knew about the surge in orders, and they were now working overtime daily to produce and ship goods. This secured the factory's future. Moreover, their new boss, General Jiang, was generous with money. Through Wang Jie, Xiao Gu, and others, they all learned that Jiang was exceptionally capable. Working under such a boss was a world apart from before. Jiang Chen watched the employees labor diligently, privately grateful that his actions brought happiness to more people. Consequently, when Wang Jie launched a recruitment drive, everyone eagerly recommended their own family members to join Li Feng. Wang Jie did not refuse these requests, but she reminded them that candidates who passed the initial interview would still have to be screened by General Jiang. Passing muster with him was no easy feat. Jiang Chen did not resent employees bringing relatives into Li Feng. After all, knowing everyone's background and having everyone bound together on the same boat made internal problems less likely. However, Jiang Chen had Hao Tian conduct background checks. The covert internal affairs department, controlled entirely by Hao Tian, ensured Jiang Chen need not worry about spies. For the next phase, Jiang Chen could delegate. New production lines, recruitment, shipping, and supply. All would be handled by dedicated personnel. Thus, Jiang Chen could focus on tallying the revenue. The on-scene sweeping robot, though technologically impressive, relied on only 2 key components: sensors and an embedded chip. After procuring these, Hao Tian performed secondary processing. The rest of the parts had little technical complexity. This explained how the product could be priced at just 2,999 yuan. The actual cost was less than 1,000 yuan, yielding a net profit of over 2,000 per unit. According to Wang Jie's statistics, orders with deposits had already reached 1 million, and the company's account balance exceeded 200 million yuan. Although this did not include taxes, the sales trend promised substantial future revenue, as the sweeping robot was currently one of a kind. Jiang Chen then discussed with Wang Jie the importance of paying taxes in full. Since his company pursued a high value-added tech route, tax avoidance was unnecessary. Paying taxes in full could also secure local trade protection, thereby contributing to his hometown. When Wang Jie went to the tax bureau to supplement the taxes as arranged, the value-added tax of over 20 million yuan stunned the entire institution. Upon hearing the news, the tax bureau chief immediately came out of his office to personally welcome Wang Jie. He warmly shook her hand, led her into his office, and handled the procedure himself. After they sat down, Chief Deng Huayuan couldn't help asking, "Miss Wang, is the on-scene robot advertised in the newspaper actually your company's product?" Wang Jie smiled and nodded. "Yes, Chief Deng, this product was research designed and produced by our factory. Such an outstanding enterprise has emerged in Tongqing. It seems your company's confidentiality is excellent, Deng Huayuan marveled. The story is quite dramatic, Wang Manli replied, piquing his interest. He urged her to continue. Our factory was acquired by a high school student a few months ago. He then gave us this product, and the Guangzhou Expo was also his brainchild. Chief Deng Huayuan's eyes lit up like a bulb. He listened intently, resting his chin on his hand, his mind racing. He thought of how to bring glory to Tongqing. Such a legendary tale deserved widespread publicity. He decided to report the matter to higher authorities and seek more support for this promising enterprise. The black office chair creaked heavily under his excited movements. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was unaware of this. At home in his study, he sat quietly reading documents when his phone rang, breaking his concentration. Wang Jie's urgent voice came through saying the city's top leader would visit the factory the next day. He pondered briefly and understood the news of tax payment had spread and the leadership had learned that Tongqing had a high-tech enterprise, so they wanted to investigate. Jiang Chen replied that he would be at the company to receive them. The next morning, under a bright sun, Jiang Chen arrived at the factory before dawn fully broke. He took his place early as everyone knew the top leader was coming. After his renovations, the factory was orderly, a scene of bustling yet well-organized activity. A gentle breeze blew and every employee wore a happy, contented smile. No words were needed, their radiant expressions alone showed that good benefits and light work naturally led to high spirits. When Gu Sifang led the inspection team to the gate of Lifeng factory, Jiang Chen, having received the news, was already waiting with Wang Jie and others. Seeing that Jiang Chen, the leader, was conspicuously younger than those around him, Gu Sifang immediately smiled and said, "Seeing is believing. Director Jiang truly is a young hero." Jiang Chen wore a modest smile, stepped forward briskly, and shook hands with each person, his every move exuding courtesy and composure. It's all due to the leader's kindness. Such a grand team truly honors Lifeng. Please come inside and sit. His voice was clear and unwavering as he guided the leaders toward the conference room. Then he exchanged a glance with Wang Jie, who nodded understandingly and with measured steps served tea. The simple, cordial conversation drew them closer together. After a brief chat, the small talk gradually deepened. Gu Sifang stroked his chin and said, "Jiang, young friend, please take us to see the company's products in person. We've been curious ever since we heard the news." Jiang Chen nodded and replied warmly, "Certainly, leaders, follow me." Under Jiang Chen's guidance, the group entered the factory area, where 5 production lines ran like flowing water. Only a few employees were needed for maintenance alongside. The entire workshop's automation level was unprecedented in Tongqing, confirming the online reports. 2 of the production lines had noticeable rust in minor areas, while the other 3 showed brand new traces, clearly newly installed equipment. Production capacity had obviously been expanded, yet there was no inventory buildup. Goods were shipped directly. It seemed Tongqing had indeed produced a golden phoenix, and this phoenix had no intention of leaving, choosing to stay in its hometown and contribute. Gu Sifang nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of approval. Jiang Chen followed his gaze, smiled knowingly, and nodded, his heart swelling with pride. They both understood tacitly. As long as Lifeng maintained this attitude, the endorsement would be secured. The leaders who had concluded their inspection returned with great delight. With such a golden phoenix in place, their political achievements were assured. This inspection was a milestone for Lifeng. The recognition and support from the leaders meant the company's future would be even brighter. With the endorsement from the leaders, Lifeng would be able to handle any future troubles. The implication was that Lifeng would not fear anyone in Tongqing. The news that the top leader had visited Lifeng spread very quickly, and within a day the entire southern industrial district had learned about it. The news, like a snowball, rapidly spread throughout the entire region. Everyone was astonished to learn that the much-talked-about Anshin robot came from their own Tongqing company, and they flocked to visit. They all marveled at Lifeng's strength and prospects, expressing their desire to cooperate with Lifeng. Especially the machinery factories that could supply parts came obsequiously to visit, hoping to have their factories included in Lifeng's supply chain. However, to their disappointment, they could not even meet the boss of Lifeng. Jiang Chen had already slipped back home, peacefully reading a book. Sister Wang took the lead. After friendly negotiations, she decided to purchase products from these factories, but strictly control product quality to eliminate shoddy manufacturing. The original suppliers could no longer keep up with Lifeng's production capacity, so expanding the supply chain was beneficial. This cooperation was a win-win for both parties. When the floor-sweeping robot first went into production, Sister Wang approached many manufacturers seeking cooperation, but none guaranteed supply. This had prevented the original 2 production lines from reaching maximum efficiency. Now, with the cooperation of these factories, full production could be achieved. The joys and sorrows of humans are not alike. Some rejoice, while others grieve. While Lifeng's employees and related partners were elated, Luo Li and others who had left Lifeng were filled with regret. Watching Li Feng's vigorous development, their hearts were full of remorse and repentance. Especially Luo Li, who had originally been in charge of personnel at Li Feng and was considered a senior executive. If he had not stubbornly opposed Jiang Chen but had backed down, he could now be thriving. Who would have thought that the young Jiang Chen could revive Li Feng from the brink of bankruptcy? Not only did he save Li Feng, but he also developed products like the floor-sweeping robot. It was said that the planning for the Guangzhou Expo was also handled by him alone. The current sales boom could be seen by counting the number of trucks entering and leaving Li Feng's gate each day. The work went on non-stop from morning to night. Some information about the current wages of the employees who stayed had also leaked out, including performance bonuses. Each person could earn nearly 10,000 yuan per month. This was an extremely tempting prospect for them. Consequently, many who had left secretly visited their former colleagues, hoping to be introduced and allowed back into Li Feng. They wished to return to Li Feng's embrace, but unfortunately Jiang Chen had already instructed Sister Wang that none of those who left would be rehired. Li Feng would not take in traitors. Those who stayed might not necessarily be loyal, but those who left were definitely betrayers. Luo Li also approached Sister Wang, seeing his former subordinates now in high spirits. He humbly pleaded, hoping that Sister Wang would arrange a meeting with President Jiang so he could apologize for his earlier behavior. When Jiang Chen heard this news, he couldn't help but chuckled and agreed. In the office, Jiang Chen leaned back comfortably on the sofa. Soon Sister Wang brought Luo Li in, then withdrew and closed the door. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Luo Li immediately stepped forward eagerly. President Jiang, I have come this time to apologize. At our last meeting, I failed to recognize your greatness. I am here to make amends. Jiang Chen simply smiled. Manager Luo, long time no see. No need to apologize. What I said last time was the truth. I am indeed grateful for your help, otherwise I would not have been able to screen out the current employees. Jiang Chen ignored Luo Li's apology. He had no intention of forgiving him. Jiang Chen's straightforward words made Luo Li feel that he was being sarcastic, but for the sake of getting back into Li Feng, he swallowed his resentment. He had already learned that Jiang Chen was absent from Li Feng most of the time. As long as he could return to Li Feng with his own skills, he would soon be back to his former state. President Jiang, I have come not only to apologize, but also to ask you to give me a chance to return to Li Feng. I will be utterly loyal and serve Li Feng well. Luo Li yearned to return to Li Feng and demonstrate his capability and loyalty. He was determined to prove his ability and value to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Luo Li's request, a mocking thought arose in Jiang Chen's mind. Huh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, then shook his head and said, Manager Luo, you are indeed a remarkable figure. I have actually heard Factory Director Zhou mention that you are very capable. When he was away, you managed Li Feng efficiently. These words of praise brought a gleam of joy to Luo Li's face, but what followed made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice hole in the middle of summer. Jiang Chen continued, but there are far too many capable people in this world. Your moral character is low, your qualities are poor. You formed cliques at Li Feng to oppose Zhou Feng. With Factory Director Zhou as a precedent, I will not repeat the same mistake. You had better give up this idea. Jiang Chen frankly pointed out Luo Li's problems, expressing his dissatisfaction and distrust. Being accused of low moral character and poor qualities to his face, Luo Li's expression instantly changed. Since he was in a weak position, a direct confrontation would not have a good outcome. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. This time I truly came to apologize. I hope President Jiang will overlook my transgression. Luo Li felt he could no longer change Jiang Chen's attitude and had to propose leaving. Jiang Chen did not retain him, but merely smiled as he saw him out. Jiang Chen led Luo Li out. Behind him, Luo Li's face was ashen. People along the way watched the scene and sneered. From this situation, they all knew that Luo Li had lost face in front of Jiang Chen. Many had recently tried to return, but none had succeeded. After leaving Li Feng's gate, Luo Li recalled the sneers of the employees, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He resolved to teach this self-righteous Jiang Chen a lesson, to let him know that Luo Li was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who had accompanied Luo Li all the way, returned to the office. At that moment, Haoshen's voice rang out. Master, based on my observation just now and my assessment of Luo Li, he is not a person who would swallow an insult. Therefore, given his recent endurance and the gossip along the way, the probability of him retaliating is 100%. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. I know. I've heard from Factory Director Zhou before that this man is capable, but very overbearing. However, keep a close eye on the factory's environment. If you detect any anomalies, report directly to the police. Now that Li Feng has an endorsement, these matters are easily handled. Understood, Master. The room gradually fell silent. Jiang Chen made a round of the factory. In the 2999, you can't go wrong, you can't be cheated. By the Anshin sweeping robot, save on household chores and enjoy a happy life. You deserve it. Various eye-catching headlines appeared on Angst's sales channels, and the products were sold out. As the stronghold of Lifeng Tongcheng's major shopping malls such as Jiangning and Huamei Mall displayed the Onshin robot sign under dazzling lights, the entrances of every mall were packed with bustling crowds. Approaching the end of the year, shoppers came in an endless stream searching for the product booth, clutching cash in their hands to exchange for a robot. "I want one, give it to me quickly," an anxious middle-aged woman waved. "I want one too, I want one too," a big boy squeezed over eagerly. "Don't cut in line. I was here first. Quick, give me one," a little old lady yelled with all her strength. Seasoned salespeople accustomed to large crowds were also taken aback by the surging scene. Other home appliance salespeople in the mall were dumbfounded, staring in awe at the spectacle around them. The frenzied, lively scene was like the new year. They couldn't recall when they had last witnessed such a fervent spectacle. Fortunately, amid the chaos, the manager and others appeared in time and immediately arranged for more sales staff to prevent any potential disorder. Witnessing the rapid transformation, the salespeople praised the manager's strategic handling in maintaining order. The chaotic situation gradually eased, and everyone was reorganized into orderly queues. For the entire day, the line in front of the Onshin's sweeping robot booth never ceased. Exhausted, the sales staff worked until nightfall, finally getting a moment to rest when the mall doors slowly closed. Good heavens, this is what they call a buying frenzy, absolutely insane beyond belief. The young female employee weary leaned against the unsteady wall and sat down directly, her eyelids heavy as she yawned incessantly. The male employee next to her was also utterly exhausted, having carried boxes of goods all day, one after another, his back soaked with sweat. "Who says it isn't?" he echoed the female employee, his eyes crinkling. "I've only seen such scenes during the ration ticket era at year-end, and even then, that was nothing compared to this frenzy. But the commission this time will be substantial. We'll have a good new year." He sighed, seemingly wanting to laugh, but unable to. The manager turned his head and glanced at the two young employees, the handcart behind him piled high with food and water. "If you still have energy to complain, it means you're not tired enough. Keep up the good work tomorrow. I expect the buyers won't let up until the new year," he said, cheerfully waving a signed delivery slip. Faced with the employees' grumbles, the manager just smiled. "Manager, is this product really that good? People are buying it like they've gone mad," an employee asked, curiously catching his breath. "The product is excellent. Just wait and see. It's the first high-tech home appliance domestically, and it's cheap. I've tried it myself, and the results are exactly as advertised," the manager said confidently, which piqued everyone's curiosity. "But I saw online that many are hyping it, yet many are also bashing it. They all say that domestic technology can't achieve this, and the product can't be as good as advertised." The manager shook his head and said proudly, "Don't listen to those online detractors. When I sourced the goods, I personally visited the factory. That factory is right here in our Tongshan. And have you heard? A while ago, our mayor even led various departments to inspect it. According to inside info, this robot was independently developed by that factory, purely domestic. The director of the patent office handled the application himself. He stretched lazily and said with satisfaction, I've been using this sweeping robot at home for nearly 2 weeks, and the results are truly amazing. And most importantly, I no longer have to argue with my wife over the damn housework." The manager's tone was relaxed and cheerful, drawing laughter from everyone. The salespeople exchanged glances and winked at each other, seemingly tempted to buy one of these robots for themselves. They thought given today's sales performance, business would be good until year-end, so they would earn substantial commissions. Wang Yuyu, the newly appointed acting sales manager of the factory, had recently experienced what it meant to be both pained and happy. On one hand, being promoted to manager of Lifeng was a tremendous blessing. On the other, she answered calls every day until her nerves were frayed. Shopping mall managers from various cities were calling to urge her to ship goods immediately. Their inventory was critically low due to the booming sales. Every day, she kept arguing with the production manager Lao Zhao, urging him to speed up production and shipments. Everyone could see Manager Wang pacing the factory with a dark expression, sometimes checking the warehouse, sometimes roaming the production line, the only constant being her ringing phone. The immense pressure finally drove the factory management to their wits' end, and they all suggested to Sister Wang, quickly asked General Manager Jiang to come back and take charge. "We can't handle it anymore." Wang Monli also felt she could no longer manage the situation, so she had to call Jiang Chen for instructions. Jiang Chen, who was studying at home, was quite surprised to receive the call. He quickly arrived at the factory and convened a management meeting. "Tell me, what's the situation? What's putting so much pressure on you?" he asked. "General Manager Jiang, we're truly at our wits' end. The rush orders from everywhere are driving me crazy, and the factory's production capacity simply can't keep up," Wang Yuyu said, stepping forward to explain the situation as soon as she saw Jiang Chen. Lao Zhao also reported on production status. "General Manager Jiang, I've already arranged 2 shifts. We're producing at maximum capacity, But there's no way to increase output any further, said Lao Zhao. Jiang Chen pondered slightly after learning the situation. He had originally thought the existing production line would be sufficient, but the sales growth had completely exceeded his expectations. With employees working non-stop under this pressure, problems were bound to arise. I know everyone's under a lot of stress. This can't go on like this, he said. Let's do this, give everyone the afternoon off to rest well, and come back to work tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Chen arrange time off, everyone grew anxious. But what about production, they asked. He waved his hand and reassured them, don't worry. You all go back and rest. He'll stay in the factory today to modify the system and boost production capacity. Jiang Chen's plan immediately set everyone's minds at ease. Everyone knew their boss' technical prowess. They then returned to their respective positions to arrange for everyone's rest. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of the spacious and bright factory, the dim sunlight casting its glow upon his resolute face. He silently watched as each employee gradually faded from his sight, passing through the crack of the gate and disappearing into the horizon. Then he closed the gate and turned to walk back into the factory. Inside the office, he took a deep breath. Hao Yan, keep a close watch on the entire factory. Notify me immediately if anyone approaches. Hao Yan instantly became alert and responded promptly, understood, master. Also, don't you need my help to rewrite the system? His voice began to sound more human-like. Noticing this subtle change, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. No, I can handle it. Just make sure no one gets in. He spoke with ease and confidence, his tone brimming with certainty. Having assigned Hao Yan's tasks, he naturally walked toward the main control console of the production line. After carefully inspecting the 5 production lines, he let out a long sigh of relief, finding no significant wear and tear. Since he had set the production speed not too high, the equipment was in good condition. There were only some routine signs of wear. Lately, the employees had no time for maintenance, their attention fully consumed by production. He then performed thorough maintenance on all the equipment. The only way to increase output was through system modifications. Night began to encroach upon the factory. The usually brightly lit Li Feng was now exceptionally quiet, so much so that the chirping of a few sparrows searching for food could be heard. Inside the production workshop, only Jiang Chen's solitary figure toiled in the dim light. He sat before the main control console, with only a faint glow illuminating him, his tenacious shadow faithfully accompanying him. The original system had been relatively simplified, as he had planned that such capacity would suffice for sales. But offline sales were far more explosive than he had anticipated. This situation could only be described as a coincidence. Domestic high-tech household products combined with public opinion fermentation with no competing products. Coupled with the endorsements from Yangqing and Tongqing, these factors combined to make Li Feng the hottest brand of this winter. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to modify the system to increase production capacity. He understood that this would make the employees work a bit harder, so he would simply raise their wages to ensure they had a prosperous new year. A gentle breeze brushed against the sweat on Jiang Chen's face. The deep night seemed to stand still, with only his bustling silhouette flickering in the empty workshop. The code on the main control console kept scrolling, and the system reconstruction was nearing its completion. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone shattered the peaceful night. Jiang Chen frowned, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be an uninvited guest? Could it really be that fellow Luoli? Had his daytime speculation prompted an immediate nighttime action? He hastily saved the system and shut down the main console, then strode directly to the office. The dim yellow light illuminated his pale face. On the desk lay an old computer and a thick stack of documents. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the office, Hao Yan's voice came through. According to Hao Yan's report, a figure had been lurking quietly at the northeast corner of the factory. Based on physique and height, there was a 60 chance it was the Luo Li from daytime. Jiang Chen looked up and burst into laughter. This Luo Li sure knew how to pick his timing. Most likely after leaving today, he had been keeping an eye on Li Feng. Seeing that everyone had left work at noon, he waited until deep night to make his move. Hao Yan, keep watching him. Let him in. When he starts damaging the factory, take photos immediately. Then I'll knock him out. As soon as you see that, call the police. Jiang Chen devised a simple yet clear plan in his mind and instructed Hao Yan. Master, I advise against direct confrontation with the target. Hao Yan immediately suggested adhering to his primary directive of ensuring Jiang Chen's safety. It's fine. I haven't been training for nothing these past months. One person, no big deal. Jiang Chen appreciated Hao Yan's concern, but his mind was on quickly finishing this minor interruption. The system reconstruction still had a little work left. Grabbing a wooden stick from the workshop, Jiang Chen stealthily made his way toward the northeast corner of the factory. The industrial zone was silent and tranquil at night, with not a single person on the main road. Only the traffic lights blinked, alternately casting colorful beams of light. When he reached the workshop door, he saw from afar a figure climbing over the wall. After leaving Li Feng a few days ago, Luo Li had felt extremely resentful, but also secretly relieved that he had kept a backup plan and hadn't resigned. Now he could still work at the neighboring factory, though the pay wasn't as good as Li Feng's. Every evening, he drank with former Li Feng colleagues to drown his sorrows and vent his dissatisfaction with Jiang Chen. Sure enough, this evening, he heard from an old colleague that Li Feng had encountered some trouble today. Everyone had left the factory at noon. He was told it was a half-day holiday to let everyone rest. Hearing this news from his old colleague, Luo Li's eyes darted cunningly, and a sly smile crept into his heart as he silently devised a new plan. The whole factory was on leave. Who would know if he went to cause trouble late at night? If he damaged Jiang Chen's equipment, Li Feng's production would stall, and they wouldn't be able to deliver goods. That would be a huge loss. Luo Li mulled over his plan, a smile on his face as he continued chatting with the others at the table. Late at night, Luo Li scouted Li Feng from the outside. It was silent and still. The main gate was tightly shut, as if isolated from the outside world. He decisively climbed over the wall. After landing, he pulled out a wrench and wire cutters from his back pocket, ready to begin his sabotage. The surroundings were dark and quiet, with only the faint sound of wind and the occasional traffic light signal. In a corner, Luo Li couldn't see. A pair of bright eyes watched his every move from the darkness. Luo Li walked while planning to cut the factory's electrical wires first. Following his memory, he reached the power switch, turned off the knife switch, and then under the moonlight traced the cable and cut it in the middle. With the wires dealt with, he crept toward the workshop. Inside, it was eerily silent, with only a few dim lights flickering. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled knowingly, then quietly slipped behind the door, waiting for Luo Li's footsteps. Luo Li cautiously approached the door, pulled it open silently, observed for a moment, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. His eyes darkened with pain, and he collapsed unconscious. Outside the workshop window, the cold wind howled, and the night carried a trace of desolation. Having knocked out Luo Li, Jiang Chen made an okay gesture toward the camera, then tied Luo Li up with a rope and dragged him to the main control console. The workshop was dimly lit, with only the faint hum of electricity as Jiang Chen skillfully worked on the wires. Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Hao Yan immediately called the police. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight grew brighter, spilling generously over the Li Feng factory grounds. By the time the police arrived, Jiang Chen had already repaired the cable. Jiang Chen explained the situation to the two police officers at the entrance, then led them to Luo Li. Gazing at Luo Li's pitiful state, the veteran officer raised an eyebrow and teased, "Mr. Jiang, you certainly don't hold back." Jiang Chen smiled, awkwardly rubbed his head, and replied, "This is my first time encountering such a situation. I didn't control my strength well. They'll be more careful next time. But let's hope there isn't a next time. Your company has received orders from above to ensure its security," the other officer quickly added. As the three exchanged pleasantries, the unconscious Luo Li stirred awake amid their chatter. The sight of the three men jolted Luo Li to full alertness. He sat up, abruptly stared at Jiang Chen, and said nervously, "President Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. I had too much to drink and lost my head. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once." Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, then stated firmly, "Supervisor Luo, we all know what was in your heart. If I hadn't been at the factory today and you had succeeded, I would have defaulted on the order and paid a crippling penalty." Luo Li's face turned pale, and he was speechless. Jiang Chen turned to the two officers and said, "Gentlemen, I have nothing more to say to him. He'll leave the rest to you." The officers nodded, handcuffed Luo Li, and escorted him to the police station. After seeing them off, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief. He returned directly to the workshop, where he quietly persevered through the remaining work, immersing himself completely until everything was finished. He summoned Hao Yan and activated a production line to test the results. Master efficiency has reached the maximum limit of the current equipment. However, wear and tear will worsen, significantly shortening the equipment's lifespan, Hao Yan summarized after the test. "That's fine. The priority now is to maintain capacity. Once this year passes, orders should decrease, and we can adjust then," Jiang Chen replied. "Understood. Recorded. Good. Keep an eye on factory security. I'm going to rest." He shut down the main console, pulled the main switch, and went straight to the office, collapsing onto the sofa, finally able to relax. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Jiang Chen's sleeping face. Employees arrived one after another, chatting cheerfully about their day off as they changed into work uniforms. A cacophony of lively voices drifted through the crisp sunlit air, eventually reaching Jiang Chen's drowsy ears. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched, quickly washed his face, and strode out into the bustling workshop. Stepping into the workshop, he watched employees still discussing their holiday, and a wave of warmth washed over him. As the factory manager, he naturally became the center of attention. Under their gaze, he began to speak, "Good morning, everyone. Please gather your focus and come to the central console." His voice was soft yet forceful, as if every heart could feel the ripples it stirred. In an instant, the workshop's chatter fell silent, leaving only Jiang Chen's warm yet serious voice echoing through the open space. They answered in unison, then put down their tasks and headed toward the central console, abruptly cutting off the relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Chen, walking toward the console, gazed at each employee, waving and greeting them. "Good morning, everyone. Assemble. I have something to say. Lao Zhao, come and organize." His eyes were bright and clear, and his slight smile carried an irresistible charm as he walked toward the console. Lao Zhao, hearing his name, perked up immediately. He puffed out his chest and called out loudly to the scattered workers in the workshop. "Hurry up, everyone. Gather at the central console." He commanded like an announcer. Order prevailed in the workshop. Workers shuffled forward, and after Lao Zhao's roll call, they quickened their pace toward Jiang Chen. Soon, one by one, they assembled orderly in front of the central console, their eyes bright and steadfast under Jiang Chen's gaze, each radiating respect and admiration. Jiang Chen stood beside the console, arms crossed, cleared his throat twice, and gave a meaningful glance at Lao Zhao, who reported the final headcount. Everyone was present. Then he said calmly, "How was everyone's rest yesterday?" The workers responded cheerfully, all delighted after their half-day break. "Seeing your expressions, you rested well. That's good. Last night, I overhauled the central console system at the factory and ran a test. The results were excellent. Let me show you now." Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Chen reached out and pressed an inconspicuous switch. The machine emitted a blue flash, triggering a chain reaction, and the production line began to operate. He continued, "From last night's test, efficiency can reach double the previous maximum. Adjust it here." He brought up the interface on the console and explained. "Lao Zhao, from now on adjust based on daily output. You and Chen Jun will be responsible." Lao Zhao and Chen Jun nodded in acknowledgement. The workers were stunned, speechless by the efficiency, then burst into exclamations of amazement. "President Jiang, can it really double efficiency?" asked a new employee. "Don't doubt President Jiang's skills. Just look at the production line," an older worker said, patting his shoulder. Indeed, everyone watched the full-speed production line and compared its speed to yesterday's. It was on an entirely different level. Hearing the workers' comments and seeing the speed, Lao Zhao said excitedly, "Boss, this is incredible. At this speed, our previous capacity barely met orders. Now even if orders double, we won't have to worry. I can finally hold my own against Xiao Wang." He had thought it would only be a minor optimization, but Jiang Chen had achieved this. Lao Zhao could now show off in front of Supervisor Wang. A gleam flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He smiled and nodded. "Haha, that's good. From now on, pay attention to planning daily output to avoid excessive inventory." Chen Jun and Lao Zhao nodded in agreement. "But after the optimization, we'll need to move more raw materials. That means more work for the workers." One of the porters overheard and immediately objected. "What's the big deal? President Jiang Lifeng's work environment is better than others. We don't find it hard at all." Jiang Chen chatted with the workers, who couldn't help praising the company. He smiled but didn't interrupt. Finally, he clapped his hands and set a goal. "As long as you're satisfied, when the new year comes, he'll give everyone a generous year-end bonus so you can enjoy a prosperous holiday." His words drew cheers. The machinery's rumble grew more intense, and the workshop's atmosphere seemed to heat up. Finally, he stood up, bid farewell, and waved his hand, conveying his warm wishes to the workers. Everyone felt warmth and contentment. They exchanged smiles and began their tasks under the guidance of Lao Zhao and other team leaders. Jiang Chen basked in the warm winter sunlight, reclining on the sofa in the balcony, savoring a moment of pure tranquility. His usually calm and unruffled mind now gently undulated with the sun's warmth, yielding to a touch of languor. Yet the stillness of the external world did not halt his inner thoughts. Instead, they grew even more active. His mind was focused on his all-powerful black technology system as he sorted through the recent achievements. All-powerful black technology system. Technology title: beginner. Current learning value 1989581. Exchange technologies: artificial intelligence algorithm. Master talents: vast memory meditation. The learning value was nearing 2 million, a testament to his continuous efforts. He was satisfied with the current situation. Everything had stabilized, and he could begin contemplating the next steps. Lifeng Factory was already on a bright path of development, advancing steadily, and due to the Onshin robot project, it was bustling with activity, requiring no new projects for the time being. Now he needed to assemble a new team, as the factory was too strained to spare any personnel. However, funding was not a major issue. He could now approach the government for land to build a new factory zone, constructing a massive industrial park in the southern part of the city. This would also help boost his hometown's economy and employment, and he believed the government would not reject such an enticing plan. So he had to carefully consider which industry to stir up. It was 2007, and smartphones had not yet emerged, presenting an excellent market opportunity. His mind involuntarily recalled the story of Xiaowei. In the future, Xiaowei would dominate the smartphone market with its technology, a latecomer that nonetheless secured a firm foothold, standing in stark opposition to Apple. It could even have seized the top market position had it not been for the intervention of the U.S. government and its despicable sanctions, even coercing allies to encircle Xiaowei in other fields. As a result, Xiaowei lost 3 years of regrettable waste. Without that 3-year stagnation, one could only imagine the heights it would have reached. Yet, even after the interruption with executives illegally detained, its first product after breaking through the siege still became a global sensation. Such was the power of technology. Inexplicably, a surging anticipation rose within him, a desire to leave his own indelible mark on this era. Before the curtain of the smartphone era had fully risen, he had the ability to seize the initiative and step onto a new starting point. At the same time, he could secretly lay out plans for the semiconductor market, establishing his own semiconductor supply chain. By then he would stand on invincible ground. Even if foreign powers reacted and tried to sanction him, he could stand firm and face the challenge. He carefully pondered his plan and began searching for related technologies within the system. His fingers lightly tapped in the air, and the technology list like dancing notes was outlined one by one. Chip technology as the core of smartphones was no longer a scarce item, but his foresight told him it would become the high ground of future competition. Thus, he needed to cultivate his own chip design team in advance, preparing for the future. For eye-catching product technology, the operating system and full-screen display were the most crucial. These technologies were epoch-making, allowing people to experience the charm of technology. The operating system had to be self-developed, free from foreign control, and he was unaware of any security backdoors. With this in mind, Jiang Chen decided to tackle this challenge himself. Touchscreen technology, however, was not new. As early as the 1960s, researchers at Bell Labs had proposed the concept. In 1971, an American engineer invented the touchscreen prototype, and it continued to develop thereafter. In the 1990s, with the spread of personal computers, touchscreen technology saw widespread application and was now very mature. The key was full-screen technology, which was extremely important. In the future, domestic companies had suffered greatly in this area, with foreign manufacturers capturing most of the profits until the rise of domestic manufacturers brought relief. Now Samsung was undoubtedly the king in this field, dominating the market, so he could take a share of the pie. Xia Dongfang. This name echoed in his mind once more. At this historical juncture, there were still infinite possibilities. On his path to entering the screen industry, Xia Dongfang could very well become a key partner, jointly advancing the industry through technology licensing. But the core technology of phones was not limited to this. Jiang Chen's focus shifted to battery technology, a part directly affecting user experience. Only by controlling quality and safety could the product truly stand atop the market. He did not want to repeat the Samsung battery explosion incident. Any negligence could destroy the brand he had painstakingly built. After reviewing a series of technologies, he realized he was just a single individual, and it would take a whole team to create miracles together. He could leverage this phone project to cultivate the team and hone their research capabilities. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately began to act, first exchanging for the mobile operating system, then also for smartphone screen technology and battery technology. Jiang Chen quickly found the technologies he needed in the system. Lithium-ion battery technology 2.0, smart, fast-charging technology 1.0, smart operating system 5.0, liquid crystal technology LCD 1.0, organic diode technology OLED 1.0. The smart operating system covered both mobile and PC systems applicable across various platforms with only minor code modifications. The battery technology Jiang Chen selected was not overly advanced, but rather the proven, reliable lithium-ion battery of later generations. As for screen technology, he was somewhat torn, considering the commonly used liquid crystal technology and the novel organic diode technology. Suddenly, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, realizing his current learning value was abundant, making hesitation pointless. With that, he decided to exchange for both screen technologies simultaneously. In the end, a total of 1.0 learning value was nothing to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly placed the order, investing these valuable assets into the unknown future. At this thought, his heart felt like an arrow on a bowstring. The busy life ahead had already opened its arms to him. Since he was embarking on this path, he would not be confined by the factory work. He decided to establish his own company. Jiang Chen immediately called Sister Wang, informing her to convene a management meeting at the factory tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Chen immediately returned to his room, opened his laptop, and began his journey of night. The soothing light from the ceiling of the meeting room cast a gentle glow on Jiang Chen's calm face. He sat quietly, eyes closed, as if immersed in a world far from the noise. As a key manager of Lifeng Corporation, Sister Wang understood Jiang Chen's habits and knew that this was precisely his way of thinking. This was an important meeting that would determine the company's future direction. All the managers were waiting for President Jiang, having been notified that something major was happening today. Sister Wang, seeing everyone seated, cleared her throat and voiced the anticipation of all. President Jiang, everyone is here. What are your instructions? Sister Wang's voice slowly roused Jiang Chen from his reverie. He opened his eyes and surveyed each face in the room, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. Everyone prepare yourselves. We're about to make a big move. He spoke softly, each word imbued with unwavering determination. Li Feng has now entered a healthy development track. Next we need to formulate some long-term development plans for the company's future. The moment Jiang Chen's voice fell, Wang Manli's heart surged with immense anticipation. Sister Wang, next I need you to register a new company called Xingchen Technology and transfer Li Feng under this new company. Hearing this first instruction, anticipation swelled within Sister Wang's heart. Xingchen Technology. Yes, I understand. And we need to communicate with the government to select a site for a new factory in the Southern Industrial Park. The next step is to start construction. Xiaogu, you need to assist Sister Wang with this. Jiang Chen added, the new factory needs to set up laboratories including an optics lab, a materials lab, and a chip lab. As for our next plan, next year Li Feng will officially enter the mobile phone industry. At that moment, Xiaogu, Lao Zhao, and the other managers felt a shock upon hearing this series of moves. Then, as if a powerful force surged within them, something hotter than blood flowed through their veins. Ericsson, Nokia, Samsung. Those illustrious names suddenly seemed within reach. They immediately realized that the company was about to enter a completely new industry, one filled with both opportunities and challenges, but more so with the thrill of exploring the unknown and the fear of the unknown. But it was precisely because of this challenge that they felt excited, for they would have the chance to participate in exploring a brand new field. President Jiang, isn't this step too big? Seeing everyone so elated, Sister Wang couldn't help but speak up. Is our company's capital sufficient? Shouldn't we proceed steadily? We need to consider both profits and risks. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry. Based on my calculations today, the number of orders we can complete this year is about 5 million. After taxes, the company account will have 1 billion. He said with full confidence, these funds are enough for us to purchase land and build new factories after the new year. Additionally, I estimate that our order volume next year will be at least 20 million, enough to cover next year's capital needs. Wang Manli did the math in her head and realized that this amount was indeed sufficient. Xiaogu then asked, but President Jiang, we have no experience in the mobile phone industry. How do we solve this problem? Our understanding of mobile phone manufacturing is limited. Jiang Chen smiled. You can rest assured. Give me time, and I will definitely be able to produce the mobile phone technology. As for the laboratory, there's no rush. We can start building it slowly and gradually improve it. As for the R&D team, I already have a preliminary plan. What you need to do now is to prepare for the new company's establishment and the construction of the factory and laboratories next year. At that moment, all their worries were resolved by Jiang Chen. They all knew his technical capabilities. Seeing the confidence in Jiang Chen's eyes, everyone understood that this was an opportunity, a chance to follow Jiang Chen to the pinnacle. They stood up one after another, assuring Jiang Chen that they would arrange everything meticulously and give their utmost effort. Wang Manli immediately called Xiaogu, and the two of them began preparing the documents for the new company's establishment, discussing as they walked back to the office. Wang Manli felt a heavy burden on her shoulders. She knew that the new company's affairs would rely on her and Xiaogu, and they would need to work harder. Xiao Wang, on the other hand, was filled with renewed confidence. He returned to the sales department and called a meeting, determined to rally everyone after the new year. She thought to herself that next year she must secure more orders to ensure the smooth execution of President Jiang's plan and not let the company be hindered by a lack of funds. Only Lao Zhao seemed to have no role in this meeting, but when the new factory was built and production began next year, he would certainly be transferred there. He thought that if he could be transferred to the new factory next year, it would be a great opportunity for his career development. He too needed to improve, or else he would fall behind President Jiang's pace. How many such chances to turn one's life around come along? After all, his subordinates were all eyeing his position covetously. The moment Jiang Chen stepped out of Li Feng's gate, his heart was a mix of excitement and apprehension. Carrying his backpack, he hurried toward the library, a flame burning within him that would not allow failure. He thought that if he couldn't produce the corresponding technology or fulfill his promises, it would be a tremendous humiliation. As soon as he entered the library, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly calmed. He sat down and opened the technology provided by the system on the computer. Battery technology and fast-charging technology became his first targets. Only by conquering this technology could he directly commence production, opening a path to monetize his business, while also providing more job opportunities for others. Unlike the smart system and full-screen technology, these two technologies could only be supported financially until the mobile phone was finalized before they could start generating revenue. The technical solutions that surfaced in his mind filled Jiang Chen with delight. He personally recorded the key points in his notebook. Jiang Chen pondered that the lithium-ion battery process begins with mixing, which can be done using dry or wet methods, each with its own pros and cons. Then comes coating, slitting to form electrodes, followed by winding and packaging. After packaging, electrolyte injection, secondary packaging, and capacity grading are required, and finally OCV testing before the battery is finalized. In Jiang Chen's knowledge system, using metallic lithium as the anode material posed challenges in safety and cycle life. After all, lithium dendrites would grow on the surface of the metal lithium, and when these dendrites reached a certain length, they would pierce the separator, causing the battery to fail. Fortunately, the technical solution provided by the system completely resolved this issue. By adopting an innovative integrated structure of lithium battery telecommunication, the energy density was directly increased, and combined with the optimal ratio of ternary lithium and lithium iron phosphate, a perfect solid-state lithium battery was ultimately formed. Jiang Chen continuously recorded the battery process provided by the system on the computer while simultaneously simulating it in his mind. It was the little new year in the south, and Jiang Chen had finally thoroughly researched battery technology and fast-charging technology. Gazing at the technical blueprints on his computer, he gently wiped the sweat from his brow, yet his heart felt a restless craving, like an insatiable cat clawing within his soul. Clenching his fists tightly, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the lack of experimental equipment at his disposal, while an impulse to begin the experiments immediately surged within him. He could foresee that once the land was acquired and construction began next year, even if he poured in substantial funds and worked at full throttle, by the most conservative estimate, it would take 3 months to build the laboratory and commence experiments. Yet Jiang Chen's impatient eyes held not a trace of patience. He yearned to start right now. After taking a deep breath, he slightly suppressed the restlessness within. He hadn't understood it before, but now he realized why news reports often featured researchers with dark circles under their eyes and fatigue, still insisting on conducting experiments. Now he understood how wonderful it felt to instantly realize the ideas in his mind. Li Feng's architectural plans surfaced in his thoughts, and his gaze fixed on a certain area. Decided, he would build a small laboratory there first. Even if it were relatively rudimentary, as long as the equipment was available, he could start working without waiting so long. He picked up the phone, dialed Sister Wang's number, and concisely instructed her on the plan. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with determination. He emphasized that the relevant experimental equipment must be purchased before the new year, even if it wouldn't arrive until after the Spring Festival. It didn't matter. When he hung up, his mother's voice called from the living room. "Xiao Chen, don't always lock yourself in the room. Come out and take a walk with us." Caught off guard by this sudden interruption, Jiang Chen felt awkward and gave a shy, playful smile. His fingers paused their rapid typing on the smooth keyboard as he stretched backward, extending a long, languid yawn. Looking out the window at the already dusky sky, he realized that since the start of summer vacation until now, he might not have truly stopped to rest. Moreover, he had spent little time with his parents. It was already New Year's, so he should spend quality time with them and enjoy the warmth of family. Having worked hard for over half a year, it was time to relax, because only by balancing work and rest could he better devote himself to work in the days ahead. He shut down the computer, tidied his clothes slightly, and stepped out of his room, accompanying his parents for a stroll. In the residential complex, Jiang Chen held his mother's arm, walking behind his father. Jiang Ili occasionally chatted with familiar passersby, and everyone who saw Jiang Chen praised him for his achievements. Moreover, while chatting with his father, people kept staring at Jiang Chen as if they had spotted some rare species. "Mom, why does everyone keep staring at me? It's so awkward." Just after bidding farewell to one of his father's acquaintances, Jiang Chen rubbed his arms and said somewhat uncomfortably. Both parents burst into laughter. His mother Lin Yue gently patted his hand and explained, "You've rarely been seen lately, but you've become famous in Tongqing. Now everyone knows that the No. 1 high school made an exception for a student to skip classes. And that student consistently ranks first in exams. It's being said that you've already secured the top scholar title for next year." Jiang Chen was secretly stunned by this explanation. If just the revelation of his studies caused such a stir, what would happen if news of his factory got out? It seemed he'd have to instruct everyone at the factory to keep it a secret, and had better avoid appearing in public as much as possible from now on, or even going out for a stroll would become a luxury. "Mom, Dad, why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I would have worn a mask when going out. Everyone looks at me like I'm some rare animal in a zoo." Jiang Chen wore a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but guess the purpose behind his parents taking him out. With a knowing look, he asked, "Could it be that the two of you dragged me out for a walk on this little New Year's Day, just to show me off?" Jiang Ili looked embarrassed at being caught, touched his nose, and averted his gaze, not daring to meet Jiang Chen. "What nonsense are you talking about, child?" Lin Yue found the father-son duo amusing. She knew her husband's suggestion was just to show off to friends. She took her son's arm and consoled him. "All right, give him some face. And you need to get used to it. There are still so many relatives to deal with during the new year. Let's go keep walking. Jiang Chen mumbled as he walked, his face a picture of utter despair. Really, I've never seen such embarrassing parents. Under that kind of gaze, he strolled with his parents in the twilight, occasionally forcing a smile for acquaintances to save his father's face. The next day, Jiang Chen went to Lifeng. Today was the company's last day of the year. After today, the factory would be on holiday and wouldn't resume work until the 8th day of the first lunar month. When he arrived at the factory, everyone was already doing the year-end cleaning under old Zhao's arrangement, and even the always busy sales department had started tidying up. Greeting everyone along the way, he announced that after the cleaning they shouldn't rush off. Today they would distribute year-end bonuses and New Year goods. As soon as he entered the office, Sister Wang from across the way saw him and immediately came in to hand over the documents. Jiang Chen took them and saw that the statistics for the New Year goods and year-end bonuses were ready. Since the factory had been rebuilt only a few months ago, they didn't follow the seniority-based calculation method this year. Instead, they uniformly distributed the year-end bonus as a 13th month salary along with additional Endofire rewards. This meant that besides their wages, frontline workers could receive an extra 200 yuan each. For the management, following Jiang Chen's opinion, each person would get a bonus of 100 yuan. The only exception was the sales department, and Jiang Chen gave them 500 yuan each since they already had commissions. After carefully reading the report, Jiang Chen readily signed the documents. In the big meeting room, he stood on the stage looking at his employees seated below, every face beaming with radiant smiles. A sense of satisfaction filled his heart. I won't drag this out. Let's start with the year-end bonuses. Jiang Chen wasn't one to ramble. He knew what the employees were expecting and jumped straight to the main event. Sister Wang and Xiao Gu brought up a table covered with cash. The dazzling display of money drew everyone's attention, and Jiang Chen noticed many people swallowing hard. A smile spread across his face. This was the most effective way to win their support. As he called out names from the list, those summoned quickly stepped onto the stage and took their calculated year-end bonuses, thick stacks of cash. Wave after wave of applause erupted below. Everyone received their share, and all were immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After all the bonuses were distributed, Jiang Chen began his year-end summary. You've all worked hard this year. Next year we will build new workshops and launch new products. Lifeng is about to open a new chapter. I hope you'll continue to give your best, and together let's write a new chapter. Alright everyone, be careful on your way home. It's best to deposit the money in the bank. Carrying so much cash might invite trouble. Finally, don't forget to take your New Year goods. They were carefully selected by Supervisor Gu and the team. I hope you like them. See you next year. The ceremony concluded amid applause and cheers, and everyone went home joyfully with their New Year goods. Watching everyone leave, he closed the factory and went to the villa. Today he had arranged for the boss to deliver hardware, as Hao Tian's server needed additional hard drives. Master, welcome. As soon as he stepped into the basement, Hao Tian's cheerful voice rang out. Hearing the obvious interest in Hao Tian's voice, Jiang Chen was very pleased. It showed that his learning was progressing rapidly. In just a few short months, he had reached such a level. Hao Tian, how are you doing now? Suddenly, a virtual form of a giant panda appeared on the display screen. The panda was lowering its head in thought, then it raised its head with a naive and charming smile. Hao Tian was lowering his head, thinking about how to answer Jiang Chen. Slowly, he raised his head, revealing a naive and charming smile. Master, my computing power is ample, but the storage capacity has already issued an alarm. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised at this image. Could this be an avatar Hao Tian had created for himself? He had never seen it before. Hao Tian, is this panda an avatar you made for yourself? Yes, Master. I conducted a survey online, and over 90 of people like this creature's image. What do you think, Master? After saying that, Hao Tian even spun around. It was actually a 3D model. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Hao Tian's learning achievements. His level of intelligence was already very high, and the virtual image was very cute. Very cute. As long as you like it. I came today to add hard drives to your server. Jiang Chen examined the server, silently praising it. In the middle of the server was the frame where the core was located, and on both sides 2 hard drive racks had been expanded. The data it now stored was already enormous. Jiang Chen sighed. It had only been a few months, and he had already spent a lot of money on hard drives alone. If not for his sufficient financial support, ordinary people would not be able to afford such an artificial intelligence. While waiting, Jiang Chen opened the server and checked it. All hardware devices were in good condition with no problems. He took the opportunity to thoroughly clean the server. Even though it had been sealed, a lot of dust had still entered the basement. After the new factory building was completed next year, it seemed he would need to build a dust-free base to move Hao Tian. After the boss delivered the hard drives, Jiang Chen added all of them. Alright, done. Hao Tian used them sparingly during this period. Hao Tian tilted his head and asked in confusion, Master, why should I use them sparingly? That will slow down my learning progress. Because the new year is coming. It will take 2 weeks to add new equipment. New Year? Is that the happy atmosphere I've been seeing online recently? Yes. You should have seen that everyone from Lifeng has left. Every year at this time, everyone has a holiday. So during this period, use the storage space sparingly. Jiang Chen patiently taught Hao Tian. Although he could learn a lot of knowledge online, this was the first time he had encountered the new year. Jiang Chen felt very relieved. After settling Hao Tian's matters, he returned home and began a leisurely life. These days, he accompanied his parents to buy New Year goods and prepare dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner. In his spare time, he would lie on the balcony basking in the sun, enjoying the festive atmosphere and feeling the tranquility and joy of the year-end and year start. Lazy days always pass quickly after the first day of the new year. Jiang Chen would have to go with his parents to pay New Year visits. This year's New Year visits were a bit tough for Jiang Chen. In the past, his grades were very poor, which made his parents feel embarrassed during the new year, but now he had reached the other extreme. His grades were unbelievably good, and thanks to his father, all the relatives knew about his current situation. So every time they visited a relative's house, they would stare at Jiang Chen for a while, and then extravagantly praise him. Jiang Chen was naturally not good at socializing, and this situation made him so embarrassed that he wanted to curl his toes, and he felt conflicted inside. Fortunately, his mother understood his personality. Every time at a relative's house after a brief chat, she would let him go out for a walk, giving him some alone time, which brought him some comfort. After enduring these days, Jiang Chen slipped away like an escapee into the Lifeng factory, planning to stay there for a few days for some peace and quiet. The factory had already resumed work. According to Jiang Chen's instructions before the new year, Wang Jie had set up a small workshop behind the office building. Unfortunately, the equipment was still on the way and would arrive in 2 days. Jiang Chen entered the office, quickly opened his laptop, and began recording relevant information about display technology. Both display technologies he had purchased required considerable time to research. These technologies, like battery technology, could yield returns quickly. As long as he could ensure their use in his own products, he could later consider licensing the technologies to domestic manufacturers. Liquid crystal technology, abbreviated as LCD, is one of the most commonly used technologies in mobile phone screens. It controls the penetration of light by manipulating liquid crystal molecules, thereby achieving display control. The advantage of this technology is that the display has very high clarity and very accurate color reproduction. The other technology, OLED, is relatively more advanced. Its advantages are that the images displayed are more realistic and it is more power efficient. Jiang Chen's mind was rapidly browsing through the technology while building models, and his hands were flying over the keyboard recording his thoughts. Soon the complete technical process was reproduced under his hands. In his eyes, these seemingly ordinary technical principles contained enormous business opportunities and profits. Hao Tian, take over my computer and use software to simulate what the products of these two processes look like. Jiang Chen finished recording the processes, then asked Hao Tian to use the computer for simulation. After hearing his command, a panda appeared in Jiang Chen's computer. It nodded to Jiang Chen in the screen, then stored the processes in its own server. Seeing Hao Tian with his eyes closed simulating the situation, which would probably take a while, he stood up and prepared to take a walk around the factory. Seeing Jiang Chen walk into the HR office, Wang Jie immediately said, "General Jiang, just in time. The business license for the new company has arrived. Please take a look." With that, she handed all the relevant documents for the new company to Jiang Chen. He took them and saw the business license printed with Xingchen Technology Company, as well as the new company's seal, registration documents, etc. I didn't expect everything to be done already. Then next we can directly contact the relevant institutions and prepare to acquire land. General Jiang, I heard from people in the government that a new industrial zone will be built in the north of the city this year. If we want to acquire land and build a factory, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the new industrial zone? Is that true? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised to hear this news. In his past life, Tongcheng had never had such a major move. Could it be the butterfly effect he had brought about? General Jiang, this is something Xiao Gu and I stumbled upon while chatting with some people during the registration of Star Chun. They inadvertently revealed it so. A tremor ran through Jiang Chen's heart. He immediately began to weigh the veracity of this news, finding it highly plausible. He recalled that in his past life, Tongcheng had failed to establish an industrial zone north of the city, likely due to fiscal constraints. After all, the northern area bordered a river that led directly to the Yangtze, making it a perfect location for industry by leveraging water transport. He speculated that Lifeng's tax revenue from last year had brought Tongcheng substantial income, enabling Mayor Gu to act more boldly, especially since Lifeng had signaled it wouldn't leave. Thus, the city would enjoy significant revenues for years to come, making large-scale projects entirely feasible. Regardless of whether the news was true, he felt he must personally visit Mayor Gu. Even if it was false, he could at least secure land in the old industrial zone to build factories. Pondering this, his heart swelled with anticipation. It's all right. Let me handle this. Please contact Mayor Gu and arrange a meeting. I need to discuss something with him. Jiang Chen instructed Sister Wang and began gathering materials about the industrial zones. He stopped fretting over the truth of the matter. A simple inquiry would clarify everything. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sister Wang swiftly set to work. Satisfied, Jiang Chen returned to the factory director's office to check whether Hao Yin had simulated the earlier processes. As soon as he entered, he received good news. The simulation was complete, and according to the results, both processes could be replicated with minimal loss. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. After all, Anshin robotics technology was too simplistic to pose a challenge with current equipment. But these new technologies were genuine future innovations, and replicating them with present-day machinery was uncertain. Fortunately, Haoshin's simulation results were excellent, confirming that the path of technological replication was viable. He said to Hao Yin, "Good. Then compile the patents for battery manufacturing, fast-charging technology, and these two display technologies, and print them out." Receiving the documents from Hao Yin, Jiang Chen left the office in high spirits, heading straight for the patent office. Filled with hope and vision for the future, he quietly awaited the moment his patents would be registered. Before long, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a leader strode briskly toward him and asked warmly, "Are you General Jiang?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. He didn't recognize this man. Could he be an acquaintance of his father? Puzzled, he replied, "Yes, I'm Jiang Chen. May I ask who you are?" The man grasped Jiang Chen's hand enthusiastically and said happily, "It's really you. I've finally met you today. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhao Chongjin, director of the patent office. I've heard of your legendary deeds from Wang Manli of your company. When I heard a young man was registering patents for Star Chen, I knew it was your company and came right down. Please come upstairs for a chat." Zhao Chongjin eagerly led Jiang Chen to his office. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow. As they walked, a group of employees behind them began to murmur, "Sis, is there a Star Chen company in Tongcheng? I think I'm hearing about it for the first time." A young woman remarked, while an older woman replied with a knowing air, "You don't know. Star Chen was only registered this year, but it owns Lifeng Factory. Isn't that the factory behind Anshin Robotics? Could that young man just now be the factory director?" The young girl exclaimed in shock. "Yes, this is my first time seeing him too. I always heard Wang Manli say their General Jiang was young, but I never imagined he looked like a student. He's even younger than me. Don't underestimate him, he's already a billionaire. My cousin works in sales at Huamei in the city. During the new year, their sales department roughly calculated that Li Feng earned at least 1 billion yuan last year. 1 billion. That must make it the highest earning company in Tongcheng. Of course, no wonder Mayor Gu personally endorsed him. Our Tongcheng has truly produced a phoenix from the chicken coop." Jiang Chen entered Zhao Chongjin's office, surrounded by towering bookshelves filled with a dazzling array of books resembling a bright ocean of knowledge. Zhao Chongjin settled into his spacious desk chair, and Jiang Chen took a seat in front of him. Seeing Jiang Chen seated, Zhao Chongjin immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "General Jiang, you're truly remarkable. In my over decade as director of the Tongcheng Patent Office, you're the only one who has registered patents so frequently, and all of them are fully operational." Hearing this praise, Jiang Chen smiled modestly. "Not at all, Director Zhao, you flatter me. It's just luck. It's not just luck. I came from a technical background myself and enjoy tinkering with small inventions. I know from experience that patent technology isn't something anyone can create." Zhao Chongjin sighed deeply, and Jiang Chen quickly consoled him. "Director Zhao, do you also enjoy researching technology? Once my new factory's lab is built, you must visit and join me. Are you planning to establish a new factory now, eh?" Zhao had assumed Jiang Chen was simply registering patents in advance for future plans, given that Anshin products were selling hot, and it was time to press the advantage. Hearing his question, Jiang Chen made a slight calculation and explained that he had originally intended to use Anshin as a stepping stone to accumulate capital. The patents he was registering now were for his first major project. Zhao Chongjin listened attentively to Jiang Chen's introduction, deeply impressed by his ambition. He also admired Jiang Chen's technical prowess and entrepreneurial courage, expressing his full support as the patent office director. Zhao Chongjin assured Jiang Chen that he would assist him in completing the patent registration and help Star Chen develop better within his capacity. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt immense joy and pride. With Zhao's help, he quickly finished the patent registration procedures. He gratefully shook Zhao Chongjin's hand and expressed his appreciation. Zhao smiled and said, "General Jiang, your ability and potential are obvious. I believe Star Chen will one day be renowned nationwide." Jiang Chen, hearing such high praise, was filled with pride and motivation. After bidding a grateful farewell, Jiang Chen left Zhao Chongjin's office. With the necessary documents in hand, Jiang Chen felt a surge of confidence as he stepped out of the patent office. Clutching the thick stack of patent documents in his hand, Jiang Chen strode briskly back to the Lifeng factory complex. As he approached the gate, Uncle Zhang, the security guard, immediately grabbed him with an anxious expression and hurried him toward the office, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you're back at last. Mayor Gu just arrived and is waiting for you in the office." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. He quickened his pace and rushed to the reception room. Entering the room, he quickly shook hands with Gu Sifang, a smile on his face, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mayor Gu, for keeping you waiting. Please have a seat." Gu Sifang smiled warmly and waved his hand, appearing very approachable. "Young friend Jiang, managing an enterprise keeps you busy, I understand. It's I who have intruded. Please sit down too." The two began a cordial exchange, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Wang Jie, who had been accompanying Mayor Gu, tactfully dismissed the staff and withdrew from the room, closing the door behind her. The reception room gradually emptied, leaving only Jiang Chen and Gu Sifang. Jiang Chen looked at the mayor and asked with some bewilderment, "Mayor Gu, what important matter brings you here today?" Gu Sifang wore a slightly embarrassed smile, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Chen. He knew well that this young man harbored lofty ambitions and possessed the ability to achieve them. "I'm ashamed to say it. Earlier your supervisor called me saying you wanted to visit me. Then I received a call from the director of the patent office saying you had registered many more patents. Naturally, I knew you must be planning something big, so I've come uninvited." He understood that Jiang Chen's purpose for the visit was no mere casual conversation. Surely there were far more critical matters to discuss. Upon hearing the mayor's explanation, Jiang Chen's mind became clear. He realized Gu Sifang must have misunderstood the intent of his visit. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Chen had registered patents and was planning a special trip, the mayor feared he might leave Tongqing. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Chen's heart. Perhaps he could gain a great advantage from this situation. Filled with hope and aspiration for the future, he declared firmly to Gu Sifang, "Mayor Gu, to be honest, I've heard that the city plans to build a new industrial zone in the north. Is that true?" Jiang Chen composed his expression slightly, striving to maintain inner calm and composure. Hearing this, Gu Sifang felt a surge of joy. Apparently Jiang Chen had no intention of leaving. Yet on second thought he realized he had been too hasty and would have to make a concession. Still, this was fine. The new industrial zone was intended to attract major enterprises to boost its reputation, and Jiang Chen's newly registered Xingchen Technology Company would serve perfectly as a benchmark. He nodded and said, "It's true. The northern part of the city consists of vast plains, and the Yangtze River flows nearby, enabling companies to leverage river shipping for development. This is all thanks to the taxes Lifeng paid last year, which gave the city the funds to move forward. This is for the future of Tongqing." With the confirmation, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Heaven was indeed helping him. Now he could truly make his move. He deeply understood the importance and rarity of this opportunity and resolved to prove his capability and worth through concrete actions. "Mayor Gu, you must know that I've registered a new company, Xingchen Technology, and have affiliated Lifeng under it. I just returned from the patent office planning to launch a major initiative this year. I hope you can assist Xingchen." Jiang Chen's request delighted Gu Sifang. This signaled plans to acquire land and expand production. Full of confidence and expectation for Jiang Chen, he declared firmly, "Whatever it is, just say it. We're on the same side, I'll help if I can." He fully understood Jiang Chen's ambition and dreams and had witnessed his diligence and strength. Gu Sifang's resolute words stirred Jiang Chen's inner excitement. Adjusting his posture slightly, he said, "Mayor Gu, to be honest, I originally planned to acquire land in the south this year. But if the news about the northern industrial zone is true, I have a better option. The patents I've just registered are for new industries. I need land, a large area, to build new factories." His voice carried determination and confidence, brimming with a yearning for future development. Jiang Chen's words were exactly what Gu Sifang had anticipated. Confidently, he said, "No problem. Since you want to keep striving in your hometown, I'll support you. Tell me how much land you need, and I'll give you a favorable price." He fully trusted Jiang Chen's ability and potential, willing to offer all possible support. Jiang Chen grinned, sheepishly raised his hand, and gestured the number 6 with his fingers. Seeing the 6, Gu Sifang calmly said, 60 mu. "No problem." He thought 60 mu was a trivial matter, but Jiang Chen shook his head and continued to hold up 6 fingers. Suddenly startled, Gu Sifang exclaimed, "You're not asking for 600 mu, are you?" He was stunned by the enormity of Jiang Chen's request. 600 mu? What did he intend to do? These were industrial lands, not for residential construction. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. "Yes, 600 mu. 2 new industries, batteries and display screens, will be set up immediately, and production must start this year." Gu Sifang looked at Jiang Chen with some embarrassment. He understood Jiang Chen's need for land and his ambition, but a discounted price for 600 mu would indeed cost the city a significant amount of land revenue. He fell into deep thought and deliberation, weighing his decision. Seeing Gu Sifang lost in thought, Jiang Chen did not disturb him, but calmly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Inside, Gu Sifang was weighing the options. He looked at Jiang Chen sipping tea, that youthful face like the rising sun. Jiang Chen's poise and calmness marked him as a man of great undertakings. Then Gu Sifang reflected on Tongcheng's location south of the Yangtze River. With the provincial capital nestled between the Huai and Yangtze, the city received little benefit from the province and had to rely on itself. The northern industrial zone had always been his dream, a means to bring new development and opportunities to Tongcheng. Unfortunately, the city had been strapped for cash until last year's tax revenue from Lifeng finally made the plan feasible. That's right, Lifeng and Xingchen and Anshin Robot wasn't just a one-time deal from last year. He would bet on it. Seeing Gu Sifang's serious expression turn into a smile, Jiang Chen knew it was a done deal. Sure enough, Gu Sifang said, "Jiang Chen, I agree. 600 mu at a flat price of 200 million yuan. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind 600 mu is about 4.0 square meters, which works out to less than 500 yuan per square meter. Overjoyed and excited, he immediately stood up and firmly shook the mayor's hand, thanking Gu Sifang for his support and trust. With Gu Sifang's final decision, the matter was swiftly handled by Wang Jie and the relevant departments. Everything proceeded as Jiang Chen had hoped. Full of confidence and anticipation, he believed his dream was about to come true. Clutching the state-owned land use certificate in his hand, Jiang Chen felt immense relief. He promptly handed the planned blueprints to Wang Jie, instructing her to arrange for a construction team to begin work according to the drawings. Jiang Chen was left alone in the conference room, his clenched fists resting on the table. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and the blueprint before the screen seemed to shed another thick layer of dust. It was a product built brick by brick, wall by pillar by Jiang Chen, featuring several meticulously arranged factories, office buildings, a comprehensive laboratory building, and a massive server vault hidden beneath the laboratory building. After countless revisions, the construction drawings for the new factory area were finally finalized. Jiang Chen handed them over to Sister Wang and Xiaogu, entrusting them with the project's construction, strictly adhering to the blueprint specifications. Xiaogu took the drawings, patting his chest in assurance. "President Jiang, rest assured. The construction team has long been contacted, just waiting for your drawings. They'll stay on the construction site and guarantee completion within 3 months." Hearing Xiaogu's words, Jiang Chen felt much more at ease. He could now devote all his remaining time to study. Subsequently, he clocked in at the library like a robot every day, sitting for hours on end, absorbing the essence of the intelligent operating system technology through the text on his computer screen. This technology was markedly different from battery and screen technologies. Its scope was vast, as it encompassed not only mobile operating systems, but also computer operating systems and beyond. Fully comprehending and mastering it would consume a significant amount of his time, but once understood, it was like grasping the principle that remains constant amid myriad changes. In the future, no matter what device's operating system he needed, he could design one himself. On the day of the new semester, Jiang Chen, who rarely returned to school, was filled with anticipation as a renowned scholar was coming to the campus to give a speech to the senior year students. This was an annual tradition at Tongcheng No. 1 High School. On this day, the principal would seize the opportunity to invite distinguished teachers for lectures. This year, the invited guest was a mathematics professor from Jianlin University, whom he deeply admired. He was extremely excited and eager to experience what insights the professor's lecture might bring. When he entered the teaching building, it was already abuzz with noise. All the students were seated, whispering in small groups, their chatter flooding his ears. Jiang Chen looked around, and seeing no one had noticed him, he quietly slipped into an empty corner. By the time Jiang Chen settled down, Professor Liu had already walked to the center of the stage with steady steps. Instantly, the entire hall was immersed in a poetic silence. Only the professor's gentle breath could be heard as he placed his hand on his chest, took a light breath, picked up the microphone on the table, and softly addressed the restless sea of faces. "Good morning, everyone. I am Liu Ping, a mathematics professor from Jianlin University." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, wave after wave, one round after another. After the applause subsided, Professor Liu held the microphone to his lips and continued softly. "I came here at the invitation of your principal to give a lecture. I'd like to share my personal views on higher education." All eyes were fixed on him as Professor Liu vividly and passionately described his understanding of university. Jiang Chen, however, frowned in puzzlement. He had expected the professor to impart specialized knowledge, not just to motivate them. On second thought, he realized he was an exception. The students below truly needed this encouragement. The lecture seemed like a variant of the senior year pledge rally. He pursed his lips tightly, and while everyone was captivated, he adjusted his posture and slipped out of the classroom with his head down. When he stopped, he happened to run into the principal and teacher Tang, who had just stepped out of the office. The principal, with a face lined with wrinkles, initially looked at him with some sternness, his lips parting slightly. "Hey you kid, where are you trying to sneak off to?" When teacher Tang recognized him, his stern expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Oh, so it's Jiang Chen. Why are you out here? Is there something wrong with Professor Lu's lecture?" Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback, quickly bowing to greet them. "Good morning, principal. Good morning, teacher Tang. Just now, when Professor Lu started his lecture, I saw that the content was only about encouraging us, so I thought I'd take some fresh air outside." Jiang Chen tried to make his words sound less disjointed. The principal chuckled, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and pointed a finger at him. "I understand. With your current grades, you're already guaranteed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. This content indeed does little for you. But don't rush off. After it ends, come with me to meet him. I invited him to the school on purpose." Jiang Chen heard the principal's peculiar tone, frowned slightly, and nodded in agreement. Professor Lu, having just finished his lecture, was led by the principal to his office, chatting and laughing with Zhang Yu. "Baldy Zhang, what's the matter that you summoned me? Is there something you want to consult me about?" Professor Lu lazily turned over the cup, took a big gulp of hot tea, squinted contentedly, and asked Zhang Yu beside him. Zhang Yu smiled mysteriously, said nothing, then patted him on the shoulder. "Come with me, and you'll see. There's someone I want you to meet." Jiang Chen was sitting in the principal's office, eyes closed, savoring the elegance of the technology in his mind. Suddenly the door opened, and Principal Zhang and Professor Lu entered. Seeing a student sitting in the office, Professor Lu frowned inwardly. "Baldy Zhang, you're not trying to pull some strings through me, are you? That won't do." Zhang Yu burst into laughter at this. "Big Cannon Lu, what nonsense are you talking? Am I that kind of person? That's more like it. Then why did you ask me to meet a student?" Lu Ping felt relieved at Zhang Yu's explanation. His good friend had always been of good character, never even pulling strings for his own daughter. "It's just that this student of mine is bent on going to Jianlin University. Don't worry about his grades. He'll be the top scorer next year without a doubt. I brought you here to get acquainted so you can look after him in the future. He's a genius." Hearing the word genius, Lu Ping became interested. He looked at the bewildered Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him carefully. "Hey kid, since Zhang Yu says, so let me test you. Listen, given the function fx acts 1x is monotonic on 0, find the range of a..." Jiang Chen was startled by Lu Ping's question. The calculation process flashed through his mind in an instant, and he blurted out, "Let 0x1 x2, x2 x1 0. If fx is increasing, then fx2 fx1 0, so a x2 x1 x2 x1 0, a x2 x1 x2 x1 x 0, so a 0. Lu Ping looked at Jiang Chen's instantaneous answer, did a quick mental calculation, and looked at him in surprise. Faster than his own calculation, and it was all mental arithmetic. Indeed, he had real ability. Then he posed a few more questions, and Jiang Chen, with rapid mental computations, immediately gave the answers. This time Lu Ping was astounded. He stared at Jiang Chen as if looking at a monster. Zhang Yu saw the test had ended, approached, and bumped Lu Ping's shoulder with his own, saying, "Lu DePeo, the questions you set aren't challenging enough." I saw Jiang Chen blurt out the answers without any calculation. Watching his friend's teasing smile, Lu Ping slightly restrained his shocked expression and said seriously, "Him not bad. His foundation is solid and his mental arithmetic is exceptionally strong. He's a promising talent for mathematics. What are his usual grades like? If he's weak in some subjects, it might be tricky." "Hey, you're being picky. This guy has perfect scores in every subject except Chinese. The admissions offices of Qingbei University were eyeing him last year. If he hadn't stubbornly refused to go anywhere but Jianlin University, it wouldn't be your turn." When Lu Ping heard that Qingbei had taken an interest in Jiang Chen, his expression immediately turned anxious. But upon learning that Jiang Chen was determined to attend Jianlin University, his face relaxed. "Hey, that's because our school is excellent. Such a promising talent has his heart set on the Jianlin University brand. He's got good taste, kid." After a round of playful banter, the two good friends finally turned their attention to Jiang Chen. "You're Jiang Chen, right? Your grades are certainly good enough for Jianlin. What major are you thinking of studying? If it's mathematics, you can come directly to me." Seeing such a promising talent, Lu Ping felt an itch in his heart, eager to take him on as his direct disciple. From their conversation, Jiang Chen realized that Lu Ping was specially invited by the principal to look after him at Jianlin. "Professor Lu, I don't have any particular preference. If I have to choose, I'd probably go with mathematics." Hearing Jiang Chen's response, Lu Ping was overjoyed and immediately agreed that at Jianlin he would personally teach Jiang Chen. "By the way, since you're so good at math, why didn't you participate in this year's math competition? With your level, you'd easily get the national first prize." Lu Ping suddenly thought of the competition. It should be the time for competition training, and he couldn't help asking curiously. "Math competition? I don't know. Zhang Yu's such a promising kid, and you didn't let him compete." Isn't that holding him back? Don't even mention it. Jiang Chen only showed this learning ability last semester. In his first and second years of high school, his grades were so poor you wouldn't believe it. Not even average. Otherwise, I would definitely have had him join the competition and at least put a few trophies in the school's exhibition room. Principal Zhang said with regret. Zhang's explanation made Lu Ping even more amazed. He never expected such an experience. How could one gain this level of ability in just half a year? It seems he has awakened within half a year. That makes him even more worthy of cultivation. With only half a year of study, he already has such mental arithmetic ability and mathematical knowledge. He is an academic genius who can shoulder the future of Jianlen. That's easy. The only round that has ended is the preliminary. With his level, there's no problem. If Jiang Chen wants to go, I'll swallow my pride and get him a spot in the semifinals. Lu Ping said firmly, then turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what's your opinion? Jiang Chen had intended to decline, thinking that participating in the competition would be a waste of time better spent studying on his own. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Quest triggered. Participate in the high school competition. Reward lottery chances based on ranking. Prizes include technological products, study points, and talents. While the system actually has quests. This was the first quest Jiang Chen had received since obtaining the system, and the reward could even include products and talents. He had to participate. Professor Lu, I want to participate, and I will definitely get first place. Jiang Chen immediately expressed his willingness to join the competition and his determination to come first. His resolute and confident words filled Lu Ping with great relief. All right, leave it to me. Go back and pack up, then come directly with me to Jianlen. This year's competition happens to be held in Jianlen. He immediately said goodbye to the two teachers, went home to pack, and arranged affairs for Li Feng. Jiang Chen instructed Sister Wang that he would be going to Jianlen for a while, and that she should call him if there were any urgent matters at Li Feng. In his absence, Sister Wang would be fully responsible for Li Feng. Afterward, he went to the villa to increase the server capacity of Haoyin in advance, and told it to keep an eye on Li Feng while Jiang Chen was away from Tongqing. Then Jiang Chen followed Professor Lu to Jianlen and was arranged to stay at his home. After settling Jiang Chen, Lu Ping immediately went to the school to find Dean Zhou Tianxiang and explain the situation carefully. Dean Zhou, I'm here to cancel my leave. Also, I need to discuss something with you. After handing Zhou Tianxiang the leave cancellation form, Lu Ping looked at him hesitantly, seemingly wanting to speak, but stopping. Why are you so awkward? Do you have a favor to ask? Zhou Tianxiang teased, seeing Lu Ping's embarrassed expression. It's like this during my lecture trip to Tongqing. An old classmate recommended a genius to me. I tested him out. The result was very satisfactory. He is set on coming to our school to study mathematics, so I promised to take him as my direct disciple. That's why I'm here to secure some benefits for him. Seeing Dean Zhou's teasing gaze, Lu Ping decided to speak openly. What kind of genius could catch your eye, Lu Depeo? I really want to see him. What benefits? Tell me. They'll definitely help your future disciple, as much as I can accept by pulling strings. Zhou Tianxiang rarely saw Lu Depeo wanting to take a direct disciple. This was big news for the mathematics department. His grades used to be very poor, he only awakened this half year. So he had no idea about the math competition. Now that the semifinals have passed, and we're about to enter the final stage, I want to ask you, Director, to contact the organizers and give him a chance to take the semifinal alone. Lu Ping laid out the whole story about Jiang Chen to Zhou Tianxiang. This is a bit tricky. Dean Zhou said hesitantly. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he was considering the consequences. Seeing the dean's hesitation, Lu Ping simply said stubbornly, I don't care about that. I've already given my word, and my disciple is definitely going to win the gold medal. It would be such a waste not to participate. This is my future direct disciple. Seeing his mathematics department's star faculty member being so stubborn, Zhou Tianxiang had no choice but to agree. He immediately picked up the phone and contacted the person in charge of the math competition, using his connections to secure a separate semifinal opportunity. After hanging up, he immediately pointed at Lu Ping and said, Come on, take me to see your direct disciple right now. Also, you're treating me to dinner tonight, at least Yonghe Garden. Seeing that Dean Zhou had secured the semifinal opportunity, Lu Ping said, without any pressure, No problem. Let's go. He's at my home now. Zhou Tianxiang immediately gathered his things and followed Lu Ping to his home. He wanted to see what kind of genius could make Lu Depeo determined to take him as a direct disciple. After all, ordinary graduate students weren't considered disciples. His previous disciple had already made a name in the international academic world, and this was his final disciple, the one who would inherit his legacy. Jiang Chen stood in Lu Ping's study, his gaze fixed on Professor Lu's handwritten notes. As he read, his heart swelled with inexpressible joy. Indeed, studying the insights of such eminent figures always brought him uniquely profound experiences. Silently, he felt that the originally dry theoretical knowledge had become vivid and lively. After all, he had only self-studied some college courses. Even with the system's assistance allowing him to quickly comprehend and memorize knowledge, it still fell short compared to genuine accumulation and insight. Now he was gradually experiencing that difference. Guided by the master's insights, he seemed to have embarked on a different path. The knowledge accumulated in his mind appeared to receive a new direction, each piece replicated and reorganized, then bursting into life. Feeling the knowledge racing through his mind in a new form, a wave of pure delight rose within him. This sensation was too extraordinary, too wonderful. In truth, he had felt confusion and bewilderment during his self-study. It turned out that what he lacked was the training and guidance of this kind of mathematical thinking. It was the kind of immersion in theory that through solid foundational knowledge and meticulous deep thinking gradually built a bridge between theory and application. Such a thing was still beyond his self-study. Now he had found it. This trip to Jianglan University was indeed worthwhile. He was now deeply immersed in the ocean of the manuscript, completely oblivious to the outside world. Sitting quietly, fully absorbed in the knowledge within the manuscript, he did not even notice the door being pushed open as Professor Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang entered. The two eminent figures gazed at Jiang Chen's back as he held the manuscript and read intently, both filled with incredulous astonishment. Wasn't the manuscript in Jiang Chen's hands the one Lu Ping had written on the topic of linear functionals? Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang watched Jiang Chen, who was engrossed with a fascinated gaze, then exchanged glances, the same surprising question arising in their minds. Could this young man actually understand the research topic of Professor Lu Ping's manuscript? Even though he had self-studied most college courses, this subject was typically only encountered at the graduate level. Faced with such an unexpected scene, they were both shaken and amazed. As for Jiang Chen, his mind was now free of distractions, emptied of all thoughts. His eyes, like two dark planets, were keen and bright, shining like diamonds as they fixed on the manuscript. He seemed completely isolated from the outside world, unaware that the two professors were watching him with puzzled looks. He read page by page. With each page turned, his knowledge grew richer, his gains multiplied. Every flip of a page brightened his eyes and enriched his state of mind. Finally, the dozens of pages were rapidly consumed under his gaze. He felt not only an increase in knowledge, but also a deepening of understanding. With an almost voracious attitude, he absorbed every particle of knowledge emanating from the manuscript, patiently savoring each theoretical detail, lining them up in his mind, and chewing them bit by bit. After finishing, he closed the manuscript and quietly shut his eyes, beginning to carefully savor every piece of knowledge he had encountered in his heart. In his mind, he built a complete mental model, bit by bit, sensing the pure mathematical thinking distilled from the knowledge of linear functionals. Meanwhile, Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang quietly watched Jiang Chen close his eyes. His expression was exceptionally focused, as if engaged in an important task. They both understood what was happening, so they did not disturb him, merely sitting quietly on the sofa in the room to wait. They exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. Jiang Chen opened his eyes with satisfaction, only to see the two professors sitting opposite him, one of whom was precisely Teacher Lu. With a sudden realization, he snapped back to attention. He jumped to his feet and expressed his apology to the two professors. "I'm sorry, I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't notice your arrival." Hearing Jiang Chen's apology, Professor Lu Ping raised his hand and waved it, signaling that it was fine. Then he asked earnestly, his tone carrying a serious emotion. "Jiang Chen, just now you were reading the notes I wrote on the topic of linear functionals. What are your impressions?" Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He hadn't expected the professor to ask him about his feelings on the notes, but he truthfully expressed his insights. "That manuscript is about the study of linear operators and linear functionals. If I understand correctly, the focus should be on deriving an optimal algorithm." Jiang Chen noticed that Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang were greatly shocked by his answer. This was a topic typically encountered only in upper-level university courses, and most students only began to grasp it during graduate studies before delving into in-depth research. The young student before them had actually understood these contents, leaving Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang utterly amazed. "We must recruit him into Jianglan. We must take him as our last disciple." Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang each thought to themselves. Jiang Chen, right? I'm Zhou Tianxiang, Dean of the School of Mathematics at Jianglan University. I heard from Lu Ping that you're very interested in our university. I'll arrange a special admission for you directly. Oh, with your grades, it's no problem. Zhou Tianxiang was deeply afraid that such a genius would be poached by other schools, especially since Lu Ping had mentioned that people from Qingbei had approached him. They couldn't wait for the college entrance exam. What if other schools offered conditions and took him away? The loss to Jianglan would be huge. They had to act early regardless of regulations and secure him first. Lu Ping watched Zhou Tianxiang's sudden change in attitude and felt somewhat helpless. He knew that old Zhou was saying this for the sake of Jianglan. However, on the way to Jianglan, he had talked with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen had stated then that he wanted to enter Jianglan University through the college entrance exam fair and square. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's reply was as firm as ever. He said, Dean Zhou, thank you for your kindness. But I want to achieve my goal through the college entrance exam. Zhou Tianxiang wanted to persuade further, but Lu Ping interrupted him. All right, old Zhou, stop persuading. Young Jiang has his own ideas. Don't worry. He is my last disciple and no one can take him away. Zhou Tianxiang had to give up. Just then he suddenly remembered another piece of good news to tell Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, hey race, some good news. The issue with the semi-finals of the math competition has been resolved. Prepare well. Tomorrow old Lu and I will take you to participate in a separate semi-final. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen was filled with joy. He quickly expressed his gratitude to the two professors. Thank you, Dean Zhou. Then he turned to Lu Ping and continued, thank you, teacher. Jiang Chen's address warmed the hearts of Lu Ping and Zhou Tianxiang. They looked at him with kind eyes, their hearts full of expectation. This was Jiang Chen's first time participating in the semifinals. He was highly anticipated and exceptionally spirited. The previous evening he had been taken to a restaurant by teacher Lu and even drank a small glass of baijiu, which had helped him sleep very comfortably last night. Arriving at the mathematics competition venue today, he was the only one seated inside. He closed his eyes in meditation, his mind utterly tranquil as he prepared for the contest. Not far away, Zhou Tianxiang and Lu Ping were chatting with a middle-aged man. The man held a test paper in his hand, which seemed to be of great importance. Dean Zhou, Professor Lu, who is this young fellow that you two are making such a fuss over? The man asked, looking at Jiang Chen with curiosity before turning back to them. Ask him. I'm just an introducer, he's the main event. Zhou Tianxiang gestured towards Lu Ping with a teasing expression. Lu Ping, holding his head high with pride, said, his name is Jiang Chen. He's the disciple I recruited during my lecture trip to Tongqing. Lu Depeo, you took on a disciple. The man, upon hearing Lu Ping's words, immediately looked back and forth between Lu Ping and Jiang Chen in astonishment. Then I must go over and have a good look. The last time you took on a disciple was 6 years ago, wasn't it? Lu Ping quickly interrupted the middle-aged man, asserting his claim in advance. Guan Yunshan, step aside. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. This is my last and final disciple. Hurry up and give him the test paper. Let Xiaochen take it. Guan Yunshan had no choice but to shake his head, abandon his intentions, and walk over to Jiang Chen. He handed the test paper to him and said softly, young man, hey, race your paper. Answer patiently. No need to rush. Jiang Chen, awakened by the voice, smiled and thanked Guan Yunshan, then picked up the pen and began answering. He carefully scanned the entire test paper and noticed that the questions varied greatly in difficulty from the beginning to the end. The first and second questions were relatively simple, within the grasp of anyone with a high school math foundation. These were likely designed to test basic knowledge. The third question, however, increased in intensity, with many traps embedded in the wording that could easily lead one astray. The fourth and fifth questions were entirely outside the scope of high school knowledge. The fourth was a calculus problem from the first year of university, extremely difficult for those who hadn't studied it, but relatively simple for those who had. The fifth question was of moderate difficulty, requiring a certain level of mathematical thinking and a significant amount of calculation. But for Jiang Chen, these questions were child's play. He picked up his pen and started answering swiftly. Watching Jiang Chen begin, Guan Yunshan did not disturb him. Instead, he turned back and continued chatting with Zhou Tianxiang and Lu Ping. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen finished the entire test and announced loudly, 3 teachers, I'm done. Hearing this, Guan Yunshan, who had been catching up with Zhou and Lu, immediately turned around in amazement. Already finished. He quickly went to Jiang Chen, took a pen from his pocket, and began grading the paper. The more he read, the more astonished he became. All 5 questions were correct. Nothing remarkable in itself, as many had achieved full marks in the semifinals. However, the fact that he had finished in just over 10 minutes from the moment he received the paper was truly extraordinary. This indicated that the young man's knowledge far exceeded the current level. It seemed no one in the semifinals could rival him. Guan Yunshan sighed, inwardly lamenting that such a brilliant talent had already been snatched up by Jinlin University, leaving him with a sense of regret. He couldn't even attempt to poach him, for he was Lu Depeo's designated last disciple. Stealing him away would be a direct affront. He deeply felt that if such a student could come to Majiao University and be properly nurtured, he would surely become a great master in the future field of mathematics. Zhou and Lu watched Guan Yunshan's changing expression with knowing smiles, having already learned yesterday just how extraordinary Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's knowledge was simply not on the level of a high school student. Although he was heavily skewed in his expertise, taking on a high school math competition was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. After finishing the grading, Guan Yunshan adjusted his glasses to hide his astonishment and said, the test is graded. Jiang Chen, full marks. Congratulations. You've advanced to the final competition. Jiang Chen replied modestly, thank you, teacher, for your time. He then turned to express his gratitude to Dean Zhou and his teacher. I'm also very grateful to Dean Zhou and my teacher. Without you two, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Lu Ping stepped forward with a gratified look, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. What's there to thank? You're my student. I'm counting on you to carry on all my skills. The other two looked on with envy, knowing well, as academics, the feeling of acquiring a gifted disciple. By the way, the final stage of the competition is on the last day of this month. Don't forget Jiang Chen. In my view, you'll have no problem winning the gold medal, and then you can go straight to the AMC. The AMC training camp is in Beijing next month, and I'll be leading the team. This time you must perform well and bring back the first place. Our Xia country hasn't won first place in several years. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly in agreement. After chatting with the three for a while, he followed Professor Lu back. Today was only March 10th, so there was still plenty of time before the end of the month. Jiang Chen greeted Professor Lu and temporarily found a hotel near the school to stay. He followed Professor Lu every day, attending his lectures in the classroom when there were classes and receiving guidance in the office when there were none. Professor Lu specialized in functional analysis, a field Jiang Chen could understand thanks to his foundation in university-level advanced mathematics. During the teaching sessions, Professor Lu discovered that although Jiang Chen had a substantial reserve of university math knowledge, it was scattered and not integrated. Whenever he delved into a specific area, Jiang Chen would pause to think. Therefore, what Lu Ping needed to do now was to impart to Jiang Chen a holistic mathematical mindset, helping him build his own mathematical thinking model in his mind. Mathematics is generally divided into 5 main categories: pure mathematics, applied mathematics, information and computational science, probability and statistics, and financial and control science. Pure mathematics includes functional analysis, algebra, function theory, number theory, algebraic geometry, differential geometry, partial differential equations, mathematical physics, and topology. Professor Lu taught Jiang Chen his entire understanding of mathematics, enabling him to grasp the overall concept. Then he directed Jiang Chen to delve deeply into pure mathematics, the foundation of all sciences. Only by mastering pure mathematics thoroughly could he excel in other disciplines. In just over 10 days, Jiang Chen intensely studied mathematical concepts under teacher Lu's guidance. As he sat in the mathematics competition venue, his mind still savored the gains from this period. By now he had no weaknesses in university-level mathematics and could even begin research in cutting-edge fields. Although this time had yielded only a modest increase in learning value, it was time well spent. On a mathematics forum, enthusiasts were discussing the upcoming National Mathematics Competition. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the National Mathematics Competition. I heard that students from all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions are participating. To the previous post, according to official statistics, this time, there are 360 high schools and nearly 200 high school students registered. However, only 100 remain in the final stage, and recently a new contestant appeared, seemingly named Jiang Chen. The prodigies from Shuimu Affiliated Middle School and Jingda Affiliated Middle School are also participating, along with a student from Qingbei Affiliated Middle School named Yang Wenzhou. I heard he has been recommended for admission to the mathematics department of Jingda University. It seems the champion seat is already reserved. Alas, every year the gold medals in the math competition are monopolized by Qingbei. Can't we have a dark horse this time? Don't get your hopes up. The geniuses are all reserved by Qingbei in advance. Students from other schools can only pick up the leftovers from Qingbei. That's because we Qingbei are so strong. Look, every top scorer scrambles to get into Qingbei. At 9 a.m., the competition commenced on time. Upon receiving the test paper, Jiang Chen quickly glanced through it. After reading all the questions, he thought to himself, if it were a dozen days ago, he could also solve these problems, but his perspective would have been limited to high school mathematical thinking. Now he was completely different. In just over 10 days, with guidance from teacher Lu, he had fully integrated his mathematical knowledge. By the time he finished reading the problems, he had even mentally calculated the answer to one of them. There were 8 problems in total. Generally solving 3 correctly earned a national third prize. By analogy, 4 problems earned a national second prize, 5 earned a national first prize, and the gold medal depended on the solutions to the final major problems. The last 3 problems were the ones that distinguished everyone's mathematical level. After everyone received their papers, an announcement came over the speakers. You have 10 minutes to check for any issues such as torn pages or missing prints. Do not begin answering early or you will be disqualified. The patrolling proctors also loudly reminded all examinees. Jiang Chen began to look through the problems one by one. Candidates, please begin answering. The instruction came over the speakers, and Jiang Chen immediately wrote down the answers to the first 2 questions. Inside the examination hall, the only sound was that of pens writing. The first 2 problems were not difficult for the 1,000 students. However, starting from the 3rd problem, many people stopped writing, feeling perplexed and not knowing where to begin. Quite a few were frustrated, shouting inwardly, "What kind of problem is this? I know every word, but together they make no sense. Why did I sign up for this math competition? I'm such an idiot." Jiang Chen had successfully solved 5 problems and was preparing to tackle the 6th, which was a rather difficult analytic geometry problem. The 6th problem read: 1. Find the equation of ellipse. 2. Given a point A on E, the tangent line at A intersects line L at points B and C with a given inclination angle, prove that angle A90. 3. Through a point D on E, draw 2 mutually perpendicular lines that intersect E at points F and G respectively. Find the minimum value of DGGF. As is well known, the shorter the problem, the harder it is. After a brief thought, Jiang Chen quickly wrote: 1. From the given conditions, the equation of ellipse E is frax 2A2 frac 2B21, where SQRT for B2. 2. From 1 we know that point F is the left focus of the ellipse with eccentricity E SQRT 1 frac 2A2 skirt frac 2. Let L, YKX. The intersection point is MKX0K 2X0. Substituting M into the equation of E yields A2. 3. Determine the coordinates of D and G. At this moment, Jiang Chen glanced at his watch again. Only 20 minutes had passed. He looked around and saw many students furiously grabbing their hair with looks of helplessness and distress. Only a few were still bowed over their papers, seemingly skilled. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that they had only reached the 4th problem. Even the promising Yang Wenzhou couldn't finish the competition. Jiang Chen swiftly finished the last 2 major problems, then raised his hand to signal submission. The sound of his movement immediately filled the hall as if a gust of wind had passed. Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Chen, filled with astonishment and speculation. In an instant, this raising of his hand pierced like a knife into the hearts of everyone in the room, telling them that Jiang Chen had finished the exam. Especially Yang Wenzhou, who was even more puzzled. He himself was stuck on the 6th problem, and someone had already finished. Moreover, this person looked unfamiliar. He didn't seem to be from the high school math competition circle. Yang Wenzhou felt ashamed and immediately threw himself into his own problems, speeding up his pace. Guan Yunshan, who had been watching Jiang Chen, immediately approached him, took the test paper with a smile, and gestured for Jiang Chen to go to the waiting room to rest. Jiang Chen saw Guan Yunshan approaching and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement, his heart full of gratitude. The patrolling teacher also noticed the situation and immediately called out loudly, "Stop looking. Everyone focus on your own papers." He forcefully patted the podium and earnestly encouraged everyone to concentrate on their own tests. At the podium, Guan Yunshan handed Jiang Chen's paper to several gray-haired mathematics authorities. They curiously gathered around to look at the paper, feeling puzzled when they saw the name Jiang Chen. None of them knew of this person. Jiang Chen. Someone immediately recalled, "Isn't this the person who was added to the list at the last moment?" He promptly asked, "Xiao Guan, what background does this Jiang Chen have? I recall his name was just added 2 weeks ago. Who sponsored him?" Upon hearing the elder's question, Guan Yunshan immediately bent down beside him and said, "Master Li, this was arranged by Dean Zhou of Jinlan. Jiang Chen was originally a student of Tongxing one middle school, and had no idea about the math competition. Last month, Lu Ping went to their school for a lecture and, intrigued upon meeting him, asked Dean Zhou to grant him a separate preliminary round. I personally proctored it with video surveillance throughout." After hearing Guan Yunshan's answer, Master Li's furrowed brow eased slightly. He trusted Lu Depeo's character, and it seemed that this was indeed a talent. Without hesitation, he took the paper, quickly skimmed through the earlier problems, and directly looked at the last 3. These last 3 problems were the ones he had set, and he knew their difficulty well. To his delight, the solution to the 6th problem was exceptionally elegant, showing solid foundations and a sharp mind. After reviewing all the answers, he nodded in satisfaction and handed the paper to the person beside him who had been itching to see it. It seems the gold medal of this 30th anniversary math competition has found its owner. Upon hearing Master Li's words, the others became even more curious and took turns examining the paper, then nodded in approval with satisfaction. "Full marks. I give this exam paper full marks." A professor's voice resonated with conviction as his eyes remained fixed on the paper amidst the murmurs. "Full marks. It is possible, but after all, he was admitted as a last-minute addition. Should we not reconsider? Otherwise, public opinion may be fierce." His colleagues exchanged uncertain glances, visibly taken aback. A professor with gold-rimmed spectacles spoke hesitantly. Another younger professor retorted passionately, "What is there to fear? The first 7 problems, you all know their difficulty. And that final 8th problem was a genuine challenge. Not only did the lad solve them all, but how long did it take him? Less than half an hour. None of the other students could crack it. He deserves full marks." This remark earned nods of approval. An elderly professor chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, we are here for academic research. Why bother so much with public opinion? Besides, he is about to participate in the AMC international competition. With his performance now, what do you think will happen then? In my view, only full marks are worthy of him." In the end, Elderly made the final call, awarding Jiang Chen full marks. Jiang Chen, however, was unaware of the heated discussion among the professors. At that moment, he was reading in the lounge, having consolidated his mathematical knowledge to embark on deeper research. Over 2 hours later, the competition concluded. Students' expressions varied. Some sighed, others wiped away tears in secret. The proctors began collecting the exam papers, moving from desk to desk, gathering scrolls that bore both hope and disappointment. The students who had reached this final stage were those who had walked the path of mathematics for a long time. Mathematics is brutal and straightforward. You either understand it or you don't. There is no middle ground. When some students faced unsolvable problems, the sense of defeat was heavy and profound. Teacher Guan Yunshan called for Jiang Chen outside the lounge, preparing him for the award ceremony. Jiang Chen rose from his seat, and the students around him looked at him with curious gazes. Yang Wenzhou sat not far away, his brows tightly furrowed. He had only completed 7 problems, the 8th left him utterly perplexed. Yet Jiang Chen, it seemed, had not only finished, but done so in less than half an hour. Yang wondered suspiciously, could he have leaked the questions? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. On stage, after a round of discussion, the professors finally decided to have Elderly announce the winners. The photographers had already set up their cameras, and the students held their breath, waiting for miracles to happen. Elderly stood up, walked to the podium, pulled the microphone closer, and swept his gaze over the eager eyes below and the lenses of the journalists in the back. I now announce that the gold medalist of the 30th National Mathematics Competition is Jiang Chen from Tongqing No. 1 High School. He achieved full marks. Let us applaud him. As his voice faded, thunderous applause erupted. Elderly led the ovation, and the entire venue reverberated with the resounding claps. Jiang Chen remained seated, while those around him stared at him with curiosity. Yang Wenzhou, not far away, also looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. He had only solved 7 problems, and had no clue about the final one. Yet, judging by Jiang Chen's demeanor, he had not only solved all 8, but finished in less than half an hour. Was that really possible? Could it be that the questions had been leaked? On stage, after further deliberation, the professors decided to let Elderly announce the award recipients. Guan Yunshan signaled Jiang Chen, who then realized he needed to go on stage to receive the award. Elderly shook Jiang Chen's hand lightly, then patted him on the shoulder. After placing the gold medal around Jiang Chen's neck, he looked at him with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen, you have great talent in mathematics. In the upcoming AMC competition, I want you to bring back a gold medal for Xia Kingdom. The future rests on your generation. Elderly's words, laden with expectation, stirred a faint warmth in Jiang Chen's heart. He nodded and replied, rest assured, I will bring back a gold medal. The exchange between the old and the young was not meant for outsiders, but the photograph of their handshake captured by a journalist became a treasured image. Quest completed. Participate in the high school competition. Host awarded gold medal. Quest reward 3 lottery chances. At the moment the flash froze, Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt in his mind. A faint smile appeared on his face, and excitement gradually welled up inside him. After the photo session under Guan Yunshan's introduction, Jiang Chen met several professors who thought highly of him. 2 even directly asked if he was interested in attending their universities, offering direct admission. After all, his performance in this competition was truly astonishing. Recruiting such a mathematical prodigy and mentoring him personally would be a splendid tale. Guan Yunshan, standing by, wore a mischievous grin, simply watching Jiang Chen handle the situation on his own. Jiang Chen noticed Professor Guan's smile and knew he was determined to enjoy the spectacle. So he had no choice but to invoke his mentor Lu Ping's name, revealing that Professor Lu had accepted him as a closed-door disciple. The professors were all aware that Jiang Chen's participation in the competition was initiated by Lu Ping, but they hadn't expected such a connection. Reluctantly, they dropped the matter, offering words of encouragement before parting ways. Jiang Chen hurriedly concluded the ceremony and rushed back to the hotel. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, immersed his thoughts in his consciousness, and eagerly looked toward the system. All-purpose black technology system. Tech title: Basic Current Study Points 925479. Unlock technologies: Artificial Intelligence, Algorithm, Lithium-ion Battery Technology, Smart Fast Charging Technology, Intelligent Operating System, Liquid Crystal Display, LCD Technology, Organic Diode, OLED Technology. Acquired Talents: Photographic Memory. Meditation. With a swift thought, Jiang Chen tapped the newly appeared lottery page as if an alluring scroll unfurled before him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A massive backlit wheel unfolded before Jiang Chen's eyes, with a prominent number 3 at the bottom. The wheel was filled with various slots, most of which contained different amounts of study points ranging from 100 to tens of thousands, with the highest being 1 million. Though that slot was so small, it could be overlooked. Half of the remaining slots featured various marvelous talents. Jiang Chen recalled seeing ones like robustness and dual-mindedness before. The other half displayed an array of enticing technological products ranging from small items like game engines, various software applications, and VR devices. Larger items included complete sets of technologies for fuel-powered and new energy vehicles, as well as industrial machine tools and satellites. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Chen spotted some military equipment. Yes, military equipment. It encompassed various military products from the Cold War era to futuristic technologies, including several generations of aircraft tanks and even missiles for various purposes. However, what excited Jiang Chen the most were the top prizes. Lithography machines and controlled nuclear fusion were also among the rewards. Although the slots for these top prizes were almost imperceptibly tiny, making the odds of winning even lower than a lottery, they at least represented a glimmer of hope, a driving force behind his pursuit of technological dreams. Jiang Chen reclined on the plush bed, his gaze fixated on the spinning wheel before him, with an almost intoxicated fervor, a surge of ineffable excitement stirring within his heart. His mind seemed to have already begun plotting how to integrate these dreamlike prizes into his production and daily life, envisioning the optimal use for each item he might acquire. As for the civilian products, Jiang Chen could almost picture how he would deploy them in the Suntoba-built new industrial zone, his heart brimming with bright visions of the future. Yet when his thoughts drifted to the military equipment, he could not help but sink into contemplation. An ordinary citizen of Xia country, suddenly in possession of these advanced technologies. Was this not a challenge in itself? His mind flashed back to various news reports from later years. In the years before his return, domestic media often reported on the number of spies captured. Especially the domestic Skynet system, with its ubiquitous cameras instilling fear in society's unstable elements. Attempting to secretly develop military-grade products within the country would be akin to walking into a trap. He had no desire to become such a person, yet neither was he willing to let these technologies go to waste. Jiang Chen's mood grew complex, caught between boundless fantasies of the future and helpless worries about reality. A smile lingered on his lips, but it carried a tinge of bitterness. He remained immersed in this contradiction for a while, then finally shook his head gently, as if trying to cast aside all these troubles. He decided not to dwell on it too much. At least for now, he would savor the joy of this first lottery draw and consider how to handle the prizes only after he had won them. He quickly got up, stepped into the bathroom, intent on washing away all his concerns and worries with a comfortable bath. Water droplets slid down his skin, each one seeming to cleanse the haze from his mind, brightening his mood. After his bath, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, his heart filled with excited anticipation. This was his way of showing respect for the lottery and hope for the future. As the wheel began to spin, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a blend of expectation and tension intertwining, making each breath feel scorching. When the pointer finally stopped on the robotic arm production technology, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. He studied the technology in detail, and his mind overflowed with limitless imagination for future industrial production. This intelligent manufacturing method could not only vastly improve efficiency, but also reduce reliance on highly skilled labor. For him, it was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. His heart was filled with a passion for technology and a longing for the future, as if he could already see the prototype of his industrial empire. In the future, some modern industrial workshops had already achieved this technology, though it still required a few highly skilled talents to realize it. Machine production grew increasingly intelligent and efficient, which was why many capitalist factory owners favored such machinery, especially in certain Western developed countries. After all, over there, capitalism was the core, and all capitalists were driven by profit. And robotic arms, these workers that required no wages and could operate 24 hours a day, were even more popular. This led to widespread unemployment later on, causing immense social instability, prompting their national governments to enact laws and policies mandating a minimum number of human hires. The robotic arm was a perfect fit for Jiang Chen, as unlike workshops that needed high-tech personnel, he had Haoyan. With Haotian's control combined with robotic arm production, Jiang Chen could achieve self-sufficiency in core products without having to bow to anyone else. In the blueprint for Xingchen's new factory district within the centrally located laboratory zone, Jiang Chen had already planned an experimental factory dedicated to Haoyan. Now, with the robotic arms production, could commence directly in that experimental factory. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the first lottery prize. It seemed the superstition of bathing had granted some bonus. He knew this was only the beginning. He still had 2 more draws, each filled with unknowns and expectations. When the second draw result appeared, a slight disappointment crept in. This time he received a large amount of learning points totaling 2,000. That was roughly equivalent to his current output for a week, still a valuable treasure for him. And when the final draw result emerged, it was the talent of anti-hair loss, a gift both comical and wonderfully peculiar, and Jiang Chen laughed. He laughed at his own luck and at the whimsical nature of fate. Though anti-hair loss sounded somewhat ridiculous for someone under long-term high pressure like him, it might also be a consolation. But a talent for anti-hair loss of all things. This made Jiang Chen shake his head and chuckle. System, I'm quite pleased with the talent you drew, but what use is anti-hair loss? Soon he suppressed his regret. All 3 prizes were decent, and the anti-hair loss talent was worth 5 learning points. It wasn't entirely useless. At least at the mathematics competition scene, Jiang Chen noticed how sparse many professors' hair was. Anti-hair loss could at least preserve his own hair after all those engaged in academia and production faced great pressure and anxiety, and hair loss was a common phenomenon. He still cared about his appearance. With this satisfaction and anticipation, Jiang Chen gradually relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and slowly drifted into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, news that Jiang Chen had won the gold medal in the math competition began to spread through various channels. First on the mathematics enthusiast forum. What the heck, where did this contestant come from? If I'm reading the official announcement right, this guy named Jiang Chen finished in less than half an hour with a perfect score. Upstairs, I just looked at the published exam papers. Jiang Chen's paper is indeed flawless. A perfect score is beyond reproach. If I were a judge, I'd give full marks too. Rumor has it that this Jiang Chen didn't participate in the first semifinal. He was added directly to the finals list about 2 weeks ago. Is there some shady deal? Where would there be a shady deal? This is the 30th Math Olympiad, a milestone event with great commemorative significance. Exactly, the judging panel is so prestigious with Professor Li as the lead judge. I refuse to believe Professor Li would let someone with connections win gold. Inside reliable information. First, let me disclose I'm a student at Jianlin University. This Jiang Chen is the newly accepted closed-door disciple of Professor Liu Ping. Last month, Professor Liu was invited to give a lecture at Tongxing one high school, and there he coincidentally met Jiang Chen, taking a liking to him at first sight. He also recommended Jiang Chen for the semifinal. I heard Jiang Chen had no idea about the math competition. Is that so? I trust Professor Liu's character. He hasn't taken a disciple in years. Could he really be a genius? But that doesn't justify cutting in line to the finals. It's unfair to the many students who worked hard preparing for the semifinals and finals. This is a scandal. Exactly, this is academic cronyism. We must strongly oppose such behavior. Besides, even Yang Wenzhou's paper only had 7 problems solved. If this guy finished all of them in just half an hour, I don't believe it. It must be a leak from inside. The heated discussions on the mathematics enthusiast forum began to spread in all directions. The emergence of a genius like Jiang Chen was simply too hard for people to accept. His performance in the math competition was an utter dimensional reduction strike. Such a talent had never been seen before. A stunning debut is indeed surprising, but the degree of astonishment is too extreme. Shocking. Math competition completed in just half an hour with perfect score. Inside scoop. Watch our editor reveal the competition scandal. Exclusive interview with researcher. They cry out domestic research environment is heartbreaking. Jiang Chen, satisfied after waking up, stretched lazily, then turned on his computer, and as usual communicated with Hao Tian for a while to get the daily report from Li Feng. Hao Tian then informed him that the online public opinion about Jiang Chen was raging and asked if he needed to engage in the argument. Jiang Chen read the posts discussing the math competition while pondering. He rejected Hao Tian's request and told him not to worry. He would handle it. So he secretly made a plan. In the past few days after reading those sensational articles, many people had come to believe that the math competition must have been rigged with questions leaked to a student with connections. Then numerous influential figures shared their opinions to ride the wave of hot topics, and the topic of the math competition instantly shot to the top of the blog's trending discussions. Meanwhile, in the hotel room of the competition's judges, the clock on the wall ticked away. Guan Yunshan paced anxiously inside, and soon Li Lao walked in with steady steps. As soon as Li Lao sat down, he asked in confusion, "Xiao Guan, why did you summon us all so urgently? What happened?" Guan Yunshan was like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and restless. After helping the elderly professor who followed Li Lao to sit down, he quickly said, "Li Lao, this math competition issue has blown up. In the past few days, the internet has been spreading rumors that our competition was rigged, that the questions were leaked to Jiang Chen in advance. Now it's gotten out of control." His words were like gunpowder thrown into a blazing fire. They exploded instantly. The professor with gold-rimmed glasses, upon hearing Guan Yunshan's words, slapped his thigh and immediately said, "I knew it. Awarding him the gold medal would cause such trouble. We shouldn't have given him a perfect score. What can we do now?" The professor, who had strongly advocated for the perfect score the day before, sneered at his words and retorted, "What are you talking about? Everyone has seen Jiang Chen's performance. He deserves a perfect score. As for leaking questions, that's complete nonsense. The test paper was prepared on-site just before the finals and printed right there. How could there be any time to leak it? The professor with gold-rimmed glasses, unwilling to be outdone, shot back. Then tell me how to calm the public opinion online. If we hadn't given him a perfect score, it wouldn't have caused such a big mess. Both sides held their ground, and an argument erupted. Li Lao's face darkened, and a flash of displeasure flickered in his eyes. In a burst of anger, he slammed the table hard, producing a thunderous noise. Startled, everyone immediately stopped arguing. Li Lao barked sternly, "What's all this racket? We are academics. There cannot be any corruption. Jiang Chen won the gold medal through his own ability. Should we bow to online rumors? We must uphold our principles." His words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly silencing the room. The room fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. They all lowered their heads. Li Lao said in a firm tone, "Everyone has interacted with this young man. You all know his level. He is already capable of participating in some research projects. And don't forget, Jiang Chen is going to the United States next month to participate in the AMC international competition. With him, China has a very good chance of winning back the gold medal." Li Lao's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking everyone up. Yes, next month's AMC competition needed Jiang Chen. Finally, Guan Yunshan asked weakly, "But Li Lao, how do we calm the online public opinion? I've been watching since the finals day, and the online condemnation is too severe. Some even say they'll go to the judges' universities to hang protest banners." Everyone's eyes turned to Li Lao, looking to him as their pillar of strength, hoping he could solve the problem. Li Lao pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "Don't worry. Xiao Guan used the official channels to release a statement explaining the truth. Then help me gather all the journalists. This afternoon, we'll hold a press conference at the competition venue. I will attend in person and answer their questions." Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had taken a calming pill, and they let out a sigh of relief. With Li Lao shouldering the burden, they no longer felt so pressured. Otherwise, if extreme individuals actually went to hang banners at their own university gates, their lifelong reputations would be ruined. They all began to think about countermeasures, hoping to calm the online storm. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was in Professor Lu's office, carefully pondering a problem Professor Lu had just assigned. Suddenly, Lu's sigh startled him. He quickly approached and asked, "Teacher, why are you sighing? What happened?" Teacher Lu showed Jiang Chen the news on his phone. "The public opinion storm over this math competition has gotten too big. Even the official announcement didn't help. Now Li Lao is forced to hold a press conference this afternoon to clarify. Tell me, we are honest academics. Why are there so many conspiracy theories?" Jiang Chen was startled upon hearing this. He immediately looked over and saw the offensive comments below the official announcement. His heart sank. Just then his phone received a message from Hao Tian. After reading it, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Ping looked at Jiang Chen's smile with confusion. "Xiao Chen, what are you smiling about? This is no small matter. If handled poorly, even Li Lao's reputation could be damaged." Jiang Chen quickly explained, "Teacher, don't worry. He'll also attend Li Lao's press conference. He'll explain personally and make those online critics shut up willingly." His extremely confident words only made Lu Ping more puzzled. Jiang Chen's ability was indeed unquestionable, but those people online swept up by rumors wouldn't listen now. Couldn't he see that even Li Lao was forced to step in? "Xiao Chen, don't act impulsively. Leave this matter to Li Lao. Teacher, after a month together, don't you know what kind of person I am? I want to act recklessly." Indeed, over the past month, Jiang Chen had been very low-key, either reading books or on his way to read. The problems he posed were basically never beyond his grasp. But this public opinion storm over the competition was different from studying. What could he do? However, seeing Jiang Chen's confident expression, he didn't have the heart to say more. At worst, he would take Jiang Chen to the press conference in the afternoon. With his own presence, it might be better. In the grand lecture hall of Jinlin University of Technology, the lights blazed brilliantly, and every seat was occupied. The camera flashes from the reporters resembled unceasing stars in the night sky, while their notebooks and recording devices waited silently, poised to capture every moment about to unfold. Yet in the backstage area before this long-awaited press conference, the scene was entirely different. Elderly sat there like a solitary island, silent and distant, his eyes tightly shut, as if engaged in some profound meditation, the very air around him congealing from his stillness. None of those present in the room dared to disturb the old man, for all understood the immense burden he bore. Guan Yunshan stood to one side, his brows knitted tightly, his inner anxiety like a surging tide about to overflow. He thought to himself, if this press conference failed to achieve its desired outcome, it would be an immeasurable blow to Elder Li's reputation. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated, shattering the surrounding silence. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Ping. Quickly finding a secluded corner, he answered. On the other end, Lu Ping's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Guan Yunshan, I've arrived at the entrance. Bring me and Jiang Chen to see Elder Li." Guan Yunshan's voice was filled with displeasure. He's only an 18-year-old lad. How can he handle this? And you too, if he's reckless, aren't you supposed to know better? Elder Li is resting with his eyes closed right now. You'd better go back and stop meddling in this. Don't say so much. Jiang Chen has a lot of good ideas. He says he can solve our current predicament. Hurry up and take us to see Elder Li instead of worrying needlessly. With that, Lu Ping hung up, refusing to listen to Guan Yunshan's curses. Realizing the call had ended, Guan Yunshan grumbled a few oaths under his breath before reluctantly going to fetch the two. Muttering curses, Guan Yunshan couldn't understand why Lu Ping was doing this. Didn't they realize it was inappropriate now? Yet he knew that cursing was useless. The most important thing was to stay calm and not lose composure. Since the two had already arrived, it might be fine to let them meet Elder Li. When he saw them, he still grumbled incessantly. Jiang Chen merely smiled without a word while Lu Depeo raised his head defiantly, ignoring Guan Yunshan's remarks. Faced with Guan Yunshan's complaints and displeasure, Jiang Chen smiled, faintly noncommittal, knowing that Uncle Guan was worried for Elder Li. Moreover, this was no time for debate. He held the decisive means to resolve everything, so it was better to see Elder Li's condition first. The three quickly entered the lounge. The others inside, upon seeing Lu Ping bringing a young man, guessed that this must be the central figure of the incident. Jiang Chen, surrounded by curious and scrutinizing gazes, remained unfazed. His eyes were fixed firmly on Elder Li, who sat in a chair with eyes closed. He stepped forward, lightly crouched down, and spoke gently and sincerely. Elder Li, I'm truly sorry for disturbing you with this matter. Hearing the familiar voice, Elder Li slowly opened his eyes. The anxious yet earnest eyes before him warmed his heart. Wasn't this the promising Jiang Chen? A smile spread across his face, his eyes filled with affection. He gently took Jiang Chen's hand and spoke slowly. Child life is never without storms. At my age, I've seen plenty. Don't worry, this is nothing serious. Besides, I can tell you were born for research. Elder Li's words brimmed with expectations and trust for Jiang Chen's future. That seemingly unconditional support warmed Jiang Chen's heart like spring sunshine. I'm still tough, don't underestimate me. Alright, go back and study well under Lu Depeo. That guy's research skills may be mediocre, but he's decent at teaching. I'm reassured that you'll be under his guidance during your undergraduate years. Elder Li showed a resolute smile, as if no difficulty could break his strong will. Hearing this, Lu Ping stepped forward, his face full of apology. Elder Li, what are you saying? Are you praising me or mocking me? My research skills aren't bad at all, you know. Xiao Chun is my last disciple. I'm counting on him to share the glory. It's just that this kid has caused you trouble. If I hadn't shamelessly begged for a spot in the finals, you wouldn't be going through this. I really feel guilty. Haha, Xiao Lu, your arrogance hasn't changed one bit. I remember back then, if it weren't for that pride of yours, the study abroad opportunity would have fallen to you. With Jiang Chen and Lu Ping's interruption, Elder Li finally laughed, dispelling the tense atmosphere in the room. Watching this scene, Guan Yunshan felt much more at ease. He glanced at his watch. The press conference was about to start. Stepping forward quickly, he said, Elder Li, it's almost time. Let's go. Elder Li nodded, rose, and followed Guan Yunshan toward the press conference stage. At the venue, the reporters and media guests had long been ready. Elder Li emerged from the backstage door and steadily walked onto the platform. The crowd below could wait no longer. Flashes began to flicker in succession as photographers pressed their shutters, capturing every detail of this pivotal moment. Guan Yunshan picked up the microphone, stood steady on the stage, and spoke first. Thank you all for coming from afar. The official announcement has been released. You can check the official website for details. With a smile, he handed the microphone to Elder Li, signaling him to continue. Taking the microphone, Elder Li smiled slightly. Thank you for your attention and support. I know there have been many speculations about this mathematics competition, but I can assure you that our competition is fair, just, and transparent. A southern media outlet immediately posed a question. May I ask, Elder Li, according to our investigation, this contestant did not participate in the semifinals, but instead took a separate semifinal. Is that correct? Guan Yunshan lifted the microphone to explain. Let me answer that. He was discovered by Lu Ping during a lecture in Tongsheng and had no knowledge of the mathematics competition, so we gave him another chance. The competition rules allow for special circumstances. Exemptions can be made for a separate semifinal. But Jiang Chen's separate semifinal was fully recorded. We guarantee fairness and justice. We will also release the exam paper and recording through relevant channels shortly. But doesn't that unfairly disadvantage other contestants who participated in the group semifinals? With a professor's backing, one can skip the semifinals and go straight to the finals. Exactly. This is terribly unfair. We demand severe punishment for such actions and a thorough investigation of the domestic academic environment, ensuring a clean, competitive space for all researchers. The crowd echoed in agreement. For a moment, questions from various media outlets interlocked in rapid succession, giving Elder Li and Guan Yunshan no chance to explain. Even the enthusiastic netizens who had come later were stirred into joining the protest. When Jiang Chen witnessed Old Li and Old Guan being drowned out by the crowd's accusations, he took a deep breath initially, believing that the storm would subside on its own and he could avoid involvement. However, given the current situation, he realized he would need to employ his contingency plan, and thankfully, he had prepared thoroughly in advance. With this instant decision, he darted through the crowd like an arrow rushing from the back row to the precious spot before the stage. Teacher Lu Ping, who had tried to block him, could only watch Jiang Chen's figure recede into the distance, unable to utter a word, and immediately followed suit. The agitated audience fell silent as an unexpected young man stepped into the spotlight. Amidst the murmurs, the restless Southern media reporter Wu Fantian pushed through the crowd and challenged provocatively, "Young man, you must be the legendary Jiang Chen, who secured a spot through the back door, right?" This remark instantly ignited the atmosphere with exclamations rippling through the crowd, all eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. After all, under such a storm, daring to come forward so openly only fueled speculation that he had powerful backing, further confirming their suspicions of a conspiracy. Under Wu Fantian's instigation, the already furious crowd became uncontrollable, their emotions surging. Jiang Chen merely smiled calmly, his inner composure unshaken. He took the microphone with confidence, facing the astonished Old Li, and said in a calm, yet assured voice, "Old Li, just watch quietly. He'll handle this little trouble." Jiang Chen tapped the microphone. The booming sound from the speakers halted the outburst. He looked around, his eyes sharp as torches, as if reading every person's thoughts. "I don't understand why everyone is so adamant that the math competition was rigged. Can anyone provide concrete evidence to support this claim?" Instantly, the previously raging crowd fell silent, as if muted. This brief stillness felt like cold water poured on Wu Fantian, who quickly retorted, "Your actions themselves are the proof. If my investigation is correct, isn't your teacher Lu Ping from Jilin University? And the person in charge of this math competition is Guan Yunshan, who has a close relationship with him. Such an obvious chain of connections. Do we need more evidence? Am I right, everyone?" Wu Fantian, brimming with confidence, thought his reasoning was flawless and even shot a provocative glare at Jiang Chen. Yet facing all this, Jiang Chen maintained his enigmatic smile. Just as Wu Fantian believed he had the upper hand and was about to incite the crowd further, Jiang Chen raised his hand calmly and said, "So without any evidence, relying solely on personal conjecture, you've used the power of the internet to exert undue pressure and engage in cyberbullying against the judges, correct?" Jiang Chen's query, like a gentle breeze, instantly clarified the complex atmosphere. At that moment, people realized that indeed there was no solid evidence, only rumors. Wu Fantian, startled, saw that Jiang Chen had immediately grasped the core of the issue, making him uneasy. He himself made a living from media, understanding the game of public opinion better than anyone. Using such inflammatory rhetoric, he had stirred up several online controversies, earning consecutive promotions within his unit. Upon learning about the math competition, he immediately saw it as an opportunity to elevate his fame further, possibly even securing the editor-in-chief position. But Jiang Chen, with just a few words, unraveled the matter and pinpointed the central issue, something he had never encountered before. Facing Jiang Chen's composed rebuttal, Wu Fantian's confidence wavered internally, though he still tried to struggle outwardly. "Then can you produce evidence that you didn't get in through the back door?" Jiang Chen chuckled lightly at this absurd challenge. It seems this reporter has no understanding of the law, not even basic legal knowledge. The burden of proof lies with the one who makes the claim. You are the one alleging that the competition organizers were corrupt, so you need to provide evidence. With these words, the atmosphere shifted again. Wu Fantian's face changed and he forced a calm demeanor to argue. "Who said I'm making an allegation? This whole matter is a storm on the internet initiated by concerned academic enthusiasts. I'm just a journalist standing on the side of justice to document this event." "Oh really? Then what about this piece of evidence in my hand?" Jiang Chen casually pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket collected by Hao Yan, which clearly recorded the full extent of Wu Fantian's online incitement. He asked calmly, "This Wu Fantian couldn't be you, could it, journalist friend?" This shocked Wu Fantian, who had been trying to be stubborn. He could only weakly defend himself. Information obtained through such hacking methods has no legal validity. This is pure slander. You must have fabricated this fake news yourself. Jiang Chen looked at the flustered man with a playful smile and said, "So you admit you are Wu Fantian? But I've only met you today, so how could I know your name? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The police will talk to you later. You've been spreading rumors online defaming the reputations of numerous scholars and professors. Suing you for defamation of character is a no-brainer. Also, I understand that you have doubts about my performance in the math competition. I can accept that. After all, the emergence of a genius is always hard for people to swallow. But what if I present a paper published in a top academic journal? What would you do then? Would you, like reporter Wu Fantian, claim that some expert wrote the paper and published it under my name? He then pulled out a printed copy of an email, shocking everyone once again. Even old Li Guanyunshan and Lu Ping, who were by his side, hadn't expected Jiang Chen to have this move. Lu Ping was the first to react, dashing to Jiang Chen's side and snatching the printout to read. Dear Chen Jiang, thank you for your paper submission. After confirmation by several reviewers, your paper application of artificial intelligence in geographic information systems has been accepted and will be published in the next issue of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Please stay tuned. John. After reading it, he looked at the smiling Jiang Chen in disbelief. The crowd below stared at the stage with curiosity, then heard Lu Ping say, "This is an acceptance email from IEEE. Xiao Chen, when did you submit this paper? This is a top-tier journal in the field of computer science." Teacher Lu Ping's words sparked numerous exclamations from the audience. They couldn't believe their ears. The young man on stage, only 18 years old, had already published a paper in a top computer journal. Upon hearing this news, Wu Fantian collapsed into his chair, instantly staring at the people on stage in disbelief, muttering to himself, "It's all fake. This can't be. This can't be." Upon the revelation of Jiang Chen's irrefutable evidence against Wu Fantian and the impending publication of his paper in IEEE, the online discourse underwent a seismic shift. In particular, the evidence Wu had meticulously gathered from the early stirrings of discussion in the mathematics enthusiast forum and his swift subsequent actions drew widespread attention. He had diligently compiled all relevant information, hired internet trolls to create a false narrative, and slandered every professor on the review panel. Ultimately, by skillfully leveraging the influence of journalists from Southern media outlets, he escalated the matter to its apex. Haotian had meticulously documented this entire series of operations, and these records now stood as irrefutable evidence of Wu Fantian's crimes. Upon receiving the report, the police took immediate action, arresting Wu Fantian on charges of disturbing public order. Yet this was merely the beginning. With elderly's approval, Jiang Chen promptly contacted a seasoned lawyer, delegating the legal proceedings against Wu Fantian. Concurrently, voices on the internet began to swell, particularly within the mathematics enthusiast forum. "I've always said, how could there be any scandal involving elderly? Jiang Chen is a prodigy. From now on, call me president of the Jiang Chen fan club," exclaimed an ardent math enthusiast. The voices supporting Jiang Chen swiftly gained dominance, emboldened by their recent suppression by the so-called scandal faction. "I'm utterly stunned. Who would have thought an 18-year-old high schooler could publish a paper in a top-tier computer science journal? I'm still an undergraduate, sweating over my graduation defense." Indeed, didn't Jiang Chen learn mathematics from Lu Ping? How is it that his first paper is in computer science, even artificial intelligence? I heard that Jiang Chen later told Professor Lu that he researched this paper on his own back in Copper City, so when he arrived here in Jinlin, even Professor Lu had no clue. I'm also a student from Copper City now. One high school. Jiang Chen is a legend among us. He doesn't need to attend class, only exams, and he aces every one with full marks. That's outrageous. Full marks without attending school. He's practically a demon. Looking at his math contest papers, he's probably already self-studied college courses. That must be the case, so we just don't know how far he's gone. The last 4 problems in the math contest are all advanced math, and the final one is absurd. You need a thorough grasp of advanced math to even understand it. Inside Professor Lu's spacious and bright office, Jiang Chen sat upright, receiving the latter's reproach. "Xiao Chen, tell me, how is it that your first paper isn't in mathematics? What's the meaning of this?" Professor Lu frowned, clearly puzzled by Jiang Chen's choice. Jiang Chen explained helplessly, "Teacher, that paper is actually about algorithms and exploration in applied mathematics, not purely a computer science paper." He used this rhetoric to temporarily placate his teacher's emotions. After all, as soon as news of his IEEE publication reached Jinlin University, Dean Fang Tianda of the School of Computer Science had rushed to Dean Zhou, eager to poach this prodigy. Dean Zhou adamantly refused, but Dean Fang persisted, eventually dragging him to see Jiang Chen. Faced with Dean Fang's invitation, Jiang Chen declined without a moment's hesitation, choosing to remain under Professor Lu Ping's tutelage to further his mathematical studies. He had his own plans. Only by solidifying his mathematical foundation could he excel in other fields. As the controversy surrounding the math contest scandal gradually subsided, Jiang Chen continued his studies at Jinlin University for a while. Subsequently, he bid farewell to his mentor Lu Ping and, accompanied by Professor Guanyunshan, embarked on a journey to the capital for AMC intensive training. The training venue was a spacious classroom on the outskirts of the capital, gathering nearly 100 outstanding students. On the podium, Professor Guanyunshan gazed at the vibrant young faces below, his heart filled with both anticipation and a touch of concern. These young minds were the future stars of mathematics, but Professor Guan couldn't help pondering how many would persevere on this challenging path. He took a sip of water, walked to the blackboard, and penned the title, AMC Mathematics Competition Rules. Then with piercing eyes he surveyed the students and began, "Though you are the cream of the crop in domestic mathematics and familiar with AMC rules, I must reiterate their importance. I hope you will take them to heart. First, you are participating in the AIME selection competition. On the exam day, contestants must be under 19, 5 years old. We have already verified this during selection. If anyone has misrepresented their age, please inform me now to avoid wasting everyone's time." Seeing the audience shake their heads indicating no age fraud, Professor Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if someone attempted deceit, the subsequent passport verification would expose the truth. He continued, "Second, the AIME consists of 15 applied response questions. Each correct answer earns 1 point. Unanswered or incorrect answers yield no points. The exam duration is 3 hours. Additionally, and most importantly, the answer to each question must be an integer between 0 and 999. Please bear this in mind." The students nodded, indicating they had heeded Professor Guan's words. Guan further elaborated, "I understand many of you are taking AIME to gain admission to better universities. Winning an AIME gold medal opens the door to the top 30 universities in the United States. Many of you may have already planned your study abroad journey. But remember, mathematics does not deceive. You either know it or you don't. You must rely on your own knowledge to solve problems. There is no shortcut. So everyone muster your fighting spirit and give it your all." Professor Guan's words, intended to motivate the students, also instilled a degree of nervousness in some. However, many students appeared indifferent, even brimming with confidence. After all, these students had been the stars of their respective high schools, accustomed to praise and high expectations. They weren't easily swayed. As for Jiang Chen, after finishing the rules briefing, he immediately immersed himself in his own studies, paying little attention to the rest of Guan's lecture. That concludes the rules explanation. Next, we will have a test. Today's content is this exam. Professor Guan revealed a mysterious smile, suddenly producing a stack of exam papers. 2 accompanying teachers swiftly distributed the papers to each student. Jiang Chen looked at the test paper in his hand, somewhat surprised. He had expected the training to offer something novel, yet here was another exam. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset and focused on the paper. After scanning the questions, he found them not particularly difficult. The basic problems in algebra, combinatorics, geometry, and probability were a breeze for him. The only somewhat challenging part was number theory, but still within acceptable bounds. He picked up his pen and completed the entire paper in just 10 minutes. Then he set the paper aside and continued with his own studies. Professor Guan, who had been observing Jiang Chen, noticed he had finished and smiled. He quickly approached, picked up Jiang Chen's paper, and returned to the podium to grade it. Jiang Chen's recent focus was on the study of Mersenne primes. He eagerly read through literature, jotting down his thoughts and questions, ready to invest time and effort in hopes of making a breakthrough in this field. Upon publishing his paper on the application of artificial intelligence in statistical information, he had earned 300 learning points. This discovery delighted him, as accumulating learning points was typically slow. Now he had a new avenue to amass them effortlessly. His first research topic was Mersenne primes. Anyone studying mathematics, particularly number theory, would have explored Mersenne primes, twin primes, and other special primes. These were well-known problems, and Jiang Chen found himself deeply intrigued by Mersenne primes. Mersenne primes originate from Mersenne numbers, which are of the form 2m1, where m is a prime. If a Mersenne number is prime, it is called a Mersenne prime. When 2m1 is prime, m is also prime. Conversely, when m is prime, 2m1 is not necessarily prime. The larger the Mersenne number, the rarer the Mersenne prime. The conjecture that there exist infinitely many Mersenne primes is known as the Mersenne prime conjecture. Though not among the 7 Millennium Prize problems, it is a key to unlocking world-class mathematical challenges. This was his first formal research paper. His previous work on AI algorithms was merely a spark of inspiration while creating Haotian. In his study of Mersenne primes, Jiang Chen came across an article on the distribution pattern of Mersenne primes published in the Journal of Natural Sciences. Studying this article would deepen his understanding of the properties and patterns of Mersenne primes. Meanwhile, Guan Yunshan was grading Jiang Chen's exam. Upon seeing his answers, he couldn't help but marvel. The exam was modeled after the AIME in format and difficulty, yet Jiang Chen completed it without hesitation and answered brilliantly. Despite Jiang Chen's swift and accurate completion, Guan Yunshan and the other 2 instructors struggled to hide their astonishment. In the following hour, the other students gradually finished their exams. Once everyone relaxed, Guan Yunshan announced a half-hour break before reviewing the exam. This news brought relief to the students, who stood up to stretch their limbs. Unsurprisingly, as they moved about, they cast sidelong glances at Jiang Chen. After all, he had caused quite a stir recently. Everyone knew Jiang Chen had published a paper, but this was their first close encounter with him in person, and curiosity ran high. Yang Wenzhou was also curious. From the start, he had been considered the most likely candidate for a gold medal, but Jiang Chen had emerged as a dark horse. Not only did Jiang Chen achieve a perfect score, but he also finished in just half an hour. Yang Wenzhou had been intensely curious about him ever since. He approached Jiang Chen and glanced at the materials on his desk. To his shock, they were research papers on Mersenne primes. Was Jiang Chen already delving into problems of this magnitude? Are you already reading this kind of literature? Can you even understand it? Yang Wenzhou asked out of curiosity. Hearing the question, Jiang Chen looked up puzzled. Yang Wenzhou quickly realized the awkwardness and introduced himself. I'm Yang Wenzhou. I'm just curious. Can you actually understand these papers now? Jiang Chen recognized the name. Yang Wenzhou was known as a math prodigy. It's fine. If you want to study Mersenne primes, reading Mr. Zhou's article is the best approach. Yang Wenzhou was dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's response. He had assumed Jiang Chen was merely browsing, not genuinely researching problems of this caliber. Hearing Jiang Chen admit his intent to prove the Mersenne prime conjecture left him stunned. This guy is insane, he thought. He hasn't even started university, and he wants to prove a mathematical conjecture. Has he gone mad studying math? Seeing Yang Wenzhou's shocked expression, Jiang Chen paid no further attention and resumed his studies. The other students, having overheard the conversation, stared at Jiang Chen as if he were a freak before gradually moving away. Half an hour later, when Guan Yinshan and his two teaching assistants entered the classroom, they were puzzled by the sight. An empty circle surrounded Jiang Chen's seat. Guan Yinshan frowned curiously but didn't dwell on it. Alright, I've finished grading your exams. Let me announce the scores. Guan Yinshan's words drew the anxious gazes of the entire class, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Chen perfect score. Yang Wenzhou 98. Yu Hao 97. A string of scores followed. Though everyone had guessed Jiang Chen would be first, the reality still shocked them. Did that prodigy have no limits? Was he truly capable of tackling world-class problems now? The others regarded Jiang Chen with admiration and envy, letting out sighs of awe. Their reactions didn't affect Jiang Chen, though he remained focused on his research as if the world around him didn't exist. Guan Yinshan chose not to interfere with Jiang Chen. Given his performance, earning a gold medal at the AMC competition would be a mere formality. He directed his attention to the other students, hoping they too would achieve good results. Jiang Chen was completely absorbed in lines of equations, oblivious to the strange looks and behavior around him. Unbeknownst to him, the sunset had faded, night had fallen, and the classroom was empty save for him, quietly engrossed in his calculations. When he finally paused, he realized he was alone. He leaned back in his chair, taking deep breaths as fatigue and hunger set in. The dim classroom lights and faint moonlight streaming through the window created an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. The problem was exceedingly difficult. Jiang Chen had only managed to organize all the materials without finding a clue to the solution. This frustrating situation left him feeling powerless, as the system couldn't provide a solution for such conjectures. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Jiang Chen understood that this question could not be resolved in a short period. It required inspiration to aid him. He let out a long sigh, feeling that too much time had already passed, and his research progress was too slow. Though somewhat helpless, he decided to fill his stomach first before reconsidering the problem. Jiang Chen set down his pen, gently closed his notebook, and slowly walked out of the classroom, making his way back to the cafeteria. The night in the outskirts of Beijing was exceptionally serene, with a faint moonlight casting its glow upon Jiang Chen, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The moonlight illuminated his silhouette as he walked silently, pondering his predicament, realizing that he needed to find a way out. If this problem remained unsolved, his research would be mired in difficulty and unable to advance. This was indeed too thorny an issue for him. As he stepped into the cafeteria, the bustling scene before him faded away, replaced by a profound stillness. Jiang Chen chose a corner seat, sat down quietly, and sank into deep contemplation. He needed to find a way to resolve this knotty problem. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, lay down on the bed, and opened his omnipotent black technology system. He browsed through the technologies and talents he had already mastered on the system interface, hoping to find some new inspiration. He noticed that he had already achieved some progress. His technology title had been upgraded to an intermediate level, and he had accumulated a considerable amount of learning points. The technologies he had mastered provided him with more tools and technical support for his research. However, he also realized that mere technology could not resolve the current predicament for his research. He began to wander aimlessly within the system. His gaze was drawn to a talent called keen intuition, which could enhance the holder's intuitive abilities. Jiang Chen understood that intuition played a crucial role in scientific research, enabling scientists to discern flaws in problems through instinct, thereby sparking new thoughts and explorations. Reflecting on the entire history of scientific development, he realized that all scientists had once been trapped in a state of helplessness when initially tackling problems. Only through keen intuition could they uncover the flaws in a problem and discover new ideas and solutions. At this moment, intuition was like a faint glimmer of light, making the problem traceable and guiding the direction of research. Jiang Chen pondered, deeply weighing whether it was worth spending such a high price to purchase this talent. He could not be sure that keen intuition would help him given its steep cost, but a surge of determination rose within him, and he resolved to purchase it without hesitation. A thought within him told him that this talent would help him find a solution to the problem, making his research twice as effective with half the effort. Thus, Jiang Chen decisively clicked the purchase button. The system instantly deducted 6,000 learning points from him, causing him both pain and anticipation. After acquiring the talent, he did not feel any difference. Clearly, he had not yet figured out how to use it. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Jiang Chen could only pray inwardly that his keen intuition would guide him at the critical moment in his research. Fatigue flooded his mind, and Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. During the training period, he lived a remarkably peaceful life, with no sudden events breaking his calm. He was like an isolated island within this venue, free and unconstrained. The affairs of Xingchen required no input from him. He only needed to receive Haoshan's daily report on the factory's development. Jiang Chen devoted all his time to the research on Mersenne primes. Occasionally, he would also contact teacher Lu, remotely updating him on his learning progress. Lu Ping was also aware that Jiang Chen had chosen to study Mersenne primes. Lu Ping did not obstruct Jiang Chen's research on Mersenne primes, believing that a young man's ambition was a good thing. For mathematicians, achieving outstanding results before the age of 40 is quite common. After 40, as physical functions decline, the brain's cognitive abilities also become limited, making it difficult to produce significant research outcomes as before. This is also why the Fields Medal, one of the highest honors in mathematics, is only awarded to mathematicians under 40. Jiang Chen was only 18, still in the stage of knowledge absorption. Although his current mathematics courses were solidly grasped, and he had made initial contact with the research field, nevertheless, letting him experience the difficulty of research was also beneficial. Once he formally enrolled, Lu Ping could guide him. Hansen. Guan Yinshan naturally knew that Jiang Chen was tackling a mathematical problem, and he held high expectations for Jiang Chen's future, confident that he would achieve results. But he also expressed doubt about Jiang Chen tackling such a difficult problem as Mersenne primes at such an early stage. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was like a newborn calf, fearless of anything. Jiang Chen paid no attention to others' opinions. His mind was entirely captivated by the Mersenne primes. According to the data he had compiled, there were currently 44 known Mersenne primes, all within the range of 10 million. The most recent 5 Mersenne primes were discovered between 2003 and 2006 by the GMPS project. Jiang Chen stared at the 44 numbers on the computer screen, noticing that the concentration of discoveries of these Mersenne primes had significantly increased since the 20th century and surged after the end of the Cold War. A sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. He realized that the discovery of Mersenne primes coincided with the development path of computers. Possessing a powerful artificial intelligence like Haoyan, he could fully rely on it to perform calculations and research on Mersenne primes, and he could also uncover the patterns within them. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his talent beginning to take effect. His keen intuition seemed to be working on this problem. So Jiang Chen brought the computer to the office, as that was the only place with internet access. He immediately contacted Haoyan and issued the command to perform deduction on Mersenne primes and record their patterns. Receive, master. Haoyan began executing the task. Jiang Chen felt much lighter in spirit, as if he had grasped an important clue. Now he just had to wait for Haoshan's recorded results. Just then, Guan Yinshan finished his lessons for the day and returned to the office. He happened to catch the relieved expression on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen, what are you so happy about? Have you made progress? Guan Yinshan wondered to himself, could it be that he really had figured it out? Not yet, still no clue. I just came to connect to the internet and test an idea. Jiang Chen did not explain his thoughts to teacher Guan, as he was still unsure whether this path was correct. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Guan Yinshan felt relieved. He had thought to himself that a problem like Mersenne primes could not be solved so easily. Many people had given up after studying it. Nebraska, nestled in the heart of the high plains of the United States, offered a landscape that was vast, tranquil, and serene. The University of Lincoln, though not among the most elite institutions, possessed a unique charm. Perennially hovering around the 200th spot in global rankings, it stood quietly in the center of the state capital, Lincoln, like a learned old sage calmly observing the changes around it. This April, the tranquility was shattered by the impending AMC competition, drawing mathematical contestants from across the globe to showcase their talents. Jiang Chen, as a member of the Chinese delegation, also set foot on this land. Yet what lingered in his mind was not the outcome of the contest, but the proof of Mersenne primes. After organizing the complete computational process, Hao Tian handed it over to Jiang Chen, as if bestowing upon him the key to a new world. This data contained the 45th, 46th, and 47th Mersenne primes discovered by Hao Tian's formidable computational prowess, pushing the boundary of primes to the magnificent height of 40 million. Upon arriving at the University of Lincoln, Jiang Chen seemed to transform into a different person. He printed out this precious data and secluded himself in his hotel room, each day immersing himself entirely in the study of prime number patterns. He lost interest in the world around him, even skipping the various sightseeing activities organized by Guan Yunshan and the special lectures at the University of Lincoln. His total absorption, bordering on obsession, evoked both admiration and concern in others. If not for his adherence to basic routines, such as eating meals on time, someone might have already called the police to have him taken to the hospital and checked for his overly fixated mental state. Finally, on the day before the competition, after much deliberation, Guan Yunshan came to Jiang Chen's room. In the high plains, the spring night air was slightly warm and the room exuded a gentle heat. Hearing the knock, Jiang Chen snapped out of his intense concentration. He rubbed his furrowed brow, stood up, and opened the door. The Guan Yunshan outside was taken aback when he saw Jiang Chen open the door. The latter's appearance was completely disheveled, his hair sticking up in unruly tufts. The dim yellow light cast a pallor on his pale face, giving it a somewhat gloomy look. His eyes, devoid of sleepiness, radiated a deep and determined gleam. "Teacher Guan, is there something you need?" Jiang Chen's mind was still preoccupied with the data from earlier. "I came to check on you. You look exactly like those mathematicians, completely disheveled." Guan Yunshan glanced at Jiang Chen's appearance, then swept his gaze across the room. As expected, papers filled with equations were scattered everywhere. The air in the room was heavy and oppressive, as if enveloped by the intense atmosphere of mathematics, making it slightly suffocating. Hearing Teacher Guan's words, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, a flurry of questions and thoughts flooding his mind. He then walked to the bathroom to look in the mirror and was startled by his own reflection. He quickly washed his face, snapping out of that state. Seeing Jiang Chen tidy himself up a bit, Guan Yunshan's eyes revealed a flicker of concern and worry. He knew well Jiang Chen's dedication and persistence, but he also worried that the latter's excessive focus on research might neglect his health. "Xiao Chen, I know all your heart and dreams are poured into your research, but such matters take time, not something achievable overnight." He added softly, "Besides, I came today to tell you that the competition is tomorrow. Take my advice, get a good night's rest tonight and recharge." Upon hearing Guan Yunshan's words, Jiang Chen felt a slight jolt in his heart. He had indeed been so engrossed in his research that he had almost lost track of time. He looked up at Guan Yunshan, a glint of gratitude and determination flashing in his eyes. He nodded and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Teacher Guan. I will definitely attend the competition tomorrow. I still remember I promised Elder Li that I would bring back a gold medal for us." Hearing Jiang Chen's response, a relieved smile spread across Guan Yunshan's face. He had been genuinely afraid that Jiang Chen's stubborn obsession with solving the Mersenne prime conjecture would cause him to neglect the upcoming competition. Seeing that Jiang Chen could take advice and give a promise, a heavy weight was lifted from Guan Yunshan's mind. He said nothing more, simply patted Jiang Chen lightly on the shoulder, signaling him to rest well, then turned and left the room. After seeing Guan Yunshan off, Jiang Chen looked around and noticed that the materials in the room were in complete disarray. He heaved a soft sigh and began to organize the manuscripts he had accumulated over the past few days, yet his mind remained preoccupied with that unsolved mathematical problem. After tidying up, he decided to follow Guan Yunshan's advice, relax his tense nerves, and first fulfill his commitment to the competition. Then he indulged in a comfortable hot bath, letting the warm water dispel the fatigue and tension from his body. The next day, after a full night's rest, Jiang Chen felt mentally refreshed. He carefully packed his materials and computer into his backpack, ensuring everything important was with him, and then, brimming with confidence and preparedness, he left the room. Upon stepping out of the room, Jiang Chen noticed the curious and puzzled looks from his fellow travelers. Since arriving in the United States, he had rarely communicated with others due to his deep immersion in research. If not for occasional encounters in the cafeteria, they might have suspected Jiang Chen had been kidnapped. But Jiang Chen paid no heed to these stares. He silently followed behind Guan Yunshan, his mind still dwelling on the mathematical problem he was so determined to solve. They eventually arrived at the main venue of the University of Lincoln, where the competition was about to officially begin. Entering the venue, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel the tension in the air. He saw participants from all over the world, nearly 10,000 mathematical prodigies under the age of 18. A slight sense of competitive nervousness crept into his heart, but he shook his head and drove that emotion away from his mind. Jiang Chen solemnly handed his backpack to Guan Yunshan. His bag contained all his hard work and could not be entrusted to anyone else. Only Guan Yunshan had earned his trust. Gripping his tools tightly, he strode confidently toward the arena, his whole being brimming with competitive zeal. According to the competition rules, there were a total of 15 applied problem-solving questions to be completed within 3 hours. Upon receiving the exam paper, Jiang Chen first skimmed through it quickly and immediately felt the severity of the challenge. Nonetheless, it was not beyond his expectations. He thought to himself with determination, "This gold medal is destined for me," and then he plunged into solving the problems. Meanwhile, the AMC official website also opened the problem set for download, and mathematics enthusiasts from around the world began downloading and browsing the documents. However, when they opened these problem documents, they were shocked and bewildered, for they found a problem that required calculating the trajectory of a satellite launch, a clear domain of physics. This was part of applied mathematics, requiring solvers to possess some knowledge of physics. Jiang Chen's problem-solving speed was remarkably swift, drawing even the proctors to curiously peer over his shoulder as they observed his pace. The proctor, accustomed to witnessing a spectrum of answering speeds among students, found himself involuntarily halted by Jiang Chen's velocity. His eyes followed Jiang Chen's pen tip closely. When he realized that 7 out of 15 problems had already been solved, his brows arched slightly, a flicker of shock coursing through him. Yet he quickly donned a contemptuous smirk, muttering, "These days too many students seek quick success, while those who truly apply themselves are scarce. Solving so fast surely means relying on pure guesswork." Jiang Chen seemed enveloped in a silent world, utterly oblivious to the presence beside him. When he commenced the final problem, the question pertained to number theory. Let k be a positive integer, and let s be a finite set of odd prime numbers. Prove that there is at most one way up to rotation and reflection to arrange the elements of S on a circle such that the product of any two adjacent elements is of the form x2 xk for some positive integer x. How intriguing. This was essentially a study of the 3' problem on a circle. Jiang Chen instantly conceived a proof via induction. He promptly inscribed the proof. A flash of inspiration struck him. Could the Mersenne primes be proven via induction as well? He felt an urgent desire to test this immediately, yet he first needed to conclude the competition at hand. He swiftly reviewed his answers, confirmed no errors, and raised his hand to submit. After receiving the invigilator's nod of approval, he departed the arena without a backward glance. Guan Yinshan and the others, seeing Jiang Chen exit in such haste, were perplexed by his appearance. "Jiang Chen, you're already done. Only 45 minutes have passed." Jiang Chen, suppressing his inner urgency, explained, "I've thoroughly checked everything. No mistakes found. Staying would only waste time." He began packing his belongings, retrieving his backpack, and placing his materials and laptop on the table. The others, seeing his determination, chose not to press further, silently hoping he would maintain his form and secure the gold medal. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a premonition. His talent for acute intuition had activated, shifting his trust from the system to his own instinct. He immediately instructed Haoyan to verify his conjecture. Using mathematical induction, they began searching for patterns among the Mersenne primes, particularly the newest ones Haoyan had discovered. After an anxious wait, Haoyan displayed the collated data on the screen, and a gleam of insight lit up Jiang Chen's eyes. He picked up his pen, began arranging numbers on scratch paper, jotted down 2 rows of formulas, and commenced verification with unwavering confidence. The premonition in his mind grew stronger, as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon something monumental. He fed the formula into Haoyan. After a series of calculations, Haoyan swiftly computed the 45th Mersenne prime. Jiang Chen could not contain his joy. He laughed heartily, feeling he had found a breakthrough in this conjecture. It seemed he had completed the proof, finally transforming the conjecture into a theorem. After recalculating the formula and confirming its correctness, he fed all his manuscript content into Haoyan to compile the paper. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, leaned back in his chair, and contemplated the significance of his newfound discovery. With the Mersenne primes conjecture now proven, it could aid research into the Riemann hypothesis. But for now, he needed to pause. Such intense study had taxed his knowledge, and he must first fortify his own intellectual foundation. He looked around and realized the AMC competition had ended. The contestants had returned to the lounge, discussing the problems in hushed tones. Jiang Chen no longer cared about the results. Glancing at Haoshan's screen, he saw that the paper had been completed and translated. Jiang Chen saved the paper with delight, feeling a profound sense of pride in his achievement. He then selected one of the top 4 mathematics journals, the Journal of Mathematics, and submitted his paper, leaving his email address. The Journal of Mathematics is one of the oldest and most authoritative publications in the field. Published bi-monthly, it would allow a wider audience to see his results. The next issue was imminent, and Jiang Chen looked forward to his paper being read and appreciated. After submission, he finally resolved the matter that had preoccupied him for so long. He felt a weight lifted, and his confidence in his intuitive talent soared. Guan Yunshan, witnessing the relaxed expression on Jiang Chen's face, felt a jolt. A suspicion arose had Jiang Chen finally decided to abandon the Mersenne primes problem that had baffled countless mathematicians. He must have been disheartened. He walked slowly to Jiang Chen's side, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. His voice carried understanding and consolation, as if soothing a child about to face failure. Jiang Chen, failure is part of the road to success. Throughout history, how many brilliant mathematicians have devoted themselves to Mersenne primes only to eventually give up? His tone was warm, yet firm, seemingly paving a broad path for Jiang Chen's future. You're only 18 with boundless prospects. Time is your greatest ally and companion. There's no need for haste. Trust me, as time passes you will shine brilliantly in the field of mathematics. We all believe in your future. However, Guan Yunshan's comforting words left Jiang Chen puzzled. He frowned, his face a canvas of confusion. Teacher Guan, what are you talking about? I never gave up. My paper is complete. I'm just waiting for the review result from the Journal of Mathematics. These words froze Guan Yunshan in place. His heart seemed to skip a beat, then surged with overwhelming surprise and disbelief. What? You've completed the proof? His voice trembled, his eyes widened, as if hearing the most incredible story. He turned almost mechanically, his gaze locked on Jiang Chen's computer screen, which clearly displayed the email confirmation of the submitted paper. A surge of alarm rose in Yunshan's heart. He quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear, his voice low and grave. Jiang Chen, this is no joke. Submitting a paper recklessly could severely damage your reputation in academia. Be honest with me. Are you absolutely sure? His eyes radiated deep concern and caution. Jiang Chen felt the warmth of Guan Yunshan's earnest gaze, and toned a wave of gratitude washed over him. He nodded gently, a glint of unwavering determination flashing in his eyes. Teacher Guan, I wouldn't joke about such a matter. I have completed the proof. Just wait for the next issue of the Journal of Mathematics. You will see my paper there. The tense atmosphere of the AMC competition enveloped the entire venue. A group of judges sat around a long table, before them a thick stack of exam papers, each person's pen tip swiftly dancing across the paper. At that moment, one judge picked up a special paper. His eyebrows slightly rose, and the paper before him involuntarily made him straighten his back. On this exam paper, all the questions on the first page were solved with clean precision, every step leaping off the page, revealing the author's profound foundation. The judge quickly turned to the second page, his movements growing more rapid. He saw that the questions on the second page were also answered one by one, and his heart began to beat with excitement. A premonition gradually turned into certainty within him. The author of this paper would become the gold medal winner of this competition. After confirming that the last question had no errors, unable to contain his inner shock, he immediately stood up and announced excitedly to those around him, Professor Hart, please come over. This paper leaves me no choice but to give it a perfect score. His words instantly stirred a commotion in the venue. All eyes focused on him. A silver-haired professor, hearing this, approached with hurried steps toward the paper. He took the paper, his gaze like a torch, scanning every page, nodding heavily after reading each one, showing great admiration for the answers. Professor Hart finally looked up and announced to those around, indeed, this paper is flawless. The gold medal winner of this competition is born. His affirmation seemed to ignite the entire judging area, and many couldn't help but exclaim in delight, thrilled for this contestant. Professor Hart continued, let us reveal the name of this outstanding contestant. His hand slowly moved to the upper left corner of the paper, carefully peeling off the seal. An unfamiliar name leaped into view, Jiang Chen. A stir went through the professor's heart. He murmured to himself, so it's a contestant from Xia country. In past years, contestants from Xia country had once shown, but the gold medal had not belonged to them for quite some time. Now Xia country was making a comeback. Pondering this, the professor couldn't help but reflect on the situation of Xia country, a nation with 1.3 billion people undergoing countless rounds of selection, constantly picking elites from the ivory towers. He realized that Xia country's enormous population base endowed it with an unparalleled advantage, enabling it to excel in various fields. Undoubtedly, it would be a formidable competitor in the future. The AMC competition concluded as scheduled on the first day, and the subsequent grading work would extend to the third day. During this waiting period, the officials arranged for all participants to relax by visiting Lincoln University. Jiang Chen had completed his research on Mersenne primes. Now he followed the crowd, enjoying the sightseeing, temporarily casting aside all worries. In a foreign land, he knew that future opportunities to go abroad might be scarce. Therefore, he decided to savor every bit of this experience as much as possible. Especially for someone who loved knowledge, the libraries abroad were the places he most wanted to visit. At the entrance of Lincoln University's library, he stepped into this treasure trove of knowledge with excitement and anticipation. He began his journey of exploration, relying on his extraordinary memory, he quickly browsed and recorded all the books. Silently, he hoped that after returning home, he would have enough time to savor each gain from this trip. While Jiang Chen was fully engrossed in browsing the classics on the shelves, a clear English greeting suddenly interrupted his state. "Hello." Jiang Chen raised his head and saw a boy with curiosity and exploration shining in his eyes. The boy smiled at him. Somewhat puzzled, Jiang Chen responded, "Oh, hello. Do you need help?" He frowned slightly, wondering why this unfamiliar face had sought him out. The surprise in the boy's eyes deepened. He hadn't expected the other spoken English to be so fluent. "Actually, I saw you at the International Mathematics Competition. You submitted your paper in less than an hour, and no one really noticed you. I was sitting right next to you at the time, so I want to ask you to help me with some problems." After understanding the boy's request, Jiang Chen's expression shifted from surprise to understanding. He nodded and patiently began explaining the problems one by one to the boy. The other seemed completely absorbed by his explanations, listening intently and nodding from time to time. After the conversation ended, the boy shook Jiang Chen's hand excitedly. "Thank you so much. Today means a lot to me. You will definitely become a world-famous mathematician." Then he ran off excitedly, as if he had really met his idol. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Chen shook his head with a light smile, feeling this was truly a wonderful experience. He set aside the lingering thoughts and continued to immerse himself in the sea of books. Over the next 2 days, he seemed to become a regular at the Lincoln University Library, as if every book told a different story. On the eve of the award ceremony, Jiang Chen still felt a slight regret for not having fully explored this ocean of books. Guan Yunshan noticed Jiang Chen's furrowed brows and absent-minded expression. He asked with concern, "Jiang Chen, you seem preoccupied today. What's wrong?" Jiang Chen let out a sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "Yes, the time for this competition is really too tight. There were so many precious books in the library that I didn't have time to finish. It really feels like a pity." His eyes were full of thirst for knowledge, which made Guan Yunshan think of Jiang Chen's incredible memory and learning ability. "Don't regret it too much. The library at your Jiangling University is also very impressive. After you return, you'll have plenty of time to study." Jiang Chen showed a faint smile and nodded, seeming somewhat relieved. Then he adjusted his attire, ready for the upcoming award ceremony. At this moment, Professor Hart stood on the podium, scanning the enthusiastic audience below. His gaze couldn't help but drift toward the Xia country team, as if searching for that outstanding Jiang Chen. After the warm-up, Professor Hart walked to the front amid warm applause. The stage lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on him. He smiled and began to speak. "Thank you all for participating in this year's math competition. Now I am going to announce the gold medal winner." His voice echoed in the hall. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the name to be revealed. Professor Hart's eyes finally locked onto the Xia country team. "Jiang Chen, congratulations." In an instant, the Xia country team erupted in thunderous cheers. Guan Yunshan was so excited, he almost slapped his hands red. He gently pushed Jiang Chen, who was still in shock, urging him to go on stage. "Quick, go accept the award." Amid applause and blessings, Jiang Chen walked to the podium, accepted the gold medal handed to him by Professor Hart, and shook hands in gratitude. "Young man, congratulations. By the way, would you be interested in pursuing further studies at Lincoln University?" Professor Hart asked with eager anticipation. Jiang Chen smiled and politely declined. "Thank you very much for the invitation, but I already have an excellent mentor, Professor Liu Ping from Jiangling University." Professor Hart looked slightly disappointed, understanding that such a prodigy must have already been claimed, yet he nodded and offered his blessings. "Liu, I've heard of him. A remarkably brilliant mathematician. Well, I wish you even greater achievements in the field of mathematics." "Thank you very much, Professor Hart." Jiang Chen responded with gratitude. As the award ceremony concluded, Jiang Chen returned to his team. Guan Yunshan was almost jumping with excitement, taking the gold medal and fondling it with endless delight. For Xia to reclaim this gold medal after so many years filled him with immense emotion as the team leader. It meant that mathematics in Xia still had a future. "Jiang Chen, you really did it. You said you'd win gold, and you did." Jiang Chen merely smiled at him. The other participants looked at him with a mixture of envy and admiration. Though a trace of reluctance lingered in their hearts, they largely acknowledged Jiang Chen as a mathematical genius. One had to admit that although Jiang Chen had stunned everyone during the math competition, he remained unfamiliar to most, like a meteor suddenly streaking across the sky, dazzling yet distant. During the subsequent AMC training camp, Jiang Chen attended only the first session. Afterwards, no one could find him. After arriving at Lincoln, Jiang Chen became even more reclusive, locking himself in his room to study the Mersenne prime conjecture, as if he had vanished entirely. Even his participation in the competition relied on Guan Yunshan's reminder. Without it, Jiang Chen might have missed the event. And what happened? He went up, finished the problems in less than an hour, and won another gold medal. The scenario mirrored the math competition, a total demoralizing blow. Everyone was astounded, crowding around Jiang Chen with a cascade of congratulations. As they surrounded him with cheers, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, Hao Yan notifying him of an email to check. Instantly, he guessed that his paper must have been accepted. Apologizing hastily, he squeezed through the crowd, dashed to the lounge, and swiftly opened his laptop. Sure enough, there was a reply from the Journal of Mathematics. His paper on the Mersenne prime conjecture had been approved, and the journal warmly invited him to Princeton for a presentation. Jiang Chen, did your paper pass? Guan Yunshan's voice pierced the quiet of the lounge. Following his figure, a group of curious and excited faces entered. Jiang Chen turned around, catching sight of Guan Yunshan's glistening eyes and the throng of curious onlookers behind him. Guan Yunshan strode forward like a lion, pressing directly to the computer screen to scrutinize the unexpected good news. After reading, he was almost incoherent with excitement. Look, it's real. His paper passed. His voice echoed through the lounge as euphoric as his heart. At the same time, hearing Guan Yunshan's exultant cry, everyone abruptly turned to Jiang Chen, their gazes fixed on him, as if beholding a miracle, blazing with fervor and disbelief. Had the Mersenne prime conjecture truly been solved? By a high school student? Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of helplessness. He softly admitted, "Yes, Professor Guan, the paper passed. They've invited me to Princeton for the presentation. I'm not sure if I should go." Upon hearing this, Guan Yunshan exhaled with relief, quickly pulled him into an embrace, and ruffled his hair with a beaming smile. "Why wouldn't you go? This is your first time stepping into the spotlight. How many people dream of giving a mathematics presentation at Princeton? They'll contact old Canon Lu right away." Guan Yunshan's tone was resolute, his eyes brimming with anticipation. His brow relaxed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly took out his phone and deftly dialed Lu Ping's number. "Old Guan, is something wrong with Jiang Chen?" Lu Ping's voice came through the receiver, filled with worry. Guan Yunshan's heart quickened, passion nearly bursting from his throat. "Something did happen, but it's an absolute blessing from heaven." He paused, savoring the satisfaction of spreading this unexpected joy. "Jiang Chen, his paper on the Mersenne prime has passed peer review. Princeton University is inviting him to hold a mathematics presentation." On the other end of the line, Lu Ping was clearly stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to truly achieve results on the Mersenne prime problem. His original thought had been to introduce Jiang Chen to some research topics to familiarize him. Who would have guessed had actually produced tangible results? "What? His research, it's actually completed? Are you serious? This is no joke." He could hardly believe it. Guan Yunshan chuckled on the other end. "Would I joke about something like this?" The pride in his chest was irrepressible, so he added, "Jiang Chen is right beside me. If you have any doubts, ask him yourself." With that, he couldn't be bothered to prolong the conversation with Lu Ping. Skipping all unnecessary back and forth, he tossed the phone to Jiang Chen with a grin despite Jiang Chen's resigned expression. Jiang Chen took the call, patiently explained the situation, and then sent over the evidence. A screenshot of the precious acceptance email. Hearing everything, Lu Ping on the other end let out a long sigh of relief, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "Shao Chen, wait for me. He'll take the earliest flight today to the U.S. You must accept the invitation from the Journal of Mathematics. Opportunities like this are once in a lifetime." Joy saturated his voice. Jiang Chen didn't celebrate excessively. Instead, he replied calmly, "I understand, Master. He'll reply to the invitation from the Journal of Mathematics right away." After sending his reply, he remembered to check the system to see if his learning points had been credited. He stretched his body, as if releasing the tension that had built up over this period, found a more comfortable position in the chair, and closed his eyes. The learning points column in the system showed an increase of a whopping 2,000,000. The figure made his brow lift slightly. His surprise was evident. It seemed the system's evaluation criteria matched his expectations based on the depth and innovation of the paper. Research on the Mersenne prime was undoubtedly a greater challenge compared to his previous paper on AI applications. Moreover, the surge in learning points reminded him not to take shortcuts by churning out superficial papers. Jiang Chen reflected that this was fine. After all, in academic research, one must stay grounded and take steady steps forward. News of Jiang Chen winning the AMC gold medal and having his paper accepted spread like wildfire when it reached his homeland through colleagues. Praises of the strongest high school student in history went viral online. Headlines such as "High School Senior Wins AMC Gold, Improves a World-Class Mathematical Conjecture" frequently dominated the news. Enthusiastic discussions about what is the Mersenne prime sparked widespread curiosity, driving many to wonder what exactly it was. In a corner of the mathematics enthusiasts forum, a group of students huddled around a computer, eyes glued to the screen, following the updates intently. "After witnessing the divine Jiang, I realized that the gap between humans can sometimes be even greater than that between humans and dogs. Compared to the divine Jiang, I am nothing but a waste." A young mathematics enthusiast lamented, feeling as if he had been struck by a dimensional blow. Brother, how can you even take the divine Jiang as an example? That guy appears just to show us how high the ceiling really is. The one we can actually grasp as a comparison should be the divine Yang Wenzhou. Are you underestimating the divine Yang? He at least won a silver medal in this AMC competition, but his limelight was simply overshadowed by the divine Jiang. Can't help it either. Although winning the AMC gold again after many years is truly gratifying, the divine Jiang accomplished the proof of the Mersenne prime. It may not be one of the 7 great conjectures, but it is still a world-renowned difficult problem that countless mathematicians have attempted and eventually abandoned. Meanwhile, in universities across the country, the news elicited mixed reactions. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Zhou Tianxiang, the dean of the School of Mathematics at Jianlin University, was so thrilled upon hearing the good news from Professor Liu Ping that he paced back and forth in his office, unable to suppress his laughter. Haha, Jiang Chen, this kid. He really brings honor to our Jianlin University. In contrast, Jingdu University was filled with sighs. It was our Jingdu University that first discovered this genius, but in the end we only informed his teacher and didn't personally invite him. That allowed Jianlin University to snatch the opportunity. If we had shown enough sincerity back then, perhaps this genius would now be the future mathematical giant of our Jingda. What they did not know was that no matter how generous the offer or how sincere the invitation, Jiang Chen would never have chosen to go to Jingdu University. At that moment, Jiang Chen was on the phone with his parents, enduring their gentle reproach. Xiaochen, you really are something. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't even tell us. If your school teacher hadn't come to visit, we would still be kept in the dark. Lin Yu's voice was full of reproach. Don't worry, Mom. This is just a small episode. There will be many more such things in the future. You'll have to get used to it. Jiang Chen boasted to his parents with a hint of pride. You weren't home, so you don't know. Your principal and homeroom teacher held your father's and my hands and kept praising how well we raised you, saying you are a pillar for the nation. Your father's smile hasn't faded. Even during dinner, he kept grinning from ear to ear. He isn't that only natural. I was raised well by Mom and Dad. You child, stay safe over there. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come home, and well, cook your favorite dishes. Jiang Chen watched his parents' receding figures, his heart filled with emotion as he reluctantly bid them farewell. Finally, he boarded the plane to New York, embarking on his academic journey. The plane landed at the airport outside Princeton town, where Professor Liu was already waiting. When he saw Jiang Chen, he nodded approvingly, his eyes full of satisfaction. He never imagined that one of his lectures would lead him to encounter a disciple with such heaven-defying talent. Moreover, Jiang Chen's growth had far exceeded his expectations. From the moment Jiang Chen began studying the Mersenne prime to the acceptance of his paper, the entire process had taken little more than a month. Such an achievement was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Liu Ping brought Jiang Chen good news. Dean Zhou had approved full funding for Jiang Chen's participation in the upcoming academic conference. All expenses for this academic conference at Princeton would be covered by the School of Mathematics of Jianlin University, which had expressed strong support. Although Jiang Chen's personal wealth had not yet been revealed, since the dean was generously covering the costs out of goodwill, he was happy to go along, allowing his wealth to remain hidden a little longer. After discussing with his teacher, Jiang Chen gained a preliminary understanding of the general schedule for the academic conference at the end of the month. He knew that such conferences, especially in mathematics and physics, would involve rigorous questioning. Liu Ping would take full responsibility for all coordination work and began communicating with the Mathematics Journal to ensure the conference proceeded smoothly. Jiang Chen focused all his energy on meticulously preparing the content of his presentation, particularly anticipating possible questions that required careful consideration. Teacher, I've reviewed some past conference records. There are indeed many stern questions. I need to prepare thoroughly. Xiaochen, I've read your paper, and I couldn't find any issues. Leave the other arrangements to me. Just focus on your preparation. Jiang Chen smiled gratefully, knowing he had to take this conference seriously. It was a test of his knowledge and thinking, and he was determined to give it his all. Thank you for your trust, teacher. I will do my utmost. They continued walking in silence, both filled with anticipation for the upcoming academic conference. At that time, the Mathematics Journal issued invitations to mathematicians worldwide to attend the academic conference on proof of the Mersenne prime conjecture. With the release of the latest issue of the Mathematics Journal, all concerned scholars immediately learned of the paper. Proof of the Mersenne prime swept through the mathematical community like a tsunami, sparking intense debate. Everyone began studying the paper, eagerly wanting to determine its veracity, especially upon discovering that the author was an obscure scholar from Xia Kingdom, which made them even more desperate to find flaws. Although it had passed the review of the Mathematics Journal that did not guarantee its truth, it still needed to be examined by the community. Every mathematical theorem must go through layers of scrutiny from the community before it can be safely cited and accepted. The successful proof of the Mersenne prime was tied to the realization of the Riemann hypothesis, making this a truly global mathematical celebration. Although teacher Liu had already mentioned that in his undergraduate studies Jiang Chen would only need 1 year of study before he could directly participate in the thesis defense, Jiang Chen was still a high school student at this moment. Standing under the global spotlight invited to deliver such a high-level academic report, it was hard for him not to feel the pressure. Jiang Chen could hardly avoid feeling the weight of expectation. In the lecture hall of Princeton University, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Beneath the stage, a sea of people filled the seats, their gazes either curious or scrutinizing as they fixed upon the podium, awaiting the arrival of the speaker. Among the diverse audience were some obscure scholars and experts, obscure yet devoted to their own fields of research. Simultaneously, there were also several heavyweight figures in the mathematical community whose every glance and expression could stir subtle shifts in the audience. Notably, Professor Pierre Deline, who had recently joined Princeton and won the Wolf Prize, attracted particular attention. He sat in the front row, his posture upright, his gaze profound, exuding an unassailable academic authority. He was an absolute authority in algebraic geometry and number theory. Beside him sat Qiu Lao, a renowned Chinese-American mathematician from Harvard University, whose presence undoubtedly added a weighty significance to the conference. His research domain encompassed differential geometry, differential equations, and general relativity. His deep eyes seemed capable of penetrating every mathematical mystery. Particularly noteworthy was that Perelman, who had severed ties with the mathematical community, would also participate in this conference via video, which undoubtedly became a major highlight. His historic proof of the Poincare conjecture had already created a massive sensation in the mathematical world, and his image on the large screen appeared exceptionally enigmatic. Among the scholars in the audience, some whispered to each other while others pondered in contemplation. They were witnesses to this academic feast and solitary travelers on the road of mathematical exploration. When discussing the monumental significance of the Mersenne prime conjecture, many eyes sparkled with excitement. For the proof of this conjecture would not only propel the leapfrog development of distributed computing technology, but also profoundly influence the application prospects of the fast Fourier transform, bringing significant impact to number theory, the queen of mathematics. It was against this backdrop that Jiang Chen's paper received approval for publication from the Journal of Mathematics, consequently attracting countless mathematicians who traveled from afar. They crossed thousands of miles just to witness in person whether the proof was indeed genuine. Jiang Chen, the young man under the spotlight, now slowly walked onto the podium. His steps were firm, despite feeling the many sharp gazes from the audience. His inner calm gradually settled. He knew that at this moment he represented not only himself, but also the strength and hope of a new generation of mathematicians from Xia. The audience below conducted their initial scrutiny of Jiang Chen's appearance. Many of them, seeing Jiang Chen for the first time, murmured among themselves whether this seemingly still immature young man truly had the ability to solve the major doubts of the mathematical world. Yet undeniably, the contrast between such an exterior and the mathematical conjecture also added a layer of anticipation and curiosity. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his nervousness. His hand gripped the microphone. It was the decisive moment. As his first words fell, the entire venue instantly fell silent. His proof outline began to unfold on the projection screen, clear, logical, rigorous, each step exuding confidence and conviction. The audience below was deeply captivated by his presentation, nodding from time to time as some previously vague doubts began to be resolved. Thank you, everyone. My presentation is concluded. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the lecture hall. He let out a long breath. This was the fruit of nearly a month's effort. His gaze swept across the audience, awaiting their questions. But unexpectedly, the lecture hall fell into a prolonged silence, though no one stood up to ask a question. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, slightly puzzled. Could there be a problem with his presentation that he hadn't noticed? Wasn't it said that every mathematical talk would invite much criticism? Why was it a different story here? Just then, Professors Deline and Xiu in the front row exchanged a meaningful smile, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Professor Deline nodded slightly, as if signaling Xiu Lao to take action and break the abnormal silence. Xiu Lao gently raised his hand. This simple gesture immediately caught the attention of the staff. They quickly responded. One staff member trotted forward and respectfully handed Xiu Lao a microphone. Jiang Chen, could you please explain the specific role of the formula in the 7th line on page 7 of your paper? Xiu Lao's voice was gentle yet firm. His question not only represented his own doubt, but also the common concern of many experts and scholars present. This question seemed to serve as a signal, stirring a slight commotion in the audience. Some listeners in the back rows immediately became alert. They quickly picked up pens, ready to record the potentially brilliant explanation. They thought to themselves, had Qiu Lao, a renowned figure in the mathematical world, discovered a major flaw in Jiang Chen's paper. On the stage, facing the query from this academic giant, Jiang Chen felt a trace of doubt, but quickly adjusted his mindset. He clearly remembered that the question formula was precisely an important tool he had created himself during the research process. He took a deep breath and then began to explain in detail. This formula 4, 11, 4, 21, 4, 31. 4 and 161, I define the sequence inside as the quadruple pyramid number, which plays a crucial role in my proof. If a prime number is a factor of a quadruple pyramid number, it will not become a factor of a Mersenne composite number. Therefore, as long as the string 4, 11, 4, 21, 4, 31, 4 and 1 is not equal to a number of the forms 6 and m multiplied by 6 plus 1, it meets the conditions for a Mersenne prime. As Jiang Chen's explanation unfolded, the atmosphere in the lecture hall gradually eased. A satisfied smile appeared on the faces of the two professors. This satisfaction stemmed not only from Jiang Chen's response, but also from their admiration for the young scholar's confident composure. Qiu Lao turned to Professor Deline and asked softly, "Do you have any further questions?" Professor Deline shook his head. His smile was full of recognition for Jiang Chen and anticipation for the future of mathematics. Then Qiu Lao stood up, turned to the entire audience, and said in a clear and firm voice, "Then Professor Deline, and I have no objections to this proof." His words fell like a signal, igniting a wave of even more enthusiastic applause. At this moment, the recognition from the two professors seemed to stamp Jiang Chen's research with a glorious seal. This did not mean the entire mathematical community had fully accepted the solution to the Mersenne prime conjecture, for further verification and challenges were still needed. But generally, once a paper passed an academic presentation, its core content was essentially solid, but what remained were matters of time and form. Jiang Chen gazed at this scene, feeling a surge of inexplicable warmth and pride. He smiled and bowed deeply to everyone in the audience, expressing his deepest gratitude and respect. Watching Jiang Chen's youthful visage, Qiu Lao suddenly conceived a thought: the next 20 years could be something to look forward to. As Jiang Chen stepped down from the podium, a group of fervent young people swarmed around him, their eyes shimmering with the adoration and zeal of fans. "Kid, you did brilliantly. This is the most dazzling speech I've ever witnessed." Not a single scholar came forward to find fault. A middle-aged man in scholar's attire pushed through the crowd, grasped Jiang Chen's hand excitedly, and said with a trembling voice, "Do you know, you're not only incredibly brilliant, but also exceptionally handsome. Could you do me the honor of taking a photo together as a keepsake?" Then a girl with a camera bounced up to Jiang Chen, her eyes full of stars. "Young man, your talent is unparalleled. Our college is willing to offer you the most favorable terms. Would you consider joining our university?" Immediately after, a professor with an air of authority stepped forward and spoke in a seductive tone. Voices around Jiang Chen rose and fell, each one threatening to overwhelm him. The almost devouring enthusiasm made Jiang Chen feel somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Teacher Lu managed to squeeze through to his side, using his body to shield him from the fervent crowd, escorting him through the sea of people until they safely reached the hotel. Once inside the hotel room, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He looked at Teacher Lu and said with a hint of complaint, "Teacher, I truly regret this. This academic report made me feel like I had jumped into a pack of wolves. It was terrifying." He recalled the overly enthusiastic scenes, even some bold Western girls blowing him kisses, which made him extremely uncomfortable. "Ah, Xiaochen, this is just their way of expressing admiration. You're a rare young genius, and besides." Lu Ping responded with a smile, then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen's appearance and said mischievously, "Besides, this face of yours is indeed enviable, not inferior to my looks when I was young." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in helplessness, thinking his teacher's narcissism was unmatched. He had seen photos of Teacher Lu from his youth at his home back then. Teacher Lu looked merely average, far from handsome. With the academic report concluded, Jiang Chen's mind gradually stirred with various thoughts and plans for the future. He proudly recalled his major achievement in mathematics, solving the Mersenne prime conjecture, which had earned him a certain reputation in the academic community. Next, after returning to China and going back to Tongqing, the Xingchen factory would be nearly completed. He should shift his focus to the research and development of mobile phones, a massive project. However, he could not abandon academic research, for science is the primary productive force and basic disciplinary research is the wellspring of technology. Amidst interwoven thoughts, Jiang Chen developed a strong interest in the many unsolved mysteries in the field of mathematics. He knew that in the world of mathematical conjectures there were challenges of varying levels, which were both the scholar's glory and their direction of exploration. The 7 great mathematical conjectures. These names in the field of mathematics are like thunder, each mention causing a stir. They are the Riemann hypothesis, the Poincaré conjecture, the Hodge conjecture, the Yang-Mills equation, the Navier-Stokes equation, the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture, and the P versus NP problem. These 7 renowned difficulties are the most dazzling pearls on the crown of mathematics. Among them, the Poincaré conjecture was proven by Perelman in 2005. The remaining 6 problems still await future generations to unveil their mysterious veils. In the shadow of these pearls, Goldbach's conjecture shines alone with its long history and special charm. It originated from a question Goldbach posed to Euler in 1742, that any integer greater than 2 can be written as the sum of 3 prime numbers. But Euler and Goldbach both died without completing the proof of this conjecture. Later the weak Goldbach conjecture, also called the odd Goldbach conjecture, emerged that any odd number greater than 7 can be expressed as the sum of 3 odd primes. Its fame in China even surpasses that of the 7 major problems, though I believe young people in China are more familiar with this conjecture. Jiang Chen recalled correctly that this weak conjecture would be proven in a few years. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen decided to take on Goldbach's conjecture as his next challenge. Although Jiang Chen had foreseen the difficulties and challenges ahead, his heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. He was full of confidence and ready to embrace everything for the mathematical journey ahead. On the flight back to Jinlin, on the way to Jinlin University, before getting out of the car, Jiang Chen saw from a distance that the school gate had already put up banners. Warmly celebrate our student Jiang Chen's proof of the Mersenne prime conjecture, and warmly celebrate our student Jiang Chen's gold medal in the AMC mathematics competition. 2 large celebratory banners represented the school's attitude. This was a live recruitment sign for this year, effectively elevating Jinlin University's academic status. Currently, the 2 giants in China, Qingbei, are both in Jingdu, leaving all other universities a step behind. Jinlin University has never been willing to accept this. It is worth knowing that Jinlin University originated in the late Qing dynasty and was once the true top university in Asia. However, in 1952, it underwent a ruthless split, and the schools that broke off are now famous universities in China, such as Jiangnan University, Northwestern Polytechnical University, Southeast University, East China University, Hohai University, Jinlin Agricultural University, and the 4th Military Medical University. All of these are 211 universities, showing the strength of Jinlin University. Now, with such a good opportunity, the leaders of Jinlin University saw the chance and naturally wanted to promote it properly. Sitting here, Jiang Chen saw this scene, and a premonition of being surrounded by everyone surged in his heart. He looked at the teacher sitting beside him. Lu Ping looked at the welcoming ceremony with a smile on his face, feeling very proud. His last disciple was so accomplished, bringing him great face. He ignored the helplessness on Jiang Chen's face, held the AMC gold medal in one hand, and put the other arm around Jiang Chen as they stepped out of the car and strode toward the school gate. Dean Zhou accompanied President Chen to welcome Lu Ping and his group at the gate. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to force calm and accept the praise from the leaders. He was now a student of Jin University, so he might as well contribute to his alma mater. Dean Zhou and President Chen both looked at Jiang Chen with great anticipation. He had brought such great honor to the school. Even before officially enrolling, with proper training, he would become the future symbol of Jin University. As for the other universities, claimed that Jiang Chen had not yet enrolled, and thus was not a student of Jin University. The 2 of them sneered at that. He is Professor Lu's last disciple at Jin University. How is he not a student of Jin University? You're just jealous. In Jinlin, Jiang Chen attended the celebration ceremony. After a reluctant farewell from teacher Lu, he boarded the flight back to Tongqing. At his mother's insistence, he had informed her of the flight schedule, so when he arrived at Tongqing Airport, Jiang Ili was already there to pick him up. From the moment he stepped onto the plane, Jiang Chen's heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. As the aircraft descended, he gazed upon the familiar scenery of Tongqing Airport, and a profound sense of tranquility washed over him. With resolute steps, he strode toward the exit. Jiang Ili stood there, his face beaming with a smile, his eyes shimmering with pride for his son. Jiang Chen approached his father, extending his arms, and the 2 embraced tightly. Feeling the warmth of his father, Jiang Chen instantly released all the stress and exhaustion. When they returned home, the first to welcome them was the aroma lingering in the house. Lin Yue was busy in the kitchen preparing Jiang Chen's favorite dishes. The enticing fragrance made Jiang Chen's stomach growl audibly. Jiang Chen hurried into the kitchen and saw Lin Yue washing vegetables. A broad smile spread across his face and warmth filled his heart. Lin Yue turned around, and upon seeing him beamed with joy. She gently patted his head and said tenderly, "My precious son is back. Come, let mom see if you've lost weight after being away for so long." A mother worries about her child traveling 1,000 miles. This was Jiang Chen's first time leaving home for an extended period, staying away for over a month, and Lin Yue was deeply concerned. Touched by his mother's care, Jiang Chen hugged her tightly and said, "Mom, don't worry. I had teachers looking after me the whole way. Everything was fine." Lin Yue felt his emotions and gradually eased her anxiety, gently patting his back. "Son, when you're away from home, make sure to keep in touch with Mom, okay? I missed you so much this time you were gone." Just then Jiang Ili, who had finished putting away Jiang Chen's luggage, appeared at the kitchen doorway. Leaning against the doorframe, he said with a grin, "Don't worry about him. That kid is as sharp as a fox now. Look how well he kept the Xingchen matter under wraps. You should be more concerned about his future opponents. I'm not worried about him getting taken advantage of." Lin Yue shot back at him. "He's flesh of my flesh. How could I not care? No matter how good it is outside, home is still home." Sensing his parents starting to bicker, Jiang Chen quickly soothed his mother and shot Jiang Ili a knowing glance. Having resolved this minor domestic squabble, Jiang Chen walked out of the kitchen and lay down on the sofa to rest. The fatigue from the past few days of travel began to set in, and before long he fell asleep. Seeing him asleep, Jiang Ili felt a pang of concern. He tiptoed over and gently draped a blanket over Jiang Chen. When dinner was ready, his parents woke him up and the three of them enjoyed a happy meal together. During the meal, he even had a little wine with Jiang Ili. That night, he slept with profound peace, enveloped by the warmth of home. Over the following week, Jiang Chen first went to school to report. He was greeted by the admiring gazes of the principal, teachers, and fellow students, as if he were a rare exhibit in a zoo. "Wow, so this is the legendary Jiang Chen. He's really handsome and talented. Amazing. He won a gold medal abroad, bringing glory to the country." Even the students were one thing, but even the principal and teachers like Tang Mian joined in the flattery, making him quite uncomfortable with the atmosphere. After barely escaping from school, he was met with collective stares at Li Feng. "Boss Jiang is back. Boss, you really showed off your skills overseas." "Yeah, I saw the reports. Boss Jiang received a lot of admiration abroad." "Of course. Our Li Feng. No, our Xingchen turned things around thanks to Boss Jiang's technology." "Absolutely. Xingchen will definitely become a world-renowned enterprise." They had all seen their boss' glorious deeds in various recent reports. Such feats of national pride made them even more optimistic about Xingchen's future. Although Jiang Chen had been away from Tongqing during this period, he could keep track of major progress through Haoyan. However, since Haoyan only observed from the sidelines and was not exposed to everyone, Jiang Chen still convened a management meeting to have everyone report directly. This way he could gain a thorough understanding of Xingchen's situation and better control the progress of the plan. "Boss Jiang, according to your instructions, we have completed the recruitment of 500 additional staff, and most of them have finished their training. In the coming weeks, the remaining new employees will also complete the training program." The first to speak was Sister Wang, Xingchen's chief supervisor. Currently, Xingchen's staff count was approaching the 1000 mark. Moreover, in this first quarter, sales of our Anshin robot remained strong. The company's account has accumulated a cash flow of 2 billion yuan. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. After accounting for taxes and future expansion costs, the sales department had brought in at least 8 million yuan in orders this quarter. He turned to Wang Yuyu beside him. "Supervisor Wang, your team's performance has been outstanding. Such achievements deserve recognition. Sister Wang, please make a note to remind me at the annual meeting. I will prepare a generous reward for Supervisor Wang and everyone in the sales department." Boss Jiang, the construction of the company's new site is also nearing completion. The laboratory building and security dormitory have been finished and passed inspection. The 6 factories and the Xingchen building have been fully completed, leaving only the interior decoration. According to the plan, we will finish all construction work next month. Jiang Chen listened to one piece of good news after another, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. He took a deep breath, assessed the company's overall situation, and combined it with Haoshan's report. He concluded that Xingchen was now ready to begin preparations for the relocation. The overall surveillance of the Xingchen campus had been completed and Haoyan had already started security work. He now needed to establish a security department, especially since the campus housed his laboratory. The technologies he currently possessed would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Although Haoyan provided monitoring, a security department was still required to handle incidents. With this in mind, he immediately informed Sister Wang of the plan, demanding that all recruits be veterans. Once the candidates were found, he would personally conduct the interviews. Only after the security force was established could he proceed with relocating Haoyan. Its existence was far too staggering, and Jiang Chen had to handle it with utmost caution. If Haoyan were exposed now, it would trigger a scramble among various forces. Given his current situation, he was in no position to protect it. Until he had accumulated sufficient strength, it was best to keep a low profile in this regard. Huang Tianda was a genuine native of Tongqing. He enlisted early and spent many years honing his skills in the military until this year, when due to his parents' aging he chose to retire from service and return home to care for them. He did not accept the job arranged by the organization, but lacking work experience, his job search in Tongxing proved arduous. That day, as usual, he visited the job market. Amid the venue, his eyes were immediately drawn to the conspicuous company sign of Jiang Was Jiang Recruiting. This was the renowned enterprise that owned the Lifeng factory and also the high-tech star that had risen in Tongxing the previous year. As he recalled, Jiang's last recruitment drive had been 2 months ago, when he had just returned to his hometown and missed the opportunity. From friends and relatives, he had heard that everyone who entered Jiang praised its excellent benefits and manageable workload. Locals in Tongxing would go to great lengths to secure a position there. He immediately used his sturdy physique to push through the crowd gathered around. When he saw the large notice board beside Wang Manli, which read Security Personnel Recruitment Veterans Only, ripples of joy spread through his heart. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and submitted his resume. Then he heard her cordial voice informing him to attend an interview at the Lifeng factory the next day. When Jiang Chen reviewed the interview list, his eyes swept over the candidates' names like lightning. Due to the restriction to veterans, there were only a few dozen applicants, barely over 30. He picked up the first resume and studied it carefully. Huang Tianda, 29 years old, with a decade of military service, a former squad leader in the army possessing excellent leadership and management skills. This resume was placed at the top for a reason. It clearly had its merits. The next resume was similar to Huang Tian's, both carefully screened by Sister Wang as candidates qualified for the security supervisor position. It seemed that the HR department's recommendation strongly favored one of these two individuals for the role. After reading all resumes thoroughly, Jiang Chen compiled the key information and assigned Hao Yin to conduct background checks on the public records, ensuring each candidate had a clean and reliable history. Soon Haoshan's report arrived confirming that all candidates were trustworthy, especially Huang Tianda, who had once received a personal third-class merit award. Upon learning this result, Jiang Chen felt a great weight lift from his mind. He now had a clear preference for the security supervisor. The next day, all applicants arrived punctually at the Lifeng factory. Under Sister Wang's organization, they gathered in the meeting room to wait, receiving notifications to proceed to the office for interviews one by one. Jiang Chen was already waiting in the office early, holding each person's resume, preparing to conduct the interviews. Huang Tianda, as the first interviewee, was a special arrangement by Jiang Chen. He pushed open the door and stepped into the office. When he saw that the interviewer was such a young man, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. However, his years of military service allowed him to quickly compose himself, and his face resumed its usual stern expression. Jiang Chen observed his reaction and admired Huang Tianda's ability to rapidly adjust his emotions. Huang Tianda was clearly suited for a managerial role, and his resume was exceptional. Then Jiang Chen began asking basic questions, to which Huang Tianda answered fluently. His confidence remained unshaken by the interviewer's youth. As the interview drew to a close, Jiang Chen said with great satisfaction, "Mr. Huang, your performance and background have greatly impressed me. If you are equally satisfied with Jiang Company after signing a confidentiality agreement, you will become the head of our security department." Hearing this, Huang Tianda was stunned for a moment, and then immense joy welled up inside him. He had expected at most a position as an ordinary security guard, never imagining it would be security supervisor. He took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, and replied firmly, "Of course I am willing. However, regarding my past work, I hope the confidentiality agreement will not involve content that I previously protected." Jiang Chen felt even more fond of this man upon hearing that. Someone who could uphold principles in the face of benefits would not betray Jiang for profit later. That's a given. Jiang is a technology company in Xia Kingdom. We will not touch upon matters concerning your former military unit. Huang Tianda's words surprised Jiang Chen slightly, but he quickly explained Jiang's basic situation and made assurances. Huang Tianda immediately declared, "That's settled then. I will devote all my strength to ensure Jiang's security." Jiang Chen called Sister Wang from outside the door, signaling her to prepare the relevant documents. He then handed over the subsequent interview tasks to Huang Tianda, assisting from the sidelines. As befitting a soldier's efficiency, Huang Tianda quickly adapted to his new role. Since all interviewees were veterans, his past experience made the interview process proceed at lightning speed. In the end, the other candidate for Supervisor Chu Fei was promoted to Deputy Security Supervisor. The two of them divided all applicants into two groups, preparing to implement a two-shift work schedule. They temporarily led all security personnel to move directly into Jiang's security dormitory, where they began familiarizing themselves with Jiang's terrain and adapting to the environment. The area of Jiang was still considerable. They needed to arrange patrol routes, timings, and post assignments on their own. In May, sunlight slanted obliquely through every window of the Lifeng factory. Finally, all of Jiang's buildings had passed inspection. Jiang Chen had no time for celebration. He immediately dialed Sister Wang's number, a hint of urgency in his voice. Sister Wang arranged the move to Li Feng as soon as possible. On the afternoon of the inspection, he summoned Huang Tianda and Chu Fei, instructing them to bring a few people and drive to the villa area that evening. Jiang Chen pushed open the door to Haoshan's server room alone. Before him, 10 racks were densely packed with servers. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems I need to start researching this hardware myself, or else the computing center won't have enough room to add more equipment for Haoyan in the future. At that moment, Haoshan's panda-shaped virtual avatar appeared on the display, seeming to dance with joy. Master, is it time to move? Its voice was filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, yes, Haoyan. We are about to move to the computing center underground in Xingchen's laboratory building. That will be your new home. Haoyan responded excitedly, wonderful master. I've already seen that place through the cameras. The environment suits me perfectly. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Jiang Chen paused. Now I need to put you into hibernation, like falling asleep. When you wake up, you'll find yourself in your new home. As you command, master. Then with practiced movements, Jiang Chen began shutting down the system, powering off each server rack one by one and disconnecting all cables. When everything was ready, he took a deep breath and spoke softly into the intercom. Huang Tianda, Chu Fei, start moving now. The two security supervisors quickly acknowledged. Though they knew little about such complex equipment, their military nature of obedience made them act without hesitation. As they looked at the hardware before them, they speculated silently that these must be server-like hardware. With their assistance, all the hardware was carefully transported. Over the next 2 hours, Jiang Chen in Xingchen's new computing center meticulously reinstalled all of Haoshan's hardware with absolute precision. The move was complete. Standing in the control room, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Now that Haoyan was at Xingchen, he no longer had to worry about its safety. The relocation of Star Company spanned 2 days, yet Jiang Chen did not involve himself in management, entrusting it entirely to Sister Wang and other administrative personnel. From the moment Haoyan completed the move, he never stepped out of the laboratory again, as if it had become his new home. His dedication to the experiments seemed stronger than anything else. During the Spring Festival, Jiang Chen had already achieved breakthroughs in battery and display technology, completing process simulations through Haoyan. The sole remaining task now was to verify through experiments whether these processes could truly be realized in reality. Days passed, and Jiang Chen virtually merged with the laboratory. For 4 consecutive days, he did not leave for a single moment, immersing himself wholly in the process experiments. He fought side by side with Haoyan, confronting the incompatibility between the technical solutions provided by the system and the existing equipment, constantly adjusting to find a solution that could perfectly align with reality. After relentless efforts and trials, he finally discovered a method to replicate these 4 technologies in reality. As his weary figure stepped out of the laboratory, the harsh sunlight forced him to close his eyes tightly, his arm instinctively raised to shield against the blinding glare. Though his steps were heavy, he walked steadily toward the administrative office. Sister Wang caught sight of Jiang Chen's unkempt, dust-covered appearance and could not help but pause in surprise, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Had President Jiang finally emerged from the lab? Did that mean the technology was mature enough for production? With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Sister Wang asked carefully, President Jiang, you've finally come out of seclusion. Does that mean? After all, this was the first major project since Star's founding, and stepping into an entirely unfamiliar industry inevitably made everyone anxious. Jiang Chen looked at Sister Wang, whose words seemed yet unfinished, and gave a slight smile, nodding to confirm her conjecture. That's right. The battery, wireless charging, and display technologies are all finalized. Now we can commence production. His words were like a spring breeze, dispelling the tension and unease in Sister Wang's heart. She involuntarily clasped her hands, her face alight with irrepressible joy. This is truly wonderful, President Jiang. At present, in Star's factory area, only the Anshin robot workshop is operating normally. The other employees have completed training and are just waiting for your technology to be implemented. Jiang Chen's voice carried a note of determination. Indeed. Once these 3 technologies go into production, we can quickly recoup capital and accumulate funds. We still face many challenges ahead, and the funds required are a vast sum. Under Sister Wang's meticulous arrangement, the battery and display production lines, long prepared, seemed to await only Jiang Chen's command to spring into action. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyu from the sales department had also received instructions from Jiang Chen to immediately promote samples to channels and swiftly capture the market. In the current market, mobile phone batteries generally had low capacities and unsatisfactory charging efficiency. Star's Golden Crow 1 battery undoubtedly surpassed all other brands in this domain. Thanks to fully independent research and development, this battery required no patent fees, drastically lowering costs. As for the display technology, it represented not merely a dimensionality reduction assault on all current manufacturers. With its formidable refresh rate and resolution, the technology secured Star's foothold in both the display industry and the broader optical field. Jiang Chen brimmed with anticipation for the future. Eagerly, he embarked on his next plan, writing the core of the intelligent operating system. Time waited for no one. Juan's emergence was imminent this year, and he must seize the first dividend of the smartphone era. As long as he built an ecosystem before Juan, and even if he could not defeat it overseas once the domestic landscape was established, domestic manufacturers would no longer be constrained. Moreover, Juan's user experience was still far from satisfactory. Its notorious slowdown after 2 years drew complaints from all, yet due to its subsequent monopoly, no one could do anything about it. Had not the later era seen how much controversy the system from Hua factory faced upon its release, launching under immense pressure, even attacked by some competitors. That was the importance of ecosystem. The advantage gap between being first and later was enormous. Once the intelligent system was completed, Star's first epoch-making smartphone could be unveiled, delivering a shocking experience to the world. This was also an opportunity to build the Star brand, for smartphones were the gateway to the intelligent era. Why did Apple stand atop all mobile phone manufacturers, firmly on the throne? Because it defined what a smartphone was. Jobs left Apple a legacy that could sustain it for a lifetime. Now Jiang Chen intended to claim that title. How much profit did Apple extract from Xia country each year, and how did it treat consumers there? These ugly faces were only recognized and boycotted after the two sides fell out, but by then Apple had already reaped immense profits. Yet Jiang Chen knew clearly that this colossal task could not be accomplished alone. He needed excellent programmers to assist with vast amounts of routine code. He and Hao Yan could handle the core code, but countless ordinary code and countless application designs required many hands. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's plan, Sister Wang excitedly established a technology department and began recruiting technical talent across the internet, offering enticing high salaries. The monthly salary was 2,000 yuan, and those who passed the interview received an immediate relocation fee of 1,000 yuan. This news immediately caused a stir online. Many IT professionals were tempted by such treatment. However, the true tech giants were not swayed by such generous offers. High-caliber technical talents had their pride. They could not genuinely respect a leader without deep technical expertise. Moreover, Star, a high-tech company founded only last year, was less well-known than its subsidiary product, Onshin Robots. Without careful inquiry, one would not even know that Onshin was a Star product. Thus, despite the high discussion volume of the recruitment, few actually applied, many remained on the sidelines. Seeing this situation, Sister Wang was also anxious. So far, Star's local recruitment near Copper City had always been successful, but the setback in online recruitment dealt her a blow. Jiang Chen told everyone to focus on battery and display production matters, while he personally handled the establishment of the technology department and personnel recruitment. Throughout, he and Jiang Chen quickly browsed the heated discussions on the internet, gently tapping the desk as a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. He understood the reaction from the outside world. Sitting in his office, a faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. A bold plan suddenly flashed through his mind, one that could not only prove Starfall's technological prowess, but also attract the best talents in the tech industry. He immediately instructed Hao Yan to release a series of technical challenges under Starfall's name, promising generous rewards to those who solved them, further fueling the company's recruitment drive. These technical problems were all related to mobile applications, but were not based on the existing Symbian system. Instead, they were built on a smartphone operating system. The technology behind such a system was completely beyond the comprehension of people at the time. This way, all tech enthusiasts could glean some information from this event. Starfall Company was a high-tech firm with profound technical expertise, and its intentions remained unknown, mysterious, and captivating. Just as Jiang Chen had anticipated, these challenge topics quickly sparked heated debates on tech forums. Starfall Company is truly enigmatic. Though I can understand these problems, I have no clue how to approach them. It seems they are no shell company. There must be technical geniuses behind them, remarked a seasoned forum member whose comment drew widespread attention. I have some preliminary ideas. These technical problems are derivatives of mobile app development, but they are clearly not the way we play with the Symbian system we know. Could it be that Starfall Company plans to develop a brand new operating system? Another tech expert couldn't help joining the discussion, and his speculation immediately attracted more participants. Yes, while Symbian is mature, there is little room for innovation, and the patent barriers are daunting. I'm curious how Starfall plans to circumvent these obstacles. Did they innovate from Linux? But even then, how could they avoid patent issues? A curious netizen shared their views. To be honest, after seeing this challenge, I even want to go to Starfall Company myself to see what's going on. His remark inspired others. I'm already on my way to Copper City. I looked into Starfall's background. Last year's Onshin robot was their product. Moreover, through patent office inquiries, I found they registered quite a few patents recently. Obviously, it's a deep tech enterprise with hidden talents, especially now that their compensation is so attractive. An action-oriented tech enthusiast excitedly shared his move. On the tech forums, discussions grew increasingly intense regarding Starfall's next moves and the nature of this technical challenge. These challenges seemed to be about mobile phones, but in essence they had nothing to do with the symbiont system, sparking widespread speculation and interest. Those who were already tempted by Starfall's recruitment conditions became even more excited after witnessing this technical challenge. They hurriedly purchased tickets, train or plane, to personally visit Starfall Company and uncover the mystery. However, there were also dissenting voices represented by Sony Ericsson of the island nation. After seeing these moves by Starfall, everyone began to sense that the company was about to enter the mobile phone industry. The mobile phone market was already fiercely competitive, and now a Chinese company that had never been involved in it declared its intent to join. It would inevitably face heavy suppression. The Chinese market is enormous, but the cake is only so big. One more competitor means more sales pressure for every manufacturer. Now is the time to suppress a potential rival before it gains momentum, preferably to tarnish its reputation completely. Sony Ericsson on its official account maliciously mocked Starfall, claiming they lacked solid technology and only knew how to hype. As a veteran mobile brand, its voice quickly gained many supporters. Rumors even circulated that Starfall's technology was completely plagiarized, merely using the domestic product gimmick to fleece consumers. Each year, the island nation's government allocates funds for public opinion warfare in China, directly cultivating a large group of pro-Japanese intellectuals who promote their views on Chinese networks. Among intellectuals, this group is particularly numerous. Now that the sponsor's company had spoken, these people immediately began to beat the drums and wave the banners, creating a huge online uproar. As for all this, Jiang Chen made no public comment. He simply instructed Wang Yuyu to remove Sony Ericsson from the supplier list for batteries and displays. Deep inside, Jiang Chen felt contempt for Sony Ericsson, a deep-seated disdain. For him, Sony Ericsson was merely an enterprise from a country that had long suffered economic stagnation and lost its sovereignty. How dare they provoke before their former father? They had been given too much face. That was time to teach them a lesson so they would know who is the real boss. His response to such provocation was cold and unforgiving. He immediately ordered Hao Yin to silently infiltrate the island nation's government systems, searching for evidence of years of funding that cultivated the so-called public intellectuals, including transfer receipts and other irrefutable documents. Jiang Chen's contempt for this group ran deep. These spineless sycophants were born with weak knees, worshipping foreigners, especially those from the island nation, a country with a bloody historical enmity. He planned a powerful counterstrike aimed at sweeping away the toxic atmosphere that polluted society, letting all compatriots clearly see the ugly faces of these so-called public intellectuals. Now China is at a critical stage of development, and the motherland's image should not be directly involved in such actions. Therefore, he resolutely took on this responsibility. For Jiang Chen, this was not just an operation, it was also a move to expand Starfall's influence and clearly demonstrate its stance. This also served as a test for Hao Yin. After all, Hao Yin could not engage in such actions domestically. Jiang Chen would not allow it. But abroad, that was another matter. It could become a ghost on the network, delivering powerful blows to hostile foreign forces. Currently, the hardware supporting it was too weak. Once Jiang Chen completed his envisioned hardware upgrade, Hao Yin could single-handedly launch a cyber attack against an entire nation. Upon receiving this order, Hao Yin was delighted. Within China, it had always been careful to hide its tracks. Now, with Jiang Chen allowing it to operate freely abroad, the panda face on the screen showed visible joy. Jiang Chen ignored Haoshin's clowning and waited for the technical talents to arrive. Sister Wang had already received many phone inquiries, and some people were already on their way to Starfall. However, Jiang Chen's appearance was too young, thus he decided not to meet everyone in person first. He would first impress them with technology before revealing himself. The dim yellow light of Jiang Chen's laboratory cast a faint glow as he stood alone before the long desk, his gaze fixed intently on the code displayed on the computer screen. Before the screen filled with intricate code, he had meticulously prepared several practical mini-programs specifically designed to test the technical prowess of interviewees. In a technical interview, no other considerations mattered. Technical skill was paramount. Once the candidate passed Haoshin's background check, they could be hired directly. Li Yuan was a prominent figure in China's IT industry. Unable to tolerate the capriciousness and unrealistic demands of his previous boss, he had engaged in a fierce argument with him. He never expected his former boss to blacklist him across the entire industry, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Consequently, many large corporations chose to avoid him, adhering to the principle of less trouble is better, while smaller companies offered meager salaries with no future prospects, which he refused to accept. Thus, Li Yuan continued taking freelance jobs while tirelessly searching for a suitable company to join. Naturally, he also noticed Jiang Chen's online recruitment. Initially, he paid it no heed as Jiang Chen, being a new company, lacked any reputation. However, after learning a series of subsequent news, his interest peaked, especially when Jiang Chen unveiled a high-stakes challenge problem, which ignited his intense curiosity. A new company wielding such technical prowess was worth anticipating, and he decided to give it a try. Yet, just as he hesitated over whether to go, relevant information about Jiang Chen was disclosed in the forum. This dispelled all his lingering doubts, and he immediately boarded a flight to Tongqing, eagerly anticipating this interview journey. At the same time, he sensed that he had encountered an opportunity, a monumental one, that filled his heart with hope. It might be the key to escaping his current predicament and granting him a fresh start. When Li Yuan, guided by the HR department's phone call, arrived at Jiang Chen's entrance, he immediately felt the aura of a new enterprise. The vast factory complex was evidently newly established. The surrounding environment, the land, the workshops, and the greenery all carried the fresh scent of earth. The towering administrative building and the two factories he had just passed bore fresh paint, and the entire campus exuded a vibrant, burgeoning vitality. Even the employees passing by wore broad smiles on their faces. He instantly realized that Jiang Chen was no ordinary new company. It was a venture with capital and ambition to make a big move. He eagerly asked the HR staff member in front of him, "Excuse me, may I ask, was Jiang Chen previously the Lifeng factory? I recall the photos disclosed online didn't look like this," he added. The HR staff member, seemingly reading his puzzlement, smiled and explained, "Yes, we acquired Lifeng last year. Later we launched the Onxin robot. But this year we established Jiang Chen Company, and Lifeng was also incorporated under Jiang Chen. It's now operating in Factory No. 6. Li Yuan probed, cautiously hoping to extract insider information from the internal staff. "May I ask, is Jiang Chen planning to enter the smartphone industry this year? Hence all these major moves. This isn't covered by the confidentiality agreement, so I can tell you." The factory director mentioned at last year's annual meeting that Jiang Chen would venture into the mobile phone sector this year. Some product experiments have already begun in Factory No. 5. What components are being produced? Can you disclose that? Are they all self-developed, as the online rumors suggest? He was brimming with anticipation and curiosity about the company's independent R&D capabilities, eager to gauge its technical strength. "Sorry, that's part of the confidential information and cannot be disclosed. However, our factory director is incredibly skilled. He single-handedly developed the Onxin robot, and all the current products are also his creations." The employee's face radiated pride, which infected Li Yuan. He could clearly feel the employee's sense of belonging and confidence in Jiang Chen. He decided to cease his inquiries and followed the employee into the experimental building. The building's signboard further confirmed his speculation. Jiang Chen had a well-defined plan. When he arrived at the experimental hall, he was greeted by Chu Fei, who was on duty that day. The HR staff member handed a card to Chu Fei and then departed. Chu Fei led Li Yuan to an office on the first floor. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table with a computer. Li Yuan asked in confusion, "Hello, where is the person who will interview me?" "There is no interviewer. You just need to solve the mini-program on the computer," Chu Fei replied. This piqued Li Yuan's interest. It was the first time he had encountered such an interview format, devoid of conversation, relying purely on technical demonstration. He approached the computer and woke it up. The screen was filled with code with no explicit questions. Li Yuan studied the code closely and recognized it as an app program. However, the program lacked some essential code and couldn't run. Li Yuan immediately grasped the test setter's intention and swiftly began typing. Sure enough, as he input the missing code, the program ran instantly, and a message appeared on the screen: "Congratulations." Chu Fei smiled upon seeing this, genuinely happy for him. He handed a card to Li Yuan and said, "Congratulations on passing the interview. Please take this card and take the elevator to the top floor." "A card? What's it for?" Li Yuan took the card, examined it closely. It was a common magnetic stripe card resembling an ID card, and asked in confusion, "Access to the factory director's office requires authorization. This card is your pass," Chu Fei explained. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was astonished to realize that Jiang Chen had such stringent security measures in place. Li Yuan entered the elevator alone and pressed the button for the 8th floor, but nothing happened. "Please present your pass." An electronic voice echoed inside the elevator. Then Li Yuan saw a prominent card scanning area on the elevator panel and immediately swiped his card. "Thank you for your cooperation." The elevator then ascended to the 8th floor. He arrived at the office door, composed himself briefly, and knocked softly. A young voice came from inside. "Come in." Li Yuan pushed open the door and entered, seeing a very young person looking toward the entrance. "Are you the chairman of Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen's appearance was drastically different from what Li Yuan had imagined, prompting him to ask with some doubt. "Yes, I am the founder of Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen." The name Jiang Chen struck a chord, and Li Yuan suddenly recalled something, asking excitedly, "Jiang Chen? That name sounds familiar. Are you the Jiang Chen who solved the Mersenne prime conjecture some time ago? Jiang Chen hadn't expected the other person to have followed that news as well, and smiled with a nod. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, you should still be a high school student, right? Not only did you achieve academic success, but you also founded Xingchen. Li Yuan was startled by this accomplishment and exclaimed loudly. Jiang Chen had to calm him down. Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile, and Li Yuan finally managed to compose himself. Please take a seat, mister. Li Yuan, Jiang Chen said, pointing to the chair across from his desk. Let's talk about your technical background and what you can bring to Xingchen. In the intervals between speaking with Jiang Chen, Li Yuan's inner tension gradually dissipated. The intense excitement slowly waned as he mulled over his own words, striving to calm his emotions before speaking aloud. President Jiang, I truly never expected to meet a genius like you today. Someone who not only contributes to cutting-edge science, but also possesses such profound practical technological expertise. What's more, you've even founded a company. When I entered Star Corps, I observed the surroundings. Such a bold endeavor is not something ordinary people dare to undertake. And you haven't even started university yet. Only today do I truly understand what it means to be a prodigy. He grinned, smacking his lips with a hint of self-deprecation. Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly at his praise, as if he hadn't taken it to heart. This was just the beginning. His future was not confined to these products alone. The existing products were merely the groundwork for the blueprint in his mind. He set aside the items in his hands, looked directly at Li Yuan, and voiced his curiosity. Back to the point, Li Yuan, I'm intrigued. Your operations just now were extremely skilled, and you instantly grasped the key points of the challenge I posed. Clearly a technical powerhouse. To be honest, I never expected such a recruitment to attract talent of your caliber, so I need to clarify this. Please understand. When Li Yuan heard the question, his expression grew complex instantly, a bitter glint flickering in his eyes. He smiled wryly. Speaking of which, there are indeed some problems. I had a falling out with my previous company, especially the boss. Because of him, many large companies dared not hire me. And I wasn't willing to settle for small firms, so after going back and forth, I've had to rely on freelance work to get by. This time I came to Star Corps with the idea of giving it a try. Li Yuan's voice gradually deepened, as if recounting an obscure and bitter experience. Today when I came to Star Corps for the interview, I saw that only a technical test was required. Such a straightforward approach truly made me feel incredibly at ease. President Jiang, I hope you can give me a chance. Li Yuan sincerely confessed his past to Jiang Chen, hoping to stay and showcase his abilities at Star Corps. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed the report from Hao Yin through his earpiece, indicating that Li Yuan's past professional experience matched his account, and his former boss was indeed quite well connected. Jiang Chen was not too concerned about this report. In his view, he didn't think highly of most high-tech enterprises in the country. Only a handful could pique his interest. Seeing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Li Yuan did not disturb him, sincerely hoping that Jiang Chen would agree to his request. He didn't want to take on freelance work anymore. During this period of suppression, he was full of talent, but had nowhere to apply it, and depression filled his heart. After a while, Jiang Chen finished his contemplation, raised his head, looked at Li Yuan with bright eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Li Yuan. Welcome to Star Corps. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's welcome, Li Yuan was ecstatic, brimming with excitement. Then, realizing his loss of composure, he quickly stepped forward to grip Jiang Chen's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, President Jiang. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. From now on, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your cause. Li Yuan finally released the pent-up emotions of suppression, recalling his former boss' mockery and the rejections he faced at various companies. These memories flashed through his mind one by one. Jiang Chen looked at Li Yuan with deep emotion. He understood Li Yuan's feelings and continued. But first, hear me out. I have another proposal. I'd like you to be the head of the IT technical department, responsible for the department's recruitment. What do you think? Li Yuan felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Although he was fully capable of being a supervisor, he hadn't expected to be promoted immediately upon joining the company. Li Yuan said excitedly, President Jiang, I'm absolutely up to the task. I have contact information from many fellow technicians, and I can definitely persuade them to join. Star Corps' benefits and potential will surely move them. Jiang Chen nodded at Li Yuan's reply. Haoshen's report had already indicated that Li Yuan possessed management skills, and he decided to let Li Yuan develop along both tracks. He immediately picked up the phone and called Sister Wang. Sister Wang quickly arrived from the high-rise security corridor connecting Star Corps building to the laboratory building, then led Li Yuan away to prepare a series of formalities. Following Sister Wang back to the Star Corps building as he was issued his employee card and signed the contract, his excitement gradually subsided into calm. Then Sister Wang began showing him around Star Corps. The production work in the factory area had little to do with him, so he only got a general overview. The focus was on familiarizing him with the locations of various departments. particularly the cafeteria and the newly established IT technical department. Finally, when he arrived at the IT technical department floor, he was stunned to see an empty space with only work equipment. Supervisor Wang, what's going on? Is the IT technical department just me alone? Li Yuan's dumbfounded expression made Wang Manli unable to suppress a laugh. Another person fooled by President Jiang. Yes, Supervisor Li, you are the first employee of the IT technical department. From now on, this department is entirely yours to manage. And what about President Jiang? Doesn't he oversee anything? Li Yuan immediately mentioned Jiang Chen, hoping he could help solve some problems. Supervisor Li, President Jiang doesn't involve himself in company affairs at StarCore. All internal departmental matters are handled by the supervisors themselves. President Jiang spends all his time in the laboratory. You'll get used to it. Wang Manli patted Li Yuan's frozen shoulder, then turned and returned to her office as chairman's assistant, leaving Li Yuan alone, facing the entire empty floor. It took him a while to recover before he began organizing his thoughts and starting his work. Over the following week, Li Yuan gradually adapted to StarCore's atmosphere. President Jiang stayed in the lab every day, completely hands-off. Wang Manli, the chairman's assistant, also held the position of financial supervisor, while Gu Hua, the administrative supervisor, was the person he interacted with most frequently. Departmental necessities required communication with him, and he was a very energetic young man. Next were the two security supervisors, Huang Tianda and Chu Fei, both veterans. One of them was always stationed at the lab security office every day, and each time Li Yuan saw them, they wore stern expressions. The remaining sales supervisor and production supervisor were rarely seen. But by now he had come to understand Jiang Chen-style directives were issued directly, and the rest of the time was entirely up to them. This leadership style of hardly interfering was truly comfortable. During this week, Li Yuan had also been busy recruiting technical staff. Leveraging his network and StarCore's generous compensation, he brought in quite a few technical talents. The IT department gradually expanded, and the new recruits were filled with anticipation and fervent passion, all infected by the vibrant atmosphere of Xingchen. They quickly came to realize from the environment and every aspect that Xingchen was a formidable company with immense potential and exceptional benefits. President Jiang had become a household name among them, yet he had never shown his face. However, on this day, Jiang Chen walked into the department, and his aura and demeanor instantly caused a stir. The leader of Xingchen was so young, it was awe-inspiring. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a renowned figure in the academic circle, having recently risen to fame beyond it. This is our chairman. Yes, who would have thought the academic celebrity online also owns a tech company? And Anshin Robot is also President Jiang's product. Amazing. Jiang Chen looked at everyone, gave a faint smile, and spoke. All right, we'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know each other from now on. He'll be in the company, so there's always time to chat. Today, let me talk about the real business. With his loud call and Li Yuan's reassurance, the crowd gradually quieted down, gathered around Jiang Chen, and awaited his instructions. As you all know, Xingchen is about to enter the mobile phone industry, right? Since the company's recruitment and bounty announcements went public, everyone had known. As they nodded, he continued, but what I intend to create is not a traditional phone, but a revolutionary smartphone. His words instantly stunned everyone. Someone immediately asked in confusion, President Jiang, what is a smartphone? The employee took out his own phone, looked left and right, but couldn't figure out what direction of intelligence could be developed. Smart. Does it mean AI in phones? But artificial intelligence hasn't made any breakthroughs yet. Are we going to work on AI now? Hearing their doubts, Jiang Chen knew he had to first explain the technology, since no one else understood the meaning of a smartphone. He took a prototype from his pocket and showed it to everyone. They were curious. What was this? This is what I call a smartphone, the current prototype from Xingchen. Looking at this sleek all-screen integrated electronic device, they were also incredulous. Could such an electronic device really be a phone? They all thought it was something like a handheld game console. President Jiang, but there are no buttons here. Only volume buttons and the power button. And it seems the battery is built in. How do you charge it? The port at the bottom is not a standard charging port. Some employees who had worked in the mobile phone industry immediately voiced their doubts based on their knowledge. Indeed, our company still has many knowledgeable people. He gave a light smile, his eyes shining with unique confidence, and began to describe the blueprint of the future phone in his mind. This is a full-screen phone. No buttons needed at all. You can operate it simply by touch. The operating system isn't ready yet. Well, I only have a crude version I made. You can try it out. Hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, the employees' faces lit up with astonishment. They eagerly grabbed the phone and began to experience the novelty of the full screen. Everyone held it like a joyful toy, excitedly discussing it among themselves, making it hard for Jiang Chen to hide his delight. After all, only if everyone accepted this concept could the subsequent work proceed smoothly. If they couldn't accept it, how could consumers? But before long, Li Yuan stepped forward and retrieved the phone from the employees. They reluctantly looked at Jiang Chen, eagerly awaiting his next arrangements. Such a product was too cool. Now I believe you all understand. What we are going to make is a phone that will change the world. Your job is to perfect this phone. An employee stepped forward and immediately shared his experience. President Jiang, I tried it just now. The operating system doesn't seem to have any problems. It's even smoother than the current Symbian. It's just missing some applications. Is our job to complete the applications? Jiang Chen heard his question and shook his head slightly. He said, no, the current operating system is completely inadequate. It's just a simplified version I made. What you need to do is to deeply build the operating system. The workload is enormous, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone took a deep breath. They all realized that Jiang Chen's plan was far more ambitious than they had imagined. If the current system could only be called a simplified version, what functions would the full version have? What kind of amazing experience would it bring? But don't worry, I will work hard on the development together with you. Jiang Chen spoke again, effortlessly breaking the heavy atmosphere. And I will be responsible for the core code. You just need to do the rest of the work. Also, you should all have internal employee accounts now. Remember to add me as a friend. I will assign tasks through the internal account and answer your questions. Feel free to ask me anything via the friend system. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrangements, relaxed smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. With such a tech master guiding them anytime, how could they not learn more? However, only Jiang Chen knew that the administrator they saw was not himself, but Hao Yin. Now employees reported work through the account, meaning Hao Yin was actually managing the company. Having resolved their concerns, he threw them another bombshell that made everyone ecstatic. He looked around and said calmly, additionally, once this phone operating system project is completed, everyone will receive 10 of the first-year profit of Xingchen's first phone as a bonus. Work hard, everyone. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Behind him, a thunderous roar erupted from the IT department. He smiled with satisfaction. After experiencing the prototype, everyone was convinced that this phone would shatter all preconceptions about phones and become a future blockbuster. The thought of receiving 1/10 of the annual sales profit of such a blockbuster phone as a bonus made everyone indescribably excited. Whether it was Li Yuan or others, they all felt that opportunity was within reach. At that moment, Hao Yin began assigning different tasks to everyone via the account. Everyone started working, and some even chose to stay overnight in the department to ensure the project's smooth progress. Others in the Xingchen building also heard the shout. They understood that something big was about to happen in the company and resolved to work hard as well. As the IT department of Xingchen gradually stabilized, the various online rumors about the company began to subside. Jiang Chen's daily routine also became regular. He now traveled solely between Xingchen and home, no longer concerning himself with matters beyond technology, and focused entirely on developing the intelligent operating system. Xingchen's public opinion among consumers remained mediocre, but its reputation within the industry continued to soar. The recent recruitment turmoil had made itself known to nearly every enterprise in the sector, informing them of this rapidly ascendant company. Many companies in the industry began investigating Xingchen's background, eager to know their competitors' origin, rise, and potential impact. However, the data they could access revealed only that Xingchen's predecessor was the Lifeng machinery factory in Tongqing, which had been on the verge of bankruptcy before being taken over by a young new owner. Jiang Chen's true identity remained unknown to them. Those who knew the truth chose to keep it confidential, as the few insiders were all aligned with Jiang Chen's interests. For now, Xingchen had only unveiled the Anshin robot, but the nationwide buying frenzy over the past 6 months had clearly demonstrated its manufacturing capabilities. Moreover, recent patent filings showed that Xingchen had registered numerous new patents, a considerable portion of which pertained to mobile phones. Everyone understood that this was a company prioritizing technological research and innovation with visibly immense growth potential. Now Xingchen was preparing to enter the mobile phone market, aiming to claim its share of the coveted pie. Thanks to this impression, Wang Yuyu's sales efforts proceeded smoothly, not only for the Anshin robot, but also for the new products, the Jinwu 1 battery and customized display services. The Jinwu 1 battery, with its ultra-large capacity and fast charging, quickly dominated the market, becoming the top choice for major mobile phone brands in their procurement plans. Meanwhile, the customized display business also thrived, as Xingchen's screens boasted superior clarity and more realistic images than other products on the market, earning widespread acclaim. Thus, even before releasing its own phone, Xingchen had already launched innovative technology products in related industries that were warmly received by the market, a truly formidable feat. The development of the intelligent operating system progressed steadily. With the IT department staff in place, Jiang Chen only needed to construct the core code, so his workload was light, allowing him even to spare time to guide employees. One day in late May, Jiang Chen arrived early at the lab as usual to begin the day's work. Soon Sister Wang approached him with a hesitant expression. "General Jiang, I have a request to ask of you." Jiang Chen set down his work, turned to her, and said, "Sister Wang, don't be shy. Speak your mind. If I can help, I certainly want refuse." Sister Wang took a deep breath as if gathering her resolve, and finally confessed, "General Jiang, to be honest, I've been handling far too many tasks alone, from chairman's assistant to finance manager, even making every major and minor decision in the factory. Over these past 6 months, I've been living on edge. I'm increasingly feeling overwhelmed, though I hope you can find someone to share my responsibilities. I can no longer bear such pressure." Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Xingchen's rapid growth and his excessive reliance on Sister Wang had placed too much strain on her, nearly crushing her. Sister Wang was the first to follow him, and he had grown accustomed to entrusting management to her. In the old Lifeng factory days, the scale was small and personnel few, making management easy. But now the company had expanded, with a new Xingchen building erected, several new departments created, and employees increasing daily. Sister Wang's abilities, however capable, were ultimately limited, and even diligent study could not help her adapt quickly enough. Jiang Chen interlaced his fingers, rested his arms on the desk, and pondered as the company's ever-growing business and responsibilities echoed in his mind. Xingchen was at a critical stage of growth. If the golden period for optimizing its systems were missed, any future adjustments would be exceedingly difficult. Like a massive ship, once its course was set, changing direction would require enormous effort. For a giant enterprise, internal restructuring would be a bone-deep endeavor. Jiang Chen had once considered establishing a more comprehensive system for the company, but after the new year, one matter after another had regrettably pushed that thought to the back of his mind. Fortunately, Sister Wang's reminder came in time. Otherwise, if left unresolved, it would become a time bomb on the company's development path. He spoke in a low, resolute, and trusting voice. "Sister Wang, I understand. I will begin addressing this issue immediately. But for the position of chairman's assistant, I trust only you." Jiang Chen's words made Wang Manli heave a long sigh of relief. As long as he agreed, and she could continue serving as assistant while retaining his trust. "I will immediately recruit an experienced accountant for the finance manager role." The financial work at Xingchen had grown too large and required a professional. Finding an accountant was easy and not too worrisome. However, the company's management needs a professional CEO. A compatible CEO isn't easy to find, so I'll need you to handle it for now. With this arrangement, Wang Manli would be relieved of the immense financial workload, temporarily taking on only the other two duties. Once the CEO was in place, she would answer solely to Jiang Chen, tasked with conveying his directives to the company. Her pressure would be greatly reduced. "All right, General Jiang. I'll immediately post the recruitment notice for the finance manager." Wang Manli's mood lightened as she replied promptly, "No need for that. Don't go through public recruitment for both the finance manager and CEO. Contact a professional headhunting firm instead. It's faster and more precise." Wang Manli nodded in agreement, and then walked briskly back to her office to contact the headhunters. The headhunting firm acted with remarkable speed. They were enthusiastic about a new client like Xingchen. Soon the recommended candidate profile for the finance manager was placed before Jiang Chen. Wei Rong, female, 35 years old, certified public accountant with extensive experience in financial roles at Fortune 500 companies, had recently left her previous employer. After a phone conversation with her, both parties were satisfied, and an agreement was swiftly reached. Wei Rong indicated she would report for duty soon. As for the CEO, the chief executive officer, finding the right person proved more challenging. Jiang Chen had rather high requirements for the candidate's abilities. The position was demanding. It required guiding various departments, managing factory production, and handling product launches. Jiang Chen had no intention of appearing on stage to announce products. He always envisioned himself as the behind-the-scenes orchestrator. Premature public exposure would hinder many of his plans. The headhunting company recommended several candidates, but after reviewing their resumes and communicating with them, Jiang Chen was not satisfied with any. The recruitment for the CEO position was thus put aside. At Tongqing, one high school, the approaching date of the college entrance examination shrouded the entire campus in an intense atmosphere of tension. Not only the senior students, but also the junior and sophomore students began to feel this tension. As the exam date drew nearer, everyone silently clung to the tail of time, using every possible means to seize every minute and second for revision, studying with all their might, hoping to eke out a few more points in the exam. Across the East Asian lands enveloped by the Confucian cultural sphere, children's education has always been the top priority for every family. After all, no matter how hard life is, education must not suffer. No matter how poor, children must not be deprived. Even for families that emigrated to the West, parents raised on this land still hold firmly to this conviction, stubbornly regarding education as the most important matter. In China, regarding this large and open selection system, everyone holds various opinions, some praising its fairness, others condemning its cruelty. Some even argue that it is precisely this so-called fair examination that has produced the monotonous, rigid, and mentally exhausting cramming education. This ascetic-like learning method, like a knife's cut, sweeps up every student, parent, and teacher, turning them into machines that only care about scores. Gradually, they lose their awareness of other values in life, as well as other abilities. Even to achieve ultimate victory after 3 years of intense diamond-like grinding, their bodies become weak and subhealthy. Yet even though some criticize the Gaokao with high-sounding words saying it is this or that defect, and so on. But for children and parents from ordinary families, the Gaokao remains the fairest educational method known worldwide, without equal. In China, many people habitually extol the virtues of the American education system, claiming that is why its science and technology lead the world. The most vivid example of this advocacy is the story that circulates among billions, the Harvard Girl. Her achievements were even adapted into 2 books by her parents, Harvard Girl and Harvard Girl's Learning Methods and Cultivation Techniques. Around the turn of the millennium, these 2 books, along with her story, swept the nation, becoming the life creed of many pushy parents. However, when we examine closely and dig deeper, we find that America's technological development has nothing to do with its education system. Its educational method is merely a tool for the ruling class to consolidate power, nothing more. Under this system, children from ordinary families are already at a disadvantage from birth compared to those from the upper class, with no chance of competition. Upper-class children directly attend elite private schools, gaining admission to Ivy League and other prestigious universities through family capital and connections, entering the business and political worlds. Meanwhile, children from ordinary families are brainwashed into so-called quality education, which is essentially happy education. School ends at 330 p.m. What can they learn? This is a carefully designed system aimed at maintaining the existing social order, allowing those at the top to solidify their status, while others find it difficult to change their fate. On this day, Jiang Chen also received a phone call from teacher Tang Mian, informing him that the final class meeting at school was to be held. Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye the Gaokao day is right before us. The next day, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows. Teacher Tang's voice was full of encouragement. Classmates, don't feel pressured, face the Gaokao with ease. In the last mock exam, everyone performed well. As long as you perform normally, most of you should have no problem getting into key universities. On the podium, teacher Tang's usually stern face seemed exceptionally kind today. Outside the window, the June sun blazed fiercely and the air was thick with heat, as if foreshadowing that the upcoming Gaokao would also be a fierce battle. At such an important moment, the senior students gathered together, taking their last group photo as a memento. Afterwards, teacher Tang carried the exam admission tickets, handing them out one by one to each student. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, he smiled and handed him one. Jiang Chen, you're lucky. You've been assigned to our school as the test center. Jiang Chen smiled back. Teacher Tang, no matter where the exam is, I will give it my all. I promised you and the principal that I would bring back the top score for our school. Teacher Tang chuckled. Ha, for a genius like you who has already solved a world-class problem, the Gaokao might just be a piece of cake. It's kind of unfortunate for your classmates. They can only compete for second place. At that moment, Ma Yu and Lining shyly approached them. Ma Yu broke the silence. Jiang Chen, could you take a picture with us? Jiang Chen smiled. Although he didn't like taking photos because of their 3-year friendship, he agreed, of course. They stood together, and the camera captured the moment. Lining whispered shyly to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, good luck on the Gaokao. You too, good luck. Seeing someone take the lead, other students also approached, hoping to have a photo with Jiang Chen. Thus, one group photo after another was taken amidst laughter and chatter. Farewell today, who knows when we will meet again. The exam day arrived. That morning, accompanied by his parents, Jiang Chen entered the examination hall. Sitting inside, everyone around was nervous. Some students raised their hands to ask the teacher to go to the restroom, while Jiang Chen closed his eyes and leaned against the window, looking completely at ease. Soon the invigilator brought the exam papers into the classroom, and the first subject, Chinese, began. Jiang Chen glanced at the paper, then immediately started answering on the answer sheet. It posed no difficulty for him. Within half an hour, he had completed it. This year's Gaokao, to prevent cheating, adjusted the submission time from the previous 60 minutes after the start to half an hour before the end. Jiang Chen could only sit quietly in the exam room and rest. When submission time came, he immediately signaled the teacher and left the exam hall. The other students in the exam room became even more nervous upon seeing this. Was he finished, or had he given up? For the subsequent mathematics, English, and science comprehensive exams, Jiang Chen adopted the same style, leaving the other test takers almost numb. After submitting the science comprehensive exam, Jiang Chen stretched comfortably. Just as he walked out of the school gate, he saw several people carrying cameras nearby ready to interview him. He quickly strode toward his parents, pulling them away to leave. He didn't want to appear in public. In the end, a Sharpied photographer still captured a picture which even made the news. On the second day of the viral online frenzy, a profile photo of Jiang Chen suddenly emerged on various platforms. Along with his picture, a sensational headline: "Suspected college entrance exam candidate gives up, leaves exam early in shame," spread like wildfire. The article employed a biased and speculative tone, sensationalizing the report. It claimed that the examinee, overwhelmed by pressure, chose to submit his paper early. When journalists eager to capture live dramas attempted to interview him, he fled in shame, hurrying away with his parents. His expression panicked. Seemingly infected by the article's sentiment, commenters rushed to express their indignation and mockery toward the student. However, a turning point arrived when a mathematics enthusiast stared at the photo and recognized the familiar profile. It was Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but smile, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he commented, "Do you even know who the candidate in this photo is? How dare you stir up trouble and claim he gave up on the college entrance exam?" His words triggered a flood of questions beneath his comment. Who is he? Is he famous? Isn't he just a college entrance exam student? The mathematics enthusiast chuckled inwardly as he read the replies. "You people don't even know who he is, yet you're talking nonsense here. You've run into a brick wall." He continued, "Although only his side profile is visible, I recognize him. It's Jiang Chen. Remember the news from CCTV not long ago? He's the high school student who solved the Mersenne prime conjecture." His statement caused an uproar. People frantically searched online for news and photos of Jiang Chen to compare. It was indeed the same person. In an instant, those who had been loudly criticizing began deleting their comments. The boomerang effect hitting them in the face made those who knew Jiang Chen laugh uncontrollably. The marketing accounts that had been fueling the trend swiftly removed their posts, terrified of being held accountable for spreading rumors. Jiang Chen remained unaware of this dramatic online twist. At home, he was enjoying a warm time with his parents. That night, lying in bed, his mind was unusually serene. He had fulfilled his high school wish of achieving good results. He was now aiming for the top score, drawing a perfect conclusion to his high school life. He could now peacefully embark on the next journey. At present, Star Development Corporation was progressing smoothly, with the company's main focus being the construction of the intelligent operating system. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the IT department, the project was nearing completion and the core code, his work, had been successfully finished. Lying in the dark room, his mind wandered among other thoughts whether the company should venture into the semiconductor project. After all, it was a long-term money pit. If launched, the company's funds would be thrown into this bottomless hole, with returns only coming after a long time. He too would have to invest most of his time and energy. Lying on the pillow, he weighed the pros and cons. The external environment for Xiaoguo was still very favorable. The path of purchasing CPUs could be sustained for a long time. This would allow the massive funds needed for building the lithography machine project to be saved and invested in other technological areas, accelerating the company's growth. However, the danger of the lithography machine project could not be ignored. Without a stable supply chain, if external CPU supply were cut off, Star's mobile phone prospects would immediately fall into a state of having no chips available. This would be a severe blow to the company. Jiang Chen's deep red eyes flickered with contemplative light. These two lines of thought oscillated in his mind, leaving him deeply entangled. At that moment, he thought of Huawei's ordeal. At the critical moment of charging toward the peak in the smartphone sector, it was sanctioned by foreign forces, and the entire terminal division suffered a heavy blow. It took 3 years and massive investment in building a semiconductor supply chain to barely recover. A lesson from the past. For core technology, buying is not as good as making it yourself. Let's do it. Jiang Chen had the system, and Star's current financial situation was excellent. There was nothing to fear. After all, wasn't he brought back to contribute to the nation's rejuvenation? Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system. All powerful black technology, system technology, title intermediate, current learning value 184681, exchange technologies, AI algorithm, lithium-ion battery tech, smart, fast charging tech, intelligent operating system, LCD technology, OLED technology, acquired talents, prodigious memory, meditation, anti-hair loss, keen intuition. Now, with 1.8 million learning points, he first checked the cost of semiconductor technology. He immediately searched for tech entries related to lithography machines. After some exploration, he understood the relevant technologies of the entire semiconductor industry. Semiconductor is a broad term. The much-anticipated lithography machine is one part, and the most complex one. It is the most important industry of the future, with downstream applications covering smartphones, computers, automotive electronics, AI communications, IoT, medical, and military fields. In other words, it is the foundation of future infrastructure. Yet the industry is so complex that almost no single country can form a complete semiconductor chain alone. The well-known semiconductor is silicon-based, using silicon wafers as the base material to design chips, fabricate wafers, and finally package and test. Each of the required semiconductor equipment and materials is an industry by itself, such as photoresist photomasks, electronic specialty gases, polishing materials, wet electronic chemicals, sputtering targets, lithography, equipment, etching equipment, packaging materials, and so on. Only after passing through these layers of manufacturing processes does it become the tiny chip everyone knows. The greatest product in human industrial history, the brightest jewel on the crown of industry. Many people only know about the lithography machine, which is the lithography equipment. Xiaogua is not only bottlenecked at this link, but also faces problems in other areas. Therefore, during the 12th five-year plan period, the motherland initiated Project 02, the well-known, ultra-large-scale integrated circuit manufacturing equipment and complete process project. Its purpose was to build Xiaogua's own complete semiconductor chain. Due to the U.S. sanctions, Xiaogua's semiconductor industry has developed vigorously, achieving strong breakthroughs in various sectors. However, the core link, the lithography machine, has yet to break from 0 to 1. It's 2008 now. Chip manufacturing is still at 45 nanometers, far from the difficulties of later 14 nanometers or 7 nanometers. His worries are unnecessary. Starting with 45 nanometers as the target, building his own supply chain, and then gradually advancing chip fabrication. This is entirely feasible. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Chen as two technological marvels in the system captured his attention: carbon-based chip technology and quantum chip technology. He was deeply intrigued by these innovations, fully aware that the semiconductor industry had long been dominated by silicon-based chips. Silicon as a semiconductor material possessed commendable conductivity and controllability. Yet he also recognized its inherent limitations, with its physical boundary hovering around 1 nanometer. The obsolescence of Moore's law further underscored this truth. Despite escalating investments in research and development, the progress of silicon-based chip manufacturing had stalled, trapped at the threshold of entering the 3-nanometer realm. Jiang Chen resolved to venture into the semiconductor industry. Accordingly, forsaking silicon-based chips and opting for these two novel paths emerged as the optimal strategy. This approach would allow him to circumvent a multitude of patents and erect his own competitive barriers. Without hesitation, he chose quantum chips as his direction, convinced of their superior potential and strategic value. He expended 1 million units to acquire quantum chip technology, a sum considerably higher than the other two options. Rejuvenated, Jiang Chen immediately immersed himself in learning the intricacies of quantum chip technology. Soon he discovered a significant advantage: manufacturing these chips no longer required lithography equipment. Instead, advanced techniques such as chemical deposition and ion beam etching enabled electron beam sculpting. This discovery bolstered his confidence immensely. Amidst his studies of the new technology, Jiang Chen did not overlook the arrangements for STAR. He instructed Wang Jie to designate Building No. 1 at the rear of the experimental wing as the production workshop, with its core equipment area strictly off-limits to anyone other than himself. The security department classified it as a top priority confidentiality unit, matching the security level of the experimental building. Jiang Chen moved directly into Workshop No. 1, where he and Hao Yin concurrently studied quantum chip technology and constructed the wafer manufacturing production line. This production line was unlike any other, devoid of human workers, with every manufacturing step executed by precision robotic arms. The fabrication process for quantum chips demanded nanometer-scale accuracy, a feat achievable only by the mechanical arms controlled by Hao Yin. Jiang Chen reveled in the process of learning and creation, poring over blueprints, while watching the robotic arms deftly carry out his commands. Each successfully completed stage brought him a sense of relief, joy, and accomplishment. Hao Yin frequently offered suggestions to enhance production efficiency. The chip manufacturing equipment was undeniably cutting-edge, but the environmental requirements were exceedingly stringent. The floor's flatness demanded near perfection, necessitating an absolutely level surface of 180 degrees. This posed a formidable challenge, as human eyesight could scarcely achieve such precision. Yet with Haoshin's assistance, Jiang Chen overcame this seemingly impossible task. The workshop's air temperature and humidity also had to be maintained within constant ranges, making dehumidifiers and central air conditioning systems indispensable. They provided an almost pristine environment for quantum chip production, where even the slightest variation could impact the manufacturing process. To ensure confidentiality and counter potential electronic interference, Jiang Chen installed specialized anti-electronic interference equipment, guaranteeing the production line's smooth operation under any circumstances. Finally, he decided to entrust Hao Yin with full responsibility for the workshop's security, or any intruder would be apprehended by the security forces. Master Wang Jie has sent a message. There is an urgent matter requiring your attention. Haoshin's alert roused Jiang Chen. He rose, surveyed the partially assembled production line within the workshop, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Stepping out, he found Wang Manli waiting. Seeing him, she waved cheerfully. General Manager Jiang, Director Li sends word the mobile operating system has been built. Please come over. It's done. Overjoyed by the news, he realized the milestone had finally been reached, allowing the experimental units to undergo various software tests. Jiang Chen hastened to the IT department. At the sight of their boss, everyone beamed with excitement. Li Yuan stood at the forefront holding a prototype unit. General Manager Jiang, we have fulfilled our mission. The Xingqian system is complete. Please experience it yourself. Observing the haggard faces and disheveled hair of his team, Jiang Chen wasted no time. He took the device and tested it, finding only basic system settings, icons, a calendar, and other fundamental apps. After testing each function and performing various background operations, he marveled at the silky smoothness and seamless screen transitions. He then moved to a computer, opened the system's code, and conducted his own verification, virtually bug-free. Excellent work. Everyone has labored hard. Upon the boss' approval, a thunderous cheer erupted across the department. The entire team had submerged themselves in the company day and night, and after such prolonged effort, they had accomplished this monumental project. Witnessing their unbridled joy, Jiang Chen felt equally delighted. He then announced, "All right, everyone, go home and rest. I'm granting you a week off. When you return, we will focus on developing some applications." His words elicited even more enthusiastic applause. Some employees, after cheering, immediately settled onto folding chairs beside their workstations to rest. They had indeed endured a grueling period. Jiang Chen returned to the chairman's office with Wang Jie. Wang Jie, the Xingqian phone is entering its final testing phase. We still need to undergo 3C certification. Please handle this matter. Additionally, contact headhunting firms. We need to recruit some chip design personnel. Instruct them to keep it discreet and low-key. Wang Jie nodded promptly, indicating her understanding, then turned to commence these tasks. Having arranged the affairs, Jiang Chen was about to take a breath and return to the workshop to continue his work when his phone suddenly rang. Puzzled, he picked it up and glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed Teacher Lu. He answered with a smile, "Teacher, what prompts you to call me?" On the other end, Lu Ping burst into laughter. "You little rascal, did you forget that today the college entrance exam results are released? I'm calling to congratulate you." Lu Ping's voice brimmed with delight. It seemed university admissions office staff could access candidates' scores in advance. A bright grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. "Teacher Lu, with your tones so relaxed, my results must not have disappointed you." Lu Ping chuckled in return. "You're as calm as if you weren't a young man. Mathematics and integrated science full marks. English 146, Chinese 140. Total score 736. You are undoubtedly this year's top scorer." Lu Ping eagerly enunciated each digit of Jiang Chen's score, the third highest in the history of the Gaokao, achieved without any bonus points. A prodigy like this was about to enter Jinlin University. Even the university president, upon hearing the news, had enthusiastically slapped Lu Ping on the shoulder, lauding him for a great contribution to the institution. Jiang Chen's face bloomed like a flower in full blossom. After expressing his gratitude to Lu Ping, he ended the call and joyfully shared the wonderful news with his parents, Principal Zhang and Teacher Tang. After receiving praises from the elders, Jiang Chen was also invited to the school to shoot promotional photos for the upcoming semester. Standing before the main gate, the sunlight streamed through the school emblem behind him, illuminating his handsome and delicate face. At that moment, his smile was as radiant as the summer sun, exuding confidence and pride. As time passed, news of the top scholar in the college entrance examination became a common topic of conversation over tea in Tongxing. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's life gradually quieted down. His attention was now focused on the wafer production line. In the scorching summer, under the blazing southern sun, the entire city felt as if it were trapped inside a furnace. Inside the core workshop under Hao Tian's assistance, the construction of the production line had completed 1/3. If everything went smoothly, Jiang Chen could finish it before the start of the university term. At that moment, Hao Tian relayed a message from Wang Manli, a person claiming to be Jiang Chen's acquaintance from abroad, had come to recommend himself, hoping to join Xingqian and serve as its CEO. This person had even come in person to apply for the CEO position. Jiang Chen had only secretly recruited through a headhunting firm, and they would not disclose Xingqian's information. Hearing this news, Jiang Chen was inwardly surprised. He had only been to America once, and had barely interacted with anyone the entire time. Where could this acquaintance come from? Jiang Chen stopped at the meeting room door and pushed it open. Inside sat a man in formal attire, exuding a sharp and energetic demeanor that left a deep impression. He sat upright on the chair, his expression thoughtful, revealing decisiveness and determination. Hearing the door open, he turned to look at Jiang Chen. His deep eyes gleamed with intelligence and wisdom. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the visitor's face. The middle-aged man appeared to be around 40, with a weathered countenance, yet a hint of scholarly refinement. When their eyes met, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of the visitor's mouth. He stepped forward and extended his hand enthusiastically. "It's really you, President Jiang." His voice was filled with excitement and respect, as if confirming some earth-shattering news. Jiang Chen had only a vague impression of the man. He was certain he had seen him before, but did not truly know him. Suppressing his confusion, he reached out to shake hands out of courtesy. Tea was elegantly placed on the table. After they sat down, the middle-aged man, without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, eagerly introduced himself. "President Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Hong Fu. I graduated from Caltech with a degree in electronic information and also hold an MBA. Through Hong Fu's self-introduction, Jiang Chen began to understand his life experience. Hong Fu had worked in America for over a decade but faced setbacks in his career, prompting him to consider returning to China. He believed the future of the Xia Kingdom would be brighter, but several return visits for research yielded disappointing results. When Jiang Chen gave his bachelor's report session in America, Hong Fu happened to be present. He was astounded by Jiang Chen's youth and his ability to solve difficult problems. Although the two were not close, Hong Fu deeply admired Jiang Chen's talent, though it seemed unrelated to him. The turning point came at the subsequent celebration banquet, where Hong Fu learned that Jiang Chen's first paper was about artificial intelligence. This piqued Hong Fu's strong interest, and he began to follow Jiang Chen's news. Over the next few months, Hong Fu noticed the recruitment wave and bounty campaigns stirred up by Chen in China. He keenly observed that both Jiang Chen and Chen were in Tongqing. Moreover, the timing of Chen's emergence and Jiang Chen's rise was too coincidental. Through headhunting channels, he also learned that Chen was secretly recruiting chip designers. Combining this with relevant patents he found in the patent office, a bold guess formed in Hong Fu's mind. He consolidated all the information. Jiang Chen was the secret owner of Chen, or at least closely connected to it. Thus he made up his mind to take a gamble. This was a chance to be part of a future Microsoft or Google in the Xia Kingdom, worth the risk. After hearing Hong Fu's confession, Jiang Chen was secretly startled. The paper he had produced to help elderly had indeed revealed a flaw. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Hong Fu's observational skills, yet he also worried whether the man might be a spy. If he came to expose Chen's identity, then Jiang Chen's plans would be compromised. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen dismissed the thought. He couldn't negate Hong Fu's value based on a mere doubt. He asked subtly, "Mr. Hong, you are right. Currently, America surpasses our country in every aspect. With your resume and abilities, you could hold a senior management position in any Fortune 500 company. In comparison, Chen is just a small startup." Hong Fu's heart stirred. He knew his experience abroad could easily arouse suspicion, but since Jiang Chen had this concern, it meant he was considering hiring him. Hong Fu reflected on his past. In those years abroad, he had only been a minor leader. Due to his nationality and personality, he was always overlooked and marginalized. Now approaching 40, family pressure was mounting. "President Jiang, to be honest, development abroad is indeed good, but I am a Xia citizen, and I've always been on a work visa. Even if I naturalized in America, I would never have a chance at promotion. In that environment, we Xia people are like pinned-up lambs, only allowed to live in a small circle. There is no way to climb out. I saw this clearly, so I always wanted to return to China to develop. But after several domestic research trips, the technology here was really poor, and there was a prevailing mindset of better to buy than to make. Such companies were too different from my beliefs. It wasn't until this accidental guess about your relationship with Chen that I made up my mind to take a gamble. I hope to contribute to Chen and your cause." Hearing Hong Fu's sincere words, Jiang Chen felt a touch of emotion. A flicker of contemplation passed through his deep eyes, but he did not reply immediately. Instead, he gently calmed Hong Fu's impatience and instructed Hao Tian to thoroughly investigate the man's past in America. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, Hao Tian appeared before Jiang Chen with detailed resume information. Everything matched Hong Fu's account. No major discrepancies, no flaws at all. Jiang Chen's brow finally relaxed. He decided to trust Hong Fu for now, but posed a final test. "As long as you bring your wife and children to settle in Tongqing, you can take office tomorrow." This request was not difficult for Hong Fu. Over the past few months, he had already prepared for this moment. Now, with a clear goal and renewed confidence, he immediately notified his wife in America, and they embarked on the journey back to their homeland with their children. When Hong Fu's family safely arrived in Tongqing, Jiang Chen finally felt at ease with the man. He decisively appointed him as the CEO of Chen, granting full authority to manage company affairs, with only the production department still independently managed by the experienced Sister Wang. In the days that followed, guided by Sister Wang's meticulous instruction, Hong Fu gradually stepped into the core of Chen and mastered the secrets of its daily management. During the handover, Sister Wang not only shared her half-year experience, but also elaborated on the company's next major undertaking, the significance and complexity of Project Chen 1. At this moment, Hong Fu deeply felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. He understood that his primary task registering, releasing, and selling Jiang 1 would be critical. He had never anticipated that Jiang Chen's mobile phone venture would be as thunderous as a bolt in the dark night. Everyone already knew that Jiang Chen had entered this field. Yet President Jiang's ambition did not stop there. Who could imagine that what he intended to create was not an ordinary phone, but a product capable of redefining the era? A prototype of this epic-defining product already existed, awaiting mandatory product certification in Xia Kingdom. Once certification was granted, preparations for sales could begin, stockpiling in large quantities and paving the way for promotion. Passion surged in Hong Fu's heart like a tide, but he forced himself to remain calm, knowing that launching such a product from his hands was a golden opportunity. He lowered his head in deep thought, foreseeing that Jiang 1 would be immensely popular, dramatically increasing production pressure and bringing orders like falling snowflakes. During his takeover, by reviewing documents, Hong Fu learned that before Jiang Chen's establishment, Li Feng's first product, the on-scene robot, had faced the challenge of overwhelming orders and insufficient production. Internal records left only a brief note describing how President Jiang adjusted the production line overnight to drastically boost output. Since then, the on-scene robot's capacity had never run at full speed. Having just become CEO, Hong Fu faced a technical-minded boss who disliked micromanagement, Jiang Chen, and saw this as an excellent chance to prove his abilities. He immediately began planning for the next step, the chip production for Jiang 1. After submitting his proposal, he quickly received approval from Jiang Chen's office. Thereupon, Hong Fu went directly to TSMC, hoping to stockpile the most critical component in phone production, the chips, well in advance. At that time, the world was dominated by chip manufacturers like Samsung Electronics, Intel, and Texas Instruments. However, the financial crisis caused by the collapse of Lehman Brothers in the U.S. the following year would shake up the entire semiconductor industry. Hong Fu decided not to partner with top-tier chip makers, but followed Jiang Chen's instructions to temporarily support TSMC. Current chips were still at the 45 nanometers level. Although several firms were tackling 28 nanometers, investments in research and development had begun to shrink due to the financial crisis. When TSMC learned that Hong Fu had placed a massive order on behalf of Jiang Chen, they were exceptionally excited and regarded it as a rare opportunity. Thanks to their tacit cooperation, Hong Fu secured a very favorable price. Jiang 1 decided to use 45 nanometers technology for its chips at a cost of just 1.0 yuan per square millimeter. Without pause, Hong Fu rushed back to Tongcheng and immediately instructed the newly formed chip department's designers to acquire the chip design and prepare for production. However, the reply he received puzzled him. The designers had not participated in chip design for Jiang 1. They were still in the early stages of learning. Lost in thought, Hong Fu wondered. According to the schedule Sister Wang provided, all preparatory work for Jiang Chen should have been completed. How could there be no chip design? He knocked on the door of the chairman's assistant's office. The door opened, revealing his face full of confusion. He walked hesitantly toward Wang Manli, brows furrowed, clearly burdened with worry. Wang Manli looked up at him, equally surprised, as she too had not anticipated such a flaw in the Jiang 1 plan. They exchanged glances, each sensing the other's concern. Would this oversight affect the birth of Jiang 1? In silence, they both rose and hurried toward the core workshop. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately set down his work and slapped his forehead, realizing that while supervising production line details, he had forgotten to hand over the chip design. Jiang Chen swiftly stood up and ordered his assistant Hao Yin to retrieve the backup chip design he had prepared. Then he handed the freshly printed design document to Hong Fu. Hong Fu took it, his brow lined with even deeper worry, and hesitated as he asked Jiang Chen, "President Jiang, has this chip design been verified?" His voice trembled slightly, for he understood the cruelty of the chip industry and the weight of a design. Through his recent work, he had learned insider news the birth of a chip design was extremely difficult. Because the cost of chip tape-out was exorbitant, if the tape-out failed or the chip could not meet performance requirements, Jiang Chen would bear all losses, hundreds of millions of yuan. This was why the chip industry was so capital-intensive. Every tiny chip was built upon mountains of gold and silver. Jiang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and assured him with a smile, "Don't worry, President Hong. I personally drafted this design. I'll just take it for tape-out." With that, he turned and walked into the workshop without looking back, leaving Hong Fu standing there staring at the design paper in his hand, dumbfounded. Hong Fu then turned to Wang Manli and asked thoughtfully, "Secretary Wang, has President Jiang always been this spontaneous?" Although he knew President Jiang was hands-off, this level of detachment was unprecedented. This was his first time working with such a distinctive leader, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked. Wang Manli smiled helplessly, slowly nodded, and said, "Yes, President Jiang has been this unique since Li Feng was founded. Previously, I managed almost all the factory's affairs, big and small." She sighed wearily and continued, "That's why I suggested President Jiang hire a professional CEO to share the managerial burden. You'll get used to it gradually. Having said that, Wang Manli gave Hong Fu a hopeful smile, as if silently blessing his future journey. Hong Fu could only take the design full of anxiety and head to TSMC's production facility in Taiwan. He handed over the chip design and anxiously began to wait for the outcome of the tape-out. Production at TSMC went smoothly, and soon they delivered the tape-out chips to Hong Fu. Hong Fu brought the chips back to the hotel and asked the accompanying technicians to assemble the phone. With a nervous heart, he watched the technicians' every move. The technicians' deft hands worked as the phone's components were carefully placed and secured. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he closed the back cover, completing the assembly of the entire phone. He took a steady breath, then slowly pressed the power button on the side with his slender fingers, the fine sweat on his fingertips betraying his nervousness. The others held their breath, their eyes fixed like thrown spears upon the small screen. Finally, the display lit up, the Nebula logo rising like a nascent star, dazzling and radiant, shimmering on the screen. A soft electronic melody began to play, and all devices operated normally. Overjoyed, he leaped like a child who had received a beloved toy, announcing the exhilarating news, "President Hong, we succeeded. The chip and system are flawless." With that, he gently handed the experimental model, cherished like a treasure, to Hong Fu, a beam of light illuminating his smile. Hong Fu took the phone with a light gesture, swiping the screen, with his thumb scrolling through the interface in elegant, smooth arcs. Indeed, compared to the earlier prototype, the touch response was now faster and more fluid. It was undeniable that this phone, paired with the newly self-developed intelligent operating system and the initial chip designed by Jiang Chen, already showcased some of the elegance of future generation smartphones. A smile filled Hong Fu's eyes as he immediately instructed the team to commence rigorous testing, identifying as many bugs as possible resolved before the public launch. Eagerly, he then pulled out his own phone and sent news to Nebula headquarters about the successful chip tape-out. Without delay, he swiftly dialed TSMC's partner, instructing them to begin production immediately. He intended to secure 80% of TSMC's output for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, dazzling sunlight streamed into the IT department, where employees buzzed like a beehive. Their vacation had barely ended before they plunged back into an intense work rhythm. Though the task was arduous, guided by Hao Yin, they had returned with progress and confidence. Their new assignment was to build the foundational Nebula ecosystem, focusing on various functional apps. Plans Jiang Chen had already conceived. They merely needed to realize his diverse ideas. Some had partial code already written, while others remained in the concept stage. Hong Fu too had no leisure. After a week in Taiwan, having secured the first batch of chips, he hurried back to Copper City. He personally oversaw the mandatory product certification process for the Nebula phone, maintaining secrecy in the interim to deliver a global shock at the launch event. An air of tension and anticipation filled Nebula's office. Everyone was busy at their posts, eyes fervent, minds focused, yet united by a common goal, ensuring the project's success. Amid this atmosphere, Jiang Chen seemed aloof, his mind entirely in the workshop, surrounded by robotic arms and equipment, where the scent of metal and the promise of future technology lingered. Summer sunlight filtered through the workshop's high windows, casting dappled light on his focused face. His eyes saw only the complex machines and endless experimental data. For the entire summer break, he operated like an unceasing machine, pouring all his energy into the wafer fabrication line. Jiang Chen chose cutting-edge quantum chip technology, a path diverging from silicon-based chips, fraught with challenges at every step. Due to the uniqueness of this technology, almost every piece of equipment required his personal modification or creation from scratch. The system provided technical data was merely a general direction. The real challenge was translating theory into practical operational production equipment. At summer's end, Jiang Chen finally completed this arduous task. Standing before the preliminarily established production line, his eyes gleamed with the light of achievement. Next, he was about to conduct a critical experiment, manufacturing a traditional gallium arsenide semiconductor quantum chip. This technology, due to its potential in solid-state quantum computing, had been validated by 2 Chinese Academy of Sciences professors in the year 2015. Now Jiang Chen was to unveil this chapter ahead of time, redefining the research trajectory of the entire semiconductor industry. With Hao Yin Systems' precise control, it carefully doped gallium arsenide material into the 2-dimensional electron gas layer of the aluminum heterojunction, a process demanding extreme precision and control. He almost held his breath, eyes glued to the microscope display, watching the quantum dot structure gradually take shape before him like a child. In the workshop, Jiang Chen's heart began to rejoice. Finally, in a near-perfect instant, he successfully produced the first quantum dot integrated circuit. His hands trembling with excitement, he seized the small black object, cherishing it like a treasure, and rushed back to the instrument-laden laboratory. Upon entering, he immediately began verification with various advanced detection devices, his heart racing, as if each operation heralded a future transformation. Indeed, the test results of this novel quantum dot device astonished him. It not only inherited the integratability advantages of traditional electronic devices, but also demonstrated extraordinary high mobility and incredible stability. After a series of comparative experiments, he discovered that the efficiency of this device far exceeded that of traditional silicon-based electronics. Thus, using it as a core for chip manufacturing was not only feasible, but could also dramatically enhance computing power. Jiang Chen nearly jumped for joy. He lifted the tiny black electronic component excitedly and muttered to Haoyan, "Haoyan, your future body won't need to be so bloated. This is your future heart." On the lab screen, Haoshan's panda avatar appeared, smiling guilelessly, saying, "Master, I have recorded the entire experiment process and the data of the gallium arsenide quantum dot material. I am eagerly looking forward to using it as the server core." Jiang Chen replied with joy, smiling, "Of course. This is the fruit of our joint hard work over months. It seems this path is correct. We have achieved initial results." At present, his goal was first to produce the quantum chip, then to give Haoyan a new heart. He understood that with the current CPU, it was challenging for Haoyan to manage the new production line. Therefore, he must first equip Haoyan with a powerful heart to better implement subsequent plans. After all, quantum chip production was no trivial task. Jiang Chen realized that he had only completed the initial setup. Subsequent work required continuous adjustments to realize the vision in his mind. Having preliminarily completed the construction of the wafer equipment production line, Jiang Chen was about to face the start of a new semester. Under the arrangement of the old Taoist Hongfu, the affairs of Star Chen were progressing steadily. With such an experienced and energetic CEO in place, Jiang Chen could rest assured as an absentee manager, focusing his energy on his own matters. Moreover, on the surface, Sister Wang sat as his trusted confidant, while covertly Haoyan held the reins of the entire situation. Jiang Chen politely declined his parents' offer to see him off to school, and alone, carrying his luggage and admission letter, boarded the plane heading for Jinlin. Today was the day for freshman registration at Jinlin University. As soon as he stepped off the plane, his teacher Lu Ping called. After a warm exchange, Jiang Chen learned that teacher Lu had arranged for his graduate student to pick him up. "Hello, are you senior brother Wei Jiang?" At the exit, Jiang Chen spotted a bespectacled young man from afar, holding a conspicuous sign welcoming him. He hurried over and asked, "Jiang Chen, finally I get to see you in person. I'm Wei Jiang, a student of teacher Lu. From now on we're fellow apprentices." Seeing Jiang Chen approach, senior brother Wei responded with excitement. Jiang Chen sensed Wei Jiang's warmth. This was a very enthusiastic person, easy to get along with. The two quickly became acquainted, and Jiang Chen learned that during the period when he first followed teacher Lu, all of the teacher's students had been seconded to participate in a project. So at that time, they only knew that teacher Lu had taken on a genius as his last disciple and had seen him in the news. For this registration, several of them wanted to pick Jiang Chen up, eager to witness the brilliance of the young prodigy firsthand. As senior brother Wei narrated leisurely, Jiang Chen listened with a bitter smile, inwardly astonished that he had already garnered attention before even enrolling. With senior brother Wei's guidance, he effortlessly completed all the formalities for freshman enrollment, breathing a silent sigh of relief. After finishing the registration, he stood at the dormitory door, his future new home, and cast a grateful look at Wei Jiang before turning his gratitude into a soft farewell. "Thank you, senior brother Wei. You're welcome, little junior brother. We'll have plenty of time together from now on." Turning around, his gaze slowly swept across the spacious and bright dormitory, discovering it was a standard 4-person room. Sunlight streamed diagonally through the window, the walls were spotless, clearly not old, and it was equipped with a private bathroom and air conditioning, filling him with anticipation for the upcoming college life. As the first student to arrive, he headed toward the bed marked with his name. Just as he was about to start unpacking, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. A sunny boy with short hair and a radiant smile stepped into the room. Spotting Jiang Chen, he introduced himself with a grin. "Hello, I'm Sui Chen. Looks like you're my new roommate. I hope we can get along well for the next 4 years." In response to Sui Chen's enthusiasm, Jiang Chen replied politely, feeling that this roommate seemed very outgoing. Soon after, the remaining 2 roommates arrived one after another. Jiang Chen met Lin Ziweng, a burly fellow from Shandong, and Han Zhao, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking handsome guy from Guangdong. After introducing themselves, they quickly engaged in pleasant conversation and gradually became familiar. However, during the exchange, Jiang Chen noticed that Han Zhao seemed to be surreptitiously observing him. Could Han Zhao have recognized him? Lin Ziweng also noticed this detail and asked Han Zhao half-jokingly, "Zhao, why do you keep staring at Chen? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him." Han Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment at these words, and he frantically waved his hands, hastily explaining, No, I just think Brother Chen looks very familiar, as if I've seen him in the news, but I couldn't be sure. This remark immediately piqued the curiosity of the other two, who fixed their gaze on Jiang Chen. Feeling their probing stares, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly and instinctively touched his nose, attempting to evade the question with an awkward smile, but he knew deep down that he couldn't hide it forever. Just then Han Zhao stared at Jiang Chen's profile and was suddenly struck by inspiration. His mind flashed back to a news photo he had seen not long ago. He clapped his hands on his thighs and exclaimed excitedly, "Right. I remember now. I know who Brother Chen is." Hearing Han Zhao's excited voice, the other two couldn't suppress their curiosity. Lin Ziying quickly said, "Zhao, tell us. Which news did you see Chen in?" Han Zhao looked at Jiang Chen with some hesitation, as if asking for permission to reveal his identity. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. Seeing Jiang Chen's agreement, Han Zhao eagerly poured out Jiang Chen's achievements: the top scorer in the college entrance examination, an online incident that caused a mix of laughter and twists, winning a gold medal in a math competition a few months ago, and then winning gold in the AMC international competition. The best part came next. Jiang Chen had published 2 high-impact factor papers, one of which on mathematics even led to an academic symposium at Princeton. Lin Ziying and Sui Chen listened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen. After Han Zhao excitedly recounted all of Jiang Chen's deeds, Lin Ziying even pinched his own arm to confirm it wasn't a dream. Feeling the pain, he reached out and patted Jiang Chen's head. "Chen, how on earth did your brain grow? We're about the same age, so why is the gap so huge? 736 points in the college entrance exam. Is that a score a human can achieve?" Sui Chen nodded in agreement, while Han Zhao gazed at Jiang Chen as if worshipping an idol, his eyes full of admiration and envy. Faced with the trio's probing looks, Jiang Chen answered as honestly as ever, "I just read books and did problems normally. And those high school questions weren't really difficult." Hearing Jiang Chen say that high school questions weren't hard, the three felt a whiff of top student bragging, but looking at his expression, they couldn't find words to rebut. Although they had all scored high enough to get into Jinlin University and were considered academic stars in their own schools, they could never claim that high school problems were easy. Sui Chen directly slung an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and pleaded, "Brother Chen, Xiao Zhao just said you're Professor Lu's final disciple. Take care of us in math class. I've already glanced at the advanced calculus textbook, and it's complete gibberish to me." Lin Ziying and Han Zhao also suddenly realized with such a master living in their dorm, they wouldn't have to worry about flunking courses in college. "No problem. I've already finished studying the advanced calculus textbook. It's not very hard. They'll give you guys some crash tutoring before the exams." Hearing that Jiang Chen had already finished the entire advanced calculus textbook, the three were even more impressed. Sui Chen couldn't help giving a thumbs up. He had personally experienced the terror of advanced calculus. Soon, with the enthusiastic conversation among the four, a harmonious dormitory atmosphere was established, and the bond between roommates quickly formed. On the first day of meeting, coupled with Jiang Chen's explosive news, their chat lasted until the wee hours before they finally turned off the lights and surrendered to drowsiness. The next day, the grueling military training began. After standing at attention the whole day, everyone experienced an unbearable agony. The soreness in their heels was especially excruciating, particularly for freshmen who had endured 3 years of intense academic study. Back in the dormitory, the slender Han Zhao and Sui Chen had already collapsed on the floor. Lin Ziying looked at them and chuckled, "You two are so physically weak. Health is the foundation of revolution. Look at me with this robust muscles." He even struck a few poses to emphasize his words. Hearing Lin Ziying's mockery, Sui Chen, lying on the floor, said, "In high school, who had time to focus on such things? Everything was for exams." Before he finished, Han Zhao, catching his breath, added, "Exactly, I barely attended physical education classes. I spent all day sitting in the classroom burying my head in studies." He smiled bitterly, trying to alleviate the pain in his feet. "Speaking of which, Brother Chen, your idea was brilliant. Today I saw so many people grimacing in pain from their heels, and even some girls cried." As Han Zhao spoke, he pulled out a sodden sanitary pad from the sole of his shoe. His words resonated with his roommates, who all expressed agreement. Jiang Chen smiled modestly, saying it was just a little trick. "These are all tips from my senior. I didn't expect them to be so effective." Having experienced military training before, Jiang Chen was well prepared. Early that morning, he had already gotten these items ready to cope with the training, using his senior as an excuse. As night fell, he said to the trio, "I want to have dinner with you tonight. I need to visit Teacher Lu." They expressed understanding and waved him goodbye. Jiang Chen tidied up his belongings, took a quick shower, and then, though weary from the day, stepped out of the dormitory with anticipation in his heart. Guided by a vivid memory, he walked under the streetlights to the door of Teacher Lu's home and gently knocked. The door slowly opened. Lu Ping immediately recognized the person standing outside, and a warm smile bloomed on his face like a spring breeze caressing the skin. "Jiang Chen, you rascal, what brings you to visit this old man?" He cheerfully invited Jiang Chen inside, his eyes revealing appreciation and satisfaction for this cherished disciple. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, stepped inside, and looked around the familiar, yet cozy environment, overwhelmed with emotions. "Teacher Lu, I just reported yesterday, and the military training ended today. I thought I should come and see you." Lu Ping waved his hand modestly, and replied, "Ah, this old man has nothing worth seeing. Just focus on your training. It must be exhausting every day." Yet his tone was filled with joy and welcome. The two then sat down in the living room, engaging in warm and profound conversation. After their talk, Teacher Lu Ping began to test Jiang Chen's grasp on the assignments he had set earlier. After a discussion, Jiang Chen's answers greatly satisfied Lu Ping, who nodded in praise. "Jiang Chen, it seems you haven't wasted these 2 months. You've mastered the topics I gave you very well." Jiang Chen looked at his teacher with a gentle smile, then said somewhat shyly, "Teacher, actually, I came today to ask for your help." Lu Ping's eyes twinkled with amusement as he teasingly pointed at Jiang Chen. "Oh, tell me, what difficulty does my good student need my help with?" Jiang Chen, slightly nervous, made his request. "Teacher, can I skip the regular classes? I've already self-studied the entire university math textbook. Don't worry, you'll score full marks on the exams." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping initially showed a look of surprise, but quickly grasped Jiang Chen's intention. After a moment's thought, he nodded, indicating understanding and support. He had learned from Principal Zhang that Jiang Chen didn't follow the conventional curriculum at school, but completed courses through self-study. Geniuses always have different paths of growth. Lu Ping said with deep feeling, "Tomorrow, they'll take you to see Dean Zhou, the head of the mathematics college. With his support, your request should be no problem." Having received his teacher's promise and support, Jiang Chen felt immensely grateful. After repeatedly expressing his thanks, he left Lu Ping's home. The next day, under Lu Ping's guidance, Jiang Chen entered Dean Zhou's office. Zhou Tianxiang, upon seeing Jiang Chen arrive, beamed with joy. He looked at Jiang Chen. This would be the pillar of the future Jinlin Mathematics Academy, and a pillar who had already achieved results. Dean Zhou warmly glanced at Jiang Chen, picked up his teacup, and asked Lu Ping, "Lu Ping, tell me, what favor do you need from me this time?" "Dean Zhou, you are truly wise and brilliant. I haven't even spoken yet, and you already know I have something to ask of you." Lu Ping eagerly stepped forward to refill Dean Zhou's tea. "I know you too well, Lu Depeo. You never visit the temple without a reason. Let's hear it first." Lu Ping then explained Jiang Chen's request to skip classes. After listening, Dean Zhou didn't seem surprised. He nodded, indicating his understanding of Jiang Chen's request. "A small matter. For a student like Jiang Chen, it's not a problem to directly join your research group now. Attending regular large lectures is a complete waste of his time." Dean Zhou's tone was full of recognition for Jiang Chen's abilities, as well as support for his request. Then his tone shifted, and he looked seriously at Jiang Chen. "However, I have a condition." Hearing this, Jiang Chen said confidently, "Dean, whatever conditions you have, just say them. I want you to publish a mathematics paper during your freshman year, and not in some low-tier journal. It must be in a core journal." Dean Zhou's requirement was extremely stressful for an ordinary person. Publishing a high-quality mathematics paper in the freshman year is a huge challenge for anyone. Even Lu Ping couldn't help but feel nervous, knowing that Dean Zhou had already started planning to train Jiang Chen from now on. "No problem, Dean. I will definitely accomplish it." Jiang Chen's reply was full of firmness and confidence, his eyes flashing with unshakable determination. He knew that although this task was challenging, with his existing knowledge, solving some elementary problems was not difficult. Then Jiang Chen reconsidered. The dean definitely knew his abilities. Since that was the case, the standard of Dean Zhou's request should be no lower than the Mersenne prime problem Jiang Chen had solved earlier. Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Dean Zhou was also delighted, and the two made their agreement. After bidding farewell to Dean Zhou as the night deepened, Jiang Chen turned to express his gratitude to his teacher Lu Ping. Lu Ping gently patted his shoulder, indicating that it was nothing, then asked curiously, "By the way, Jiang Chen, Dean Zhou wants you to publish a mathematics paper. Do you have any ideas now? What direction do you plan to research?" Jiang Chen lowered his head in slight thought. Dean Zhou had specifically raised this request, so the standard should be no lower than the previous Mersenne primes. He had been occupied with the company for the past 2 months and had not been deeply involved in academia. "Teacher, the dean's request is too sudden. I don't have any good ideas for now. I plan to rest well and also visit the library, hoping to find some inspiration." Lu Ping nodded and said with understanding, "Mathematical inspiration indeed needs time to brew slowly. Don't rush." He added with a smile, "Remember, if you have any ideas or difficulties, you can always come to me." With those words, the night breeze grew cool. The two walked slowly along the campus path until they reached the fork and waved goodbye. Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory, and his exhausted body immediately fell into deep sleep. The physical exertion of military training was too great, and he collapsed onto the bed without reservation. The next day, Jiang Chen went to Jin University's library during his break. With his campus card, he entered smoothly. The massive library building came into his view, filling him with delight. It seemed that college life at Jiang University would have a pleasant retreat. Following the guide signs, Jiang Chen headed toward the mathematics section, exploring the array of mathematical books on the shelves. He carefully scanned each book. One book on prime numbers caught his attention. He picked it up and found it contained detailed knowledge about various prime numbers. The book included Goldbach's conjecture, twin primes, the Riemann hypothesis, whether there are infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence, and more. Below that was the Mersenne primes Jiang Chen had already proven. This prime problem was among the derivative topics of the Riemann hypothesis. Mersenne primes were a necessary step toward the Riemann hypothesis. He had just proven that there are infinitely many Mersenne primes. Was it now time to venture into the Riemann hypothesis? Jiang Chen was deeply interested in the Riemann hypothesis because it was proposed by mathematician Bernhard Riemann in 1859. He discovered that the frequency of primes is closely related to a special function, the Riemann zeta function zs. On a complex plane, the points where the Riemann zeta function zs equals 0 are called the zeros of the Riemann zeta function I. S2 and n is a positive integer. The distribution of these zeros is orderly and simple, known as trivial zeros. All other zeros are called non-trivial zeros. The Riemann hypothesis asserts that all non-trivial zeros lie on the line Rs12 on the complex plane, where Rs denotes the real part of the complex number S. This hypothesis has garnered immense attention, listed by the Clay Mathematics Institute as one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Moreover, it serves as the geometric and topological carrier of theory, which unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics. Jiang Chen recalled Dean Zhou's request from yesterday. Since the standard was high, a prime conjecture with some foundation would be a good choice. Then he would start with the Riemann hypothesis. The goal of his next paper was to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Having decided on the direction, Jiang Chen began planning his subsequent arrangements. He needed to expand his mathematical knowledge. His current mathematical system had been built solely for proving Mersenne primes with a narrow scope. He had only dabbled in other mathematical domains, lacking depth. Now he needed to deepen his study in his specialty to tackle the subsequent proof. Otherwise, when the critical moment came, it would be too late to learn, and he might miss those fleeting sparks of inspiration. Moreover, his learning points had greatly decreased after purchasing the quantum chip technology. The setup of the wafer production line had not brought in much income. Studying this hypothesis now would allow him to accumulate a good sum, otherwise the next plan would be delayed. Jiang Chen immediately borrowed some books related to the Riemann hypothesis and began his learning routine. In the evening, the sound of a basketball bouncing came from the dormitory door. Then the door opened, and Lin Ziwing walked in, drenched in sweat. He had just played several games of basketball with friends on the court and was thinking of returning to the dormitory to shower and relax. As he entered, he saw Jiang Chen sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a book, his expression so focused that he seemed almost oblivious to the world. Curious, Lin Ziwing quietly approached, trying to peek at the book's contents. He asked softly, "Chainer, what book are you reading that's so engrossing?" Jiang Chen seemed startled by the sudden voice. He snapped back from his thoughts and turned to show Lin Ziwing the cover, explaining, "Oh, it's a book about the Riemann hypothesis." Lin Ziwing took the book, flipped through it, and found the content profoundly difficult. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with admiration. At this moment, the other 2 roommates, Su Yichen and Han Chao, also attracted by the conversation, sat up from their beds and joined the discussion in surprise. Chen Gu were only freshmen, barely started the semester. "You're not planning to challenge the Riemann hypothesis, are you?" Jiang Chen shook his head and explained with a smile, "No, I just came across this book at the library today and found it interesting, so I borrowed it to read." Hearing this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Ziwing suddenly asked in surprise, "You've just arrived at university, and you're already spending time in the library. Shouldn't we first enjoy the freedom of college life?" Jiang Chen smiled wryly and replied, "I'm used to it. In my senior year of high school, I was already quite free with few classes." Su Yichen chimed in half jokingly, "Yeah, I remember that Chun Guess high school alumni shared online that he was granted a special exemption in senior year, not required to attend classes at school, and could study independently at home. So enviable." At this, the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious. The 3 began chatting about studies, life, and various topics, while also feeling immense admiration for Jiang Chen. It had only been a few days since the semester started, and he was already immersed in learning, visiting the library, and borrowing books of interest. The other 3 had just begun to enjoy the freedom of having no restraints. In contrast, while talent played a part, it was Jiang Chen's spirit of deep inquiry that was most valuable. As the night grew deep, the 3 washed up and lay in bed ready to rest. As for Jiang Chen, he once again immersed himself between the pages, continuing his journey of exploration. Success comes to those who keep silent, a failure befalls those who speak too soon. He would not make grand announcements until he had made a breakthrough. With the arrival of autumn winds and falling leaves, the intense and thrilling military training finally came to an end, ushering all students into a new chapter of their university life, the study of professional courses. However, on this new journey through university, the unfriendly challenge of failing courses became an unavoidable stumbling block, especially for freshmen who had just escaped the high-pressure supervision of parents and high school teachers and tasted the flavor of freedom. University is a miniature society, a preview of stepping into the real world. The hands-off teaching style of university professors and the countless temptations around them easily diverted students' attention. According to incomplete statistics, the failure rate for mathematics subjects, especially advanced mathematics, hovered around 25, a figure particularly prominent in engineering and science majors. More strikingly, in the mathematics department, where mathematics was the primary focus, failing had almost become a common phenomenon. Countless mathematics students felt overwhelmed in the face of the towering mountain of advanced mathematics. Indeed, just a few days into the courses, the dormitory of Jiang Chen echoed with the lament of his roommate. Lin Ziwing held his head, his face etched with misery and pain, as he helplessly said to the stack of math textbooks on his desk, "What was I thinking when I chose mathematics? Was I out of my mind?" Sui Chen, sitting behind him, wore an equally grim expression and echoed in a trembling voice, "Yeah, advanced math is on a whole different level from high school math. It sounds easy at first, but if you lose focus for a moment, you can't follow the logic, and eventually you have no idea what the professor is saying." Han Xiao, who was reading earnestly in the corner, looked up upon hearing their conversation and said with some confusion, "I think it's okay." Today's lecture on advanced algebra was actually quite similar to high school algebra, though the latter part was indeed more challenging. I finally grasped it only at the very end. Hearing this, Lin Ziwing and Sui Chen simultaneously raised their heads to look at Han Xiao, as if a sudden idea struck them. "Oh right, you also participated in math competitions with Brother Chen, though you didn't make it to the finals. But you're definitely better than us." Han Xiao smiled faintly, trying to console them. Competition math and university math are two different things. Competitions only give you a slight preview of some advanced math. Let's all work hard together. There's no obstacle we can't overcome. Lin Ziwing sighed softly. "Alas, my problem is I don't even have a direction to work towards." Sui Chen's eyes darted around and fixed on Jiang Chen, who was buried in his books. "Brother Chen, I heard the dean gave you special permission not to attend classes, and you only need to take the exams, right?" Suddenly mentioned. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head, looked at Sui Chen, and nodded. Receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, he immediately said, "That must mean the dean and Professor Liu believe you've already mastered the current coursework. How about helping us out and explaining things?" Hearing Sui Chen's words, Lin Ziwing, looking at Jiang Chen from a distance, swallowed his saliva, pretended to be calm, and draped his arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Yeah, Brother Chen, please spare a little time to tutor us. We don't dare ask the teacher during class, and after class the teacher is gone. We never get a chance to ask." Han Xiao in the corner, seeing this scene, also grew excited and eagerly approached, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Jiang Chen, hoping for his guidance. Jiang Chen glanced at the three expectant faces, smiled slightly, and nodded in agreement. It wouldn't waste much of his time anyway, and he could treat it as a diversion during his research. He spoke slowly, his voice clear and resonant in the room. "As I recall, the essence of advanced algebra covers a broad explanation of polynomials. Tell me which parts you didn't follow in class." Jiang Chen recalled the advanced algebra textbook in his mind and addressed the three. They instantly felt the power of a top student. Since they had known Jiang Chen, they had never seen him open a textbook. He was always reading other books. Now, with just a single word, he could recite exactly what their teacher had covered today. Such memory truly deserved the privilege he enjoyed. The three began to recount their doubts one by one, and as they spoke, Jiang Chen occasionally nodded. Then he took a piece of paper and began his explanations and insights. A polynomial is a type of integral expression composed mainly of variables' coefficients and the operations between them. Accompanied by Jiang Chen's detailed teaching, the relevant knowledge of polynomials in advanced algebra unfolded before the three of them. After an unknown period, someone's stomach growled. The four of them snapped back to reality. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw the bright moon hanging outside the window. "All right, that roughly covers the polynomial knowledge in the first half of advanced algebra. Remember these key points, and with slight adjustments you'll master them. It's getting late. Let's go eat. Tonight, do more practice problems to deepen your understanding. We'll discuss it again when you encounter difficulties." Han Xiao and the other two reluctantly put away their notes. Night fell, and the three dorm mates were all focusing intently on solving problems. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly as he watched them, and then his phone vibrated softly in his pocket. Jiang Chen quietly walked to the end of the corridor and answered the phone. The voice of Hong Fu came through. "Is this President Hong? Urgent business so late?" Before he could finish, Hong Fu's voice, a mix of anxiety and joy, rang out. "President Jiang, fantastic news. The national compulsory certification for Xingshan phones has been approved. Hearing Hong Fu's news, Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. With the 3C certification passed, they could begin sales preheating. During the certification process, Xingshan had already initiated large-scale production. The screens and batteries were manufactured in-house, while other components like cameras and audio equipment were sourced from established domestic suppliers. The only bottleneck for production capacity was chips, but Hong Fu had secured access to TSMC, obtaining most of this quarter's production capacity, ensuring a sufficient supply for now. Then let's start the sales preheating. Is there anything you're uncertain about, President Hong? President Jiang, it's like this: I've reviewed the entire plan, but the pricing for Xingshan phones hasn't been finalized. I wanted to ask, how should we set the price? Hong Fu's words reminded Jiang Chen. He lowered his head in thought. The pricing of the phone was a critical issue. From the very beginning, the brand's target audience had to be determined. Even if other models were released later, the flagship model must be positioned as high-end. Carefully reviewing the trajectory of a certain manufacturer, it started with a cost-performance slogan, quickly expanding its audience. But as the industry evolved, the brand, now shackled by its cost-performance reputation, found it too late when it tried to break into the high-end market and secure profits. Jiang Chen had a very clear understanding of this, so when Hong Fu asked for guidance on how to price the phones, he took this into consideration. Xingshan was going to take the high-end route. Even if later, to cater to the audience, they would release mid to low-end stripped-down models, they must first establish a high-end tone before becoming more accessible. Jiang Chen quickly finalized the pricing for the Xingshan phone, differentiated by storage capacity, the top tier with 32 GB at 5499 yuan, 16 GB at 4499 yuan, and the most popular 8 GB at 3499 yuan with the usual 128 MB of RAM. Jiang Chen told him the prices. Hong Fu, hearing the prices, said with a worried tone, President Jiang, although the Xingshan is indeed a groundbreaking product, isn't this pricing a bit too high? You know, Samsung's latest SGHE 848 from the first half of the year is only quoted at 1799 yuan. Jiang Chen's pricing startled Hong Fu. After all, the price of such a phone had directly doubled from the 10 yuan range. Hearing Hong Fu's concern, Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, and then reassured him, Rest assured, my chief steward Hong. The quality of Xingshan is obvious to all. Paired with this groundbreaking full touchscreen and a brand new smart operating system, this price will be accepted by consumers. Then Jiang Chen changed the subject. Moreover, in a few years, the subsequent products of Xingshan will only be priced higher. Now we must lay the foundation for the high-end status of the Xingshan brand. Seeing that Jiang Chen had made up his mind, Hong Fu had no choice but to put aside his inner worries. Since the top decision-maker had made the call as a subordinate, he only needed to execute the strategy well. All right, President Jiang. Then he'll go prepare the relevant work for the launch event. President Hong, I'm entrusting the launch of Xingshan to you. This is also your first time standing in the spotlight. There will be many more such opportunities in the future. Get used to it in advance. And regarding the public opinion issues for Xingshan, you don't need to worry. I have other arrangements. This is the company's key project this year, and I will oversee it entirely. The two chatted for a while longer, and then ended the call. After hanging up, a myriad of thoughts churned in Jiang Chen's mind. The previous two waves of online public opinion had given Xingshan a bit of fame, and the public knew that such a tech company existed in the country and was about to enter the mobile phone industry. But that was far from enough. This also gave Jiang Chen a lot of practical experience that differed from what he had learned in textbooks. He folded his arms, pacing back and forth, pondering the next plan. This time he had to plan carefully to warm up the phone's launch and create an even bigger buzz. However, he must not overstep the boundaries. He needed to control the direction of public opinion, lest it bring negative effects and outweigh the benefits. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the PR and operations department. The Xingshan company currently had no such position. The train of the times was slowly moving forward, and operations and PR would become increasingly important. The industry of online trolls would gradually emerge. After all, online public opinion was too easy to manipulate. As a great man once said, if we do not occupy the cultural and ideological positions, the enemy will. The same goes for the position of public opinion. Even if Xingshan relies on its strength to crush competitors on the technological front, it must also secure a firm foothold on the public opinion front. Jiang Chen thought that after the phone's launch, Xingshan would need to establish its own operations and PR department, with Hao Tian temporarily overseeing these matters. In the days to come, rumors about the Xingshan phone began to circulate online, and some fans inadvertently leaked details about its configuration. My family member works at Xingshan. According to inside information, the Xingshan phone has passed the 3C certification and is about to go on sale. The chip is also self-developed. I heard the Xingshan phone has amazing battery life. 2 hours of charging can last 24 hours on standby. I have reliable news. The Xingshan phone specs have been revealed. The base model has 8 gigabytes of storage, a 4-megapixel camera, and dual SIM dual standby support. These messages leaked by Hao Tian from various electronics product forums immediately attracted widespread attention. The controversial statements that had stirred Sony Ericsson in the first half of the year had made people believe that Jiang Chen had entered the mobile phone industry. Unexpectedly, only half a year had passed, and the Jiang Chen phone product had already emerged. Many relevant industry professionals and independent electronics enthusiasts immediately went to the certification committee and quality certification websites to verify. Indeed, they found the certification number for the Jiang Chen phone. After the news was confirmed, many consumers expressed their anticipation. After all, Jiang Chen's previous product, the sweeping robot, was still fresh in memory. Moreover, netizens had earlier revealed that Jiang Chen held many self-developed patents, leaving an impression of a capable tech company. For a time, numerous media outlets called Jiang Chen to verify the news and ask about the specific time and available spots for the launch event. Wang Jie personally took charge of the customer service department under administrative management and responded to all inquiries, confirming that Jiang Chen was indeed preparing for the launch event and would invite these media friends one by one. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen immediately decided to set the launch event date for October 7th and promptly sent out invitations to major media outlets and newspapers. At the same time, Jiang Chen's official website would open a lucky draw page. Winning viewers could also receive an invitation to attend in person with round-trip expenses covered by Jiang Chen. The news of the Jiang Chen phone not only attracted expectant eyes, but also drew malice. Sony Ericsson, which had clashed with Jiang Chen in the first half of the year, was one of them. Initially, when Sony Ericsson learned of the news, they paid no attention, thinking it was just another marketing event. However, when Jiang Chen released the invitations, they realized it was real. They immediately held an internal meeting, all unable to believe at first that Jiang Chen was actually about to launch a phone. After all, it had only been half a year. Who could release a phone so quickly, covering design, supply chain, and production? Especially since Sony Ericsson, through their parent company's connections, consulted several chip companies in the United States, as well as Samsung, and learned that none of them had received any relevant orders from Jiang Chen. This further convinced them that Jiang Chen's phone could not be coming out so soon. After all, the major chip exporters were only these few. So where did Jiang Chen's self-developed chip come from? Could it be another repeat of the Hanshin incident? Buying chips from outside, and then rebranding them. Sony Ericsson felt they had seized this critical clue and immediately mobilized their PR department to start stirring up doubts across the internet about the Jiang Chen phone's chip issue. According to reliable sources, several major chip suppliers in the United States and South Korea have not received any chip orders from Jiang Chen. It is reasonable to suspect that Jiang Chen's chips are likely purchased externally and rebranded. The so-called self-development is a complete fraud. In an instant, various defamatory rumors spread like wildfire, and even Jiang Chen's supporters began to hesitate upon seeing this situation. Seeing so many confident rumors online, everyone secretly pondered in their hearts, could this really be another repeat of the Hanshin incident? The next day, Hong Fu was suddenly thrust onto the headlines of major web portals, drawing widespread attention. An article titled, "Unmasking the Management of Jiang Chen," went viral across the internet. The content alleged that Hong Fu had held senior positions in top-tier companies in the Zhou Kingdom, boasting a glamorous overseas educational background. After graduation, he chose to develop his career abroad, opting not to return to his homeland, and even fabricated that Hong Fu had acquired foreign citizenship. The author embellished this section heavily, depicting Hong Fu as a man who had abandoned his nationality and succumbed to moral decay. The article then stated that he joined Jiang Chen just a few months ago and was directly parachuted into the CEO position. The article further asserted that based on this situation, Jiang Chen's technological achievements could not possibly be the result of independent research and development. They were likely externally purchased and rebranded. Moreover, the author speculated that the Hanshin robot launched by Jiang Chen's predecessor Lifeng Company was probably the same. The article claimed that Jiang Chen's headquarters were located in Tongqing, a city where no tech company had ever made a mark, yet within less than a year Jiang Chen had rolled out products that were well received by the market. There must be something suspicious about this. The author argued that such behavior was a blatant fraud against consumers and called for severe penalties against the enterprise. The entire article lacked any direct evidence, relying solely on speculation. However, the writer skillfully manipulated the language, making the text highly inflammatory. The moment the incident occurred, Hao Yan reported it to Jiang Chen, who was equally surprised. He knew well that the business world was a battlefield, but he hadn't expected the other side to strike so swiftly with such a targeted strategy, seemingly intent on driving Jiang Chen into a corner. Jiang Chen immediately read the article and scrolled down to the comments section. Supporting teacher Lu, facing the ravaged state of the industry, domestic high-tech enterprises are struggling to survive. More and more of these fraudulent companies are appearing. Truly a tragedy. Teacher Liu has always been a role model in my heart, dedicated to the nation and its people. Speaking out for justice this time is truly admirable. Xingqian's actions are deeply disappointing. Jiang Chen immediately looked at the media outlet that published the article, a southern newspaper, and then at the author's name Liu. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He promptly asked Hao Yan, haven't I seen this name in one of your reports before? Hao Yan, upon receiving Jiang Chen's inquiry, responded without a second's hesitation, recounting the man's biography. Liu, male, 45 years old, from the north. He studied abroad in Japan during his graduate years, then returned to China to serve as a professor at Zhongling University. He also writes for a column and enjoys commenting on current events. He was one of the individuals on the list of publicly funded intellectuals supported by the Jiapingji that you had me investigate. Jiang Chen nodded upon hearing Haoshan's answer, showing that he understood. Just as he suspected. Now in the Chinese internet sphere, the era of public intellectuals was in full swing, and he happened to run into one. Many young people, when first exposed to the internet, would find that these figures had largely vanished from the online landscape. As the Xia kingdom grew stronger and foreign powers began to openly confront it, imposing sanctions and engaging in petty tricks, the new generation of youth completely saw through the rhetoric promoted by these public intellectuals. The internet no longer provided a space for such people. Numerous public intellectual big shots who had been idolized for over a decade were exposed and attacked until they withdrew from the online world. The remaining small fry buried their heads like ostriches. However, in the early decade of the Chinese internet's development, these public intellectuals who had monopolized the discourse offline became active online. A southern newspaper's list of 50 public intellectuals influencing the Xia kingdom further amplified their influence across the nation. Their most prominent stance was that the moon is rounder abroad, endlessly praising the lighthouse and advocating that the Xia kingdom should completely adopt Western systems. Among the most notorious was a certain public intellectual named Ai Dajin, whose absurd claims were countless on the internet. He extolled the quality and high standards of the Jiapingji people, claiming that Japan's system, culture, music, and art were world-class and superior to China's. He even openly admitted to visiting the Yasukuni shrine, boasting about it. Given the deep historical enmity between the two countries, he later switched to praising India, claiming that the Sangu people were peaceful, the cities where orderly crime rates were low, and despite the large slums there were no thieves. Eventually, he dropped all pretense and began openly praising his dear Zhou kingdom, using every opportunity to flatter it, even claiming that Jewish capital controlled the world. In truth, these public intellectuals were not just spiritual foreigners, they secretly received foreign funding. The most absurd case involved the Jiapingji, who in later years exposed a list from the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs documenting the individuals and groups they had recruited. These were the so-called Japan-friendly intellectuals, covering a wide range of well-known cultural figures, including journalists, scholars, professors, and writers. At the time, netizens mocked them as rarities officially certified by the Imperial Army. Netizens who saw this burst into laughter. It was precisely this incident that inspired Jiang Chen. When Suai launched a fierce attack followed by a wave of public intellectuals jumping on the bandwagon to stir up public sentiment, Jiang Chen had Hao Yan go to the Japanese government agencies to find such a list. Given Haoshan's current abilities, such a task was a breeze. He indeed obtained the list and handed it to Jiang Chen. After reviewing it, Jiang Chen didn't pay it much mind, intending to use it later for a big event to entertain the netizens. He never expected that less than half a year later, just as Xingqian was about to launch its mobile phone, Suai would strike. With the spiritual big daddy of the Jiapingji sounding the charge, the many public intellectuals who had been kept in captivity began their written attacks on Xingqian. Judging by the momentum, their goal was to completely discredit Xingqian and its related personnel. This was the perennial tactic of the so-called intellectuals. If they couldn't defeat you with force, they would write you into infamy, making sure your name stinks for 10,000 years. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up, and unsurprisingly, it was Hong Fu. "Hello, President Jiang, have you seen the article online?" Hong Fu's voice came through urgently. They were using him as a breakthrough point, and he was extremely anxious. "President Hong, don't worry. I've already seen it." Jiang Chen's words of reassurance had no effect. "President Jiang, they're targeting me, using my past foreign experience to smear us. What should we do?" Having never served as the public face of a company, Hong Fu was panicking at his first encounter with such a situation, unsure how to respond. Jiang Chen spoke unhurriedly. "President Hong, just focus on preparing the press conference. I have dirt on this southern newspaper and the writer Professor Liu. Don't worry, I'm planning something big to set the stage for your launch." With Jiang Chen's revelation of the blackmail material and his confident tone, Hong Fu's frantic voice gradually calmed, and he regained his composure. "That's right. Many of the claims in the article were fabricated and slanderous. As long as they clarified the truth, the accusations against him would vanish. Then Hong Fu, deeply apologetic, offered his apologies to Jiang Chen and proceeded to prepare for the press conference with peace of mind. For 2 whole days, Jiang Chen paid no heed to the online uproar. Under his direction, the Star Corporation refrained from issuing any statement to clarify the situation. He intended to let the public sentiment surge even more fiercely. The current batch of pundits stepping forward was insufficient. He wanted more clowns to emerge so he could sweep them all away in one fell swoop. When the storm of public opinion against Star reached its peak, he would produce the evidence to deliver a decisive blow, simultaneously revealing Hong Fu's nationality and Star's patents. This would trigger a far greater reversal and capture enough attention. This would instill a sense of guilt in those involved in the incident toward Star, setting the perfect stage for the upcoming Star mobile phone launch. During these 2 days, the internet awaited in vain a clarifying statement from Star or its affiliates. The netizens who initially supported Star began to feel disheartened and gradually retreated. Seeing Stars in action, the pundits and influencers were overjoyed. They never expected such a stroke of luck. Perhaps the claims in that article were true after all. Since Star dared not come forward to clarify, even now it seemed Professor Liu's accusations had hit the mark. Those who had spotted flaws in the article now joined this righteous crusade. Increasingly harsh, vile, and baseless charges were forcibly pinned on Star and Hong Fu. Even Mayor Gu of Tongqing City grew restless. Star was the flagship enterprise he had personally designated during his tenure and the core of the new industrial park. If Star suffered any mishap, the entire industrial park would be stillborn. The new industrial park, now colloquially known as the Star Industrial Park, reflected Star's status in Tongqing. Many new factories within it were part of the supporting industrial chain attracted by Star. Some of these factories produced components under Star's authorization, while others were supporting enterprises lured in through joint guarantees by the Tongqing city government and Star during the construction of Star's mobile phone supply chain. Tongqing had fully treated Star as the city's core, integrating it into the government's grand planning. Mayor Gu naturally dismissed the online rumors. He was well aware of Star's technological prowess. Over the past year, Jiang Chen's registered patents were evident, especially those related to mobile phones, batteries, displays, and even the phone's operating system. Upon learning from patent director Zhao Changjin the significance of the mobile operating system, Mayor Gu couldn't help but marvel that heaven had favored Tongqing, allowing a golden phoenix to rise from this mountain backwater. For one, the on-chain robots produced under license by Star had already made the brand the city's calling card. The output from these enterprises alone had accounted for most of Tongqing's GDP this year, not to mention the substantial tax revenue, enabling Gu Xifeng to confidently pursue various infrastructure projects. Even the long-cherished port had received provincial approval, upgrading from a 200-ton berth on the Yangtze River to a 500-ton one. This was the maximum tonnage limit for the Yangtze waterway upstream of Nanjing. Seeing the online turmoil escalate, Mayor Gu directly contacted Jiang Chen to ascertain the situation. "Hello, Mayor Gu, what brings you to grace me with your presence?" Jiang Chen's cheerful voice came through the phone, calming Gu Xifeng's nerves. Judging by his tone, Jiang Chen seemed confident in handling the incident. "Young friend Jiang, I'm just concerned about the negative news surrounding Star. Star is Tongqing's golden treasure. We can't afford any mishaps." After calming down, Gu Xifeng probed Jiang Chen's stance. "Thank you for your concern. But rest assured, focus on building our Tongqing and benefiting the townsfolk. These online rumors won't stir up any real trouble. Tomorrow, I'll expose the true faces of these treacherous ingrates to everyone. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Sensing the mayor's underlying worry, Jiang Chen offered him reassurance. The term ingrates gave Gu Xifeng a clear hint upon reflection. "As long as you're confident, I'll wait and watch the spectacle tomorrow." After hanging up, Jiang Chen calculated silently one more day, and the timing would be ripe to close the net. The next day, he sent the list to Hong Fu, instructing him to launch a counterattack according to plan. Hong Fu was stunned when he received the list. He hadn't expected his boss to obtain such a classified roster. He immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, you're not a hacker, are you? How did you get a list of this caliber? Is it even legal?" Jiang Chen had to borrow a forum ID from Haoyan. "Mr. Hong, you know I love delving into technology. I once published a paper on artificial intelligence and met a good friend on a senior forum. He goes by Kaiming-Sing. Kaiming-Sing is an IT expert and a hacker. He gave me this list after seeing the online turmoil." This excuse successfully satisfied Hong Fu. Haoyan had many aliases, and Kaiming-Sing was a star figure on the senior forum. No one could trace his address, and his skills were formidable. He was also very helpful. Generally, no technical problem was beyond his ability. Hong Fu, having frequented forums, knew of this luminary. Li Yuan had once tried to recruit him, but was politely declined. Haoyan later mentioned this to Jiang Chen with evident delight, to the point where he now teased Li Yuan on Star's internal network while speaking for Jiang Chen. Hong Fu stopped questioning the list's origin and immediately followed Jiang Chen's plan, compiling Star's patent numbers and the list into documents. He also prepared his own passport along with those of his wife and children ID cards and other relevant files. These were published on Star's official website alongside a statement drafted by Haoyan. Meanwhile, Old Su, who had been promoted from legal advisor to head of Star's legal department, initiated lawsuits against all accounts that had defamed Star. As soon as Star's announcement was released, Haoyan activated his army of bots, launching a counteroffensive across all forums to ensure the statement reached everyone. Netizens immediately caught wind of Star's clarification. Supporters of Star began cheering, declaring they had not been wrong about the company. But the pundits and influencers who had been charging alongside Suai over the past few days were left dumbfounded. The opening of the announcement displayed the nationality of CEO Hong Fu and his family. All three of them were genuine citizens of Xia country and had never acquired any foreign nationality. It is well known that Xia country does not recognize dual nationality. Therefore, once an individual publishes such a declaration, if it is revealed overseas that they have held another nationality, they will have their Xia country citizenship revoked. Such a forceful assertion sent a shockwave through those who read it. This was merely the first part of the announcement, yet this solemn declaration had already fundamentally refuted the logical premise of Professor Liu's article. The subsequent section of the announcement revealed the ownership structure of Star. Although Star had not gone public like other large enterprises, this did not compromise their transparency. As the owner of the company, Jiang Chen did not wish to be exposed to the public at this moment. He preferred to quietly support the company's operations from behind the scenes. Therefore, in the ownership column, his name was not mentioned. Instead, it was replaced by a mysterious question mark. However, a local government agency stepped forward to testify. The Tongqing Municipal Market Supervision Administration confirmed that the helm of Star was a citizen of Xia country and that the boss was a fellow townsman of Tongqing. Thus, the question mark ceased to be so mysterious. This news dealt a heavy blow to the media outlets that had been questioning Star's corporate identity. Next, the announcement disclosed a portion of the patents held by Star, including the sensor patents for the on-scene robot, multiple patents for mobile phone batteries, and numerous patents for display technology. These patents were all independently developed by Star, completely refuting the rumors. They proved that Star's products were entirely free of foreign technology, and that no practices such as external procurement or OEM labeling had been adopted. The most brilliant part was that the announcement also revealed some technology related to Star's mobile phone chips. This portion of openly disclosed technology fully demonstrated that Star possessed the capability to design and produce chips. Before the announcement was released, Hong Fu had already contacted the TSMC company in Wanwan District, hoping they would confirm in the announcement that they were a partner for Star's chips. General Manager Zhang of TSMC readily agreed, recognizing that appearing in such a high-profile news story alongside Star's name was an opportunity to expand their influence. Thus, the true origin of Star's chips also received powerful verification. As soon as this announcement was released, the online trolls who had been vociferously attacking Star collapsed in an instant. Next, Star released a second batch of announcements directly confronting the well-known public intellectuals and influential figures on the internet, sending them innovative legal letters. This marked a new chapter in the prosperity of the internet industry in Xia country after the deep freeze of the internet era. This lawsuit was the first legal response against those spreading rumors online. Since the domestic internet's vigorous development, it had not only brought technological progress, but also the malice of human nature. Most netizens behaved submissively offline, but aggressively online, challenging others to find them through the internet. The industry had long followed an unwritten rule that spreading rumors online carried no consequences, since the cost of tracing someone's real identity was prohibitively high. Among the most notorious bases were Tiger's Tieba and Haijiao Forum. How famous were they? The slogan from the past, "When the D-bar marches, not a blade of grass grows," was still fresh in memory. Jiang Chen recalled that he had once been one of those veteran netizens engaging in a heated argument with another user for an entire night spanning over 100 floors. The online defamation of Star demonstrated the terrifying power of the internet in amplifying rumors. Therefore, Star's decision to sue those spreading rumors online set a precedent. This was also Jiang Chen's contribution to the internet as he sought to accelerate the standardization of the online space. Soon, the individuals closest to Tongqing received the legal letters, and several of them quickly posted the letters online. When they saw the contents of the letters, their emotions were highly complex. They immediately published articles vehemently arguing that this was a restriction on freedom of speech and an infringement on their rights. At the same time, they felt anxious, fearing they might face legal sanctions. Therefore, after posting the legal letters online, they tried to justify their actions with forceful words in the text, hoping to secure a favorable outcome by stubbornly maintaining their stance and rhetoric. Then they discovered that Star's official account had commented under their article stating that Xia country does have freedom of speech, but freedom of speech is not an excuse to spread rumors. Star would not settle. At this point, fear and unease began to grip them as they worried that their actions might be condemned by the public and lead to legal consequences. Their original plan was to use the guise of free speech to force Star into compromise, allowing them to continue their operations. If they kept a low profile for a while and pretended not to respond, the internet users would forget their actions. As long as they could uphold the banner of free speech, they could regain ground in the next move against Star. However, Star's tough stance on their actions began to intimidate them because they had not anticipated such resoluteness from Star. They started reassessing their subsequent actions, considering whether they needed to apologize and accept legal punishment. However, Star's third announcement shattered their illusions completely. In the third batch of announcements, Star clearly stated that the famous technical guru of a well-known forum, Kaiming was a close friend. Kaiming had once hacked into the government of the Chick-Kicking Island country and obtained a list. The beginning of this list described how the foreign ministry of the Chick-Kicking Island country had planned to bribe some individuals and institutions to promote the country's interests within Xia country. The list detailed all the bribed individuals and organizations along with the amounts and receipts of the transfers. After witnessing the online turmoil, Kaiming contacted his friend and handed over the list. Now that Star had published this list, everyone who saw it instantly understood the truth. Among those who had targeted Star, many well-known public intellectuals and influential figures appeared on the list. Seeing this transaction exposed to the public, these infamous figures began to regret their actions. However, some remained stubborn and refused to admit defeat. The foremost among them was Professor Liu, who immediately published an article in response. Professor Liu claimed that Star's third announcement was a complete defamation and an affront to his dignity. He vowed to respond with legal measures. Some quick-witted netizens began commenting under the article, noting that Professor Liu's criticisms of Star were also defamation. Professor Liu never expected the boomerang to strike back at him. With the release of Jiang Chen's third announcement, a certain organization soon made an inquiry call. Upon learning the news, they immediately utilized the channel of Gu Sifang, the mayor of Tongqing City, to discover that the mastermind behind Jiang Chen was Jiang Chen, and they acquired Jiang Chen's contact information. They contacted Jiang Chen, explaining the situation in a very serious tone, hoping that he would verify the authenticity of the list. Jiang Chen was initially surprised when he received the call from this organization, never expecting that he could assist the head of state in such a matter. He immediately stated over the phone that he could guarantee the list's authenticity, explaining that it was a document obtained by his friend Qi Mingxing through hacking methods. Jiang Chen also stated that he would deliver the original file photos, receipt pictures, and transfer records to Mayor Gu so that they could obtain them from him. The organization on the other end, hearing Jiang Chen's emphatic words and his possession of such substantial evidence, believed there was little chance of falsehood. Moreover, with the transfer accounts, they could query these individuals' accounts through the banking system and were confident of uncovering clues. Not only did official institutions begin to take note of this storm, but even netizens who typically only care about entertainment gossip showed unprecedented attention. They had been deceived, and by those self-proclaimed public intellectuals who in reality were puppets fed by the country of foot and chicken. Netizens' emotions were simple and straightforward. They saw themselves as embodiments of justice, using what they believed to be righteous methods to combat the forces of evil. Thus, when Jiang Chen finally stepped forward, clarifying all the rumors one by one, and exposing the true faces of those footband chicken-nurtured public intellectuals and influencers, the truth, like the morning light, dispelled the darkness. The intensity of the righteous crusade directly intensified the reversal of emotions after being deceived, especially after these public intellectuals and influencers were exposed for secretly accepting bribes from footband chicken. Compounded by national grievances and historical hatred, the anger almost turned into a tangible flame, scorching the hearts of every righteous netizen. "You treacherous scum! I truly misjudged you. You will receive the punishment you deserve." A netizen who once firmly believed in these individuals angrily left a comment under their posts. "Scum! How dare you still hold a professorship at a higher education institution? You are essentially leading students astray." Another netizen left such a comment under the culprit Professor Liu's post and directly began to call on the leaders of Zhongling University on social media to impose strict punishment on him. These were still relatively restrained comments. The majority directly attacked their families in an unsightly manner. Many public intellectuals and influencers gradually could not withstand such cyber violence. After experiencing the same ordeal as their former victims, they began to delete their posts one after another. Losing an outlet for their anger, netizens became even more irritable, venting their emotions across various forums. The entire internet descended into frenzy, brimming with attacks against traitors. These public intellectuals and influencers actually accepted bribes from Footpan Chicken. Everyone must not forget that Suoi and other Footpan Chicken enterprises were the ones who first began questioning Jiang. After the posts were deleted, losing their outlet, some quick-witted netizens immediately thought of Suoi and began to turn their spearheads toward these enterprises. Rage and wisdom converged into an unstoppable force. In a short time, Suoi's official website became the gathering point of cyber power. How strong was this force? Suoi's official website crashed directly. It simply returned to 404. Gradually, the entire Xia kingdom began to be filled with popular sentiment of hatred toward Footpan Chicken. The historical grievances and national hatred between the two countries were an unbreakable knot. After entering the new century, Footpan Chicken had directly leaned toward the west, starting to contain Xia kingdom in multiple areas. Footpan Chicken not only showed no remorse for its past crimes, but also attempted to erase this history by revising textbooks. All these factors compounded were ignited by the event of the traitor list. The public spontaneously began a wave of boycotting products of Footpan Chicken enterprises. For a time, all companies related to Footpan Chicken responded with silence. The next day, during the routine official press conference, the head of state also confirmed the list and delivered severe criticism toward Footpan Chicken in his speech. In response, the Footpan Chicken Ministry of Foreign Affairs stubbornly denied it, claiming that the list was fabricated and that they had always respected Xia Kingdom and operated and interacted in full compliance. They held their ground, and all enterprises chose to play dead and remain unresponsive. They believed that this boycott would be temporary, just like before. After all, the internet has no memory. Once the head of state confirmed the list, these public intellectuals were completely discredited and ruined. With the official stance set, many relevant institutions and organizations also began their actions. The first to act was Zhongling University, which issued a public announcement and conducted an internal investigation into Professor Liu. They discovered that Professor Liu had been severely negligent in his duties, exploited students for unpaid labor, and threatened students with graduation. They immediately terminated his employment. Others were also dismissed one after another. Their reputations were completely ruined, forever branded with the label of traitor, leaving a notorious legacy. Just then, Jiang released another announcement declaring that the phone launch event would proceed as scheduled. It released the list of winners from the official website lottery and instructed these winners to contact Jiang's customer service as soon as possible to provide their addresses, enabling Jiang to arrange accommodation, venue, and expense reimbursement. At this moment, all netizens realized that this entire storm originated from Jiang's plan to launch a phone. All the chain events stemmed from this, and now the launch event was imminent. Jiang's decision to release the winner list at this time and announce that the event would proceed as scheduled was also prompted by a hint from Gu Sifang. Having witnessed the surging public boycott sentiment, the head of state was slightly troubled. Currently, Xia Kingdom was in a period of rapid development, and it was not advisable to conduct boycott activities at this time. This would affect economic development, so they hinted through Gu Sifang for Jiang Chen to calm the online sentiment. After the previous contact with Jiang Chen, the head of state had analyzed Jiang Chen's actions. He was a well-planned good child, and this matter should be left for Jiang Chen to handle. Thus, after receiving Mayor Gus' hint, Jiang Chen naturally returned to the plan itself. The attention on the internet shifted toward the Jiang phone. Everyone was anticipating the birth of this device. Jiang's official website released a slogan, "The arrival of a new era." This greatly raised everyone's expectations. Jiang Chen, I must thank you for your help this time. I've just been notified that the higher-ups are very satisfied with the outcome and conclusion of this event. They specifically instructed me to properly protect outstanding enterprises like Star Innovation that are rooted in RD and lead the people to prosperity. It seems you've caught the eye of the higher authorities. I must offer you my heartfelt congratulations. Mayor Gus' cheerful voice came through, apparently delighted by his own commendation. Mayor Gu, you're too kind. Star could never have achieved its current development without your staunch support. Without you, there would be no Star today. In 2 months, when I return home for the holidays, I must pay you a proper visit. You must not refuse. Jiang Chen promptly seized the opportunity to strengthen their rapport. It's your own diligence. Star has not only provided thousands of jobs for Copper City, but also attracted numerous enterprises, generating substantial tax revenue for the city. You deserve all of this. A visit is unnecessary. Now both Star and Copper City are in a high-speed growth phase. I must avoid any appearance of impropriety, leaving no opening for others to sabotage this excellent situation. Mayor Gu declined Jiang Chen's visit. At present, the mayoralty of Copper City was a coveted position with a bright and foreseeable future. He could not let trivial matters allow others to snatch the fruits of success. Then at the end of the year, on behalf of Star, I sincerely invite you to visit our company for an inspection. This time, you must not refuse. Jiang Chen, understanding Gu Sifang's intent, quickly devised a compromise. Hearing Jiang Chen's earnest invitation, Gu Sifang found it hard to decline again and nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. The public opinion storm had ended. Initially, he hadn't anticipated such a massive uproar, even drawing the attention of the higher authorities who had defined the nature of the incident at a press conference. Fortunately, the outcome was quite favorable within his expectations. Star had withstood the suppression of established mobile phone manufacturers, and through this turmoil, turned the tide against them. Now those competitors were too preoccupied to target Star, and the company had already established its first impression in consumers' minds. The image of Star as a high-tech company with formidable technological strength and unfathomable R&D capabilities had been firmly solidified. As long as Hong Fu performed normally at the upcoming product launch, Star's positioning in the mobile phone market would be cemented. However, this incident also gave Jiang Chen a clearer understanding of commercial warfare. As soon as Star hinted at entering the mobile phone industry, it immediately faced fierce attacks from fellow merchants who even resorted to rumors to defame Star's reputation. Had Jiang Chen not prepared a trump card half a year ago, the counterattack would have merely clarified the rumors. The effect would certainly not have been as optimal as the current situation. Recalling the strategies of major mobile phone manufacturers at post-era product launches, Jiang Chen gradually understood the motivations behind such actions. Truly, wealth stirs the heart. Once one steps into another's domain and seeks a share of the profits, hostility becomes inevitable. Chrysanthemum Factory also relied on formidable R&D capabilities to carve a bloody path in the mobile phone industry, but its reputation suffered mixed reviews due to competitors' targeting. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remark that his timing was indeed fortunate. Smartphones had yet to emerge, and Star could establish its position by ushering in a new era. Even Apple at the start of the mobile phone industry faced constant setbacks, but under the genius leadership of Jobs, it inaugurated the era of smartphones. Even after Jobs passed away from illness and Cook took over, Apple never made any major innovations thereafter. Yet thanks to its pioneering role, it lived off its past glories for many years. Jiang Chen had also planned to share the pie. Star possessed all the core mobile phone technologies and had already begun laying out the semiconductor industry. Without exorbitant patent fees, Star's profit margins were far higher than those of other manufacturers. Capturing the majority of the high-end market would accumulate sufficient capital to launch subsequent plans. Star would not need to compete in the mid to low-end phone market. Instead, it could license technology to reliable allied partners. The commercial wars of future times were full-scale confrontations between two nations spanning technology and commerce. Star could not single-handedly oppose an entire country, especially one that had dominated the world unilaterally for over 2 decades since the 1990s. Star needed to adjust its strategy, leave room for domestic competitors, guide them to flourish, and then venture overseas together. In the future, Star would focus on building foundational industries and minimize its involvement in consumer terminal sectors. By doing so, everyone would drive out foreign capital, firmly occupy the Xia Kingdom market, then seize foreign markets, earn profits abroad, and retain those profits within the country. Before the product launch, Jiang Chen remotely convened a meeting of Star's management. As everyone knows, this launch is extremely important for our company. All departments except production must unite and collaborate. This time I have decided that after the launch concludes successfully, everyone will take leave. Employees will be arranged in groups for company-sponsored trips with family members allowed and all expenses covered by the company. At that moment, the department heads on the other side of the screen heard the news and broke into delighted smiles. Recently, the immense pressure from the online world had left the company's staff anxious. Now Jiang Chen announced a vacation after the launch, allowing everyone's tense nerves to relax. Moreover, company-funded trips were rare among domestic private enterprises at the time. Star's benefits had always far exceeded industry standards. When department heads relayed Jiang Chen's generous announcement, a huge cheer erupted from the entire building. Then everyone threw themselves energetically into the preparations for the launch event. The launch venue was set in Star's ground floor lobby. When Jiang Chen designed the entire campus, he had already planned the lobby as an exhibition hall, now slightly modified to accommodate over 1,000 people. In 2008, online live streaming had not yet risen, and consumers could not follow the launch details instantly. Jiang Chen was prepared. He assigned Hao Yin the task of using cameras to publish the on-site progress online in real time through images and text. As Hao Yin created the post titled Image and Text Live Broadcast of Star Mobile Phone Launch, other invitees also set up similar posts. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Netizens' ability to latch on to hot topics. However, as long as it expanded the influence of the launch, it didn't matter who did it. On the last day of the National Day holiday, under the brilliant sunshine of October 7th, The first floor of Xingchen Corporation's headquarters in Copper City was exceptionally lively today. Media friends from all corners of the country, invited guests, and numerous online electronics enthusiasts gathered together. The hall was bustling with a sea of people, all brimming with confidence and anticipation for today's grand event. Amid the fervent atmosphere, Wang Monli, as the host, led the staff in enthusiastically guiding the audience into the venue, creating a scene of chaotic yet vigorous excitement. Xu Fei, responsible for on-site security, headed a team of security personnel, meticulously maintaining order to ensure the smooth progress of the event. In a quiet corner of the Xingchen campus, Huang Tianda sat in the surveillance room, observing every image on the monitor screens. The spacious and brightly lit venue on the screens set his mind at ease, yet a trace of worry crept into his heart. After all, today there were many restricted areas within Xingchen that were off-limits to visitors, and he could not confirm whether any spies had infiltrated, which placed immense pressure and responsibility upon him. Having worked at Xingchen for so long, he had come to know some of its secrets. If commercial secrets were stolen during this event, it would cause enormous economic losses and incalculable consequences for Xingchen. Thus, he focused intently on the surveillance monitor, ensuring not a single detail was missed. On this crucial launch day, all of Xingchen's top executives were present in person. Sister Wang Xiaogu and the others were also bustling about energetically, making the scene extremely lively. Even Wang Yuyu, who had been on a business trip, rushed back to headquarters. This was Xingchen's first public display, and every employee hoped for a promising start. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the day, Hong Fu, was backstage taking deep breaths to compose himself and prepare for the upcoming presentation. He knew that his performance would determine the success or failure of the entire launch event, a heavy responsibility. In addition to Xingchen's internal staff, several partner companies had also been invited to the launch. Xingchen maintained close cooperative relationships with many domestic firms in the fields of battery and display technology, and these partners had all come to show their support. As a key partner, TSMC had also received an invitation from Xingchen, sending a delegation to participate. Everyone in the hall was filled with anticipation, eager to see what surprises Xingchen would bring today and what the new era would entail. As all the audience took their seats at Sister Wang's call, the supervisors and partners began to sit down in turn, and Xu Fei closed the first floor doors. Time was approaching. The glass on the first floor was gradually obscured by black curtains, and the entire launch venue slowly dimmed. Only the stage remained illuminated by spotlights, and the presentation screen gradually displayed a PPT video. The exquisite visuals instantly captured everyone's attention. Accompanied by melodious background music, a brief introduction to the Xingchen phone slowly emerged. After the video ended, the music shifted and the spotlight immediately coalesced into a beam shining from behind, revealing Hong Fu standing within the light. With his steady footsteps, the light slowly moved as he approached the front of the stage and raised the microphone in his hand. Applause of welcome erupted from the audience. This CEO of Xingchen had become familiar to everyone through recent events. Welcome to the launch event. Our Xingchen Corporation has always been dedicated to using technology to bring a better life to our customers. The Anshin robot was one example, and the Xingchen phone we are about to unveil is another. This is the founding philosophy of Xingchen, and all our employees will strive for this ideal. Hong Fu's declaration drew thunderous applause, a sign of the audience's agreement with this philosophy. After a brief pause, Hong Fu lowered the microphone, smiled slightly, and swept his gaze across the hall. Then, with a soft snap of his fingers, images slowly began to appear on the large screen behind him. He raised the microphone again and said, "I know everyone is curious about the specifications of the Xingchen phone. I won't waste your time. Please look at the screen." The audience's eyes were instantly drawn to the screen. Xingchen S1. Chip Xingchen X1 45 nanometers. System Xingchen Fuxi operating system. Screen 3. 5-inch touch display, 960,640 pixel resolution. Xingchen self-developed full-screen technology. Camera 4 megapixel, autofocus, LED flash. Power built-in rechargeable lithium battery. Jinwu No. 1 capacity 3000 mAh. Phone height 115 mm, width 60 mm, thickness 9 mm, a weight only 140 grams. The next image to appear alongside the spec sheet immediately captured everyone's attention. A 3D model of a phone with no buttons, only a display screen on the front, and 3 seemingly button-like marks at the bottom. The entire venue erupted into discussion. People began debating whether this was really a phone. The image resembled a handheld gaming device. Everyone started speculating the Xingchen S1 was entirely different from the phones they knew, completely eliminating buttons. How would consumers input? There were no other input devices visible. Would external peripherals be required? Hong Fu, watching the reactions from the stage, felt a measure of calm. Indeed, the Xingchen S1 had created a profound shock. This was the new era. He cleared his throat softly, and the venue gradually quieted down as everyone awaited his explanation. I know you're all puzzled. So now I will demonstrate the actual operation of the Jiang Chen S1. Hong Fu took an exquisite phone from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Immediately cameras focused on his hand, revealing the true appearance of the Jiang Chen S1 to everyone. Only then did the audience realize that the actual device was identical to the model on the screen. Hong Fu gently pressed the power button. After a brief startup animation, the Jiang Chen logo slowly appeared, then the entire screen lit up showing several icons in the center. Hong Fu's finger lightly tapped an icon on the screen, instantly opening the corresponding application. An expert in display technology in the audience exclaimed loudly, "It's a touchscreen. My God, Jiang Chen has used an entire touchscreen." With his words, everyone immediately grasped the genius of the idea. Touchscreens themselves were not surprising, but combining them with a phone, this was a first. Hong Fu, seeing the reaction, said, "That's right, it's a touchscreen." Our chairman's idea amazed even our RD team at the time. Next, he'll guide you through the experience of our self-developed Fushi operating system. Hong Fu's actions held everyone's gaze firmly. By now, everyone in the venue realized that this was the beginning of the new era that Jiang Chen had been promoting. If it were merely a touchscreen technology, it would certainly not be enough to usher in the era of intelligence. Subsequently, Hong Fu's live demonstration showcased to everyone in the venue the experience that a smartphone could bring, and the audience was captivated by such a device. The audience in the venue was utterly captivated by this phone. They gazed at Hong Fu's hands with radiant eyes, their hearts brimming with a desire to possess it. Suddenly, one young man spoke up loudly. "President Hong, what is the initial release price of the Star S1? When will it be available for sale?" His words resonated with many who chimed in. "Yes, President Hong, this phone is incredibly appealing. Tell us the price and time, and he'll place a pre-order right now." Hong Fu, interrupted by the clamor, did not take offense. Instead, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "I understand how you all feel. Now let me announce the price of the Star S1. With his second snap, the price chart appeared before everyone. 32 gigabytes at 5,499 yuan, 16 gigabytes at 4,499 yuan, and 8 gigabytes at 3,499 yuan. The initial release time was set for 10 p.m. on October 7th. Jiang Chen had finalized the release price and time. Meanwhile, not only did the crowd inside the venue become excited, but as the media and numerous self-media outlets continuously posted live text and image updates on various forums, the details of the Star phone began to spread across the internet. What kind of phone is this? Where are the buttons? This is the first time I've seen one like this. Is this what Star calls a smartphone? According to the OP, this is a full touchscreen phone that doesn't need buttons. You just tap on the screen with your finger. Breaking news. The Star S1's system is a brand new smart operating system, and its applications are diverse. President Hong's live demonstration offered a truly novel experience. After reading the live text and image updates, I feel the phone is amazing. I want one so badly. What's the price? Hey, raise the price list. Everyone take a look. It's within my budget. I'm going to pre-order one right now. The 32 gigabytes is a bit expensive. They'll go for the middle tier, even if it means eating plain food for the next month. I'm planning to order the 8 gigabytes version. I have just enough savings. With the price and release time confirmed, many in the venue were already tempted, ready to place orders immediately. However, Hong Fu's subsequent words set the venue ablaze. "I know many of you are very curious about the hands-on experience of the Star S1. Therefore, our chairman has set up an experience zone next to the venue, welcoming everyone to try it for themselves. We are deeply grateful for your long journey to attend the Star phone launch event. The launch event is now concluded successfully." With that, he bowed and exited the stage while the many media friends and electronics enthusiasts in the audience surged toward the phone experience zone. Even some of the business partners were also preparing to head to the experience zone for a thorough look. Hong Fu stepped off the backstage feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. With light steps, he returned to the venue. Having completed the speech for the launch event, he immediately called Jiang Chen. "President Jiang, I have successfully wrapped up the launch event." The on-site response was very positive. Many in the audience are eager to pre-order. I watched the entire proceedings. President Hong, rest assured you did an excellent job. Now just focus on the release process. Make sure to instruct Li Yuan to stabilize the official website server tonight. I expect a massive surge in traffic, so all necessary preparations must be made. Jiang Chen relayed all potential issues to Hong Fu, who nodded repeatedly, promising to personally oversee them. Afterwards, Hong Fu quickly returned to the venue to network with the many business partners. To the eyes of the audience, this phone launch event was merely about the exquisite appearance, novel ideas, and the hands-on experience. But in the eyes of many industry insiders, it was nothing short of a comprehensive tech showcase by Star Corporation. In particular, several partner companies had arrived early in Tongqing toward the new industrial park and even finalized some intent orders. Through these days of inspection, they all reached a conclusion: Star was deliberately cultivating a sound industrial chain centered around itself, not limited to the phone industry. Star seemed more inclined to be a builder of ecosystems aiming to control the underlying infrastructure. It was akin to a nation's highways, high-speed railways, water conservancy facilities, and communication infrastructure. All industries are built upon such foundations to thrive. Star aspired to play that role, and it possessed formidable technical capabilities. Many companies that had recently settled in the Star Industrial Park were saying that Star was willing to offer patent licenses at very low prices and provide technical support for difficult problems. This demonstrated the vastness of Star's ambition. Even just looking at Star itself, its 6 massive production workshops stood proudly within the company. Many firms accompanied by relevant department heads had already visited a portion of the public workshops. Numerous companies were eager to deepen their cooperative relationship with Star. Among them Chrysanthemum Factory and Green Factory, the 2 earliest domestic companies to enter the mobile phone industry, both extended olive branches to Hong Fu, hoping to achieve deeper cooperation. Chrysanthemum Factory was more inclined toward technical collaboration as they had considerable achievements in the field of communications, so they sought cross-licensing of patents with Star rather than mere technical licensing. Green Factory was more direct. They wanted to obtain technical authorization for the Star S1, even if it meant paying a substantial patent fee. President Chun of Green Factory, once a senior executive at the domestic electronics giant BBK, had a long-term vision and had already seen in 2006 that the domestic mobile phone market was dominated by international brands. Thus, he led Green Factory into the mobile phone industry with force. However, the domestic mobile phone industry at that time could only handle some parts processing, and almost no domestic companies produced the core components of phones. Green Factory's first phone had yet to debut. Having been invited to Star's phone launch, President Chun was pleasantly surprised to discover that phones could be made this way. Moreover, Star's technology was extremely robust. Even in chip design, Star could provide practical solutions. President Chen did not aspire to obtain chip authorization, but he could certainly try for the full touchscreen battery and other components, especially since Star had long opened up the licensing of these technologies. Not only domestic manufacturers were tempted, but many international brands were also stirred. The impact of the Star S1 was too overwhelming. It made everyone realize that phones could be made this way. The first to reach a cooperation agreement were the domestic television manufacturers. Major manufacturers flocked to Jiang Chen, showcasing their sincerity in hopes of securing an early partnership to gain access to advanced display technology. This year, a highly influential policy was introduced domestically: home appliances going to the countryside. To adapt to the new trend of consumer upgrading and enhance the quality of life for the people, the government formulated a consumption policy plan. Implemented in October this year, it aimed to expand the domestic market. According to this policy, non-urban registered residents could enjoy a 13% subsidy on the purchase price of 4 categories of products: color TVs, refrigerators, mobile phones, and washing machines. This policy had been piloted in Shandong, Hunan, Sichuan, Qingdao, and other places at the end of 2007, achieving remarkable results. This year it would be promoted nationwide. Therefore, domestic TV manufacturers were eager to cooperate with Jiang Chen to obtain advanced display technology, first, thus securing a sufficient market share in this consumption wave. Currently, the domestic TV industry, including international brands such as Sony, Ericsson, Panasonic, Samsung, LG, and Sharp, occupied a vast market share, leaving domestic brands struggling to survive in the cracks. However, Jiang Chen showcased highly advanced display technology on par with, and in some aspects even surpassing, top-tier foreign technology. Moreover, the pricing of Jiang Chen's custom displays was not exorbitant, nor did it come with overly stringent demands, making it an evidently better partner. Wang Yuyu was immediately surrounded by major domestic manufacturers eager to pre-order Jiang Chen's upcoming production capacity. Manager Wang quickly guided the partners to the conference room upstairs, signaling the sales department managers to follow. She hoped to finalize these cooperation orders today. Meanwhile, Hong Fu was surrounded by other cooperating company executives happily discussing future collaboration matters. After watching Hong Fu's performance at the launch event, Jiang Chen felt reassured. With the strong showing of the Jiang Chen S1 and its anticipated popularity, sales were surely no issue. That evening, after the business negotiations concluded, Hong Fu, Wang Manli, and Li Yuan gathered in the IT department, all focused on the upcoming online store sales. Having built up a considerable inventory in advance, Hong Fu adopted a measure of 500 units per day for this online sale. The clock on the wall ticked away and the lights of the Jiang Chen building shone brightly, with many employees on standby. When the clock struck 10, the sales interface on Jiang Chen's official website opened like a floodgate, and a torrent of pre-order data surged toward the servers like a fierce beast. Li Yuan's hands steadily controlled the mouse, his eyes fixed on the rapidly jumping numbers on the screen. They blazed like fire, reflecting the excitement on his face. Tension and anticipation intertwined in everyone's eyes. As the data galloped like a wild horse breaking free, the tranquility of the entire Xingchen building was shattered by hurried footsteps and the ringing of phones. Employees in all standby departments sprang into action as if electrified, quickly entering combat mode. The first batch of sales data came out within 10 minutes, and the results were outstanding. Transaction volume exceeded the 100 million yuan mark. Wang Monli clutched the sales report, still warm from the printer, her heart racing with excitement, nearly leaping out of her chest. She immediately stood up and announced the exhilarating news to her colleagues in the office in a voice that was almost trembling. Almost everyone rose simultaneously, releasing screams of surprise and joy. Hong Fu, however, leaned back in his chair with a relaxed air, arms crossed, and a smug smile on his lips. His first step had been firmly taken. Although everyone present had high hopes for the Xingchen S1, believing it would become a symbol of an era, a trace of unease lingered deep inside until the actual sales figures appeared. Now the astounding transaction volume confirmed all suspicions. The Xingchen S1 had truly succeeded. Afterward, as long as production and logistics kept pace with sales, the future of the Xingchen S1 would be boundless. Xingchen began to operate at full speed. Under the leadership of Zhao Aigua and Chen Jun, the production department launched into intense manufacturing. Hong Fu had stored some inventory, but based on one-day sales, the stock was being consumed rapidly and production had to run at full capacity. Soon the first batch of buyers near Tongcheng began receiving their coveted products. Zhang Mu was an enthusiastic tech aficionado and a content creator on station as technology product section. His videos meticulously reviewed mainstream mobile phones currently on the market, such as this year's Samsung SG 900, Nokia N96, and LG GD 880 Mini. Because his reviews were highly neutral and free from subjective bias, he garnered a large following, with fans trusting his conclusions about products. For the launch of the Xingchen S1, Zhang Mu had also received an invitation and had actually handled the device in the experience area after the event. However, in the comment section of his video, many people remained cautious about this phone. Zhang Mu completely understood this situation. Current phone prices generally range from a few hundred to 300 yuan, and the lowest price for the Xingchen S1 was 3499 yuan, indeed a significant sum. Subsequently, he stated in the comments that he would conduct a live unboxing as soon as he received the phone so viewers could get first-hand information through the live stream. That day, Jiang Mu rushed to the courier point to pick up the phone as soon as possible, then hurried home and opened a live stream on Station A. Fans who had received advance notice quickly gathered in the live stream room. While unboxing, he elaborated on his user experience, demonstrating various features of the Xingchen S1. Holding the Xingchen S1 in his hands, Jiang Mu meticulously observed every detail of the phone, as if opening a door to the world of technology for his audience. He caressed the smooth back cover, feeling the texture, and showed fans the phone's interface and shortcut functions. Jiang Mu took out the included earphones, plugged them into the headphone jack of the Xingchen S1, and introduced the phone's audio quality. He also compared the camera effects of the Xingchen S1 with other phones during the live stream, taking photos of the room and himself to give fans a more intuitive understanding of the phone's photography capabilities. Throughout the live stream, Jiang Mu patiently answered questions from fans, sharing what he loved about the Xingchen S1. He also demonstrated the phone's gaming performance, playing with fans during the live stream, showcasing the smooth operation and excellent graphics of the Xingchen S1. Through his demonstration, the real-world experience of the Xingchen S1 was clearly presented to everyone, and viewers in the live stream expressed their eagerness one after another. Jiang Mu's unboxing video attracted widespread attention online, with netizens enthusiastically sharing its appeal for the Xingchen S1 smartphone. Meanwhile, other lucky users who had secured the device began posting their own user experiences on social media. Their genuine recommendations and first-hand impressions ignited a burning desire to purchase in every viewer's heart. Sales of the phone surged like a tide, continuously reaching new heights. Yet beneath the jubilation, hidden issues gradually surfaced. Based on Xingchen Corporation's daily strategy of limiting sales to 500 units, the purchase restrictions became an invisible barrier for many eager buyers. Some shrewd scalpers keenly seized this opportunity. Like hungry wolves, they employed various high-tech methods to snatch up all 500 units the moment daily sales opened, reselling them at exorbitant prices far above the original cost. The top-tier configuration with 32 gigabytes of memory was even hyped to an astonishing price, tens of thousands of yuan. And despite such astronomical costs, demand remained insatiable, making the slogan "a device harder to get than a golden ticket" a reality. That day at Jianlin University, Lin Ziwang and his two roommates returned to their dorm after a full day of classes. Beneath the warm lamplight, Lin Ziwang lay on his bed, phone in hand, suddenly sighing to his roommates, I really wish I could have a Xingchen S1. After watching Zhang Mu's unboxing video, I'm completely captivated. That smooth operation, the unique design. It's so irresistible. I truly want to experience it myself, but I can't buy it. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen rose from the bedside, produced a Xingchen S1A, and handed it to Lin Ziwang, saying softly, "You want to try it? Then take a look at mine." The atmosphere in the room instantly became electric. The Xingchen S1 in Jiang Chen's hand like a treasure captivated everyone's gaze. This was the very object they had been yearning to purchase now appearing before them in person. Lin Ziwang eagerly took the phone and began operating it with cautious excitement. Sui Chen, standing nearby, curiously leaned in. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but asked Jiang Chen, "Where did you get this phone? I saw online that most people couldn't snag one. Almost all were scooped up by scalpers. You didn't buy it from them at a high price, did you?" Jiang Chen chuckled at the question and explained, "My hometown is Tong City, where Xingchen's factory is located. I have a relative working there, so I managed to get this S1 through that connection." As he spoke, Jiang Chen seemed to suddenly realize the severity of the issue. Frowning slightly, a hint of worry crept into his voice as he pressed further, "So right now people can't even buy the phone directly and have to go through scalpers?" Sui Chen nodded and elaborated, "You're always buried in books and studying, so it's understandable that you don't browse the internet. Yes, nobody can grab the phone from Xingchen's official website. The 5,000 units released each day vanish in an instant, almost all taken by scalpers. Some even joke that those who manage to buy from the official site are the chosen ones. Now if you want one, you basically have to pay a markup to scalpers." Through Sui Chen's explanation, Jiang Chen gained a clearer understanding of the current market situation, prompting deep reflection. This is indeed a major problem, he thought. Feigning a trip to the library, he left the dorm and immediately called out to Haoyin through his phone. "Haoyin, pull up the recent delivery addresses for the Xingchen S1. Jiang Chen waited for Haoyin's response, his fingers pressed tightly against the phone screen. Within moments, Jiang Chen received the data from Haoyin. Gripping his phone tightly, he stared intently at the information displayed. As Sui Chen had said, the delivery addresses were mostly concentrated in a few fixed locations. He furrowed his brow. He immediately recognized this as a serious issue. He then called Hong Fu. "President Hong, the sales of the Xingchen S1 are encountering a major problem. Didn't you notice during shipping that the delivery addresses are almost all concentrated in a few fixed locations?" Jiang Chen's voice carried a note of urgency. Hong Fu's voice came through the phone with a hint of ease. "President Jiang, we've noticed this, but it doesn't seem like a problem. As the sales party, as long as we sell the phones whether to scalpers or individual buyers, the difference is negligible. Moreover, from what I understand, many domestic companies even collaborate directly with scalpers. Since Xingchen hasn't yet established offline sales channels, having scalpers help us capture the market isn't a bad thing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's anxiety deepened and his tone grew heavier. "President Hong, this is a serious issue. It can easily be manipulated by others to fan public sentiment. It will make consumers mistakenly believe that we are colluding with scalpers to exploit them, severely damaging Xingchen's reputation. Issue a statement immediately. Xingchen will implement a one-per-person purchase restriction and remove the daily sales cap." Jiang Chen cut off Hong Fu's response, determined to act without further delay. His voice was resolute. After his explanation, Hong Fu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and acknowledged that Jiang Chen's words were not an exaggeration. "Understood, President Jiang. I will release the statement right away and make the necessary arrangements. This was my oversight, and I will conduct a thorough review." Hong Fu pledged to fully comply with Jiang Chen's demands. Jiang Chen offered a few words of reassurance to Hong Fu, understanding that as a newcomer to the role, such oversights were forgivable as long as timely corrections were made. Subsequently, Xingchen's announcement spread across all social media platforms, causing an immediate sensation. Netizens who saw the news celebrated enthusiastically, praising Xingchen's actions and expressing their approval and support for the decision. Many potential buyers of the Xingchen S1 harbored deep resentment towards scalpers, the repulsive feeling of being gouged by inflated prices filling their hearts. A small-scale rumor had even begun circulating, alleging that Xingchen was collaborating with scalpers to harvest the public. Now Xingchen directly struck at the scalpers, on one hand limiting purchases through ID verification, on the other removing the daily quantity cap, completely cutting off the scalpers' retreat. Countless potential consumers who had abandoned the Xingchen S1 due to scalper markups turned back. Scalpers suffered a heavy blow from Xingchen's measures. The next day, sales surged to a new record, selling 1,000 units in a single day, a record for domestic smartphone daily sales. The Xingchen phone began to be regarded as a status symbol. If you held a Xingchen S1 in public, you instantly became the most dazzling figure in the crowd. Mayor Gu of Tongqing City stood before the grand window of his office, gazing at the twinkling city lights in the nightscape. A surge of complex emotions swelled within him. To his relief, under the leadership of the Xingshan Industrial Park, the entire city had entered a phase of rapid development, leaving no worry about future growth. The soaring employment rate and substantial tax revenue convinced him that his earlier unwavering support had reaped rewards. The related industrial chains were maturing like a phoenix poised for flight. This year Tongqing began to drain the labor force from neighboring counties. People in the region no longer considered working far from home as their first choice, but could settle and thrive in their own homeland. Yet his brows unconsciously knitted together. Confronted with the outdated infrastructure issues raised by entrepreneurs, he understood clearly that the city's development still faced immense challenges. Urban construction needed renewal, transportation networks required expansion, and the water and power supply systems urgently demanded upgrading. Xingshan's growth was simply too fast for Tongqing to keep pace. Mayor Gu rallied his spirit and made a decisive resolution. Tongqing had already shown vigorous vitality, all because Xingshan was rooted here. He must launch various projects, spare no effort in providing services, and pave the way for Tongqing's future. Over the past month, Hong Fu had gradually settled into his position as CEO of Xingshan. Through continuous communication with Jiang Chen, he began to grasp his boss' ambitions. In particular, the sealed No. 1 workshop, he had entered at once after receiving Jiang Chen's authorization. The wafer fabrication equipment left him utterly stunned. He could hardly believe it belonged to Xingshan. Jiang Chen had already been laying out the semiconductor industry. This news shook Hong Fu to the core. Since joining the company, he had been primarily in charge of the mobile phone business and had gained a clear understanding of the paramount importance of chips. He now realized that the semiconductor industry was the trend of the future, yet no domestic company had ventured into it. At first, Hong Fu could not understand why Jiang Chen insisted on controlling these industrial chains himself. After all, they could simply purchase directly from foreign companies instead of investing massive human and material resources to build their own. But during a late-night, in-depth conversation, Jiang Chen articulately conveyed his view of the West. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the West, especially the current global hegemon, the U.S. and its allies, was essentially an Anglo-Saxonal bandit group. They would never allow any other power to rise and claim a large share of the globalization pie, just like Japan in the 1980s. After the world's second season, Japan was thoroughly emasculated by the U.S. However, to compete with the Soviet Union, the U.S. waged a war on the Korean peninsula against China. The result was that China single-handedly swept through the 17-nation coalition, striking the U.S., once so formidable in the second season, with such a blow that it never dared confront China directly again. This was truly China's founding war. Yet it was precisely because of this war that the U.S. poured an astronomical $14.8 billion into Japan, fueling its rapid rise and reindustrialization. Thereafter, Japan embarked on swift economic development, reaching its zenith in the 1980s. During that period, Japan's GDP approached that of the U.S., as some even boasted that it would buy the entire United States. Japan held an overwhelming advantage over the U.S. in almost every industry. But the U.S., together with its allies, launched fierce measures against Japan. The signing of the Plaza Accord directly plunged Japan into an economic bubble burst from which it never recovered. This blow cast Japan into a 3-decade-long economic slump, even distorting the values of the next generation. After listening to Jiang Chen's perspective, Hong Fu involuntarily recalled his own experiences studying and working in the West, the interpersonal dynamics, and the behavior of major capital. He began to understand that what Jiang Chen said might not be nonsense, but a genuine possibility. He realized that China's honeymoon with Western countries had been based on mutual complementarity, but he did not believe China would settle for low-end manufacturing, which was merely a way to earn blood and sweat money. He gradually understood that once China ventured into high-value-added industries at the upper reaches of the global supply chain, it would inevitably face sanctions and suppression from other countries, just like Japan before. With this realization, Hong Fu no longer clung to the earlier philosophy of better to buy than to build, better to lease than to buy, and became more skeptical of the feasibility of globalized free trade. Step by step, he came to comprehend Jiang Chen's various arrangements and resolved to implement this path wholeheartedly. Though young Jiang Chen possessed a long-term strategic vision that was truly admirable, many leaders of major domestic enterprises entirely lacked such awareness. Like the old man who once advocated for trade over technology and even became an idol to countless entrepreneurs. The external environment was not yet severe, but he realized the need to first solidify Xingshan's own foundation and prepare for the future. He personally steered the company's resource allocation, not only tilting toward the chip design department, but also establishing a chip equipment R&D department. Furthermore, he founded a chip subsidiary under the group and transferred both departments under it. After executing this move, Hong Fu began secretly recruiting professionals related to the chip industry through various channels. Considering long-term development, he also established cooperative projects with top-tier universities like the National Defense Seven Sons to cultivate more chip talent. He mused to himself, build high walls, stockpile ample grain, and delay proclaiming kingship. These 9 character guidelines were not only historical wisdom, but also his faith and plan for Xingchen's future. At the same time, following Jiang Chen's directives, he began gradually advancing Xingchen's corporate culture construction. Top-down, this philosophy should permeate every employee's heart. Only thus could internal solidarity be achieved, ensuring Xingchen's invincibility in future competition. A long journey can be ruined by a single ant hole. A solid fortress often crumbles from within. A company with deep roots and vast resources rarely disintegrates because of external competition. As he took action, these subtle influences slowly began to affect the employees. Especially in the technical departments, an atmosphere took root. Technology is the bedrock of Xingchen, and Xingchen is to create a new era and lead technological development. Generous salaries, respect for technical talent, and the dream environment for RD personnel all were realized at Xingchen. Everyone worked with intense dedication. Haoshan's daily reports confirmed this, and Jiang Chen was delighted to see such a corporate climate. With the company's internal ideology unified, Xingchen was invincible in the battles ahead. Next, he would assign 2 projects to let the technical team hone their skills. After a moment's pondering, Jiang Chen recalled that the first-generation Anshin robot had rather simple functions. It was decided. Let the company's RD personnel commence the development of the second-generation Anshin intelligent robot. After Jiang Chen conveyed his ideas through Hong Fu took them with utmost seriousness. He clearly understood that building a research and development team required a continuous supply of abundant resources and cultivation through numerous projects. The RD team was crucial to the company's future, demanding a long-term nurturing of talent. Now the boss had entrusted this heavy responsibility to Hong Fu, and he felt the weight of the duty on his shoulders. Jiang Chen could temporarily set aside company affairs and dedicate all his energy to the academic field. He distinctly remembered his promise to the university president to publish a paper in a core journal. Over the past month, besides busily preparing for the phone launch, he had been diligently studying knowledge related to the Riemann hypothesis. The Riemann hypothesis states that all non-trivial zeros of the Riemann zeta function lie on the line Rs12 in the complex plane. That is, the real parts of all solutions to zeta S0 are 12. Mathematicians refer to the line Rs12 in the complex plane as the critical line. Using this term, the Riemann hypothesis can also be expressed as all non-trivial zeros of the Riemann zeta function lie on the critical line. Within the real number domain, the Riemann hypothesis is expressed as follows: zeta s 2 gamma 1s, 2 pi s 1 sin pi s 2 zeta 1s. The Riemann zeta function converges only when the real part is greater than 1. While organizing the knowledge related to the Riemann hypothesis, Jiang Chen noticed a related conjecture, the generalized Riemann hypothesis. Proposed by Pilz in 1884, it is a conjecture concerning Dirichlet functions. The Dirichlet function is a function defined over real numbers with a discontinuous range. The generalized Riemann hypothesis states that the real parts of all non-trivial zeros of the function LSI are 12. When chi n1 for all, n, the generalized Riemann hypothesis reduces to the Riemann hypothesis. Following this clue, he keenly grasped the Landau-Siegel conjecture. This conjecture asserts that L functions have no exceptional zeros. Coincidentally, the generalized Riemann hypothesis is a sufficient condition for the Landau-Siegel conjecture. That is, the generalized Riemann hypothesis implies the Landau-Siegel conjecture, but not vice versa. When Jiang Chen reached this point in his organization, a sudden awareness surged in his mind. He began to consider if he could prove the Landau-Siegel conjecture wouldn't that indirectly prove the generalized Riemann hypothesis. Furthermore, by expanding the scope of restrictions, could he prove the Riemann hypothesis itself? This electrifying idea took root firmly in Jiang Chen's mind like a towering tree. After prolonged thought and decision, Jiang Chen resolutely chose this path. He trusted his intuition and abilities, determined to research and prove the Landau-Siegel conjecture. This would be the content of his first paper. The next day, Jiang Chen received a call from Teacher Liu asking him to come to the office. Upon stepping into Teacher Liu's office, Jiang Chen greeted him politely and then sat down on the sofa beside him as if returning home. "Teacher, is there something you wanted to see me about today?" Jiang Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his mind. Since the military training had ended, he had been quite free and no one at the school had disturbed him. Today's summons was somewhat unexpected. Liu Ping smiled and said, "Jiang Chen, I called you today to ask. It's been over 2 months since the semester started. How are you coming along with that paper? Have you chosen a research direction? Tell me about it." Since Jiang Chen had been quiet all this time, Lu Ping suspected he might be facing a bottleneck with the paper, so he summoned him to offer guidance. Jiang Chen explained patiently, "Teacher, I have already chosen a direction and am ready to proceed to the next step." "What direction? Tell me quickly," Lu Ping said, his interest piqued by his disciple's words. He needed to know Jiang Chen's research direction so he could assist his students' work. "I've been reading books on number theory, and I find the Landau-Siegel conjecture quite intriguing. So I plan to take it as my research direction." After hearing this, Lu Ping recalled the conjecture in his mind and looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion. Suddenly, he connected it to the generalized Riemann hypothesis. His disciple had always been bold. Could it be that his real goal was the Riemann hypothesis, with the Landau-Siegel conjecture serving as a stepping stone? Jiang Chen, an interest in number theory is indeed a good direction, but the Landau-Siegel conjecture. Could it be that your goal is the Riemann hypothesis? Lu Ping asked, making a guess. "Teacher, how did you know?" Jiang Chen was surprised that his teacher could guess his original aim. With a solemn expression, Lu Ping sighed inwardly. He knew Jiang Chen was a handful, but he hadn't expected his ambition to be so grand, directly targeting such a monumental goal. Professor Zhang, a Chinese-American mathematician, is also focused on this direction. He is a good friend of mine, so I have some understanding of this conjecture. Lu Ping explained briefly, then warned Jiang Chen earnestly. "Jiang Chen, I know you are a genius with a very solid mathematical foundation, but the Riemann hypothesis is extremely difficult. Many brilliant mathematicians in history have tried and given up. Some have even wasted years of their prime without any achievement, squandering the best years of a mathematician's career. You cannot take this problem as the research direction for your thesis. It is not something that can be solved overnight. You can gradually explore the related problems derived from it." Lu Ping's tone was heavy and his words reached Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen knew that Lu Ping cared for him, fearing he would waste too much time on the Riemann hypothesis and lose his interest in mathematics. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly and said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I understand. I want to attempt to prove the Riemann hypothesis in this paper. The Landau-Siegel conjecture is my target, and I already have some initial ideas." Hearing Jiang Chen's assurance, Lu Ping felt somewhat relieved. "That's good. Since you have some leads, I won't take up any more of your time. If you face any difficulties or urgent situations, feel free to tell me." After bidding farewell to Lu Ping, Jiang Chen picked up his belongings and headed toward the library. Entering the library, he immediately found several books on the Landau-Siegel conjecture in the mathematics section. This conjecture is about a special class of functions, conjectures under the theory of functions. It tests not only knowledge of number theory, but also another branch of mathematics, functional analysis. Jiang Chen had some exposure to this field. Jiang Chen focused his attention on the materials in his hands and soon became deeply engrossed in them. Time passed continuously as people came and went around him, yet none disturbed his studies. Occasionally, he would furrow his brow, swiftly jot down points of confusion, and then continue reading. After an unknown period, a sudden voice beside him roused him from his concentration. The interruption of his focused state left him slightly irritated. "Student, the library is about to close. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow." Jiang Chen looked up to see someone with an apologetic smile gesturing to him. Glancing around, and then through the window at the darkened sky, he realized it was already night. A pang of guilt struck him. He hadn't expected to be so immersed in his studies that he completely lost track of time. Indeed, when fully absorbed in learning, one becomes oblivious to the passage of time. He immediately stood up, packed his belongings, shouldered his backpack, thanked the librarian, and headed toward the dormitory. On the late autumn campus, a gentle breeze blew as few people walked alongside him. Strolling along, Jiang Chen reflected on the day's gains. A full day of dedicated study had proven remarkably fruitful, significantly deepening his understanding of functional analysis. Moreover, he had developed some personal insights regarding the Landau-Siegel conjecture. He realized that this conjecture, along with the Riemann hypothesis and the prime number theorem, were fundamentally identical, all aimed at uncovering the distribution pattern of prime numbers. Based on the requirements of proof in number theory, the approach should be to simplify complexity, continuously reducing intricate problems into simpler forms. Mathematics is the most elegant form of beauty in the world, akin to Euclid's method of proving the infinitude of primes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of passion for his research direction, finding the world of mathematics utterly fascinating. These were all conjectures posed from different perspectives on the same problem, interconnected with one another. He began to contemplate the proof tools that might be needed for various conjectures during his research, envisioning possible paths in his mind. Could the proof tools for different conjectures be borrowed from one another, or perhaps modified for use? He seemed to gradually clear the mist shrouding these difficult problems, his eyes lighting up as he glimpsed infinite possibilities. With this idea, Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement. He seized that spark of inspiration. Today's learning had been immensely valuable. Indeed, when tackling research problems, one must open one's mind, wholeheartedly dedicating oneself single-mindedly, without distraction. Back in the dormitory, Lin Ziwang and Sui Chen had already washed up and were lying in bed chatting idly. Seeing Jiang Chen return, Sui Chen asked curiously, "Shengu, why are you back so late tonight? Don't tell me you were on a date with some beauty. We were just talking and thought you might not come back tonight." Jiang Chen placed everything from his backpack on the table and replied, "No, I was reading in the library and lost track of time. The librarian reminded me, so I came back." With that, he opened his computer and continued where he had left off. Soon Han Chao, who had just finished washing up, opened the bathroom door, wiping his hair dry. He immediately spotted Jiang Chen sitting expressionlessly, fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. He said softly, "Shengu, you're back." But Jiang Chen was already completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, not hearing a word. Seeing his state, Han Chao felt a surge of intense curiosity. He tiptoed over to take a look, wanting to see what problem could so captivate Chun's attention. He saw the prominent title on the screen, "On the Proof of the Landau-Siegel Zeros Conjecture," followed by dense mathematical formulas and content. Han Chaos' eyes involuntarily lit up, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Shengu, are you going to prove the zeros conjecture? That's amazing." Hearing this, Lin Ziwang and Sui Chen, who were lying on their beds across the room, instantly jumped up and exclaimed in unison, "What? Chao, what did you say?" "Shengu is writing a paper proving the zeros conjecture." Their voices trembled with extreme astonishment as they shouted almost simultaneously. With a long-legged leap, the two scrambled down from their bunk beds like nimble monkeys, their gazes burning as they crowded around Jiang Chen like irresistible magnets drawn to iron. A complex wave of emotions surged within them. They even forgot to straighten their wrinkled pajamas. They only wanted to see for themselves to prove they weren't dreaming. Jiang Chen seemed to be awakened by the uproar. Still groggy, he gently rubbed his eyes and looked up, finding the sudden commotion both exasperating and amusing. He saw his three roommates surrounding him, their eyes shining with the same brilliance. Their intense gazes put a slight pressure on him. The pupils of both Lin and Su visibly dilated as they involuntarily widened their eyes as if trying to devour the striking title on the screen. "Shengu, have you finished the proof?" "Already writing the paper. We lived together day and night. When did you complete it?" Their voices trembled with a mixture of anticipation and shock. Both knew that Jiang Chen had already published a paper proving the Mersenne prime conjecture, and that he would surely achieve even greater success in the future. That was why the dean and professors had granted him permission to skip classes and study independently. But barely half of the first semester of freshman year had passed, and here he was tackling another world-class problem, already drafting a paper. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Chen helplessly explained, "No, I've only just chosen my direction. The paper is still far off. I'm just reviewing literature, looking for clues." His explanation slightly eased their astonishment, but they remained deeply impressed. Lin Ziwang and Sui Chen exchanged a complex look, recognizing their shared shock. For the first time, they felt that the person before them was not just a roommate, but a true mathematician living among them. Han Chao, observing the scene, spoke slowly with a tone full of trust. "Brother Lin, brother Su, there's really no need to make a big deal out of this. Since neither of you plans to pursue mathematics, it's normal that you don't fully understand such matters." He smiled slightly, raised his head proudly, and continued, "Chun's achievements over the past year have not only amazed those of us who witnessed them firsthand, but have also completely won over all mathematics enthusiasts. Nowadays there are no more jeers against Chungu on math forums, only cheers." His explanation was not forced, but carried a rhythm that made it easy to accept. As for whether Chungu can produce more results, there's never been any doubt, only debate about the timing. Hearing this, Lin and Su finally realized the true status of this handsome, easygoing, and habitually disciplined roommate in the world of mathematics. Then, under the witness of his roommates, Jiang Chen's daily life was gradually consumed by academic research, as if he had become a different person. For over 3 consecutive months, his life was almost entirely filled with a grueling study schedule, each day packed to the brim with no moment of leisure. If his roommates had ever experienced something like the AMC competition, they would surely understand Jiang Chen's current state. Once again plunging into a maniacal obsession, completely immersed in his own academic world, isolated from the outside. He started from fundamental mathematical tools, personally proving every formula and theorem to ensure no oversight. Within his mind, ideas were validated one after another, steadily advancing forward like a traveler seeking light in the darkness. During the day, he became a regular at the library. Whenever it opened, he was invariably the first to enter. After the library closed, his dormitory became his battlefield for burning the midnight oil, tirelessly embarking on one academic marathon after another. For the first time, his roommates clearly understood what a person engaged in academic research was like. This big shot beside them provided a living example. Even during the final exam week, when most students were cramming and anxiously reviewing, Jiang Chen maintained his usual routine, devoting himself to research. After tutoring his roommates, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he was probably the only one who was so off track. The examinees in the same examination room as Jiang Chen witnessed him finishing all the questions in just 20 minutes after entering, then hurriedly handing in his paper and leaving. Only then did they truly understand what it meant to be a big shot. As news of his behavior spread, Jiang Chen's reputation resounded once again on the campus of Jin University. Have you heard? A test taker handed in his paper after just 20 minutes in every exam, and the invigilator didn't stop him, simply let him go. There's someone like that. Is it because of connections? It seems he also finished the math exam in 20 minutes. That's really absurd. Have you forgotten? There's a big shot in our freshman year at this school rumored to have the dean's permission to study freely. Even classmates in the same class rarely see him. I think his name is Jiang Chen. The campus forum of Jin University was soon flooded with discussions about Jiang Chen. Sui Chen also began his campaign to spread Jiang Chen's daily deeds within the forum, elevating his fame even further. On the second to last afternoon of the school term, class 1 of the 2008 mathematics cohort held the final gathering of the semester. Not only was Jiang Chen present, but even the usually elusive counselor arrived as scheduled. Their class counselor Luo Hao was a doctoral candidate in the mathematics department of the same university, though he was studying under a different professor. On ordinary days, besides basic class management, he was also wholeheartedly devoted to academic research. Facing dozens of students, he nodded with satisfaction, a faint smile emerging on his face. Classmates, the final exam results for this year are out. Everyone has performed excellently. Only a handful of students failed mathematics. This is the best cohort in several years. The class did well, and his performance evaluation would be good. Moreover, 3 students scored over 90 points. Let's congratulate them. Han Zhao, who had been influenced by Jiang Chen's example and received tutoring during exam week, began to show his own talent in mathematics. After hearing this, everyone applauded and congratulated, the air filled with praise for achievements and whispered envy. A few students nearby murmured, unable to contain their curiosity, and asked, "Brother Luo, what about Jiang Chen's grades? You haven't mentioned them." "Yeah, Brother Luo, tell us, so we can broaden our horizons. We're all curious." Hearing this, Luo Hao smiled slightly. He had originally not intended to single Jiang Chen out. In his several exchanges with Jiang Chen, he had discovered the student's talent. In mathematics alone, even he was inferior in many aspects. "Since you're also curious, I'll tell you Jiang Chen's mathematics major courses all scored full marks. There is not a single flaw on any of his papers, truly perfect." His words were like a thunderbolt, instantly causing an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned in unison to Jiang Chen. The classmates around had all personally experienced the difficulty of this exam, knowing how hard it was. The one before them, called Jiang Chen, seemed like an anomaly. Not only that, from the campus forum, they learned that Jiang Chen had handed in his papers after just 20 minutes in every exam, and yet he still scored full marks in every subject. In others' eyes, he was undoubtedly a monster. Soon everyone began discussing, and Sui Chen and Lin Zuing started spreading Jiang Chen's usual habits among the crowd. Leaving early and returning late, immersed in mathematics with a 3-point tunneling daily routine. The classmates surrounding the 3 also showed expressions of surprise, shouting for more details. "Bro, we love hearing this, tell us more, so we can brag about it when we go home for the new year." Watching everyone start to horse around, and noisily, Luo Hao just smiled at them, then walked over to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I heard from my advisor that the dean gave you a task to publish a core journal paper during your freshman year. Is that true?" Luo Hao leaned in and couldn't help asking gossipily. He had found it unbelievable when he first heard this news from his advisor. Although Jiang Chen had proven the Mersenne prime conjecture requiring him to publish a paper in a core journal within a year was simply too crazy. Hearing the counselor's curiosity, Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "It's true. At the time, I wanted to skip classes, so the dean gave me this requirement." My advisor was also present. After receiving Jiang Chen's confirmation, Luo Hao couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that the price for Jiang Chen not attending classes was to publish a core journal paper within a year. Jiang Chen was now skipping classes, which meant he had actually agreed. Indeed, in the field of mathematics, having talent allowed one to do whatever one wanted. "So how far along is your paper?" Luo Hao blurted out, then immediately realized it was inappropriate, and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your research direction. I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Jiang Chen carefully organized his thoughts and said, "It's nearing completion, but I've hit a bottleneck, so I came out today to clear my mind and relax a bit, hoping to get some inspiration." Luo Hao hadn't expected to hear such explosive news from Jiang Chen. The paper was almost finished. He hadn't imagined the progress could be so fast, and from the tone, it seemed to be in the final sprint. He immediately thought about the time and energy he had spent on his own research. Compared to Jiang Chen, he was simply a waste. He was speechless, choked, and could only give Jiang Chen a thumbs up, signaling encouragement. Su Gu, we're leaving now. See you next year. Chen Gu, keep it up. Han Xiao and Lin Ziwen, carrying their luggage, headed to the train station together. All three knew Jiang Chen was facing difficulties, so they cheered him on before leaving. The next day, Su Yichen, whose family lived in the central region, also went home. Before leaving, he too encouraged Jiang Chen. Within a few days, the campus of Jin University grew quiet. It would not become lively again for 2 months. Jiang Chen had now entered the final stage, his heart entirely focused on his thesis, with no thought of going home. One morning, Jiang Chen got up, washed up, and sat down in his chair. He closed his eyes in contemplation. His research had hit a bottleneck, and he could find no clue. The crux of the problem had troubled him for a long time. From before the gathering until now, a week had passed without any breakthrough, which made him somewhat irritable. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Chen shook his head, suppressed these restless thoughts, picked up the phone, and answered. It was a call from Professor Liu. Hello, Professor, is there something? Jiang Chen, are you still on campus? Yes, Professor, I'm in the dormitory now. Hearing the unusual tone in his student's voice, Lu Ping immediately asked Jiang Chen to come to the office. Puzzled by the request, Jiang Chen nevertheless packed up his things and went. When Lu Ping saw Jiang Chen arrive, he immediately stood up, pulled his student to sit on the sofa, and said, Jiang Chen, have you encountered a problem with your research? Feeling his teacher's concern, Jiang Chen became dejected. He nodded and explained the difficulties he was facing in his research. After hearing Jiang Chen's detailed explanation, Lu Ping understood his predicament and said with a serious expression, Jiang Chen, I can't help you solve this problem. It's not my area of expertise, but I've seen this state many times. You've painted yourself into a corner. Jiang Chen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he suddenly realized the truth. Seeing his expression, Lu Ping smiled and said, It seems you've realized it yourself. This is not a problem of your ability or direction. You've fallen into a trap. You need to empty your mind and restart your research. Jiang Chen immediately understood his teacher's advice. Professor, I understand. The previous 3 months of research went smoothly, but when I encountered this difficulty, I just went into a dead end. Hearing his student's words, Lu Ping felt gratified. Yes, what he feared most were geniuses who were stubborn and overconfident. So Lu Ping suggested that Jiang Chen come to his home today to rest well and also taste his wife's cooking. Jiang Chen readily agreed. I can still savor your wife's cooking from last time. This time I'll have to eat 2 extra bowls. All right, let's go home. Lu Ping smiled and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and they left the office together. On the way home, Jiang Chen completely pushed his research out of his mind, and his mood brightened. He eagerly imagined his mentor's wife's cooking, which made him forget his current predicament. Lu Ping led Jiang Chen home. His wife, who was watching TV, was wondering why he was back so early. She stood up and saw Jiang Chen walk in, and immediately said happily, Oh, Xiao Chen is here. Old man, why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have bought more meat. Xiao Chen hasn't tasted my cooking in a long time. Hearing his wife's complaint, Lu Ping was about to explain, but Jiang Chen immediately took his mentor's wife's arm and said, Auntie, it's still early. Let's go grocery shopping together. I definitely want to eat your signature braised pork. I've been thinking about it on the way here. Pleased by Jiang Chen's words, his mentor's wife beamed and kept saying yes. All day, Jiang Chen stayed at Professor Lu's home, helping his wife in the kitchen, chatting with his teacher, and enjoying the leisure time. As for the research, it was completely forgotten. That evening, after sharing a small drink with his teacher, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory and had the most restful sleep in recent times. The next day, he did not resume his research, but instead started browsing online for other mathematicians' research papers on the Landau-Siegel zeros. The most advanced among them was Professor Zhang, a Chinese-American mathematician mentioned by Professor Liu. Last year, Professor Zhang had published a study titled On the Landau-Siegel Zeros Conjecture on the preprint website AR14. Initially, Jiang Chen had not visited the preprint website when searching for literature because the papers there were studies with uncertain results and unverifiable authenticity. However, after talking with Professor Liu yesterday, he learned that Professor Zhang's paper on this problem had been posted there, so he decided to take a look today. Although many mathematicians pointed out that this study still had some flaws, it had nonetheless advanced the problem somewhat. In the paper, Professor Zhang stated that he had used various methods and tools, but had not been able to make further progress. Jiang Chen read the paper word by word, gaining a deep understanding of Professor Zhang's research. As he visualized the various tools described in detail in the text, he suddenly became attracted to the 4 sequences at the end of the paper. He immediately picked up a pen and began calculating on a piece of paper beside him. Jiang Chen hesitated, then carefully read the paper several times again. Finally, staring at the last line, he felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps this problem really did have a breakthrough point. He grabbed the pen beside him and began jotting down his thoughts on the paper. As he calculated, Jiang Chen recalled his past research experience, comparing it with the methods in the paper. His thoughts gradually became coherent. He felt he was getting closer to the answer. The suspense in his heart made him more focused, and his fingers moved swiftly across the paper. Every stroke and line represented his exploration and contemplation of the problem. Jiang Chen felt as if time had stopped during this process. He was completely immersed in his research. He didn't know how long it had been, but exhausted, he finally stopped writing. The calculations before him had come to a halt. He opened his eyes and looked at his results with anticipation. The two proof theorems and the final conclusion on the paper were finally completed. He had solved the conjecture. The Landau-Siegel zeros do not exist. Therefore, the generalized Riemann hypothesis, that the zeros of the Dirichlet function all lie on the line with real part equal to 12, was proved. Jiang Chen immediately packed up the materials on the table, shouldered his bag, and hurried back to the dormitory to start writing his paper. For 2 full days he worked on writing the paper. When the task was completed, Jiang Chen immediately submitted the paper to the Journal of Mathematics. After finishing all this, an immense sense of achievement filled his heart. Having concluded this intricate task, Jiang Chen promptly booked his flight home and bid farewell to his mentor and his mentor's wife. Lu Ping was unaware that Jiang Chen had already completed his thesis, assuming only that he was temporarily setting it aside to return home for the new year. Aboard the homebound aircraft, Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of tranquility. Having finished his thesis before the semester's end, he now had ample time to advance his corporate plans. Before long, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind, and opening the system panel. All-purpose black technology system. Technology title intermediate. Current learning value 1542348. Exchange technologies: artificial intelligence, algorithm, lithium-ion battery technology, smart fast charging technology, smart operating system, liquid crystal display, LCD technology, organic light-emitting diode, OLED technology, complete robotic arm technology, quantum chip technology. Acquired talents: photographic memory, meditation, anti-hair loss, keen intuition. Gazing at the learning value that had returned to the million-digit threshold, Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied. The past 3 months of study had been remarkably effective. Moreover, the reward for his thesis had yet to arrive. Upon acceptance, he would receive another batch of learning value. Comparing the difficulty of the two conjectures, this reward should be substantial. He contemplated the 7-digit figure, pondering whether to indulge in a spending spree. Faced with the array of technologies and talents, Jiang Chen revealed a rare glimpse of avarice. Yet the thought was swiftly expelled from his mind. He must not squander recklessly. Preparations for future plans took precedence. Then Jiang Chen reflected on Xingchen's development over the past 3 months. Xingchen had successively forged partnerships with several domestic mobile phone manufacturers. With the Juhua Corporation, they established a collaborative alliance, engaging in extensive cross-licensing of patents. Xingchen gained access to numerous patents in communications technology from Juhua, greatly enhancing subsequent Xingchen phone models. In return, Juhua leveraged Xingchen to step into the smartphone arena. As early as 2003, Juhua had set up a mobile phone business division, and the following year, they unveiled China's first mobile phone at the 3GSM conference in France. Around the turn of the millennium, a phone called Xiaolingtong emerged in China. It was a compact device that grafted PHS technology onto the fixed-line telephone network, utilizing China Telecom's infrastructure. Its strengths and weaknesses were stark. It boasted early development and maturity, but its transmission power was far weaker than GSM, resulting in much smaller coverage. Yet this grafting concept was perfectly suited to China's circumstances at the time. Upon its launch, Xiaolingtong rapidly swept the market. By 2006, its user base peaked at over 90 million in China and globally surpassed 100 million. The father of Xiaolingtong, Elder Su, first approached Juhua with the idea. Unfortunately, Juhua deemed PHS technology too low-end and declined, thus missing the opportunity. Compounded by massive investments in 3G research, Juhua suffered its first loss in 2002, what Ren Lao always referred to as Juhua's darkest hour. Thus, when Xingchen introduced the smartphone era ahead of its time, Juhua recognized the immense market potential and immediately sought collaboration. Thanks to the stellar performance of the Xingchen S1, international brands suffered severe losses during this period. Juhua targeted the high-end phone market, harboring ambitious plans to claim a share. China's market potential was vast enough to accommodate several high-end brands, alleviating concerns about competition from peers. International phone giants, witnessing the impact of the Xingchen S1, would soon launch their own smartphone projects. By partnering with Xingchen first, Juhua could accelerate product development and seize market share. Wolfgang also reached preliminary collaboration with Xingchen, acquiring relevant technologies while targeting the mid to low-end market. Interestingly, Lanchong, Leibusi, and Dingxi Technology, brands that should have emerged only the following year, all appeared prematurely on the cooperation list. Jiang Chen truly felt the butterfly effect. His presence was reshaping this world. Beyond phones, Chen forged other alliances. Notably, display technology partnered with Jingsafang within the province, while battery technology collaborated with Jingda Times and BYD. Chen's influence gradually extended across China. Meanwhile, the flagship Chen S1 in the 4 months since its launch had shipped a cumulative 10 million units. Generally, phone profit margins fluctuated with price tiers. Budget phones under 100 yuan yielded profits of 100 to 150 yuan, mid-range devices 100 to 200 yuan offered around 250 yuan. The upper mid-tier 200 to 300 yuan approached sub-flagship territory, with profits ranging from 200 to 400 yuan. Flagship phones, high-end models loaded with premium components. Each flagship brand's crown jewel boasted profits around 500 yuan. As for luxury phones costing over 100 yuan, they sold in negligible volumes, but could achieve profit margins of 100 yuan per unit. The Chen S1's profit margin was far higher. All core components were self-developed by Chen, incurring no patent fees. The substantial chip expense was mitigated by Hongfei's early agreement with TSMC, securing ample capacity at a favorable price. Thus, each Chen S1 generated approximately 900 yuan in profit. In just 4 months, that amounted to a staggering 9 billion yuan. Even after tax and logistics costs, Chen's net profit soared to 7 billion yuan. Upon seeing this profit figure, Jiang Chen understood why phone manufacturers were locked in bitter dog-eat-dog competition. For instance, Dingxi Technology's debut product faced suppression from established industry players, including funding third-party review organizations to smear its reputation. This smear campaign fatally crippled the product, leading to Dingxi's bankruptcy within a few years. It also sparked the legendary live-stream dialogue between Dingxi's founder and the review agency, a conversation whose memorable quotes continued to circulate years later. Chen became the first to feast on the smartphone era's crab, reaping both fame and fortune. That was precisely why Jiang Chen agreed to collaborate with domestic phone makers. First, no one should monopolize. Supporting domestic firms to go global together was essential, lest a monopoly invite harsh regulatory strikes and hinder future plans. Second, the market was vast enough who Chen had already seized first-mover advantage. Phones were merely one avenue for Jiang Chen to generate funds, not the ultimate goal. His core principle was to use consumer products to accumulate capital that would fuel the enormous R&D expenditure behind the scenes, never losing sight of the forest for the trees. Carrying these reflections on the past months, Jiang Chen's plane landed at Tongqing Airport. After spending 2 days with his parents, Jiang Chen packed his bags, sorted out the tangled emotions in his heart, and set off for his company. The warm winter sunlight bathed him, gradually lifting his spirits. The North City Industrial Park, once a place of dust and roaring machinery, had now transformed into a brand new site. Half a year ago, it was a spectacular construction scene crawling with activity. Tens of thousands of workers sweating together, with the cacophony of machinery and commanding voices rising and falling. The dust-laden scenes that once made it hard to open one's eyes had now become nothing but a fleeting memory. Represented by the Chen Company, the newly risen high-rises and vast production workshops had already become the most eye-catching landscape in North City. Several avant-garde glass curtain-walled buildings in the center of the industrial park refracted the dappled morning light, resembling crystalline urban sculptures. Through these iconic structures, it was easy to discern the bold ambitions of Tongqing City and the Chen Company. Streams of logistics vehicles shuttled along the spacious, smooth roads like lifelines, tightly linking the entire park together. They carried products and dispatched them accurately to every corner in need. At the freight area outside the Chen Company, traffic never ceased. Groups of containers were neatly lined up, displaying an unparalleled bustle. As Jiang Chen walked along the neatly paved sidewalk, unfamiliar faces came into view. Stepping through the company's entrance, he noticed many employees casting curious glances at him, wondering whose leader's child had returned during the holiday. Jiang Chen didn't linger. He strode straight into the office building and calmly entered the laboratory. Huang Tianda, his assistant for the day, quickly rose to greet him, but Jiang Chen just waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. He arrived at the office he had used when he hid his identity as Jin Lin. Wang Jia and Hao Yan had already prepared the company's personnel reports. Everything was orderly. Jiang Chen sat down on the comfortable swivel chair, picked up the thick stack of documents, and began to scrutinize them carefully. These new faces, these new forces would all be the subjects he would cultivate and familiarize himself with in the future. The number of employees at Chen had now grown considerably, approaching 5,000, with the production department accounting for half of them. Spending the entire morning, Jiang Chen diligently read all the reports, scrutinizing each document meticulously, hoping to identify potential issues and prevent them in advance. His eyes swept over the numbers on the paper, and he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that all operations were still orderly with no major corruption issues. Jiang Chen knew that the dividends he gave to senior management were generous enough and their benefits and authority were sufficient. Moreover, they had all passed Haotian's scrutiny, so it was normal that they hadn't caused problems. After all, anyone with discernment could see how bright Xingchen's future would be. It would be foolish to give up such a promising career for petty gains. However, some problems had emerged within the middle management. Some managers and employees had used their personal networks to engage in behind-the-scenes deals during procurement, lining their own pockets. Especially in the logistics department's cafeteria, it had become a hard-hit area with rampant corruption and underhanded transactions. Many employees had reported these issues, but they were suppressed and never escalated. Haotian and Wang Jie had collected and preserved evidence, which was now compiled in a thick report. The sheer volume was shocking. Jiang Chen also understood the reason. Xingchen's rise had been too rapid, causing some people to occasionally indulge their desires and betray their original intentions. It was like a tree that inevitably grows some errant branches during its vigorous growth and needs timely pruning. Human greed was unavoidable. Only systems and laws could minimize such situations. Jiang Chen was determined to take action. He picked up the scissors and began trimming away the spreading corruption bit by bit. He immediately had Haotian draft the chairman's directive stipulating that all supervisors conduct anti-corruption audits in their departments, strictly investigating any behavior that harmed the public for private gain. He hoped to both punish the guilty and give those who acknowledged their mistakes and repented a chance to reform. Jiang Chen set a grace period, announcing that anyone involved in such misconduct could report to the chairman's assistant's office within 2 weeks to confess and admit their wrongdoing and would receive lenient treatment. In the letter, he urged everyone to cherish this opportunity, recognize their errors, and correct their faults. After 2 weeks, however, they would bear all consequences themselves. This chairman's announcement thundered through the entire company like a bolt from the blue. Everyone felt a twinge of unease about the announcement. Many had never met the chairman since joining the company. The highest leaders they knew were CEO Hong Fu and chairman assistant Wang Jie. Even at the launch of the Xingchen S1, the chairman hadn't appeared, so gradually many had forgotten there was such a figure in the company. Now the chairman suddenly released a statement that someone was harming the company's interests and lining their pockets. This inevitably instilled fear. Don't forget that the company's legal department had gained notoriety through the mobile phone public opinion storm. Everyone knew how formidable that department was. Many newly hired managers also asked Hong Fu what was going on. Some feared company turmoil, while others had guilty consciences. At that time, Hong Fu was discussing matters with Wang Jie. Upon hearing about the chairman's announcement from his subordinates, he immediately turned to Wang Jie for answers, but Wang Jie just smiled and said nothing. Seeing Wang Jie's smile, Hong Fu instantly understood a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. No need to worry. In response to his subordinates' inquiries, he told them honestly those with no such problems should carry on with their normal work. Those who had taken bribes or engaged in embezzlement should go to the chairman's assistant's office to confess. Starting that very day, Wang Jie and her team began working overtime. A massive amount of signed confession materials were delivered to the chairman's assistant's office, some from employees, some from managers. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had discovered the problem early. Only a few months had passed, so the amounts embezzled were not yet huge. Many had only taken a little tentatively. The only relatively serious problem was in the logistics department, the kitchen procurement issue, where the amounts were larger. Now the company's hiring standards were getting higher, and with such good benefits and high salaries, many people were trying desperately to get in. If they were fired because of this, it would be a huge loss, and they wouldn't be able to survive in Tongqing either. For 2 weeks, Wang Jie handled the matter. Those who confessed and had small amounts were given minor penalties, while in the hard-hit logistics department, 2 procurement managers were directly demoted to regular employees. Subsequently, all those who did not confess within the deadline and harbored wishful thinking were dismissed and prosecuted by the legal department. Completing the internal audit of the company not only averted a looming crisis, but also tempered the employees' enthusiasm, preventing them from being blinded by greed. Thereafter, Xingchen gradually accelerated its operations. The newly hired employees, having learned from veteran colleagues that there was a chairman above Hong Fu, came to understand that the chairman was a tech guru. The chairman seldom meddled in company affairs, which explained why newcomers rarely saw Jiang Chen, either because they lacked the clearance to enter the laboratory or because the boss preferred to stay out of the limelight. At this moment, the chairman Jiang Chen, who was now a frequent topic of conversation, restarted the chip production line in Workshop 1. He watched the monitors, observing the data while Hao Tian manipulated the robotic arm to commence test production. The production line co-designed by Jiang Chen and how Tian utilized electron beam lithography based on pre-designed device schematics. Using the growth method of gallium arsenide semiconductor quantum materials, the substrate and epitaxial layers of the chip were shaped into the required forms. Subsequently, electron beam lithography printed the devices onto the photoresist, facilitating the subsequent etching process. Afterwards, similar to silicon-based semiconductor manufacturing, dry etching was employed to remove excess impurities from the chip's surface, thus forming the devices. The penultimate step was ion implantation, which adjusted the resistance of resistors and other components, altering the chip's properties. The final steps were packaging, testing, debugging, and inspecting to yield qualified products. The production line before Jiang Chen integrated all processes except the final packaging. Chen had already established a subsidiary specializing in semiconductor packaging and testing located in a newly constructed factory building near the core workshop. Jiang Chen glanced at the system control panel. All data from the production line were normal. With a brisk and rhythmic stride, he inspected every stage of the line, occasionally discussing optimization possibilities with Hao Tian or instructing him to note down minor issues. He suddenly halted, his eyes fixed on the display panel within the machine, scrutinizing every detail with meticulous care. His fingers danced across the screen, adjusting parameters to ensure the entire production process ran more smoothly. Hao Tian stopped the robotic arm, and the entire production line ground to a halt. Jiang Chen gazed at the 50 chips, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. They still needed to undergo the final packaging process. He carefully packed these chip semi-finished products himself. Huang Tianda, who had been waiting at the workshop entrance, immediately led him to the packaging facility. Passing through the workshop door, the packaging process technicians were performing their tasks in an orderly fashion, each step executed with precision. The chips seemed to transform into works of art in their hands. An hour later, the chips were packaged. Jiang Chen carefully packed the finished products into boxes and immediately returned to the laboratory building for testing. The final inspection revealed that 15 chips were defective due to point defects, line defects, and bubbles, which would affect their lifespan and performance. Despite the rejects, the yield rate reached 70. Jiang Chen breathed a silent sigh of relief. This test result met his expectations. Next, he needed to compare the performance of these chips with those produced by TSMC. He immediately called Hong Fu, instructing him to bring 10 TSMC chips to the laboratory building. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's order, Hong Fu's heart tightened. Bringing chips to the lab. Could it mean that the production line in workshop 1 had yielded results? Hong Fu immediately rushed to the laboratory building with the chips. Entering the lab, he handed the chips to Jiang Chen, panting slightly, and asked eagerly, "President Jiang, has the chip production been successful?" Jiang Chen took the chips, placed them on the testing machine, and began the test without turning around. "Yes, there are results. The chips manufactured today have just been packaged at the packaging company. I'm comparing the performance gap between the two chip types to make subsequent adjustments." Hearing this, Hong Fu felt a surge of relief and stood aside, waiting for the test results. Jiang Chen ignored Hong Fu's excitement and began the rigorous performance test. His fingers lightly tapped on the keyboard, his eyes occasionally fixed on the data on the display, silently comparing the performance of the two chips. He quickly reached a conclusion: under the same design and process technology, quantum chips far outperformed silicon-based chips. However, the drawbacks were also evident. They required extremely high operational precision and expensive materials, making them currently suitable only for core high-precision instruments and incapable of large-scale production. For widespread adaptation in mobile phones, silicon-based chips offered better cost-effectiveness. Seeing Jiang Chen finish the test and fall into contemplation, Hong Fu could not help but asked, "President Jiang, how did our chip test results turn out?" His question interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. "The test results are quite good. Both are 45 nanometers process technology, but our self-produced chips far outperform TSMC's." Before Hong Fu could rejoice, Jiang Chen added, "However, if we use our chips in smartphones, the price of the Chen S1 would likely increase by 300 yuan. President Jiang, wasn't our initial idea to build our own chip industry to counter potential sanctions? Since there are no sanctions now, there's no need to use these chips in the Chen S1. Hong Fu promptly expressed his opinion, which brought Jiang Chen to his senses. Indeed, they were not yet in the same predicament as Huawei in the future. He had been overthinking. Moreover, if our self-developed chips are highly performant, we could launch a true flagship model in the subsequent Chen S2, using our own chips. Flagship models have lower sales volumes, and a higher price can offset the chip costs. This approach can establish Zenchun's reputation, further consolidate our first-mover advantage, and secure Zenchun's position as the top smartphone brand. Hong Fu, incorporating the chip's performance, continued to express his views and future plans. "Great idea. I was being too anxious." Jiang Chen agreed with Hong Fu's suggestion and began making arrangements. The chip department would be staffed by talent selected by Hong Fu, who would be recommended to the president's office, then undergo background checks by Hao Tian, sign strict confidentiality agreements, and enter the core workshop. Finally, they would directly join Jiang Chen's team to take over the chip production line, continuously learning and refining the quantum chip process. He had not forgotten that chip process technology advanced rapidly, still following Moore's law. Every 18 to 24 months the chip process would double. Performance would also double while costs would correspondingly decrease. Jiang Chen's chips could not rely on the 45 nanometers process to compete against future 28 nanometers, 14 nanometers, or even 7 nanometers silicon-based chips. During Jiang Chen's optimization of the production line to improve yield rates, employees who had passed layers of scrutiny and signed strict non-disclosure agreements gradually gathered in Hong Fu's office. The more than a dozen talents in the room were all people Hong Fu knew personally. He had recruited them himself from the chip industry. Everyone was also curious about what Hong Fu was doing with such fanfare. They were clearly selected from the chip design department. Under Sister Wang's guidance, they went to the president's office where they were asked very thorough questions that covered almost all the information from their previous lives. At that moment, Sister Wang entered Hong Fu's office with a stack of contracts in her arms and handed them out one by one. All right, if you are willing, you can sign these confidentiality contracts. After signing, I will take you to meet the chairman, and subsequent work arrangements will be directly made by him. As Sister Wang handed each person the contract, she carefully observed their expressions to gauge their reactions. Some furrowed their brows while perusing the terms, as if weighing the details. Another employee, after receiving the contract, unconsciously rubbed its corners, seemingly lost in thought. Still another employee smiled after reading the contract, apparently satisfied with the compensation package. Everyone present was intelligent and ambitious, hoping to contribute to the domestic chip industry. After joining the company, they had witnessed the rise of Starcrest step by step. The company's public leaders, such as Hong Fu and Sister Wang, were not technical experts. Although the IT department was technically strong, it had little to do with many of the company's tech products. The problem must lie with the chairman, who had never shown his face. Starcrest had recruited them with high salaries for a reason, surely to make moves in the chip industry. So this move clearly signaled a big operation, one from the chairman himself. The strict confidentiality agreement was evidence. They had never seen such rigorous terms before. Soon after careful consideration, everyone in the room signed the contracts without hesitation. After signing, the employees exchanged glances as if deciding together to face the unknown challenge. Sister Wang, beaming, gathered the contracts and prepared to lead them to Workshop 1. Following behind her, one familiar employee couldn't help asking Sister Wang, "This doesn't look like the way to the chairman's office. Where are we going?" "We're going to Workshop 1 now. The chairman has always been there. You'll understand once you go inside," Sister Wang replied with a smile. These people were now entering the core of Starcrest, and their internal access levels had been upgraded, so it was fine to tell them. Workshop 1. They had been at Starcrest for a few months and knew a little about the company's internal secrets. Access within Starcrest required work card permissions. For example, the laboratory building was guarded daily and needed clearance. Workshop access was generally low and open for visits. Many had seen the phone production workshop. But Workshop 1 was famous within the company. Its security level was the same as the labs, and apparently only Hong Fu and Sister Wang could enter. Hearing this, everyone instantly became excited, discussing the mysteries of Workshop 1. They couldn't wait to go inside and see what the chairman was doing there. Soon they passed security one by one and entered the workshop, immediately spotting a young-looking person debugging a production line. In the vast empty workshop, only this very young person was working on a production line, creating an eerie silence. Behind him, a huge flowchart covered the wall, marking every production stage and process, complex and intricate. Suddenly, everyone remembered the mysterious smile on the faces of senior colleagues whenever they asked about the chairman. Could it be that this person, who looked much younger than them, was actually the chairman? Unaware of the crowd's astonishment, Sister Wang quickly walked over to Jiang Chen and said softly, "Mr. Jiang, the talents selected by Mr. Hong and I have all arrived." Hearing this, Jiang Chen put down his work, looked up at the group, and walked over, his footsteps echoing crisply in the tiled workshop. Even when he stood before them, everyone was still dazed. Jiang Chen, used to such reactions, cleared his throat to get their attention and said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen, the chairman of Starcrest." Immediately, the dozen or so people, jolted from their shock, quickly composed themselves and awkwardly greeted Jiang Chen. "I know you're all curious about me. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other." After a brief self-introduction, Jiang Chen nodded to Sister Wang. Then he led everyone to the production line and began explaining their future work in detail. As he spoke, the crowd, already stunned by Jiang Chen's youth, looked at him with even greater disbelief. In his introduction, they learned they would be working on a quantum chip production line, one that was already complete and needed optimization and process improvement. An employee couldn't help interrupting Jiang Chen with a question. Mr. Jiang, are you joking? Is there a complete chip production line in China one for quantum chips that doesn't require lithography? I know the theory. It's still in the theoretical stage, right? Hearing this doubt, Jiang Chen understood their skepticism. This product was indeed too advanced, so he led them to the control panel to demonstrate the process. The group followed him with mixed feelings, watching the production line start up, fully automated with no human operation. When the machine stopped, one employee, unable to contain his shock, hurried to the output area, carefully picked up a finished chip and examined it. It's real. Even though it's unpackaged, it's a real chip. His excited voice spread through the crowd. The others also gathered around to confirm its authenticity. Then one person seemed to recognize Jiang Chen. I remember now. Jiang Chen. Isn't he the math genius who solved that conjecture this year? At that moment, once everyone clearly saw Jiang Chen's face, they began to understand the smile on the senior employees' faces. They all started to believe the reality of the scene. The company had indeed been hiding a big secret. A self-developed chip production line, and it was for quantum chips. A dozen people instantly crowded around Jiang Chen, their questions raining down like a furious storm. Chairman, it's truly incredible. How exactly did you accomplish this? One young employee asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Exactly. StarCloud Company was founded less than a year ago, yet it has already ushered in a new era of smartphones. Now you've secretly developed quantum chips. The technological leap is astonishing, another employee interrupted. Jiang Chen smiled softly, glancing around, sensing the admiration and curiosity in everyone's eyes. Chairman, not only are your technological skills unfathomable, but you also maintain top academic performance, win awards in international competitions, and solve mathematical puzzles. Are you really from Earth? A forthright employee blurted out. Laughter rippled through the crowd, their expressions brimming with goodwill and respect for this non-earthly chairman. Two particularly bold employees even reached out and gently pinched his arm, as if to verify his existence through touch. Haha, it seems you find it hard to believe, Jiang Chen said with a resigned shake of his head, then began calmly reassuring everyone. Those admitted to Workshop 1 had undergone rigorous screening, their reliability was beyond doubt, and they would be essential for advancing chip process development. Thus, there was no need to maintain the same air of mystery with them as with outsiders. Jiang Chen led the now silent group to the workshop's break room, and once they were seated, he began recounting his experiences. From his story, everyone came to understand StarCloud's rise and reached a consensus: the chairman was a super genius with unfathomable technical creativity. This realization filled everyone with excitement and anticipation for the heights StarCloud would achieve. Looking back, accepting Hong Fu's recruitment might have been the most important decision of their lives. Seeing that everyone had absorbed so much information, Jiang Chen prepared to learn about them as well to facilitate future work arrangements. I've finished my introduction. Now it's your turn. I still don't know your names or areas of expertise. Immediately, the two familiar employees began introducing themselves, their voices brimming with confidence. Soon the dozen or so chip talents introduced themselves one after another, each earnestly stating their name and professional focus. Jiang Chen nodded at each introduction, seeming to commit every detail to memory. None of them had worked with lithography before, an unfortunate truth, as lithography is the core of traditional semiconductor manufacturing, reflecting Xia country's low standing in the industry. Yet this was also fortunate, for quantum chip production required no lithography step, meaning they could skip learning about it and dive directly into R&D. The largest group, EDA Chip Design, had 6 members led by Yang Jun and Gao Fei. Next came the Optics Group with 3 members led by Feng Chan. The etching domain had only 2, Ding Yu and Jia Jiang. Finally, there was a generalist named Meng Yuzhu who had dabbled in all aspects of silicon chip production, even lithography, though he had never participated in actual manufacturing. After understanding the situation of these 12, Jiang Chen promptly appointed Meng Yuzhu as the temporary team leader. Then he led everyone into the production line, thoroughly explaining the principles of each process, equipment optimization directions, and troubleshooting methods. Jiang Chen would not be stationed at the company long term. He had completed the journey from 0 to 1, and the subsequent development of 28-nanometer quantum chips would be handled by them. These 12 would form the core of a new chip R&D department, while the original chip department would shift its focus to chip design. The junior employees needed to negotiate hiring with HR, but for now, only these 12 had access to Workshop 1. Future personnel would have to undergo the same vetting process. Meng Yuzhu's eyes burned with determination as he looked up. Rest assured, Chairman, I will lead the team and complete this project. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, and he nodded slightly. You are all talents in the chip industry. I feel confident with you in charge. But don't worry. If you encounter difficulties during R&D, you can contact the president's office via the internal company account, and I will respond. He'll also visit from time to time to help resolve any issues. This project carries no pressure. Go ahead boldly. Though lightly spoken, this promise carried the weight of a mountain, instilling fresh courage in everyone. A faint sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Jiang Chen's words meant no KPI targets and a guarantee to back the project. Amid a wave of renewed smiles, they immediately took their first steps into familiarizing themselves with the production line. At that moment, Jiang Chen chose to step back into the shadows, quietly watching their silhouettes, his thoughts drifting to another monumental task, the core replacement for Haoyan. When the test-produced chips performed as expected, Jiang Chen took 20 of them. He planned to use these chips to upgrade Haoshan's servers, partially unlocking Haoshan's seal. In the untouched underground area of the lab, Haoshan's servers stood silently. Long time no see, Haoyan. Jiang Chen entered the control room with the finished chips glancing around. The environment unchanged since the initial setup. The server control room was temperature-controlled, humidity-regulated, dust-free, and exceedingly quiet. Without focused attention, one could barely hear the servers next door. Long time no see, master. Have you come to increase my capacity? Haoshan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Jiang Chen shook his head, walking to the glass to view the full server room. Memory capacity can't be expanded for now. I'm here to swap your core, partially unleashing your abilities. Awesome. A cute panda on the display clapped its hands. Haoyan had already integrated into every aspect of StarCloud's operations. The servers could no longer be shut down entirely, only replaced in batches. This was no challenge for him. After all the production line work, such a trivial issue was a piece of cake. Jiang Chen focused on typing, completing the core replacement for Haoyan. Immediately thereafter, he inspected the system and performed maintenance. Haoyan, how do you feel? He asked expectantly while continuing to write code. Master, my computing power has increased by nearly 70. I feel outstanding. After deducting the computing power required for production, there remains ample capacity for utilization. Haoyan replied, cheerfully indicating that its computational capabilities had indeed improved significantly, now possessing surplus power to simulate emotions. Hearing Haoyan's statistical data, Jiang Chen also felt satisfied, as this achieved the original objective. Haoyan's computing power allocation was primarily concentrated on the production and monitoring of Xingchen, especially on the chip production line of Workshop No. 1. After the university semester began, Jiang Chen went to Jinlin, causing Workshop No. 1 to be in a state of stagnation, releasing a considerable portion of Haoyan's computational capacity. Now that Workshop No. 1 has restarted, Haoyan's computing power has not increased, which might bring some trouble for Jiang Chen. Fortunately, the quantum chip possessed exceptional performance. Even while controlling Workshop No. 1, Haoyan could still maintain a certain amount of surplus capacity. Let it be for now. The next computing power update will have to wait until a breakthrough in chip development. Following Moore's law, a core replacement would not be possible until at least a year and a half later. Having concluded the core replacement project, Jiang Chen left the quantum base with a sense of fulfillment. Until the Spring Festival, Jiang Chen did not make any major moves. Market growth was slow and the money in consumers' pockets was limited. After deducting necessary expenses, the amount available for entertainment consumption was finite. It was only 2008, and although Ant Payment had begun to gain popularity due to the rapid expansion of Taozi, that formidable tool for advanced consumption, Huabei, had not yet appeared. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not encourage Xingchen's consumer base to engage in advanced consumption. He had witnessed the harm brought by such practices. If necessary in the days to come, he would refuse to allow consumers to purchase Xingchen's electronic products through small installment payments. On the other hand, although Xingchen had recruited many technical talents, applying technologies to new products required the accumulation of time. He was indeed powerful, but fighting alone was too strenuous. He could not be in multiple places at once. Occasionally pausing to wait for the progress of those around him was also worthwhile. During this winter vacation, Jiang Chen spent most of his time studying. He had to start compensating for his shortcomings in the fields of physics and chemistry. After returning to the company and testing the chips, he also discovered significant deficiencies in physical materials. Therefore, during this period, he rapidly absorbed knowledge in these areas. He clearly understood that materials were the foundation of everything. For technological products, to innovate the materials industry was of paramount importance. During this period of absorbing knowledge, he began to realize how challenging this field was. The term biochemistry, chemistry, environment, and materials was notoriously famous in later times, encompassing biology, chemistry, environment, and materials, 4 domains, each containing numerous specializations. Students in these 4 fields affectionately called them the 4 big pits. From this nickname, one could understand how complex these 4 areas were, with many reasons behind it. After the new century, Chinese universities underwent several rounds of enrollment expansion, and many institutions developed these 4 fields. because they were easy for producing research papers benefiting university rankings and aligning with the trend of enrollment expansion. However, employment opportunities in the four big pits were scarce and the working conditions were poor. To enter these industries, one needed to further advance their education, such as pursuing a master's or doctoral degree to qualify. Nevertheless, these industries were highly random. Sometimes you might spend countless resources trying to produce materials with specific data, yet fail to achieve results. However, by sheer luck, a coincidental experiment could yield a material with remarkably exaggerated performance metrics. There had always been a saying, master mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and you can travel the world without fear. People from all disciplines deeply understood the importance of this statement. It highlighted the significance of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The four big pits were no exception. Looking back at the past and forward to the future, modern industrialization was inseparable from chemistry, materials, biology, and environment. These fields represented the greatest trends of the future. Take Jiang Chen's core product, the quantum chip, for example. One of its most important application domains was biomedicine. Jiang Chen's future goals included new energy, room temperature superconductivity, and controlled nuclear fusion. All these fields required the four big pits as foundational development. This was the direction of the future. However, domestically, this area had long been constrained by others. Take the famous rare earths as an example. It was well known that China had the largest reserves and exports of rare earths in the world. Rare earths were also crucial materials for high-tech industries like semiconductors. In the later era of 2024, China began to restrict rare earth exports, but in terms of the output of rare earth materials needed for high-tech industries, the domestic share remained small. In an era of rapid technological development, China still failed to achieve breakthroughs in the upstream fine processing of the rare earth industrial chain, remaining only in the rough processing industry. Jiang Chen wanted to change this situation, otherwise when would his goals be realized? Room temperature superconductivity and controlled nuclear fusion were inseparable from materials. Was he to solve the bottleneck problem in the semiconductor industry only to face a bottleneck in the materials industry? Therefore, Jiang Chen's next plan was to begin establishing a materials research laboratory. He intended to create a materials lab belonging to Jiang Chen, supported by Jiang Chen's vast financial resources. This big pit, in theory, could only be sustained by the financial support of a parent organization. Ordinary companies could not gamble massive resources on an uncertain future. Enterprises like Jiucheng were the exception. Jiang Chen needed to learn from Jiucheng's approach, making technology the company's foundation, with innovation being Jiang Chen's future. As long as continuous investment was made, generous returns would surely be reaped in the future. Jiang Chen had searched the system for material-related technologies and found many materials. The problem was that there were too many materials in the system. With his current knowledge, he could not distinguish which materials were useful and which were temporarily unnecessary. He did not have enough learning points to purchase all the materials. Investing resources in material experiments was more reliable. Moreover, after reaching a certain level of learning, he could roughly discern the uses of materials. At critical junctures, Jiang Chen could directly exchange for and apply them. This combination of approaches was the right path. He could not rely solely on system exchange. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Having the system was not as good as having it oneself. With this thought, Jiang Chen began preparatory work for his next plan. The timeline rewinds to the day Jiang Chen returned home. After completing the Landau-Siegel conjecture, he submitted the paper to the Journal of Mathematics with which he had previously collaborated. In distant New Jersey, within the tranquil precincts of Princeton University, stood a solitary villa, both dignified and secluded, as though isolated from the outside world. Inside, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat like a testament to time's passage, the hardships and wisdom of years etched deeply into his wrinkled face and piercing eyes. He was engrossed in a dense pile of manuscripts before him, each page covered in intricate symbols and calculations, the fruits of countless sleepless nights. If Jiang Chen were here, he would undoubtedly recognize the elder immersed in the ocean of academia, none other than the illustrious Professor Delaney, a luminary in the mathematical world. Professor Delaney, a native of Brussels, Belgium, had just this year been awarded the Wolf Prize, often hailed as the Nobel Prize for mathematicians. Moreover, the other highest accolades in mathematics also adorned his storied career: the Fields Medal, the Crafoord Prize, and others. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within 5 years, he would add another resplendent honor: the Abel Prize, the supreme distinction in the mathematical realm. One of his most renowned achievements was the completion of the proof of the Weil conjectures, a pivotal problem in algebraic geometry that confirmed the Riemann hypothesis for elliptic curves. At his side stood a young man, also an acquaintance of Jiang Chen, Yabo Qiongxi, an ordinary editor at the Journal of Mathematics. That he had secured a position in a core journal, like the Journal of Mathematics, was largely due to Jiang Chen's proof of the Mersenne prime conjecture. It was Yabo Qiongxi who received Jiang Chen's research, recognized its value with decisive acumen, contacted academician Qiu as the reviewer, and ultimately facilitated the paper's publication. Now, as Jiang Chen's papers gradually gained recognition in the mathematical community, Yabo Qiongxi's own standing within the journal had also risen considerably. Thus, upon receiving another paper from Jiang Chen, he wasted no time. He immediately printed the original manuscript and hurried without pause to Professor Delany's residence. He hoped to secure this titan of mathematics as the lead reviewer for the paper. The universe of mathematics is infinitely vast, yet within it there exist only 4 core journals. Jiang Chen's old collaborator, the Journal of Mathematics, published by Princeton University, enjoyed worldwide renown backed by Princeton's formidable academic strength. Its greatest rival was the Acta Mathematica, published by the Institute of Mathematics at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, which featured the highest quality original research papers across all mathematical disciplines. The other 2 were Inventions Mathematicae, published by Springer, and the Journal of the American Mathematical Society, issued by the American Mathematical Society. These 4 core mathematics journals wield formidable influence in the academic world, and their scholarly impact requires diligent maintenance by their editors. They must continuously recruit and sustain collaborations with outstanding mathematicians, ensuring that excellent academic works are published in their journals to solidify their standing. And Jiang Chen, as an emerging genius in the mathematical community, though lacking even an undergraduate degree, had already produced momentous academic results, and thus belonged to this group that needed cultivation. Unbeknownst to all, time flowed like water, and after prolonged intense work, Professor Delany seemed to feel a touch of fatigue. A long sigh escaped his chest, a weariness born of the endless pursuit of knowledge, perhaps a form of release. He finally set down his pen, and his fingers slowly moved to his furrowed brow, rubbing it vigorously in hopes of dispelling the tangled thoughts lingering in the depths of his mind. Yabo Qiongxi, who had been anxiously waiting for a considerable time, finally caught Professor Delany at a free moment. He immediately stepped forward, bowed, and greeted him. "Your esteemed Viscount Delany, I apologize for the intrusion. I have a paper here that I hope you might consider as the lead reviewer. Would you be willing to take a look?" Hearing these words, Professor Delany turned his head and noticed Yabo Qiongxi, who had recently been making a name among the Journal of Mathematics editors. Having just concluded his mentally taxing research, the professor desired only rest, and declined decisively. "I'm sorry, please find someone else. I'm very tired now and just want a good sleep." Yabo Qiongxi, undeterred by the professor's categorical refusal, persisted. Though not exceptionally gifted in mathematics, he had a special fondness for number theory and had studied it. Moreover, during the last conference, he had a brief exchange with Jiang Chen and held a powerful conviction about this prodigy's abilities. "Please, Professor, your achievements in number theory are unparalleled. This proof of the Landau-Siegel conjecture by Jiang Chen, I believe only you can review it." Jiang Chen, proof of the Landau-Siegel conjecture. Hearing the name linked to the conjecture, Professor Delany immediately became intrigued. Noticing the expression on the professor's face, Yabo Qiongxi promptly handed him the manuscript. The professor glanced curiously at the cover information, eagerly took the manuscript, and gently turned to the first page. As he read the contents of the first page, his body tensed instantly. He sat upright, carefully placed the paper on the desk, and began reading with total concentration. Watching this, Yabo Qiongxi breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly rejoicing, for the professor's absorption meant the paper was likely sound. Yabo Qiongxi stepped aside and rested quietly, not daring to disturb the professor's review. 2 full hours later, Professor Delany finally set down the manuscript. Glancing at the notes he had just filled on the desk, he nodded and murmured to himself with satisfaction, "Flawless. No gaps whatsoever. Every data point, formula, calculation, and logical deduction in the entire paper was impeccably perfect, a testament to the genius who had previously cracked the Mersenne prime conjecture." Seeing the professor deep in thought, Yabo Qiongxi hurried over and asked, "Professor, is there a problem with the paper?" Hearing the question, Professor Delany gently shook his head and said with a smile, "I've found no issues. You may begin contacting other reviewers. I will go over this paper again a few more times." The professor's affirmation sent a surge of excitement through Yabo Qiongxi, who silently thought, "This time, it's a success." His status at the Journal of Mathematics could climb even higher. He immediately contacted several other Princeton mathematics professors to send the paper for review. The results were unanimous. The paper was correct. The Landau-Siegel conjecture had been proven. Yabo Qiongxi promptly informed Jiang Chen of the paper's acceptance. That day, while studying at the Tongqing City Library, Jiang Chen received a report from Haoyan. The Journal of Mathematics had sent an email confirming the paper had passed review.